The White Tower stood tall and foreboding, casting a shadow over everyone below. With the global activation of the Death Dungeon mode, Chaos was the name of the game. Enter Zhang Sun, a player who had ground through the novice level more times than he could count. But instead of giving in to the frustration, he was ready to turn the tables. Armed with a sledgehammer and a fierce determination, he was done playing by the rules. As he barreled through levels, smashing everything in his path, players watched with a mix of awe and trepidation. Years later, standing atop the White Tower, Zhang Sun looked back on his journey. He had reached godhood, but it made him wonder at what cost. The line between genius and madness had blurred, leaving him to question whether he was a hero or just a maniac wielding a sledgehammer. "Brother, will you play with me?" It was the 999th time he heard that familiar line. Zhang Sun glanced down to see a little girl in a red cloak, her height barely reaching his waist, gazing up at him with a stiff smile. She wore a bright red cape, a hat perched atop her head, and two braids framing her pale face. Small leather shoes, white socks, and a bamboo basket in her right hand completed her look. Aside from her ghostly complexion, she seemed like any ordinary child. But Zhang Sun knew better. In just 15 minutes, that sweet little face would transform, splitting into 4 petals that resembled a sinister blooming flower. Sharp teeth would line the edges of each petal, and a grotesque stamen with barbs and a flickering tongue would emerge. She had a name, Little Red Riding Hood. As the ultimate challenge in this game, the final boss has cleverly disguised itself as a harmless NPC from the very start. It's been hanging around, offering help and hints to the player, all while plotting its big reveal. It won't shed its cute facade until the last scene, Grandma's house, where it shows its true colors and devours the player whole. Yikes! Casual players will definitely fall for its sweet and innocent appearance. When they step into the house, they'll be genuinely shocked to see the lovely girl morph into a monstrous troll piranha plant. But not Zhang Sun. He's cleared this level 999 times, so he's seen it all before. In fact, he's a bit numb to the whole thing now. "Sister," Zhang Sun says, holding back tears, "you've taken me out 142 times, and I've taken you out 857 times. If we round it off, we're even. Can I please move on to the next level?" Little Red Riding Hood blinks her big, round eyes at him. What is brother saying? I don't understand. This clueless NPC doesn't have any extra voice lines. If you try to explain further, she'll just keep saying, "I don't know." With a long sigh, Zhang Sun resignedly steps a few paces to the front right. He's back at the resurrection point, the game's starting line. Here, new players usually chat with the NPC, who helps them grab their first weapon. In front of Zhang Sun, there's a locker on the right, which serves as the weapon rack. The locker has 2 sections. The top part is covered with glass, while the bottom has a sturdy wooden door. It looks pretty standard, but it hides some intriguing options. Inside, there's everything from a mace and an iron axe to a sickle taller than he is. There are 10 different weapons in total, and Zhang Sun has given each one a try. He finally settles on the most unassuming inflatable hammer tucked away in the corner. This inflatable hammer is about 1.5 meters long, painted in pink, which is loved by tough guys. There are 2 symmetrical star logos on the hammer body, and there is a playful creaking sound when it is knocked. A children's toy that no normal player would choose. Zhang Sun, who has cleared the game for more than 900 times, naturally has a reason to choose it. The inflatable hammer is light and easy to use. The key is that after the lid at the bottom of the handle is opened, there are 2 modes of normal/enhanced for switching. This is the secret that Zhang Sun discovered when he played the game for the 458th time. However, it takes 3 seconds to switch modes, so you have to calculate it well in battle. The inflatable hammer in enhanced mode is as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Only when you switch modes when both hands make a hammer dropping action can it be effective, otherwise you will sprain your waist. This is a combat skill that Zhang Sun mastered after spraining his waist 300 times. With weapons in hand, the player is ready. Little Red Riding Hood ran over with her leather shoes. "Hello, strange brother, can you do me a favor? I am Hong Hong, who lives in the lucky community next door. My mother asked me to visit my grandmother who lives in the happy community. Little Red Riding Hood's voice suddenly became dull because Zhang Sun pinched her nose with one hand, eyes, and mouth. Then he put his hands behind his back. "Why can't I skip the plot? Little Red Riding Hood." After a suspicious pause, the NPC continued to explain the background of the story. Zhang Sun was so bored that he scratched his hands. There was no other way. He had tried it hundreds of times. The NPC dialogue could not be skipped, otherwise his clearance time could be shortened. Finally, he waited for the last sentence, "Let's go," and Jang Sun flew out like an arrow from a string. The Little Red Riding Hood dungeon is divided into 3 main scenes: the street, the stairs, and the grandmother's hut. The monsters in the first 2 scenes are not difficult, and novices are more than enough. The abnormal thing is that the third scene, the grandmother's hut, actually put 3 bosses: the wolf, the grandmother, and the final boss, Little Red Riding Hood. The 3 bosses are disguised and have a killing order. Newcomers must first identify their identities, then defeat them one by one, and finally beware of the fatal blow given by the simple Little Red Riding Hood. But in the eyes of Jang Sun, who has cleared the level 999 times, these are not a problem. He crossed the street quickly, killed 3 wolf spiders at the 2nd, 7th, and 9th intersections, stood at the steamed bun stall on the corner and listened to the bosses nagging for a long time, got half of an old photo, and got the other half on the bulletin board. Entering the corridor, he lowered his body and got into the water tank on the 3rd floor to avoid the pursuit of the upside-down woman. After the other party wandered around 4 times, he climbed out of the tank, went up to the 4th floor, and entered the grandmother's hut. There was a pair of real and fake grandmothers in the hut, smiling sinisterly to welcome Jang Sun and Little Red Riding Hood. Jang Sun waited for them to finish laughing. There was nothing he could do, this was also part of the plot. Then he didn't even need to put together the clues, pointed to the one on the left and said, "You are a wolf," and the one on the right said, "You are a dead grandmother," while giving a hammer. "And you?" Jang Sun turned around and faced Little Red Riding Hood with a huge mouth of the abyss. An inflatable hammer was stuffed into its mouth. The game was over. The old scenes around him slowly dissipated like a collapsed sandcastle. In the silent darkness, there was a glowing road. This narrow and long road was like a thin line hanging above the endless abyss. If you take a wrong step, you will be doomed. But Jang Sun, who had walked 999 times, could only say that he could finish it with his eyes closed. It was no different from before. For the 1000th time, Jang Sun walked on this road, sighing as he walked. In his previous life, he died suddenly due to overtime work in 007. After waking up, he came to this hell. He didn't know what the point was of clearing the level 1000 times, which was better than going to hell. Could he be in hell already? Otherwise, why torture people over and over again? This idea shocked Jang Sun a little. He was a little confused, his feet softened for a moment, and he suddenly felt his body floating in the air. Ah! Jang Sun screamed and fell into the endless darkness. After an unknown amount of time, he felt himself being hit hard on the ground, which stunned him for a long time. "Are you okay?" He vaguely heard someone talking. He thought he was hallucinating. When his vision became clear again, everything around him was still familiar. The gray sky, the long empty street, and only a few sad bird calls in the silence. It turns out that I'm back to the resurrection point. Jang Sun was relieved and regretful, and was ready to start his 1001st hunting operation of Little Red Riding Hood. But this time was a little different. He stared at the 9 strangers in front of him, alert. "Who are you?" The 9 people were dressed differently, both men and women, and they didn't look like a group of people, and they all looked nervous. A girl in sportswear replied timidly. "We are all players, aren't you?" "Players? New players." Jang Sun's eyes were shining brightly, and the girl opposite him was scared to think he was going to eat people. "Don't be afraid," Jang Sun raised his hands to show that he was harmless, "I just haven't seen a living person for too long." Jang Sun excitedly walked around the new players, rubbing against each one. "Start sucking people in." He was reserved when facing girls, just standing 2 steps away and looking at them with a smile. 9 people, 7 men and 2 women. The ages of the men range from 20 to 35 years old, and the 2 girls are about the same age, both in their 20s. One was wearing smoky purple business attire, probably a white-collar worker. The other person who greeted him first was in sportswear and looked like a college student. Everyone present was so frightened by his strange behavior that they dared not speak. Those who had the guts to step forward and ask, "Are you the NPC of this copy?" "Me? I'm not." Jang Sun's neck turned. Suddenly, his eyes fixed and pointed behind everyone. "It is." All 9 people were shocked and automatically divided into 2 groups to get out of the way. Behind the empty space, a little girl in red appeared out of nowhere. The familiar braids and small leather shoes, as well as the small bamboo basket slung on the arm. And the opening line of hearing vomit. "Hello, strange brothers and sisters, can I ask you a favor? I am Hong Hong who lives in the lucky community next door. My mother wants me to visit my grandma who lives in the happy community." Little Red Riding Hood put on a pale face and forced out a cute smile. A boy wearing a hooded sweatshirt walked up and asked curiously, "Are you an NPC?" This is the first time I have seen a real White Tower NPC. While the man in the hoodie was speaking, a black raven glided from deep space and landed on a dry tree above them. The arrival of the raven attracted Zhang Sun's attention. After 1000 dungeon experiences, he is now extremely sensitive to sounds, sights and smells. He noticed that the raven's eyes moved unnaturally, a red light flashed, and it also made a sizzling sound of electricity that could only be heard when a machine was running. Camera? It's a live broadcast. The girl in sportswear came to him at some point. She seemed to regard him as a newcomer who didn't understand anything, and explained to him in a low voice. Global live broadcast. Seeing that Zhang Sun still looked confused, the girl lowered her head and rolled up the left sleeve of her coat, revealing a black smart bracelet. Little genius's phone number? Zhang Sun said subconsciously. The girl was silent for a moment before continuing, "This is a player bracelet. It records player-related information and is equipped with live broadcast-related functions." The girl was talking and operating, and soon, a translucent virtual display screen appeared from above the bracelet, showing the picture of the 10 of them standing at the entrance to the dungeon. The upper left corner is the number of people in the live broadcast room, the upper right corner is the anchor's avatar, black, with no other patterns, and the ID below is District 1089, 1089? Such a big number, it seems we are very good. Zhang Sun didn't understand anything, but his tone was very determined. The name of the girl just flashed through the operation. Her name is Suli, 19 years old, studying at X University. Suli shook his head and rejected Zhang Sun's random inference. The further down the ranking, the weaker the server strength. Districts with more than 1,000 servers may be cancelled at any time. Cancelled? It means, the entire district has completely disappeared. Suli explained anxiously. Zhang Sun nodded, understood, a death-defying game. Speaking of this, Suli couldn't help but have red eyes. This copy is very important. If it doesn't succeed, I, and my family. But Zhang Sun didn't listen to the girl's sensationalism at all. He was concentrating on watching the barrage flashing across the lower left corner of the screen. No way, right? This newcomer doesn't even know about bracelets. Where did the crouching dragon and phoenix chick come from? District 1089 is about to be finished. Isn't this a life and death battle for the district server? Just send out 10 rookies? It is said that the management of districts outside of ranking 1000 is extremely chaotic. Capable players have been promoted to districts long ago, and the rest are old, weak, sick, and disabled. 1089 area? Is it the area that has never participated in a dungeon? Right, I didn't expect that the first one would be a life and death battle in the district server. I really don't know if it's luck or unlucky. Who will give this newcomer and newcomer's guide? I feel so pitiful after reading it. The Newcomer's Guide is an introductory book to the game distributed by the White Tower. It is only needed for babies who have just learned to read. It is similar to the Chinese pinyin table for preschoolers. The barrage was mocking Zhang Sun, but Zhang Sun didn't know it. He asked Suli sincerely, "Is there a newcomer's guide?" Suli, "Well, after you go out, any bookstore will sell it." "Okay, thanks." He's quite polite. Zhang Sun didn't watch the barrage in vain, he was capturing information. What does the district service life and death battle mean? Speaking of this, it seemed as if it touched Suli's fragile tear ducts, making her eyes filled with tears again. This copy is a copy of life and death. It not only determines our lives, but also affects everyone in the area. Once we fail, not only the 10 of us, but also the people outside will be wiped out like data in the game. Traces of existence. Suli said that a life and death battle for the district server was not worth mentioning for the top-ranked districts, but for districts like them where most of the people were elderly, their lives were almost lost in vain. The 10 people currently here are already the elites of the entire district. Zheng Zhou looked around and looked at the gloomy faces of the other 9 elites. It is estimated that they are all ordinary people without any special abilities, but they stood up for their families or lovers. Suli was already crying beside her, and the fate of the 10 people seemed even more tragic with the dark clouds and the sad crows. The female white-collar worker couldn't help but wipe her eyes. Everyone was very sad, only Zhang Sun still had a sluggish face, staring at Suli's face that was rubbed red by his arm. The barrage was swiping quickly. Could it be that he fell in love with the girl? It's time, and he still has this idea. This copy is scary, and it would be nice to have some emotional lines. Zhang Sun didn't look at the barrage, and didn't know what everyone was discussing until his frank gaze made Suli uncomfortable. "Sir?" Su Li thought, he wouldn't really do that to her. Well, Zhang Sun's eyes followed her lowering of her arms. Your little genius is really good. Where did you buy it? Su Li's sad mood was interrupted by his incomprehension, and she almost choked. The regular version is sold in supermarkets outside. Okay. Zhang Sun smiled politely. While the two were talking, the NPC Little Red Riding Hood had already introduced the background of the story and the mission. Su Li didn't hear all of it, and pounded her head in frustration. Oh no, I didn't hear what the NPC said. There should be clues in it. Zhang Sun glanced at her. It's okay, it doesn't matter if you don't listen. He could recite it backwards. Su Li saw that although he was also a newcomer, he looked calm, and she couldn't help but feel a little curious. Sir, you. My name is Zhang Sun. Okay, Zhang Sun, aren't you afraid? In the Life and Death dungeon, the monsters inside are extremely difficult to kill, and it is very likely that the whole army will be wiped out. Zhang Sun looked at her reproachfully. You are a little girl, don't talk about fighting and killing all the time. It's not easy to get this opportunity, just enjoy the breeze, appreciate the scenery on the roadside, and be a free tourist. How nice. The wind was blowing, and the GG sign on the roadside fell to the ground halfway, and Su Li looked like she had seen a ghost. Zhang Sun ignored it and returned to the crowd. What are they doing in a circle? The others had already come to the locker, which was next to the weapon rack. Unlike Zhang Sun's 1,000 times before, this time there was a rusty iron lottery machine. The fuselage was covered with colorful light strips and a circle of letters, and the order of the letters was a bit strange. S was at the beginning, followed by A B C D, until Z, next to the first S. What is this? Zhang Sun looked at the others and an honest young man in a suit explained to him. This is the difficulty of the game in this dungeon. A player needs to shake the handle. Oh, isn't the difficulty of the dungeon preset? Zhang Sun asked curiously. It is set, the man in the suit explained dryly, it's just a ceremony. Zhang Sun understood a little. Although the difficulty of the dungeon has been set, no one wants to scratch this prize. If the difficulty of the hell is scratched out, the scratcher will have to bear the blame. No wonder everyone is shrinking. I'll do it. I'm lucky. Zhang Sun stepped forward and walked forward. The voice inside the lottery machine beeped. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Another group of new players has arrived. He. The White Tower welcomes you. Please put your cute little hands on the handle, shake it gently, and wait for good luck to come. He. New players? He, please bring your personal belongings, including your heart, stomach, arms, and bones. The voice stopped abruptly. It was Zhang Sun, who found the wire connecting the player and tore it off. Zhang Sun muttered in the shocked faces of everyone. What the hell, it's so noisy. Then he shook the handle according to the instructions. 3 orange balls were spit out from the opening of the machine one after another. S. It turned out to be a 3S level copy. A 3's copy? Damn, what luck this new player has. It seems that the 3's copy has been opened less than 50 times in all regions and servers combined. The most recent one was opened by the people of the Songke Guild, right? I remember it took more than 70 hours to clear the level. And there were heavy casualties. The vice guild leader of their team was the least injured and had to rest for more than a month. District 1089 is too difficult, how can they survive? Alas, there is no hope. The barrage was full of sad voices, and the players were also gloomy. A tall young man with an impatient temper rushed up and grabbed Zhang Sun's collar. What the hell are you doing? 3's, how are we going to pass it? The other men in suits and sweatshirts hurriedly came up to stop them. Don't cause a conflict. There will always be a way. The man in the suit acted like a peacemaker. Yeah, the sweatshirt man agreed, and then turned his head curiously to ask the suit man, brother, what is 3's? The suit man hesitated. Zhang Sun, who was forcibly lifted and put down, coughed twice and didn't bother with the tall young man. The barrage was still watching the fun. Internal strife? Fight! Stop fighting! Zhang Sun's voice was still a little hoarse, and he pointed his finger at the locker behind. Little Red Riding Hood happened to speak at this time. Mom said that there are many bad guys in Xingfu community. Brothers and sisters, please choose a handy weapon for self-defense. 10 people, 10 different weapons. Zhang Sun was pushed by the tall man. You choose last. Zhang Sun shrugged. Okay. Anyway, no one would choose his macho pink star pattern squeaking inflatable hammer. In the process of choosing weapons, they exchanged names with each other. Su Li doesn't need to be introduced. Another female player in the team is called Chen Zicheng, and her occupation is indeed a white-collar worker in a company. The man in the hoodie who is a little out of shape is a college student named Zhang Yu. The honest man in the suit is called Gu Yuanheng. The tall and irritable young man is Meng Chuang. There are 4 people left, including a pair of brothers, whose surname is Wang. The last 2 seem to be timid, and they don't trust them very much, so they don't want to reveal their names. The others didn't force it. Perhaps because several people didn't hold the hope of survival, the process of taking weapons was relatively harmonious, and there was no competition. After everyone chose the weapons they were satisfied with, only the inflatable hammer was left for Zhang Sun. Inflatable hammer? There is such a useless weapon? The newcomer is too unlucky. At least he can get an axe and sickle. If he can't kill others, he can kill himself. Is this Zhang Sun mentally ill? Why isn't he afraid? Could it be that he is disguised as an NPC in the White Tower? I know that NPCs are also graded, from high risk to low risk. Except for Zhang Sun, who didn't have a little genius, the other 9 people could see the content on the barrage. 8 people cast doubtful eyes on Zhang Sun, and the remaining one was Zhang Yu, who didn't understand the situation. Zhang Yu came to Zhang Sun. "Brother, are you a high-risk NPC in the White Tower?" His straightforward question made the other 8 people in the live broadcast room nervous. Damn it! This new guy is so brave. Where did this fool come from? Damn, Zhang Sun is not going to transform. Zhang Sun looked back expressionlessly, staring at Zhang Yu for a long time, and then spoke. "Brother, what is the White Tower?" Zhang Yu lowered his head. "Brother, the barrage is all about Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. They are praising us, don't be proud." Zhang Sun picked up his pink inflatable hammer and carried it on his shoulder with a click. It was out of tune with the current serious and tense atmosphere. Suli couldn't help but step forward, holding an iron axe in her hand. "Brother Sun, how about I switch with you?" "No need, I just like this one." Zhang Sun was still very stubborn. Once the players equipped their weapons, the game officially began. Little Red Riding Hood led them out of the community security room and into the happiness community. The team of 9 people was neither big nor small, but because they were not familiar with each other, they walked very loosely and had no formation. When strangers form a team, it is best to stand in the middle of the team. The positions of the suit man and the sweatshirt man are very reasonable, and they can attack or defend. The tall guy is really reckless, leading the charge? The pair of brothers walked at the end of the team, and this position is most likely to be swallowed by fog or some traps, and they don't even have time to ask for help. How come there is still someone walking close to the NPC? The person next to the NPC is none other than Zhang Sun. The brother who knows the barrage is right in his command. When you first enter the dungeon, it is best not to follow the NPC closely. Experienced players know that the NPC may transform into a boss at any time. But for Zhang Sun, who has cleared the game 1,000 times, the pale-faced Hong Hong is the only person he is familiar with. The conversation between them is also very cordial. "Sister Hong, how old are you this year?" "I don't know." "Sister Hong, have you eaten?" "I don't know." "Sister Hong, is Grandma Wolf's last name Wolf?" "I don't know." The barrage paused for a while, and then refreshed madly. What is this doing? Flirting with NPCs? This is the first time I have seen such a meaningless conversation. The voice package carried by the NPCs in the White Tower is too poor, and there is only this sentence. It is better to say that Zhang Sun asked some random questions. So Grandma Wolf's surname is Wolf? Several other people were also eavesdropping on the conversation between Zhang Sun and Little Red Riding Hood. "Brother Sun," Suli approached quietly without daring to get too close, "aren't you afraid of it?" Zhang Xuanxin said, "This is an old acquaintance of mine." He smiled slightly. "Don't be afraid, she is such a cute little girl, everyone loves her." Little Red Riding Hood matched his words and showed 2 rows of sinister teeth. Although she still has the appearance of a little girl, she has such a scary grin for some reason. Suli took 2 steps back. Chen Zicheng pulled her arm and whispered, "Don't get too close. I always feel that this man is not normal." Suli is a college student who is new to the world and hesitant. "Sister Chengzi, I don't think Brother Sun is a bad person. Do bad people write bad words on their faces? Don't be so naive." But Suli and Chen Zicheng returned to the team, and Zhong Yu jumped out again. He seemed to have endless curiosity about Zhang Sun. "Brother, your hammer is really good. It looks good. But it doesn't look practical." "Tisk, tisk," Zhang Sun said with a serious look on his face, "Young man, you don't understand. When you repeat something too many times, you become so bored that you no longer want to be practical. You just want to do some fun. Brother, Zhongyu's face showed undisguised admiration. Great philosopher. Do you understand? No. You're still a college student, Zhang Sun said helplessly. Isn't this stupid? How did you pass the college entrance examination? Brother, you are thinking too much. I am the only one alive in the class. I didn't take the college entrance examination, so the admissions office called and begged me to go. At this time, the team has passed the first intersection and is about to exit the second. At the fork on one side of the street, the stacked express cartons moved twice, and no one noticed except Zhang Sun, who had already formed a conditioned reflex. Zhang Sun stood still and was still chatting with Zhang Yu without any end. He stepped out with his right foot and crossed the half-flashed red banner at the intersection. At this moment, a human-faced wolf spider the size of a wash basin roared out of the air. The human-faced wolf spider, as its name suggests, is a twisted combination of a human face and a wolf spider. It is so poisonous that one bite can send a person to the next life. Don't ask how Zhang Sun knew. Wolf spider is nimble in action and cunning in temperament. He specifically targets Zhong Yu and Zhang Sun who are chatting. At this time, Zhong Yu was facing Zhang Sun, gesturing and talking happily, and the wolf spider was behind him. Zhang Sun had quick eyes and quick hands. He slapped Zhong Yu, who was talking non-stop, to the side. At the same time, he swung the hammer with his left hand, switched modes, and slashed vertically. The pink hammer heavily penetrated the face of the wolf spider, and dark red blood spattered out. Damn it! Oh my god! What happened just now? Tarantula? Is this solved? Just the broken hammer, or the inflatable one, solved it? What is the origin of the newcomer? Is he really a newcomer? No wonder people say that the god of war comes out of bad areas. This reaction speed, this combatability, he is truly a genius. The big guilds must be going crazy. Not necessarily, it was just a mistake. The old man who got it wrong is too bitter. It's better to wait for the live broadcast to end and watch the replay. This hammer can't be used without 10 years of skill. The barrage went up like crazy, and the number of people in the live broadcast room instantly increased from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Since the Hotpost District Server Life and Death Battle District 1089 will be buried immediately after opening the box, a new post has gone viral, 1089 Bad Zone God of War. At this time, inside and outside the dungeon, some people were discussing Zhang Sun himself, some were discussing Zhang Sun's weapons, and some were discussing the profound meaning of the conversation between Zhang Sun and Little Red Riding Hood. Zhang Sun himself couldn't care less about that. He was pointed by Zhong Yu, who was sitting on the curb, with one hand, and the latter covered his red face with his other hand. Brother, you slapped me. On how much harm a big dick can do to male college students. After Zhang Sun took action, the atmosphere in the team was different. The Wang brothers first showed kindness to him. Man, that move just now was good. Are you a member of a big guild who was sent to save us bad areas? Zhang Sun was as polite and distant as ever. No, I'm just a newbie and don't understand anything. The older brother gives a thumbs up. Taiwan Novel Network. As expected of a master, he also has a low-key personality. Yeah, buddy, stop being modest. Zhang Sun was not modest. He really doesn't understand anything. He came back from the dead, fell into a copy of Little Red Riding Hood when he woke up, fell in love with and killed his beloved sister Hong 1,000 times, and became mentally disturbed. Hearing someone talking to him normally felt like a world away. The Wang brothers also wanted to talk to him. Brother, tell me, in this copy of Life and Death, do the 10 of us have a chance to survive? Zhang Sun looked incomprehensible. Disaster. He had confidence in himself. To put it bluntly, there were only 5 or 6 fatal monsters in this dungeon, but there were quite a few scary ones. It is also very possible to be scared to death. Zhang Sun is now considered the only expert in Xiao Bai's team, although he himself does not have this consciousness. He blurted out the word difficult and the atmosphere became obviously tense. Zhang Sun asked everyone to seek their own blessings, without intending to save anyone. The Wang brothers returned to the middle of the team dejectedly. The tall Meng Chuang sneered, not knowing what he was laughing at. Zhang Sun did the right thing. There is no need to protect others if they are not relatives. It's not easy to be a protective umbrella. At best, you call me daddy, at worst, nanny. What is that boy named Meng doing? There is no shame in hugging thighs. Difficult, who knows if Zhang Sun can come forward next time, maybe last time it was really a blind cat that killed a mouse. The roads in the community are potholed and difficult to navigate, and they are flanked by tall apartment buildings, like silent soldiers, the pressure pouring down on everyone from top to bottom. Little Red Riding Hood hummed a strange children's song in a sweet voice. Dad went to the forest to hunt wolves. Mom brought Dad to the table. I'm with the lamb, I am the sheep is me. There is a grandma and a wolf at Grandma's house. Grandma was asleep, and Grandma ate Grandma. I brought the hunter home. Which one is fake and which one is real? The hunter eats me, I eat the hunter. The girl's sweet voice sang horrifying songs over and over again, which made everyone in the group shudder, except Jang Sun. The nursery rhyme actually explains the bright lines of the entire copy. As long as you are careful, you can see the clues and be prepared for the final scene. According to Jang Sun's experience of playing it 1,000 times, this dungeon is not very difficult to solve, and the puzzle is not closely related to the final pass. It is more about explaining the background of Little Red Riding Hood. Although the NPC is called Little Red Riding Hood, it just uses the name of that fairy tale, and the entire storyline still falls in the modern time. This copy was rated SSS level. Jang Sun thought that the most likely reasons were the identity reversal of the real and fake grandmother, the NPC Little Red Riding Hood, and the unsolvable hanged girl in the stairwell. Yes, the hanged girl can only dodge, but cannot be aggressive. If she touches her, she will die. She is so unreasonable. Don't ask Jang Sun how he knew it. He had experimented with various bizarre operations more than 200 times. None succeeded. Suli still wants to get close to Jang Sun, who makes people feel safe. Chen Zicheng didn't stop him this time, probably because of Jang Sun's performance just now, which made him change his mind. When Jang Sun saw her approaching, he did not move away. He still moved forward close to his sister Hong. Brother Sun, Suli's voice was timid, was that a spider you killed just now? Well, yes. Suli's body couldn't stop trembling. That spider is as big as a man's head. Are you afraid of spiders? A little, but it's okay, I can get over it. Suli obviously didn't want to cause trouble to others. She knew that she had no ability and it would be good if she could survive by chance. She couldn't be pretentious. But she was really afraid. Spiders as big as peas would make her scream, tremble, and have nightmares. They were natural enemies written in her blood. Jang Sun glanced at the road ahead and was about to reach the 7th intersection. That's terrible, he said. Suli's expression was blank. Lower your head. Brother Sun? Hurry up and lower your head. Oh. Look at your feet, right foot. Well. Is there a purple flower? Where? It really is there. Suli lowered her head and bent over, trying to touch the delicate flower with her white fingertips. The barrage was full of confusion. What are you doing? Ambiguity? Damn, it's actually a bit sweet. No, at a time of life and death, do you still have the heart to talk about this? Does Jang Sun have any talent? I think he was just fooled. Whether Jang Sun was fooled or not will soon be known. Suli lowered his back, and another human-faced wolf spider sprang out from the corner, and was nailed to the ground by Jang Sun with a hammer. Suli, who bent down to touch the flowers? Why do I feel a gust of wind above my head? She stood up in confusion and saw Jang Sun standing leisurely 2 steps away. You won't take it off? Jang Sun, the destroyer of flowers, plants and trees, once even pulled out all the trees in the community. Suli shook her head, frowned slightly, but smiled. Just leave it there. Oh. Jang Sun shrugged, looked indifferent, and continued to move forward. The barrage was swiping wildly. The hammer just now. This hammer proved Jang Sun's strength, the action was so neat and beautiful. Where is the one who said Jang Sun could only swing a hammer? Why didn't he come out and shout now? This newcomer is really a monster, calm and bold, and has strong combat ability. A few small monsters are nothing, right? As for... We can't lower the standards just because it is a bad area ranked more than 1,000. There should be people from major guilds in the live broadcast room now? Are you still watching? There are indeed people from the guilds that are currently ranked high on the White Tower rankings in the live broadcast room. A newcomer with mature combat ability is 1 in 100. Under the rules of the White Tower game, talent is much more important than later training. Entering the White Tower dungeon requires players to not only have the ability to analyze and solve puzzles, but also to have a flexible attitude, and of course, combat skills. Jang Sun obviously has all of these, and what is more valuable is that he is emotionally stable and does not care about others, which can be seen from his interaction with Meng Chuan when choosing weapons. A genius who does not challenge the authority of the guild is more difficult to find than a pure genius. It has been nearly an hour since the beginning of the dungeon, and Jang Sun has made 2 shots in total, both of which are highlights. In theory, large guilds have a probation period for recruiting people, and at least 4-5 dungeons must be inspected to comprehensively analyze the various abilities of the target players. But Zhang Sun is a little special, he is too outstanding. If he doesn't act early, he may be preempted by other guilds. Some guilds are already unable to sit still. Singing Sparrow Guild, sincerely invite player, Zhang Sun, to join our guild, silver signature, silver sign? It's actually a silver sign. The song Sparrow is too generous. What is a silver signature? Silver sign is a type of contract signed between the guild and the player. The highest level is gold sign, followed by silver sign, bronze sign, and general sign, as well as lease contracts and the like. Generally, gold and silver contracts are special contracts given to key internal players. The contracts not only promise high salaries, but some even promise players positions in the management. After all, Mingke is one of the top 20 guilds on the ranking list. I didn't expect that they would directly give out the silver lottery. How attractive is this newcomer? Is that an ordinary newcomer? That's Zheng Ikui, the god of war in the bad area. What is Zheng Ikui? Ha 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 ha. The last time Son K entered the dungeon, his energy was severely damaged. The introduction of a new monster can be regarded as a shot in the arm for the guild. Mainly because Ming K did not expect that an ordinary A-level copy would actually have an SSS-level hidden branch. I didn't bring many people with me, so I almost took them all in. At this moment, Mr. Ikui was arguing with the college student surnamed Zhong. Zhong Yufei said he had double standards. He slapped him when he hit the spider just now, and when it was Su Li's turn, he asked him to look down at Xiaohua. I was unprepared for the first time. Zhang Sun was confident. Hitting you was unexpected. Zhong, you couldn't believe it. Brother, you hit me just as you are, and you talk back. Then tell me whether I saved you or not. You saved me, Zhong Yu gestured wildly with his hands, but correspondingly, I also lost my dignity. I'll tell you I'm sorry before I attack next time. That's pretty much it. Sorry. Zhong Yu realized something, his body was faster than his brain, and he subconsciously turned his face to the left. As a result, Zhang Sun happened to reach out his hand to his left this time, and there was a crisp sound, and Zhong Yu was slapped. Grass. Zhang Sun ignored it and was about to switch the mode of the hammer in his hand and swing it out. A long scythe suddenly came out from halfway. The human-faced wolf spider was chopped under the scythe and miserably split into two halves. Zhang Sun looked up and saw that the person who took action was none other than Meng Chuang, who had been at odds with him from the beginning. Meng Chuang moved his wrist, pulled back the sickle, put it on his shoulder, and sneered at Zhang Sun. Want to be in the spotlight again? What a beautiful idea. Zhang Sun said nothing, but Zhong Yu jumped out with two symmetrical slap marks. Hey, what's your attitude, kid? Don't hide when the first two monsters show up. Meng Chuang didn't bother to talk to the stupid newcomer who didn't even understand the basic rules. Walking in front again without looking back. Brother, look at him. Zhong Yu wanted to argue, but was stopped by Zhang Sun. The next game scene was about to come, and he didn't want to think about meaningless arguments. This Meng Chuang is related to Zhang Sun? It's not like that. The 10 of them seemed to be improvised and they didn't know each other. Just jealous, I can smell the sour smell through the screen. Zhang Sun has a really good temper. If he wants me to just hit him with a hammer. But Meng Chuang also has some fighting talent? That sickle doesn't look simple either. If all 10 of them survive this life and death dungeon, it is estimated that 2 or 3 of them will be handed contracts by the Grand Guild. Let's talk about it after surviving. Dead people don't have contracts to sign. I think this guy Zhong Yu is pretty good, he's heartless and he's just a mascot. Meng Chuang had another unilateral conflict with Zhang Sun, and Meng Chuang also showed his strength. Now the atmosphere in the team became tense. Su Li and Zhong Yu naturally sided with Zhang Sun unconditionally. Chen Zicheng couldn't stand both sides, but she preferred the other girl's camp. Gu Yuanheng, a man in a suit, maintains his image as a peacemaker and does not choose sides. After discussing with the 2 unknown players, they sided with Meng Chuang. They seemed to think that having a girl on Zhang Sun's side would hold him back. Chen Zicheng rolled her eyes impatiently. Such a small episode made her firmly choose Zhang Sun's side. The Wang brothers are just outsiders, and no one of them can be offended. The older brother is on Meng Chuang's side, and the younger brother is on Zhang Sun's side. The younger brother of the Wang family did not forget to flatter Zhang Sun. Brother, the Songke Guild is sending you an invitation letter. What songbird? What guild? Zhang Sun still couldn't figure out the situation. Here it is, here it is. The younger brother of the Wang family took the initiative to light up his bracelet and show it to Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun's face appeared in the live broadcast room, and a barrage greeted him. Hi, brother Zhang. What's your name, brother? I want to call you Zhangshan. Laughing to death, can you become a god by killing 2 spiders? You go ahead. He can be so handsome even from the angle of death. He is worthy of me, brother Zhang. Is Zhang Sun really going to Minke? Zhang Sun ignored what the barrage said. His attention was on the pinned barrage posted by the Minke Guild. If you tip a certain amount in the live broadcast room, the barrage can be pinned to the top for a certain period of time. This barrage has not been removed until now. It seems that the management of Minke wants to keep it hanging until Zhang Sun finishes playing the dungeon to ensure that he can see it. Zhang Sun nodded towards the screen. The barrage was flowing again. Damn it! Did Zhang Shan agree? It's too fast. The singing sparrow has dug up another treasure. What's wrong with joining Songbird? The top 20 guilds have strength and foundation, and can also be used as stepping stones to jump to wealthy guilds. Why is Ikhui so confused? Does he understand what a guild is? Zhang Sun lived up to expectations and turned his head to ask Wang's younger brother. What is a guild? Wang's younger brother wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and explained quickly. A guild is a player organization, and there is one in every district. Large guilds can provide complete training programs and simulation venues to help contracted players improve their quality and have a higher survival rate after entering the dungeon. In addition, the salary offered by large guilds to players is also very generous, and there is no problem with worrying about food and clothing before death. Oh. Zhang Sun nodded as if he understood. So, brother, are you joining Minke? What is Minke? Wang's younger brother wiped his face. Brother, you should watch the road and don't fall. Zhang Sun smiled politely at the screen and returned the bracelet to Wang's younger brother. At the same time, the vice president's office of Minke Guild. Vice President Xiao Jun was concentrating on Zhang Sun on the huge projection screen, and the assistant next to him was very dissatisfied. Brother Xiao, is this Zhang Sun really stupid or arrogant? Listen to what he said. Another female assistant twisted the ends of her curly hair and leaned against the desk with her long legs crossed. His brain is not normal, but his body reacts quickly. He looks good. The young male assistant was so angry that he was fuming. Sister Rome, you just like handsome guys. Su Herong rolled her eyes at him. Sister is so superficial. Xiao Jun did not join the conversation between the two assistants. He observed Zhang Sun on the screen. At this time, the other party was impatiently listening to the boss of the bun shop talking and getting clues from him. This Zhang Sun. His fingers tapped the armrest of the chair. Not only is he strong in combat ability, he seems to have a special sense of danger. He is the kind of person we need. As he said, Xiao Jun got up from the wide chair. One of his arms was bandaged in a white bandage. Pack your things and go to area 1089. When Zhang Sun comes out of the dungeon, the first person he sees must be our Songke Guild. The team was divided into 2 groups without knowing it. Zhang Sun and Meng Chuan led each other. Zhang Sun had no intention of forming a small gang. With his strength, he could have passed the game quickly without any damage, but he chose not to do so now because he was unsure. I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. This time, the Little Red Riding Hood copy not only had 9 more unfamiliar players, but also had some minor differences from the 1,000 times he had experienced before in some small details. It was harmless, but it was worth being vigilant. They got the clue of the photo, which Zhang Sun had seen too many times. It showed a family of 4, Little Red Riding Hood, her parents, and her grandmother. Little Red Riding Hood stood in the middle holding a lamb doll. Her parents' faces were scratched out, leaving 2 empty holes. The grandmother smiled lovingly, standing behind Little Red Riding Hood, with her old hands gently resting on her shoulders. Is there any deep meaning in this photo? Su Li asked. Chen Zicheng frowned. Her female intuition made her aware of the problem. The parents have a bad relationship, right? Standing on both sides of the old lady, his body and expression look very stiff. Gu Yuanheng glanced at the photo and asked Zhang Sun. What do you think? Zhang Sun didn't want to say anything. He had read this story over and over again 1,000 times, and he was almost memorizing it. The little girl and her mother endured her father's brutal behavior every day. When the grandmother was protecting the little girl, she was accidentally pushed by the angry father and fell to the ground and died. The mother went crazy and rushed towards her husband with a knife. A tragic social event. This old man loves children very much. Zhang Sun said something ambiguous. What does this mean? It seems like a useful nonsense. The copy has only one clue, the photo, so that is the key clue, right? Orange Beauty's words make sense. Starting from the relationship in the photo, you may find something. 8 people were studying the thin photo, only Zhang Sun and Zhong Yu were joking. The slap marks on your face are very symmetrical. Brother, you have a mouth, just say a few human words. Zhang Sun didn't care about the photo, he was thinking about how to proceed with the next process. In front was the residence of Grandma, a 6-story apartment building, and Grandma's family lived on the 4th floor. The structure of this apartment building is very magical. There are unit entrances on the left and right, and both entrances can reach Grandma's hut. NPC Little Red Riding Hood stopped and pointed to the entrance of the unit building. Go up from here and you can get to Grandma's house. Which entrance? Gu Yuanhong asked. Well, Mom said, either one is fine. Without waiting for Zhang Sun to speak, Meng Shuang spoke first. In this case, let's go separately. The barrage began to brush. Young people are too reckless, don't know if the team will definitely get into trouble in such a terrifying copy. These are 2 branch lines? Will different endings be unlocked? Splitting into 2 groups may not be a bad thing. With the current atmosphere, the 2 groups may fight in the corridor. You want to take all the rewards dropped by the boss. With Zhang Sun here, he will definitely take the lion's share. Zhang Sun has no objection to this. You choose first. The only difference between the 2 unit entrances is the invincible upside-down woman, which will only appear randomly in one of the units. Zhang Sun can't grasp this point either, so in his opinion, it doesn't matter which one you choose. Meng Shuang chooses a unit. He takes the 2 unknown players to go first, and the elder brother of the Wang family also follows Meng Shuang. The younger brother of the Wang family glanced at Zhang Sun, then at the back of his elder brother, gritted his teeth, and followed his elder brother to go to a unit. Zhang Sun found that Little Red Riding Hood did not move. Sister Hong, why don't you follow them? Little Red Riding Hood raised her head and blinked obediently. Brother, I'll follow you, hee hee. Zhang Sun realized something. There is only one Little Red Riding Hood. It didn't follow Meng Shuang and his party, but followed them. Then, in the last level, Meng Shuang would not encounter the Little Red Riding Hood's counter-killing incident, but they would. For the sake of balancing the difficulty, then, Meng Shuang and his party should encounter the invincible upside-down girl, but they would not. Because Zhang Sun was the only one who fought alone in the previous 1,000 times, so all the bosses of the entire copy were dealt with by him alone, and there would be no such difference. Now it seems that the setting of 2 units naturally has its significance. Zhang Sun guessed so, but he still didn't dare to take risks. You all stay downstairs. Zhang Sun said. Not only were the people present surprised, but even the barrage was shocked. Damn! Is Zhengshan going to fight the boss alone? Although these teammates are useless, they can't be so reckless. Akui must have his considerations for doing this. Are you so confident in your own strength? Don't roll over. The ending has been predicted. Zhongyu was the first to jump out and oppose Zhang Sun's proposal. I don't agree. Brother, if you do this, aren't you sacrificing yourself? Don't worry, I know. What do you know? Who knows what's hidden on it? I'll go with you. Su Li also came out to persuade. Brother Sun, if you think I'm holding you back, I can choose not to go. But it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Chen Zicheng didn't say anything, but his expression also showed disapproval. Gu Yuanhong didn't say anything. Zhang Sun couldn't honestly say that he had worn out his shoes walking back and forth in this corridor. Who can brazenly proclaim that he has a cheat? He had to pretend to be fearless and put his hands on Zhongyu's shoulders. Xiao Zhong, you are still a college student. You must study hard and can't risk your life in this game. Zhongyu was infected by his emotions and his eyes were red. And you, Su Li. Zhang Sun turned his head and looked at the crying girl next to him. You too, study hard in college. Teach Zhongyu when you have time. He is a fool. You are so worried. Su Li cried. Brother Sun, don't worry. I will study hard. Zhang Sun looked over Zhongyu's shoulder and looked at Chen Zicheng and Gu Yuanhong not far away. They are all adults. They nodded, meaning that they will take good care of the 2 students and let Zhang Sun rest assured. Zhang Sun smiled. I'm leaving. He waved his hand without looking back, his tall back looked extremely tragic. The barrage followed. I didn't expect Zhang Sun to have such a spirit of sacrifice. Alas, in this world, there are still players willing to sacrifice themselves to protect others. No way? Such a rare newcomer was defeated in the debut battle? There is no way. Once the dungeon is opened, outsiders cannot enter. You should be able to use the rescue card to forcibly tear open the dungeon entrance, right? Don't be silly, the drop rate of the rescue card is so outrageous. All major guilds keep it to save their own presidents. The rescue card is a special reward dropped after defeating the White Tower boss. After the dungeon is closed, if outside players want to enter, they can use the rescue card to reopen the dungeon entrance. It's just that this card is really rare, and the major guilds only have 3 or 5 in stock, and some are purchased from the inner market at a high price. The Songke Guild also has one. At this time, Xiao Jun and 2 assistants have arrived at the main gate of the White Tower in District 1089. After the Little Red Riding Hood copy is over, the surviving players will be teleported here. Any movement of the famous guilds on the list will be captured by the shark media. Xiao Jun did not deliberately conceal his whereabouts. The special plane with the red and gold emblem of the Minke Guild just arrived at the airport in District 1089, and the reporters squatting here rushed over. Vice President Xiao. Did Vice President Xiao come here specifically for the newcomers? Does Minke really want to sign Zhang Sun with a silver sign? Will Minke use the rescue card to save Zhang Sun? Xiao Jun, who was dressed in a suit, loosened his tie. He put his mobile phone to his ear with one hand and was talking to the president of Minke. Okay, I know. Xiao Jun hung up the phone and stood still. Assistants Su Hairong and Cheng Jie stood behind him on the left and right. Minke has always been very sincere in approaching newcomers with potential. Xiao Jun showed an official smile. As long as Zhang Sun can survive the server-to-server life and death battle, we at Minke will give him a Silver Plus contract. Silver Plus contract. The reporters were shocked. Minke actually offered Zhang Sun more favorable conditions. Instantly, the White Tower Forum, major marketing accounts, and live broadcast rooms were all ignited by the news. The explosive point of this matter is not only that Minke raised the treatment of Zhang Sun for the second time, but also that the Silver Plus contract is difficult to associate with a newcomer who is making his debut. Google search TWKN Silver Plus, as the name suggests, is a contract above the Silver signature. Because the major guilds are becoming more mature, the original Gold, Silver and Bronze divisions cannot meet the needs, and 3 types of contracts, Plus, Plus Plus, Plus Plus Plus, are divided on top of this. The Silver Plus contract not only shows that Minke attaches great importance to the newcomer to be signed this time, but also directly cultivates him as the future core of the guild. This kind of contract usually appears in old members who have served the guild for several years. They are not only capable, but also loyal. I didn't expect Minke to value Zhang Sun so much. The other guilds were just watching, but now they couldn't help but wonder if Zhang Sun had any special skills that were discovered by Ming's people. They released news one after another, saying that they wanted to sign Zhang Sun. Mr. Urchui's value suddenly rose. Someone in the live broadcast room also forwarded a post with a very explosive title. Ming's 1,000 Miles of Courtship. Vice President Xiao Jun said that the newcomer Zhang Sun will receive a Silver Plus contract. The barrage exploded. Silver Plus? Minke is serious? Has there been a precedent for offering a Silver Plus contract to a newcomer before? It can be seen that Minke is really short of people. Is it because of the lack of people that a Silver Plus contract is given? That is equivalent to recommending Zhang Sun to the position of vice president. It seems that Zhang Sun is going to be forced to marry Minke. Can other guilds dare to offer such good conditions to newcomers? As long as Zhang Sun has no problem with his brain, he will agree. No, Ekhui really has a problem with his brain. Urchui's voice, "What is Silver Plus?" sounded in my ears. Stop talking, there are already sounds and pictures. Zhang Ekhui didn't care what the barrage was discussing at this time. He didn't have the conditions. He didn't have a Zio Oshiankai phone watch yet. Raven flapped its wings and landed on the half-broken window of the stairwell. Its dark eyes slowly turned, dutifully recording all the images. The pictures taken from Raven can also be transmitted to the live broadcast room. In order to facilitate live broadcast, each player has an independent camera to track and shoot, as long as the audience chooses different camera angles. At this time, Zhang Sun's perspective has gathered about 1 million viewers. When Suli, Zhongyu and others disappeared, Zhang Sun looked at Little Red Riding Hood, who was following him closely, showing a sinister smile, which was fleeting. Little Red Riding Hood didn't understand, raised her head, and looked at him sweetly and stiffly. Did Ekhui just smile sinisterly? I saw it wrong. With Urchui's IQ, can he still show a sinister expression? You look down on our rotten area god of war Zhang Yihui, right? Damn. Quickly switch to Meng Chuan's perspective. They have a big one over there. Just as Zhang Sun expected, the hanged woman was not on his side. Correspondingly, the situation on Meng Chuan's side was very difficult. Meng Chuan led the other 4 people into the corridor and walked carefully. They heard the sound of dripping water in the stairwell, but when they looked up, everything around them was dry. The Wang brothers were a little timid, but Meng Chuan asked them not to back down. It has come to this point, either life or death, there is no turning back. Meng Chuan's attitude was very firm. The Wang brothers made up their minds and had to follow. The old corridor was dark and the lights above their heads flickered. The residents' anti-theft measures still retained the old-fashioned sliding iron doors outside their homes, which squeaked when blown by the cold wind. Dong-dong, the sound of footsteps, neither light nor heavy, sounded from above their heads. The younger brother of the Wang family trembled, unable to resist his curiosity, and looked up from the looping stair railings. Just in time to see a strange face with distorted features. The live broadcast room suddenly heard a series of screams, and the blood splashed and blurred the camera. The unclear picture made the audience even more terrified. Damn it! What happened? That woman's strange face. What kind of monster is that? Damn, it's the hanged woman. It has appeared in other copies too. That thing is unsolvable. It's over, these 5 won't be wiped out? No wonder it's a 3S level super difficulty copy, and there is actually a hanged woman? How to play this? The highest record of that thing is to destroy a small guild. Downstairs, Su Li, Zhang Yu and others who stayed in place also turned on Meng Chuan's perspective. The camera has an automatic cleaning function. The blood mist dissipated, and the lens adjusted several angles, and finally captured a clearer picture. The stairwell was full of blood and flesh. From the screen, we can see that the younger brother of the Wang family and the 2 unknown players were all eliminated. The older brother of the Wang family was covered in blood and grabbed the bracelet to ask for help from the outside world. Help! Help! He screamed, and the screen finally froze on his hideous expression, and the barrage was silent for a moment. Several of the player avatars in a vertical row on the right side of the live broadcast room screen suddenly turned gray. Su Li covered her mouth and couldn't stop crying. Chen Zicheng, who was also pale, patted her back to comfort her emotions. Zhong Yu and Gu Yuanhong also had different expressions. Especially Zhong Yu, there was a flash of deep solemnity on his face. It was very inconsistent with his previous performance. Sister Qingzi, Su Li's voice was trembling. Will Brother Sun and Zhang Sun be okay? It's okay, it's okay. Chen Zicheng touched her long hair, lowered his head and glanced at the bracelet screen. Meng Chuan survived, and Zhang Sun will also have a chance to survive. Compared to the tragic situation on Meng Chuan's side, Zhang Sun's side was much calmer. He took 3 steps at a time and rushed to the 4th floor quickly. Little Red Riding Hood was almost floating behind him, without making any footsteps. When Zhang Sun came to the 4th floor, he lowered his head and saw Little Red Riding Hood's red cloak. This is the last level. Zhang Sun knew that the camera was still following him, and he couldn't break in directly. Before, he kicked the old door open, shouted, "Old thief, your soul-stealing person is here," and swung the hammer. It's not possible now. There are many people in the live broadcast room, so I have to be reserved. Zhang Sun knocked on the door politely, as if he was visiting someone else's home. Excuse me, is anyone there? After a long time, an old female voice came from inside. Who is it? Little Red Riding Hood stood on tiptoe beside him. Grandma, Grandma. It's me. Mom asked me to bring you something. After a long while, slow footsteps sounded. I'm coming. An elderly woman in a long robe and a dark purple scarf on her head. She opened the door a crack, looked at the smiling Zhang Sun warily, lowered her eyes, and smiled lovingly when she saw Little Red Riding Hood. Good boy, Grandma will open the door for you right away. The first anti-theft door was opened. Then the 2nd floor. Grandma's hut was decorated very warmly, and it looked out of place with the shabby outside. But it was useless to be warm, because it would be stained with layers of blood soon. Zhang Sun walked into the door, and Little Red Riding Hood introduced her to her grandmother. This brother is a kind-hearted man. He protected me to my grandmother's house. The hunched grandmother looked up at Zhang Sun for a while and smiled kindly. He is also a good boy. Zhang Sun walked into the room without changing his expression, and the door was locked by his grandmother at the back. At this time, another old voice came from the room. Who is it? Zhang Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. Damn! Isn't this the voice of my grandmother? Why are there 2 grandmothers? The comments started to go crazy. Did I hear it right? These two voices are exactly the same. It sounds like both are old women talking. Real or fake Sun Wukong, real or fake grandmother? According to the original story of Little Red Riding Hood, the wolf pretends to be a grandmother, which means that one of the two is the real grandmother and the other is the boss? How to distinguish them? I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. The photo before, isn't there Little Red Riding Hood and the real grandmother in it? There are no other clues. But there is no wolf in that photo. It is worthy of being a 3S copy. It is really abnormal. Look at Jang Sun, he doesn't seem to be panicked at all. Did Ekui figure out the situation? He looks like he hasn't woken up yet. I am so anxious. Jang Sun half closed his eyelids, and he was indeed not very energetic. He was not sleepy, but mainly because he had passed this last level 1,000 times, and even the most patient people would get annoyed. There is a short intergenerational plot here, and Jang Sun is waiting for this plot to finish. He has said it many times, can the developers behind the scenes press a button to skip the plot? It is really unfriendly to people like him who play it many times. When the love scene between the grandmother and Little Red Riding Hood ended, the grandmother who was lying in the bedroom and only making sounds also came out. Little Red Riding Hood was surprised. Why are there two grandmothers? The two grandmothers are almost the same in appearance and figure. Even if Jang Sun played it 1,000 times, he couldn't tell the difference between them. You can't pass the level by judging by appearance. Jang Sun knew this very well. Every old lady said that she was Little Red Riding Hood's real grandmother. Little Red Riding Hood has a few more words here. You all say she is my grandmother, so tell me what color I like. They all said red. I like food. The grandmother's answers were still consistent. Well, let me tell you about my childhood. This time it was even more outrageous. Both grandmothers picked the same thing to recall, and even the wording was exactly the same. Little Red Riding Hood showed a distressed expression, and her little hand grabbed the hem of Jang Sun's clothes. Brother, help me, I can't tell which one is my real grandmother. Jang Sun lowered his head, put one hand on the back of the little girl's head, and stroked it twice. It's okay, Sister Hong, brother will help you. With a crisp sound, Jang Sun slapped Little Red Riding Hood's head hard. Damn! Bullying a child. What's the point of this action? I understand. Little Red Riding Hood's real grandmother loves the child, and must subconsciously check if the child is injured. So that's it. Consistent with the speculation of the barrage, Jang Sun used this trick to distinguish the real and fake grandmothers. Whether alive or dead, this kind of family affection will not deteriorate. Jang Sun is sure of this, so he has never made a wrong choice. Sure enough, the grandmother on the right, although her expression was stiff, her toes unconsciously moved in the direction of Little Red Riding Hood. Jang Sun moved swiftly, swung his arm, and hit the grandmother on the left with a heavy hammer. You are a wolf. The fake grandmother howled and fell to the ground and died, turning into the prototype of wolf. It was Little Red Riding Hood's vicious father. Little Red Riding Hood screamed in fear and couldn't stop hiding behind Jang Sun. I don't know if it was because she was afraid of dead people or simply afraid of her father. The boss is actually a human? It seems that the background of the story is not simple. The clues are buried in the nursery rhyme sung by this little girl. Her father is the culprit. Is the copy over this time? In the end, the boss was killed. Why didn't Jang Sun move? Something is wrong. Look, the real grandmother's smile is also creepy. Jang Sun turned his head to look at the remaining real grandmother and reached out to tear off her scarf. The deep wound on the side of her neck was exposed. Grandma, you too, are dead. As soon as Jang Sun finished speaking, the originally kind old woman's face suddenly twisted, her skin turned gray-green, her eyes were bloodshot, and she stared at him intently. Outsiders must be expelled. Her voice was like a broken bell, shaking the entire corridor, and even Zhongyu and the others downstairs heard it. What's going on? Chen Zicheng stared at the screen. Gu Yuanheng and Zhongyu both shook their heads. Maybe it's the boss's voice? Su Li guessed. Jang Sun also felt strange. In the past 1,000 times, he had never heard this line. Could it be an update? As soon as he was distracted, Grandma smiled sinisterly, and her dry hands suddenly turned into vines, rushing towards Jang Sun. Damn it! Jiangxin, be careful! Jang Sun pressed the vine with one hand, and his body nimbly flipped over the air, switching the mode of the inflatable hammer in his hand, and hit Grandma's head heavily. Fortunately, thanks to Urchui's quick reaction. Wait! Little Red Riding Hood. The little girl's face. The camera happened to be on Little Red Riding Hood's face, and she saw that her innocent appearance suddenly changed under the hood. A red gap appeared from her forehead to the bridge of her nose, and another vertical gap appeared in the middle of her cheek. For bloodlines divided Little Red Riding Hood's smooth face into 4 pieces, like peeling in different directions like a fruit peel. Damn! My eyes are going blind. What kind of mental pollution? I need to measure my sand value. This NPC actually became a boss? The door was suddenly opened with force, and a blood-red figure appeared outside. It was Meng Chuang. Meng Chuang tried his best. Fortunately, he found the water tank that could be used for one person to hide, and avoided the pursuit of the upside-down woman, and finally came to the 4th floor. He opened the door, but he didn't expect that the scary face of Little Red Riding Hood was in sight. What Little Red Riding Hood found a new target. She seemed to be keenly aware that Zhang Sun was not easy to mess with. She shifted her sight and ran towards Meng Chuang like a beast. Bang accompanied by a loud bang, Little Red Riding Hood's body seemed to be drained of strength and fell to the ground. Meng Chuang and Zhang Sun, panting, faced each other in the air. Zhang Sun laughed, took back his pink squeaking hammer and carried it on his shoulder. You have some skills. That thing is not easy to deal with. Meng Chuang was saved by Zhang Sun. If Zhang Sun didn't take action, he would definitely be swallowed by Little Red Riding Hood in one bite, without even a bone residue left. But he was awkward, and it was almost fatal for him to thank him. Same here. He said. After the wolf, the grandmother, and Little Red Riding Hood were dealt with one after another, Zhang Sun's shoulders relaxed. The surrounding scene began to turn into virtual blocks and dissipate. Soon, they could leave the dungeon. Only the surviving players could leave. The thrilling SSS level dungeon finally ended, and the barrage breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. The rest is to settle the rewards, right? Fortunately, Zhang Sun reacted quickly. That Little Red Riding Hood really caught people off guard. Meng Chuang was the only one who survived the level of the hanged woman? Did Zhang Sun say that thing? Did he know something? He did it on purpose. Meng Chuang looked miserable, and it was obvious that he had fought with some powerful monster. I don't know what the rewards are. The rewards for this 3S level must be very generous: weapons, props, special cards. Last time, the 3S level, I remember that the dungeon was given away for free. All the things in the dungeon that the Wancher Guild got, including NPCs and monsters, now belong to their guild. I don't know what will happen this time. As the dungeon scene disappeared, the surroundings gradually became dark. Only the players were surrounded by a faint white light. Without the separation of the floor, Zhang Sun saw several other people. Brother Sun! Brother! Suli and Zhongyu ran towards Zhang Sun first, excited. Chen Zicheng and Gu Yuanheng stood in place, and saw that Zhang Sun was fine, and they also showed a relieved look. Brother Sun, are you injured? Suli asked with concern. Zhang Sun shook his head truthfully. He was unharmed. After the surviving players gathered together, the reward settlement link began. A square gift box appeared in front of everyone. Except for Meng Chuang and Zhang Sun, the boxes of the other 4 people were of the same size and the packaging was no different. Is this the reward? Suli picked up the box curiously. It was only the size of her 2 palms. Meng Chuang's gift box was much bigger, and could hold 2 basketballs. Zhang Sun's gift box was even bigger, even half a person's height. Do you want to open it and take a look? Suli asked. Gu Yuanheng pushed his glasses and reminded the rewards in this box are different for each person, and you can choose to open it privately. If there are any special rewards, if someone sees it, then tear. The sound of unpacking suddenly sounded. Gu Yuanheng looked helpless and turned his head. It was Zhang Sun who was tearing the wrapping paper. What is this, so big? It's no wonder that Zhang Sun is curious. In the previous 1,000 times, the boss didn't drop anything for him, and he returned to the living point empty-handed every time. Not only Zhang Sun was interested in the things inside, but also the audience in the live broadcast room. Did Zhang Shen really open it so directly? Did he not know that this thing could be opened by himself in private? Did anyone remind him? Forget it, he wouldn't stop. Don't tell him, let everyone open their eyes. I'm so anxious, can you open it faster? The opening of the gift box is facing up. Zhang Sun cleaned the outer packaging and tore off the tape. The players' eyes were all on him. Will there be anything dangerous? Su Li murmured. It's possible, Zhang Sun reacted, stand away. It's not a reward link, and you're still killing a sneak attack. Zhong Yu poked his head. Zhang Sun stopped talking and concentrated on taking out the things inside. The first reward is the pink inflatable hammer. Inflatable hammer? Is this reward a bit perfunctory? Not necessarily. The weapons brought out from the 3S copy are basically 3S level. Zhang Sun used this thing easily, and the lethality is not small. It's just that the color matching is worth complaining about. Zhang Sun was very satisfied with the first reward. This inflatable hammer was convenient for him to use. If he could take it to the next copy, it would be even better. Zhang Sun was holding the inflatable hammer, and suddenly felt that it was a bit of a hindrance. Can it be put away? He asked. Go buy a player bracelet, and then you can store the rewards you get from the dungeon as data. Gu Yuanhong explained to him. Oh, that's convenient. Zhang Sun continued to pick up the gift box. What is this? He took out 2 metal cards. There are strange patterns on the cards, one is a symbol representing infinity, and the other is an hourglass. Gu Yuanhong's eyes lit up. These are 2 skill cards. Resurrection card and time stop card. Damn, it's a purple card. Ek Hui is lucky. The resurrection card gives you a chance to revive in the dungeon, and the time stop card gives you a chance to stop in the battle with the monster, which can help you win. Although they are consumable cards, these 2 cards are equivalent to life-saving cards. When facing a very difficult dungeon, at least you can survive. In the White Tower dungeon, it is common to drop various weapons, props and medicines, but skill cards are almost rare. You can also get a lot of money by taking it to the inner city. Zhang Sun nodded, not quite understanding, and put the card away. There is another compartment at the bottom of the gift box. This layer is sealed with a lot of white foam. Zhang Sun reached down and fished it out and touched something soft. Like some kind of cloth. He shook the foam ball on his hand, looking puzzled, and was about to reach out again. As a result, the thing in the box popped out directly. Brother, play with me. What is that? Zhang Sun subconsciously swung the inflatable hammer, and when the hammer was 10 centimeters away from the thing, he finally saw its face clearly. It was his old acquaintance Sister Hong. Isn't this an NPC? Little Red Riding Hood? No way, this thing can also revive? The game is over. The boss should not be able to attack the player, right? This is a subordinate, a White Tower NPC who signed a contract with the player. The knowledgeable Gu Yuanhong was also explaining for Zhang Sun. It is part of the reward. After the NPC in the copy forms a contract with the player, it becomes the player's subordinate. The next copy, you can bring it to fight together. Damn it! This is the first time I see someone having a slave. It's quite rare. White Tower is not stingy with props, weapons, etc., but it won't let its own NPCs go easily. And the level of this NPC is not low at first glance. Zhui, this guy is so lucky. It's a 3S level dungeon. You're lucky to be alive, so what if you give me some good rewards? After receiving the rewards, they will leave the White Tower, right? The songbirds can stay outside. Zhang Sun really wants to join Mingke? Not to mention the 2 hammers before. The strength he showed in the boss level far exceeded expectations. Yes, the level of 3 consecutive kills is enough to enter the top 15 in the personal rankings. Aren't the powerful men in front of us coming to rob people? Just waiting for the singing sparrow to take advantage? I must be worried. Last time Cheng Lan caught a fake with a copper pick, but now he can't even sell it at a discount, so he wants it by hand. You mean Huazian? He must be under a lot of psychological pressure, but he still has some strength. Whatever the reason, it is now useless. After receiving the rewards, the copy of Little Red Riding Hood is completely over. The beautiful virtual squares dispersed, and the few survivors stood in the empty hall. This is the first floor of the White Tower, empty except for a closed door. The White Tower is like this. Its appearance is a pure White Tower shape without any unnecessary modifications. After the 4th disaster struck, many such towers of different heights suddenly appeared all over the world. The towers included all human beings as players. After players entered the dungeon, they could obtain a large number of rewards. But correspondingly, if the player fails the game, he will also have to pay the price with his life. No one knows who developed the White Tower, why it came to Earth, or what its purpose is. It just appeared overnight and completely changed everything. Zhang Sun didn't know anything about these things, and he might not have much reaction if he found out. The 1,000 repeated tortures at the beginning had indeed changed his character a lot. Then let's separate here. Zhang Sun seemed to have just returned from a shopping spree. He held Little Red Riding Hood under his left arm and his hammer in his right hand as he said goodbye to everyone. Meng Shuang had already passed out due to blood loss. Zhong Yu held him up with an impatient look on his face, while Gu Yuanheng skillfully called an ambulance beside him. Hearing that Zhang Sun was about to leave, Zhong Yu shouted, "Hey, brother, where do you live? Give me your contact information." Zhong Yu's words reminded Zhang Sun. He doesn't have a place to live yet. But Zhang Sun is a happy-go-lucky character, so we will wait until the dungeon is released. So he replied, "I will contact you when I have the opportunity." His attitude was neither far nor near, and Su Li, who was waiting silently on the sidelines, couldn't help but feel disappointed. Chen Zicheng could see her thoughts clearly. "Be brave if you want contact information." She patted the girl on the back. "I still can't." Su Li shook her head. "As long as we are in the same district, we will always meet again." Zhang Sun walked toward the gate. Halfway there, he suddenly lowered his head and looked at Little Red Riding Hood with round eyes. I don't know if it's because they left the decaying environment, but although the NPC's face is still as pale as death, it doesn't look that scary. I said, "What will you do after you get out of this door?" "I don't have a bracelet now." "I don't know," said Little Red Riding Hood innocently. Zhang Sun's question was quickly answered. The moment he opened the door, the outside air rushed in, and Little Red Riding Hood and the inflatable hammer turned into data powder like dust and entered his body. "After I buy the bracelet, will it be entered automatically?" Zhang Sun murmured to himself. Without two burdens, he moved his shoulders easily. Before he could take a few more breaths of fresh air, he was blocked by reporters outside. "Mr. Zhang, how do you feel about surviving the 3S copy? Zhang Sun, do you really want to join Songke? Does Mr. Zhang have any experience working for a guild?" Zhang Sun, who had never seen such a battle before, was shocked. Where did so many people come from? He was at a loss when two tall bodyguards in black pushed aside the crowd and protected him on the left and right. "Mr. Zhang, our deputy will invite you. Please follow us." The confused Zhang Sun nodded. Although the origin of the man in black is unclear, it is better than being blocked by reporters at the door. The bodyguards were indeed professional. Despite some setbacks, Zhang Sun finally squeezed out of the crowd. It's simply more tiring than entering a dungeon. He was invited to a black business car. Once the door was closed, reporters outside could no longer follow him. The business car with the Songke emblem printed on it drove away. In the car, Zhang Sun and Ming's vice president Xiao Jun were sitting across from each other, flanked by assistants Su Herong and Chang Jia. Su Herong blinked her left eye at Zhang Xuandan, looking charming, while Chang Jia had a dark face the whole time and seemed to look down on Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun didn't know their identities, but it was obvious that Xiao Jun, sitting in the middle, was the boss. He didn't speak, and neither did the other two. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." Xiao Jun wore a suit and leather tie, and smiled like a spring breeze. "This is the first time we meet. I am Xiao Jun, the vice president of the Singing Sparrow Guild." Zhang Sun nodded. "Hello." Xiao Jun got straight to the point. "We have seen Mr. Zhang's performance in the dungeon. You have strong comprehensive abilities and are a talent that our guild urgently needs. Mr. Zhang, let's be frank. I hope you can join the Mingke Guild. The contract is ready." Su Herong handed a black folder to Zhang Sun, and when she retracted her fingers, she gently hooked the back of Zhang Sun's hand. It's a pity that Zhang Sun is a piece of iron plate, and he doesn't eat soft or hard. He looked at the contract given by Xiao Jun attentively. Although there are many professional terms that he doesn't understand for the time being, he can also see that this is a very generous contract, and Mingke is sincere. Zhang Sun rubbed his temples. Although players will not feel sleepy in the White Tower, after leaving the White Tower, the accumulated fatigue and sleepiness burst out instantly, making Zhang Sun a little unable to hold on. It's a pity that now is not the time to sleep. Vice Chairman Xiao, I don't understand many things, but I can see that the conditions you offer seem too generous. This is not a contract that should be given to a newcomer. If you have any additional requirements, just say it directly. There was a hint of admiration in Xiao Jun's eyes. It seemed that Zhang Sun was not just a piece of wood. He was very smart and perceptive. Mingke has only one request. I hope you can participate in the dungeon of Huayin 4th Middle School as soon as possible. Huayin 4th Middle School was the dungeon that almost caused the annihilation of Ming's second team last time. Vice Chairman Xiao Jun led all members of the second team. An A-level dungeon for brushing props was opened, but a hidden SSS level branch was opened. That game caused a strong shock in Mingke. All members who watched the live broadcast and those who survived were deeply traumatized. We are organizing a new team to enter Huayin. Zhang Sun, I hope you will lead the team. Why are you so anxious? Zhang Sun sensed something unusual in it. Your people have been traumatized. Staying away from that dungeon forever is what we should do. Xiao Jun restrained his smile, and the faces of Su Hairong and Chang Jie beside him also showed deep sorrow. Because the president's sister is trapped in the branch line, her life or death is uncertain. No wonder Ming Ke is so eager and willing to pay the price. The reason Xiao Jun gave made sense, but Zhang Sun had to remind him. Vice President Xiao, anyone with eyes can see the danger of the dungeon. The chance of survival for your president's relatives is almost zero. We know, Xiao Jun's perfect expression finally cracked, but the president said that he wants to see the person alive or the body dead. Zhang Sun nodded. So, Mr. Zhang agreed? Zhang Sun shook his head. Hey, you Cheng Jia has a hot temper and speaks directly, what's wrong with you? Are you playing tricks on us? Su Hairong held her chin with one hand. Mr. Zhang, if you have any requests, you can still ask, don't be shy. I won't join Ming Ke, but I will help you brush the Huayin dungeon. Zhang Sun's clear eyes stared at Xiao Jun who was sitting in the middle. This is my response. As for whether to agree or not, it's up to you, Ming Ke. You don't want to join the guild, but you still want to help us? Cheng Jia's surprise was written on his face. Where did you come from, the saint? Saving all living beings? Zhang Sun smiled, a little cunning. I don't want your silver contract, but I will offer other conditions. Don't worry, it's definitely within your acceptable range. Su Hairong looked at Xiao Jun, who was silent, and the latter made a decision after thinking for a moment. Okay. But let me be frank. Whether Ming Ke fulfills Mr. Zhang's conditions depends on its performance in the Huayin copy. Of course, I won't let you down. The business car drove smoothly on the road, passing a commercial district halfway, and Zhang Sun looked at the scenery receding outside the window. Ah, I have another request. You say. Xiao Jun replied. Since I am the leader, I have staked my life on Ming Ke. It is okay for Ming Ke to listen to me for a few days, right? Don't push your luck. If it weren't for the car roof, Chang Jia would have almost jumped up. Zhang Sun curled his lips and tilted his head. If you don't agree, forget it. Stop the car, I want to get off. Hey, you are really giving me face. Chang Jia. Xiao Jun called the assistant's full name in a deep voice, and Chang Jia was forced to calm down, but he was still very unconvinced. Now Ming Ke is counting on Zhang Sun to work hard for them, so naturally they have to coax him well. As long as you don't do too much, I will listen to you in everything. Zhang Sun smiled. That's better. Chang Jia almost fainted. Brother Xiao, you just spoil him like this. Su Hairong added fuel to the fire. What does it matter? We are counting on him now. Sister Rong, even you. Xiao Jun made a gesture of silence, and said that they would talk about it when they got back. Zhang Sun ignored their eye contact. He leaned against the car window and suddenly saw a supermarket. Ah, I remembered something. What's wrong again? This impatient voice came from no one but Cheng Jia. Zhang Sun turned around and smiled at Cheng Jia. I want to buy something. The business car stopped in an inconspicuous corner, and Cheng Jia got off the car with a gloomy face. Buy me a little genius, a player's bracelet. I also want a copy of Newcomer's Guide. Zhang Sun's words rang in his ears. Cheng Jia put one hand in his pocket and kicked the stone in frustration. It's not like Ming Ke doesn't have it, why do you have to ask for it now? His back gradually left, and Xiao Jun looked at Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun was really tired, and his eyelids couldn't stop fighting. The player's bracelets sold in supermarkets are the most common, with few functions and easy to damage. If you want a bracelet, Ming Ke can customize it for you. Vice President Xiao said softly. Zhang Sun shook his head tiredly, shrinking into the large Ming Ke uniform, which Su Hairong had just found. He casually wrapped himself in it. I want a cheap one, Ming Ke, you guys are making a move. Falling asleep? Su Hairong pulled the large coat up for Zhang Sun. After all, it's a 3S copy, it's very energy consuming. After no need for negotiation, Xiao Jun also relaxed and leaned back in the chair. Vice President, Su Hairong no longer deliberately made a delicate expression, with deep worry on her face. Is this really feasible? Zhang Sun only went through one copy, he suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and any past experience is a blank sheet of paper. On the way to District 1089, Su Hairong had already investigated Zhang Sun's background. There was no record of this player being registered in any guild, and there was no previous game video, which meant that this was the first time he entered the White Tower as an individual player. The above can only mean that Zhang Sun is a pure newcomer. But when Su Hairong investigated his background, she did not find any valuable information. No father or mother, no school record, no work record. He seemed to be an alien who appeared in the game out of thin air. If you have to make a comparison, it is somewhat similar to the situation when the White Tower descended. Su Herong touched his hand when handing over the contract. He had body temperature and was a human. But this still did not make her trust Jang Sun. Xiao Jun seemed to be troubled by this. We are also desperate and can only trust him for the time being. This is also the president's decision. Cheng Jie picked up a player bracelet at random in the supermarket, and then took a copy of the newcomer guide. After signing for the fans who recognized him, he put on the hood of his sweatshirt and hurried back to the car. Hurry up, he closed the car door, the fans are chasing us. After the car started, he sat back in his seat, turned around, and saw Zhang Sun's sleeping face. Cheng Jie's nose was almost crooked with anger, and he threw the things into Zhang Sun's arms. Didn't you say so? The tip of Su Hairong's high heels kicked his calf, and he lowered his voice. Didn't you say you would see it right away? Did you fall asleep? How can you be so bossy? Let him rest. Xiao Jun loosened his tie again. No matter what happens in the future, he is now our Minx man. Cheng Jia, be nicer. Chun Jia was so bitter that he couldn't say anything. Brother Xiao is like this, and sister Rong is the same. They are all partial to him. He hasn't even joined our guild yet. If he really joins, and he dismantles the guild, will you applaud and cheer beside him? What are you talking about? Su Herong poked the man's head with her nail-painted finger. Why would you let him dismantle the guild? I knew Sister Rong was still awake. What if her hand is injured? Xiao Jun smiled slightly, and Su Herong was also trying not to laugh when she saw Cheng Jie's depressed and speechless expression. Zhang Sun seemed to be sleeping soundly, and the outside sounds could not disturb him at all. But he seemed to be sleeping unsteadily, his brows were tightly furrowed, and his body trembled slightly from time to time. Zhang Sun did fall asleep, but he had a strange dream. It's not accurate to say it's a dream. If it was a dream, it would be too real. He stood outside the desolate school gate, and there was no one inside. The window of the security room was smashed by something and a hole was made, and a whimpering sound was made when the wind blew in. The sign standing by the school gate had fallen off and was leaning against the wall, with black words on a whiteboard. Huayin 4th Middle School. Brother. A voice sounded faintly. Zhang Sun looked down and saw Little Red Riding Hood raised her face divided into 4 parts, and her long tongue hissed and exhaled. A hand was still grabbing the hem of his clothes. While looking down, Zhang Sun also found that there was a black gamer bracelet on his wrist. He clicked on the screen, and his personal information had been entered. Name Zhang Sun, level LV99, is it maxed out? Zhang Sun opened the bracelet with curiosity, and a translucent virtual screen popped up, showing all his information. Name Zhang Sun, level LV99, Spirit 999, Combat Power 999, Card Slot Time Stop Card 1, Resurrection Card 1, Weapon Inflatable Hammer, Romantic Pink with Star Pattern, Favorite of Tough Guys, Subordinate Little Red Riding Hood, A Lonely Girl with 4 Faces, Don't call her a kid, call her Sister Red. Evaluation. It's hard to believe that someone actually refreshed the beginner level 1000 times and refreshed himself to the max level. Good luck, you boring crazy thing. Zhang Sun was speechless when he saw the last evaluation column. Did he want to refresh it 1,000 times? So annoying. Although he was inexplicably stepped on by this evaluation, the good news is that he actually refreshed the max level with his perseverance in the novice level. It's hard not to think of some legends of the sword god of Shilippo. Although the level is full, Zhang Sun is not too proud. The White Tower has been around for so many years, and it is estimated that many people have reached level 99. This should not be considered an achievement. Stay humble. Zhang Sun, who knows nothing about the outside world, naturally does not know that the first place on the personal ranking is only level 48. Before the first upgrade of the White Tower, the highest level was sealed at level 50. Zhang Sun's situation is a bug among bugs. He has played 3S copies 1000 times alone, and he has already belonged to another dimension in terms of spirit and combat power. But Zhang Sun himself does not pay much attention to these things. His idea is very simple, just to survive in the new world after resurrection. The new world is not easy to get along with, what guilds, and these weird things. Zhang Sun muttered, and his fingers quickly tapped the screen to check other functions. Live broadcast, cloud space, these basic functions are all available. It is similar to the bracelet page of Suli he saw before. But careful Zhang Sun discovered that his bracelet had a hidden page that could only be opened with his fingerprint and facial recognition. Dungeon Holographic Simulation Function. This function is customized for private use and is limited to one ID worldwide. Using the Dungeon Simulation Function, players can repeatedly enter the dungeon within a limited number of times. Player death under this function does not affect reality. This simulated dungeon Huayin 4th Middle School. Please set the number of simulations, up to 1000 times. Simulation can be stopped at any time. The hidden function is a pleasant discovery. As long as it has this function, Zhang Sun can simulate the game dungeon he is about to enter at any time. And the better news is that the simulation function can be stopped at any time, and he does not have to complete 1000 times before leaving the simulation process like at the beginning. Although he was too sleepy just now and the conversation with Xiao Jun was vague later, Zhang Sun was basically sure that his next dungeon would be Huayin 4th Middle School. Set the number of simulations first. Zhang Sun tapped the screen with his fingertips. Let's set it to 1000 times. Anyway, we can stop it at any time. Number of simulations for this time 1000. The dungeon simulation officially begins. The main screen of the bracelet changes from a clock to a timer, indicating that the simulation has begun. Zhang Sun took out his inflatable hammer from the cloud space. The dungeon time at this time is 5 p.m., but the weather is cloudy and gray, making the empty school even more gloomy. The atmosphere is here. Zhang Sun rubbed the tip of his nose and sneezed. What a smell, like the smell of rotting meat, really uncomfortable. The school gate of Huayin 4th Middle School is not much different from the gate of an ordinary middle school. The electric telescopic door is for vehicles to pass through. It has long been broken, and the track is covered with dead grass. There is also a door for students to enter and exit. It is relatively narrow and can only accommodate one person. It is between the telescopic door and the security room. He glanced at the school gate sign erected next to it, and reached out to push open the narrow door for students to pass through next to the security room. Squeak! The rusty alloy door made a sound. Zhang Sun walked in, and Little Red Riding Hood followed him, her shoes tapping twice. After that, there was no other sound. After entering the school, Zhang Sun felt that it was darker here than outside the school gate, not knowing whether it was a psychological effect. Only 5 minutes had passed. What he saw was a huge playground, a plastic circular track, a white goal, and no one around. The teaching building was on his left, 4 stories high and L-shaped. The windows looked light blue from a distance, probably because the school was empty and no one repaired them. Many windows had holes, and some windows were completely gone, like a big empty mouth. Zhang Sun's eyes swept across the 3-story row of windows, one of which was half broken. When he looked over, he didn't know whether it was reflection or other reasons, but he always felt that a shadow flashed by. Maybe it was an illusion. Without much investigation, Zhang Sun retracted his gaze after a simple look around the surrounding environment. Little Red Riding Hood was on his right, and he didn't know when she turned back into an ordinary little girl. Zhang Sun lowered his head and spoke to her in a low voice. Sister Hong, why is there no NPC in this copy? The school is not small. If I have to search level by level, how long will it take me to finish? I don't know. Zhang Sun didn't expect to get any useful answers from her, so he regarded her as a useless audience. Otherwise, it would be too strange for him to be lonely and talk to himself. Forget it, let me take you for a walk, just think of it as a walk. Little Red Riding Hood pushed her little hand into Zhang Sun's hand quickly. Although her face was so stiff that she couldn't make many expressions or express many emotions, the small movement seemed to show that she was very happy in her heart. Zhang Sun was not so happy, his hand seemed to be holding a piece of ice. So cold. The adults are holding the children and are preparing to set off to see if there are any useful clues and to clear the level as soon as possible. As a result, Zhang Xuandong raised his head and stopped in his tracks. In front of him, at some point, a person who looked like a security guard appeared. The security guard was holding a white enamel jar and mineral water in the other hand. He had a round face, a fat body, and some stuttering. When he saw Zhang Sun for the first time, he didn't sternly drive him away, but smiled honestly. Hello. Zhang Sun took half a step back and hid behind his sister Hong. Sister Hong was confused. Who are you? Zhang Sun asked warily. You are the new Xiao Zhang, right? I heard from the people in the security department. It seemed that they regarded him as a new security guard, so no wonder they didn't chase him away. I'm Xiao Zhang. Zhang Sun naturally accepted his new identity. This is my sister, come and say hello to uncle. He shook the hand he was holding with Little Red Riding Hood, and the little girl waved obediently. As a result, the fat security guard looked disgusting. Who? Brother, there is no one around you. Don't scare me. Unexpectedly, the NPC could not see his subordinates. That's fine too. The fat security guard covered his heart, widened his eyes, and looked at Jang Sun in horror. Jang Sun, who was evil-minded, not only did not explain, but also added a sentence. Didn't you see it? Maybe I was the only one who saw it. The fat security guard rolled his eyes in shock and almost lost his temper. Okay, I'm just kidding you, brother. Jang Sun quickly helped the person. The security guard finally came to his senses and said with some complaint, Xiao Zhang, you made fun of me on the first day you came here. Sorry, I didn't expect my brother to be so careless. The two walked back to the security room one after another. The fat security guard walked heavily and muttered in front. Behind, Jang Sun was still holding the little girl. He lowered his head, put his fingers between his lips, and said softly, Shoo. Little Red Riding Hood covered her mouth, her eyes were dull, and she nodded vigorously. The security guard opened his tight coat with his hands, and there was a large bunch of keys tied on his trousers belt. He fiddled with it for a long time, found one with a square head, and opened the door of the security room. There was 2 beeps, and the light bulb hanging above the head flashed, giving off a dim light. The fat security guard introduced his surname as Lee. Security guard Lee took out 2 thick books, blocked the hole in the window, and then pulled down the greasy curtains. This small space finally looks like a habitable house. He brought out 2 stools and placed them next to the half-height table. He coughed twice and asked Jang Sun to sit down. Jang Sun sat down obediently, with Little Red Riding Hood standing close to him. In the first simulation, Jang Sun was not in a hurry to kill monsters and pass the level. It would be best to get more clues, even if he died. If you miss clues, it will be easy to get stuck. Jang Sun has already experienced this 1,000 times. Since the simulation can be terminated at any time, he wants to improve efficiency and thoroughly understand the copy in the minimum number of times. Xiao Zhang, this is the duty watch. You, please keep it safe. Jang Sun lowered his head and opened a notebook given to him by Lao Li. From Monday to Sunday, every day is divided into 3 periods: morning, afternoon, and evening. There is 1 person in the security room for each period. In the past few months, there were about 6 or 7 people on duty, but since the past month, only 2 names have appeared in the security room in rotation. Li Yuechu and Feng Baoan. Li Yu is obviously the name of Lao Li, and Feng Baoan should be named Feng. His name was not revealed. I wonder if the copy did this intentionally. When I looked at the latest week's schedule, there were still 2 names. Li Yuechu and Zhang Baoan. Zhang Baoan is his identity as Jang Sun in the copy. Brother, this Feng security guard, is he going to resign? Lao Li's face turned bad when he mentioned Feng Baoan. Oops. Xiao Zhang, this Lao Feng, can't mention it in our school. Oh, Jang Sun nodded, then I won't mention it. Ah? He said don't mention it, but it was Li Chu who felt uncomfortable. Most of the security guards were talkative, but Jang Sun forcibly cut off the conversation, which made Lao Li feel itchy all over. Lao Feng was my last colleague. You are here to take over his shift. Lao Li said that Feng Baoan had worked longer than him at number 4 middle school, and he could be considered a later comer. Jang Sun asked him where those security guards had gone. As a result, Lao Li's complexion suddenly became very bad, his eyes glanced around uneasily, and he lowered his voice. Then, those people have all run away and died. This school is not peaceful. Make trouble here. Jang Sun's brows furrowed. He is in a simulated environment, and to the outside world, he is in a sleeping state. The vehicle was driving on the highway, taking Song Ke and his group to the airport. Cheng Jia couldn't sit still. He approached Jang Sun and poked him with his finger. Sleeping so deeply? His fingers fell under Jang Sun's nose and explored it. Still alive. Xiao Jun didn't take it seriously and thought it was Jang Sun who spent too much energy in the copy. Let him rest and wait until we get to the airport to call someone. Then he turned to ask Su Herong. How is the situation outside? Su Herong wore a pair of pink gold-framed glasses on her nose, tapping her fingers on the keyboard as she browsed forums and media news. The reporter took a photo of Jang Sun getting into the car. Now everyone outside thinks that he is very likely to sign the contract. After all, no newcomer will refuse a Silver Plus contract. But Jang Sun refused. Xiao Jun also found this troublesome. Ming Ke needs a copy of Zheng Shuingua Huaiyin number 4 middle school, but also hopes to absorb him into the guild for its own use. However, Jang Sun's attitude was very clear. He had his own ideas. Let the publicity release the news that Ming Ke and Jang Sun are negotiating on the contract details. It is not a bad thing to let the outside world think that Jang Sun will soon become our Minke member. In this way, other guilds can also pay attention. As for Jang Sun, first stabilize him personally, at least clear the copy of Huayin. Wait for the others to be rescued, and listen to his appeal. We still have to fight for it, and we cannot let Jang Sun go so easily. Xiao Jun had a hunch that Jang Sun's reputation would explode after Huayin's copy was released. He has been a vice president for 2 or 3 years and has developed his own experience in recognizing people. Jang Sun is no small matter. Considering Song Kei's own strength and level, it would probably be a fantasy to retain such a genius permanently. But it was still a good deal to let Jang Sun work for Minke for a year or so and improve the reputation of their guild. Jang Sun moved twice in his sleep, showing signs of waking up. Xiao Jun signaled the other two to keep quiet. Jang Sun opened his eyes a little, and the figures of the 3 people opposite him appeared in his eyes. Awake? Xiao Jun asked. He seemed to be still trapped in a dream. After a while, he understood what Xiao Jun said and nodded gently. Herong. Xiao Jun called Su Herong, who poured a cup of hot tea for Jang Sun. Jang Sun thanked him and took it in his hand. He held the disposable teacup in both hands and drank slowly. He was still thinking about the conversation with Li Yuechu just now. Old Li said that Huayin No. 4 middle school had 3 accidents in a month. A male teacher named Su, a security guard named Feng, and a high school girl named Liang had accidents one after another. For a time, rumors spread all over Huayin No. 4 middle school, and this ordinary middle school was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. As Lao Li spoke, he took out the thermos from his feet. He complained that the job was difficult, the school was about to close, and they were holding back on their wages. Jang Sun watched Lao Li pouring water expressionlessly, from unscrewing the bottle cap, pulling out the cork, and then tilting the bottle. The sound coming from the bottle was a little astringent, not like the sound of water. Jang Sun's eyes followed Lao Li's action of pouring water, and he saw the thick red turbid liquid draw an arc in the air, and then, with those unknown pieces of meat, it poured into the wide enamel pot. Drink, drink. Lao Li showed an honest smile on his round face and pushed the enamel pot towards Jang Sun. A message suddenly popped up on the bracelet, reminding Jang Sun that he was about to arrive at the airport. Jang Sun saved the game and returned to reality from the simulation. Taiwan Novel Network. When he woke up, he saw the 3 people from Minke. Su Herong reminded him that they were about to arrive at the airport and Mink's private plane was waiting. Jang Sun nodded, but his mind was still not out of the simulation. 3 lives. And that enthusiastic stuttering security guard didn't look normal either. I don't know if he has become a pervert, or if he didn't realize the fact of his own death. Jang Sun put the player bracelet bought by Chung Jia on his left wrist and buckled it. He looked up at Xiao Jun. I want the video of the last time I entered the Huayin copy. Xiao Jun nodded. Everything is ready for you. You can watch it after you get on the plane. After getting a positive answer, Jang Sun stopped asking questions and started fiddling with the bracelet. Just like in his dream, he caught a glimpse of the icon of the simulated copy. Jang Sun pretended not to see it. The location of the icon was not noticeable, so the other 3 naturally didn't notice it. It's not uncommon for many players to download messy apps on their bracelets. He clicked on the White Tower forum, and a virtual screen popped up. There were all kinds of posts on it. Recently, it was the winter window, and the most heated discussion was about the trading of players from major guilds. Who's ace left? Who picked up leaks in the bad zone? Star players are naturally the most concerned, and the slightest movement will cause an uproar on the internet. There are also many gossip news. Under the packaging of various guilds, many star players have their own fan groups. Jang Sun saw at a glance that there was a post about a male player breaking up with his girlfriend. The title was followed by explosion. Wherever there is melon, the bench of the melon eaters will move there. Of course, Jang Sun's name was also in the hot posts. Is the bad zone god of war Zhang Yihui really going to Minke? Come in and discuss if you understand. Jang Sun clicked on the post. As the title says, Yihui sold himself to Minke? Second floor. What else? Minke has opened a silver plus. Which newcomer doesn't want the silver plus? Unless his brain is gnawed by a horse monkey. The horse monkey is a low-level monster in the White Tower dungeon. Although it is low-level, it is very reckless. It will spit at people. If you are entangled, you can't get away without losing 2 pieces of meat. Whether the White Tower is chaotic or not, it is up to Brother Ma to decide. Third floor continues to post. Urchui's head may have been gnawed by the horse monkey sluggish.jpg, but there is actually no guild to compete with Ming K for people? How to rob. Mink's Silver Plus is probably equivalent to the bronze stick of the powerful. You can't count it this way. There is still a gap between Ming K and a wealthy family like Wanshi. The gap is only 10 senmyo. The Shui gang can be kicked in the air when walking on the road. The Shui gang is furious. By the way, can senmyo introduce a few living people? Did the wealthy families of the past just let themselves fall into depravity? How to lead. The boss always cries poor at every press conference, unless he encounters 10 brainless Ikui. Aren't we discussing Ikui and Ming K? What's the room for discussion? Ming K is not a scumbag like Joding who runs away after getting a newcomer. Ming K should let Jing Sun go to the dungeon soon and wait for Ikui to show off. The discussion of the post was very popular, and netizens replied quickly. Jing Sun got tired after reading 3 or 4 pages. His energy was not always sufficient outside the dungeon. But he saw that Xiao Jun used him to create momentum. Jang Sun did not directly express his opinion on this. He closed the forum page, and soon, the car stopped. This time, Xiao Jun did not need to make a big fuss and took Jang Sun to the VIP channel. However, the photo of Jang Sun wearing the Ming K team uniform and yawning as he got out of the car was still taken by the media. It seems that his entry into Ming K is a foregone conclusion. Jang Sun yawned as he walked, and Chang Jia beside him couldn't help it. Are you so sleepy? Jang Sun squinted at him. Chang Jia. What for? He suddenly called his full name, and Chang Jia's heart skipped a beat. Are you a trumpet spirit? So noisy. He just said one sentence. He was so angry. Xiao Jun asked Su Hairong to hand Jang Sun a red and gold bag, which contained the manual, guide, and guild mascot dolls that Ming K gave to every new member. When I get to Area 068, I will go to another place for a meeting. Jang Sun, someone else from the guild will pick you up. If you need anything, tell Hairong or Chang Jia. At this point, he remembered something. Hairong is also going to do a dungeon in the next 2 days. You can follow Chang Jia. He will also go to Huayin's dungeon this time. It's good to familiarize yourself with it in advance. Since Ming K adjusted the operation team of the guild once, it has not yet found a particularly suitable professional candidate. Some positions in the guild are currently held by players with higher qualifications. Su Hairong and Chang Jia are both high-level players in the White Tower. Before Chang Jia was unwilling, Jang Sun reacted first. No, I feel blocked when I see Chang Jia. Chang Jia was about to explode. Do you think I just want to take care of you? Jang Sun's face was tense. Look, this is Ming's attitude. I will post a message saying that I am a freelancer. Hey. Why don't you keep your word? Chang Jia was anxious. Of course Jang Sun would not go back on his word, he was just looking for trouble. Xiao Jun and Su Hairong saw it, so they didn't say anything and let Jang Sun bully others. Where will I live in Ming K? Will I live with others? The thoughtful and meticulous Xiao Jun had already arranged everything. I'll arrange a separate room for you, but if you want to live with other team members and understand the situation, it's not impossible. Su Hairong looked back and smiled. You can live with me. Jang Sun nodded. Then I'll live with Chang Jia. Chang Jia? You're so annoying. And you want to live with me? Are you doing this on purpose? Yes. Jang Sun said what he meant. Chang Jia was sulking on the side, and Jang Sun's anger was relieved. That being said, he lived with Chang Jia naturally to get familiar with Mink's situation as soon as possible. Compared with Su Hairong and Xiao Jun, Chang Jia's mind was not so much, and he was easy to understand. Jang Sun didn't want to waste too much time guessing other people's thoughts. Jang Sun is not a sociable person by nature. Simulating dungeons will take up a lot of his energy. If possible, he hopes to save all other troubles. Ming K is not his final destination, but it is a good temporary place to stay. During the conversation, several people boarded the plane one after another. Jang Sun and Chang Jia cordially exchanged a few words and then got tired. After getting on the plane, he didn't say a word and curled up in the wide seat to watch the playback. Just now, Xiao Jun handed him a tablet, on which the video of the last time Ming K Team 2 entered the Huayin dungeon had been uploaded. The captain of Ming K Team 2 is the president's sister, named Tao Xueqing, 17 years old, very young, but very capable. She first went to a dungeon when she was 10 years old. It has been 7 years this year. She took over the second team last year and has successfully brushed one S level, 4A level, and several B and C level dungeons. Tao Xueqing's appearance does not match her strength. She looks like a very introverted and beautiful girl. If she can study normally, she may become a very popular campus belle in college. When assigning tasks to teammates, Captain Tao spoke softly. But judging from her arrangements, every step she took was reasonable and reflected her experience. It can be said that if Huayin was just an ordinary A-level copy, Tao Xueqing would have successfully led the team back and added to her record. But the bad thing was that one of their team members accidentally opened a nightmare branch with 3S difficulty. Zhang Sun pressed the pause button and enlarged the screen. He wanted to see clearly how many players entered the instance. In addition to Captain Xiaodao, Huayin's team this time also includes Vice President Xiao Jun, 2 male team members, and 1 female team member. Search TWKAN on Google 5 people in total. Just like Zhang Sun's simulation process, after entering Huayin Middle School, the first NPC they met was security guard Lao Li. After Li Chua told about 3 bizarre murders, Tao Xueqing proposed that a few of them would be on duty tonight. Someone took over, and Lao Li happily left with the enamel jar. Afterwards, Tao Xueqing led people into the teaching building. After entering the teaching building, the first thing Mingke Team 2 saw was a female NPC named Xiaoyin. She acted as a guide in this dungeon, similar to Lao Li. She explained the background of the story. Huayin is an A-level copy, so the level of monsters is not high. After they dealt with the 2 headless grudges, they successfully arrived at Class 5, Grade 2, where the incident first occurred in Lao Li's mouth. The boss of the Class 5 classroom scene was the male teacher named Su, who jumped to his death. As the first boss to appear, he was not very strong and was killed by the male members of the team. The second scene is a utility storage room at the end of the corridor. The boss guarding here is a security guard named Feng. Because of its terrifying appearance, this monster scared the female team member into screaming, which for some reason stimulated it and caused it to go berserk. But its upper limit was there, and it was eventually destroyed by Xiao Jun and Tao Xueqing. The third scene is located on the roof of the school. All 5 people survived to the last level. As long as they passed this level, they could leave with rewards. After a brief conversation with Xiaoyin, Xiaoyin said that it was here that the girl named Liang jumped down and ended her life. Tao Xueqing guessed that according to common sense, the final boss would be her, and now they just had to wait for the opportunity to trigger the boss. As a result, I don't know which step was wrong in the middle. The world turned upside down, and the 5 of them fell from the rooftop and reached a hidden corridor. This corridor is like a bizarre maze, with overlapping purple and red colors, and black patterns swimming on the walls, like living eyes. Except for Captain Xiao Tao and Vice President Xiao, who could barely hold on, the other 3 were half kneeling on the ground with painful expressions. The hidden boss in the corridor suddenly appeared and immediately bit off the head of a team member. The other 2 team members were also killed before they could scream. Losing 3 team members in just an instant caught Tao Xueqing and Xiao Jun off guard. Not only is this boss so fast that no one can see its figure clearly, but it can also be hidden in the eyes on the wall at any time. The remaining 2 were unable to fight back. The video playback ends here, and the progress bar reaches the end. When Zhang Sun wanted to see the next content, he found that it had reached the end. What happened after that? He asked Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun brought a cup of coffee and sat across from him. He looked very unhappy. Thinking of the scene at that time, Deputy Xiao, who was known for his calmness, also lost his composure. The camera was destroyed and what happened next was not recorded. Although I was an eyewitness, I couldn't tell reality from fiction at that time, so I can only tell you what I remember. Xiao Jun said that he and Tao Xueqing used up all their equipment at that time, just to deal with the hidden boss who couldn't even capture the shadow. They are experienced people and have no naive illusions. At that time, the 2 realized that this corridor was definitely a difficult branch line. The boss's level was too much higher than theirs and it was impossible to deal with it. Both were prepared not to survive, but both hoped the other would survive. Xiao Jun threw all the physical medicine on his body to Tao Xueqing, and Tao Xueqing did an even better job. She used a teleportation card to force Xiao Jun out of the copy. The teleport card is a rare purple card that can forcibly teleport a player with residual health out of the dungeon. Songke has a total of 2 teleportation cards, one in the hands of the captains of the first team and the second team, in order to at least save the captain's life at this critical moment of life and death. But Captain Xiaotao chose to rescue her team members, leaving the chance of survival to Xiao Jun. When Xiao Jun was teleported out, he was already in a coma. After being sent to the hospital for continuous rescue for 48 hours, it took another 4 or 5 days to wake up. After narrowly escaping from death, Xiao Jun began to form a new team to fight against Huayin. Just at this time, Zhang Sun came out of the blue, and he anchored this candidate at a glance. Zhang Sun, Xiao Junkai showed a little tiredness when he was not in front of the media. There are no outsiders now, and I won't beat around the bush. Huayin's past has already caused a huge psychological shadow to Mingke. Now we not only have to find Xue Cheng, we must get rid of this shadow, otherwise the guild will disband. Su Hairong and Shang Jie were silent and looked solemn. It is very difficult to reorganize the candidates to enter the dungeon. As a vice president, I can't force it. After all, when Huayin's live broadcast, everyone was watching, and everyone witnessed the death of teammates. I will definitely download the dungeon a second time. Shang Jie will follow, and Hairong will stay outside to assist the president in maintaining the operation of the guild. Vice President, Su Hairong suddenly stood up straight, with a look of disbelief on her face. You didn't tell me about this arrangement. Wasn't it agreed before that the three of us would work together and find one or two more people to take the job? Yeah, but I discussed it with the guild leader. This won't work. We can't put all the guild backbones in it. Then you can ask Shang Jie to assist the president, and I'll take the lead. This is not okay. Shang Jie immediately objected. Sister Rong, you know that I can't do anything except fight. Before Su Hairong could say anything, Zhang Sun nodded in agreement. I agree with that. I want you to agree. Keenly feeling that something was wrong in the atmosphere, Zhang Sun, a ruthless and cold-hearted robot, scratched the side of his face with his index finger and looked at the other three. Why don't you stop sensationalizing? Listen to what I have to say. Xiao Jun calmed down. You say. First of all, tell me, can this failed copy re-enter? Regarding Zhang Sun's doubts, Xiao Jun explained that all copies of the White Tower will automatically disappear only if they succeed. If you fail to pass the level, the instance will automatically close and wait for the next time the player enters. After failure, won't the copy be refreshed? I mean, even if you want to find the body, you still. The refresh rate of hidden branches is slower. Is there any evidence? We found experience posts on the forum and contacted the person himself. The person said that he had entered the hidden line of the same instance twice in a row and picked up the ring he accidentally dropped last time in a room. Okay, assuming the body is found, how do you take it out of the dungeon? According to my last experience, only the surviving players can leave the dungeon. Don't worry, we have prepared the props. After Zhang Sun asked everything he wanted to ask, he closed his eyes and wrapped the blanket around him. Then I'm fine. If you need anything. Zhang Sun's face was half covered by the blanket. I need a long sleep. After saying this, he became silent. This sleep lasted a whole day and a night. Zhang Sun didn't know how he arrived at the Songke Guild. He woke up to a strange ceiling. The clock on the wall read 4 o'clock in the morning. Shang Jie was sleeping on a single bed a few steps away. Zhang Sun got out of bed, took a few steps, and lifted Shang Jie's quilt with ruthless iron hands. Get up, get up. Call everyone and follow me. I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, and saw Sun Miao mining in the dungeon. I woke up at 4 o'clock. What's so interesting about mining? It relieves stress. I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. The Shueishui Gang mined a lot. They are worthy of being the Shueishui Gang. Fuck. Mingke is going to the dungeon. What? I'm awake, I'm completely awake. 068 District Live Room, Huayin number 4 Middle School Dungeon 2, come quickly. Zhang Sun stood outside the White Tower gate in high spirits. In front of him were 4 Mingke team members yawning. He was familiar with Xiao Jun and Shang Jie, and there were 2 new members, 1 male and 1 female. The male team member was called Xiuwu, who looked very young, about 20 years old. The female team member was called Li Shuang, a substitute for Mingke Team 2. The 2 new members didn't seem to have much experience, and their eyes were daring and uneasy. Half of the main players of the first team were missing. Zhang Sun was not stupid. He could see that Xiao Jun was betting all his treasures on him, and his own trump card could not be put into it. Zhang Sun was now an irrelevant outsider to Mingke. Even if he failed, at most he was an outsider who failed. However, Vice Xiao was willing to sacrifice his life to accompany the gentleman, which was considered courageous and knowledgeable. Some people in the barrage saw this little trick. Equi is Mink's man? No, it's just hooliganism without official announcement. Without signing, can Equi willingly play such a difficult dungeon? I don't understand. In my mind, Equi is now a horse monkey outside the White Tower. He will be finished if he rushes. The lottery is drawn. This time, Zhang Sun led the team to play the dungeon. Usually, the captain should explain some precautions to the team members before the difficulty of the dungeon is officially changed, briefly talk about tactics, and encourage everyone. But Zhang Sun had no such awareness at all, and turned to push the door. Ha ha ha, Ekui, you must have forgotten that you are the captain. After all, it's the first time, and I have no experience. What is the captain? Urchui's tone. I quite like Urchui's style, and now the guild's next dungeon is too much of a performance. Yes, there is nothing to say, just do it. Xiao Jun pulled him back, and Zhang Sun slapped his forehead. Oh, yes, I have to say a few more words. In the different looks of the team members, Zhang Sun spoke seriously. Don't move around here, I'll be back soon. Then he ran to the door again. Wait. This time it was Cheng Jie who pulled him back. Are you confused? What are you talking in your sleep? Zhang Sun showed an expression of incomprehension. Does the dungeon have a certain number of players? No. But. That's it. No, that's not right. Cheng Jie was almost fooled by him. How can you get through it by yourself? What's wrong? You four are in the way. What's wrong? Is there a conflict? Ha, Ekui is worthy of being Ekui. He wants to play this dungeon alone. Solo? Don't dream. Not to mention the 3S branch, even the A-level dungeon can't be played alone. Is the god of war in the bad area a fake? Why does he feel unreliable? Fake? What fake? Shui helps to be alert. Ekui looks a little anxious this time? Different from his performance in the last dungeon. Zhang Sun's abnormality could not escape the eyes of the barrage, and the shark Xiao Jun also noticed it. Zhang Sun, he asked, do you have any other concerns? You look anxious. Zhang Sun is very anxious. The time of the simulated dungeon is different from that of the outside world. After a day and a night of uninterrupted simulation, Zhang Sun played 500 times. Only 20 times did he open the 3S branch line. To be honest, the White Tower may not want to make it difficult for players. The frequency of opening the hidden branch line in this dungeon is not very high, and there is no fixed way to open it. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to open this branch line. But it must be said that the second team of Mingke is so unlucky. For Zhang Sun, clearing the level is not a difficult problem. He has already mastered the essentials. But he has not figured out the routine of opening the hidden branch line. It seems to be random. Once it is random, it means it is difficult to control. If he is lucky, he can open it the first time he officially goes to the dungeon. Otherwise, he will have to play it several times. In order to save time, Zhang Sun decided to play it alone. When he heard that Zhang Sun did not want to bring anyone, Cheng Jie was also annoyed. If you don't bring anyone, why did you wake us up early in the morning? I don't know the way. Zhang Sun said it honestly. You. Cheng Jie, Xiao Jun interrupted Cheng Jie and continued to persuade Zhang Sun, we are familiar with this dungeon, and the possibility of opening a hidden branch may be higher. Zhang Sun thought about it and it made sense. He was lucky, so the probability of opening it was low. Maybe there was an unlucky guy among the other four who opened the branch as soon as he entered. Okay. Believe in metaphysics. The same process as last time, you need to draw lots to enter the dungeon. Welcome, Zhang Sun pulled the line skillfully, making the beeping lottery machine shut up in advance. The ball that was shaken out was marked with the letter A. As expected. There is no weapon selection link in the Huayin dungeon, and players can use any weapon in the cloud space. Zhang Sun only has an inflatable hammer, and the other four team members have a variety of weapons, but they all look normal. Here it comes, the familiar pink. This color combination makes me lose more sanity than the monsters in the dungeon. It's so bright, help me. Can't Ekui buy a weapon that matches him? Mingke is too stingy, not even giving him one. I think this hammer matches Urchui's mental state very well. After Zhang Sun entered the dungeon, unlike many players who attract attention during live broadcasts, he hardly watched the live broadcast room and didn't care what the audience was discussing. He didn't want a hype, but he has a hot search physique. The first time Zhang Sun didn't make a scene, Xiao Jun thought he was going to make trouble, but it was amazing that this man led the team quietly. Except for not wanting to communicate with NPCs, and letting others do it for him, there was no other abnormality. If solving a boss in 3 seconds is not abnormal. Zhang Sun didn't talk to NPCs, didn't say a word, but was very active in brushing bosses. The first boss didn't have time to roar before being killed by Zhang Sun. The second one was worse than the first one, and didn't even have time to open the door. Zhang Sun smashed the door with a hammer, and the door flew out flat, directly smashing the monster into a pancake. The barrage was almost crazy. Damn, Zhang Sun is really not an ordinary person. What kind of reaction speed is this? Is this really his first time to play Huayin? I should have watched the replay of Mingke Team 2 playing the dungeon last time. Watching the replay has such a big effect. I have now reached the top of the single-player list. Mingke scratched a big prize, such a strong newcomer, a hexagonal warrior. He is even stronger than the last dungeon. How long has it been? 2 days? He is worthy of being the god of war in the bad area, and he single-handedly pulled the 1089 area to 900th place. 1089 actually moved up so many places? Yes, after all, it is a 3S dungeon. Stop talking, Zhang Xin is playing the last level alone. The last level is on the rooftop. Zhang Zhanxin and the other 4 people who seem to be sleepwalking stand here unscathed. Zhang Sun was shocked as soon as he stood firm. TSK, this won't work. What? Cheng Jia, who was standing next to him, was about to ask him what he couldn't do, when he saw a vague white shadow rising from the rooftop railing. Final boss. Cheng Jia was about to shout, but suddenly his body leaned forward, his head facing down, and the scenery under the rooftop quickly approached his eyes. Cheng Jia was stunned and cursed again. Damn it, Zhang Sun actually pushed the 4 of them down. Because the final boss was not defeated successfully, the White Tower automatically determined that this dungeon was not cleared. The 4 people who were pushed down from the rooftop were still confused until the game scene dispersed. You? Cheng Jia was so dizzy, why did you push us down? Zhang Sun stood by, like nothing happened, tapping on the screen of the bracelet, ready to enter the dungeon again. If the final boss is defeated, the White Tower will determine that the dungeon is successful. The entrance is permanently closed, and none of us can enter. Although Zhang Sun was fierce when fighting the boss, he did not get excited and remembered what the original task was. And this, keep it. He picked up a caramel-colored cloth bag from his feet and threw it next to Cheng Jia. What is this? Task reward, a bag of gold coins. There will also be gold coins rewarded if the dungeon fails, and gold coins can be exchanged for props, weapons, etc. in the trading market. Li Shuang went to the dungeon for the first time, and she didn't have time to experience anything, so she ran with others. She asked cautiously, then, what should we do next? Keep going, Zhang Sun said without hesitation, until the 3S branch line is spawned. He bent down, tied his shoelaces again, and stood up again. Now they are in the lobby on the first floor of the White Tower. There is a blue button next to Zhang Sun's hand. Players can enter the dungeon by tapping it. Zhang Sun's hand is already on it, and he looks at the others. I'll do it alone this time to see if I can get the branch line out. How can you do it alone? Cheng Jia said. Let him go. This time Xiao Jun didn't object. It's better to say that he gradually trusts Zhang Sun after he has a real understanding of his strength. He seems to know what's going on, and he also feels that the other 4 are in the way from the bottom of his heart. Cheng Jia was stopped by the vice president, and he didn't understand, but he didn't say anything. Of course, the other 2 team members had no objection. Then I'll leave. Zhang Sun tapped the button to enter the dungeon. Last time he only took out the inflatable hammer from the cloud space. This time, he called Little Red Riding Hood out. The little girl with pigtails looked dull and blinked her stiff eyelids. Damn, Sister Hong. Sister Hong carried this time? Of course. I heard that the subordinates need to be trained for a period of time by the players and develop tacit understanding before they can play. Can Zhang Sun use such a high-risk subordinate directly? That's God Zhang, wait and see. Little Red Riding Hood is worthy of being Little Red Riding Hood, with top-notch popularity. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room increased instantly. Compared with those well-known trump cards, Zhang Sun, the rising star, received more attention this week. Born in a bad area, became a god in the first battle, fought 3 against 1 in the boss battle, and was the owner of a high-risk follower. These factors combined made Zhang Sun's attention explode instantly. He himself didn't care, but everyone was watching his every move. This time, many players from big guilds and even ACEs were watching the first show of Mingke in the live broadcast room. After finishing the morning training, Wazian of Qinglan Guild did not go to eat breakfast with other players. Instead, he took advantage of this rare break time to hide in the empty tea room, open the live broadcast of Zone 068, and watch the Huayin copy. Zhang Sun's figure has appeared outside the gate of Huayin No. 4 Middle School, and Little Red Riding Hood is obediently led by him. If the background is not too gloomy, this scene is just like a brother sending his sister to school. Huazian is wearing a Bluetooth headset, and his finger presses the volume plus button of the bracelet to turn up the volume. Zhang Sun's voice is clearly audible. Sister Hong, let's discuss it. The first boss will be mine and the second boss will be yours. I don't know. You have to know whether you know it or not, and you will know it later. The long string of tongue twisters made Little Red Riding Hood blink her big eyes innocently. Don't stare, or your eyeballs will fall off again. Don't you know whether you are dead or not? Jang Sun's complaints are merciless, and the barrage area is laughing. Jang Sun is not only good at fighting, but also good at making fun of others, and his live broadcasting is very effective. Some players are capable but very serious. Some are good at making jokes, but they are more embarrassed when fighting. Jang Sun has both, which is why his live broadcasting is popular. Hua Zian also laughed twice. Xiao Hua? What are you looking at so happily? Two teammates wearing Qinglan team uniforms squeezed into the tea room one after another, and Hua Zian suddenly became cramped. No, nothing. He subconsciously wanted to put away the bracelet, but was held down by his teammates. What are you hiding? Let's take a look too. Hey, isn't this the god of war in the bad area? In just a few days, Jang Sun's name has spread to all major guilds. The attitudes within the guilds are different. Some think that he is a flash in the pan and do not pay attention to him, while others seriously study his only dungeon and evaluate his ability. Qinglan Guild belongs to the former. The guild's top management does not pay attention to Jang Sun, and does not allow the players under the guild to pay too much attention to this kind of casual and uncooperative player. Players like Jang Sun have appeared before, but they not only disrupted the guild's arrangements, but also often ended up in a tragic way. So Hua Zian could only study behind people's backs. One of the two teammates forcibly pulled Hua Zian's arm, preventing him from retracting his hand. Jang Sun and Little Red Riding Hood on the screen had already started a conversation with the security guard Lao Li. What's so interesting? Players of this type are short-lived. One of them sarcastically said. Yeah, another one agreed, but this guy looks a bit like Xiaohua. He was so amazing in the first battle, but after he is bought by the big guild, TSK. It seems like yesterday that Qinglan gave the bronze lottery to a pure newcomer with one play. Later, after this newcomer entered Qinglan, he was like water dropping into the sea, and there was no news again. I don't know whether it was because of lack of ability or some other reason, but his performance in the team was mediocre. Gradually, he slipped from the first team to the second team and is now an unknown member of the third team. This newcomer is Hua Zian. Hearing the implication of his teammates' words, Hua Zian did not refute, but his face was expressionless and seemed a little numb. The other two teammates also felt bored. After a few tisks, they chatted a few words and then left. After they walked away, Hua Zian put on the headphones again. Others said they were the same kind, but he knew that Jang Sun was different from him. Jang Sun is truly powerful from his fighting ability to his mental will. He just had time to verify it. At this time, Jang Sun was talking to Lao Li. Facing Lao Li's recurring face, Jang Sun was so familiar that he felt like vomiting. Lao Li talked to him. Xiao Zhang, you know, I know. Our middle school it's not peaceful. In order to speed up the conversation with the NPC, Jang Sun did everything possible. Lao Li was speaking stumblingly on the side, and he suddenly looked around in silence. Xiao Zhang, what's wrong? Lao Li thought of something and stood up. Is there a ghost? Old Li, sit down. Jang Sun politely asked him to sit down. When Lao Li just touched the edge of the chair, he said, you said I knocked you out here, so you don't have to have those useless conversations? Old Li stared at Jang Sun, as if he was looking at a living devil. The devil smiled gently. Ha 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 ha, is Akui finally going to attack the NPC? I knew that this kid was not talking because he was planning something bad. Akui was silent, so he must be making trouble. So is this method really feasible? Jang Sun did what he said. He was quick-witted and moved smoothly. He knocked Old Li unconscious with an enamel pot. Nothing happened. It's done. Jang Sun lifted the back collar of Little Red Riding Hood, as if he was catching a cat. Let's go, don't waste time. He rushed out the door and headed straight for the teaching building. At the door of the teaching building, he would see a vague figure. This was the second NPC, the girl named Xiaoyin. If the game is completed normally, Xiaoyin will run away at the entrance, and the player will not be able to catch up even if he chases her. This was the case when Jang Sun led the team to complete the game for the first time, and everyone saw it. But just because people can't catch up doesn't mean that other things can't catch up. Jang Sun smashed the shaky door of the teaching building with a hammer, pointed at the fleeing Xiaoyin and said, Hong Hong, chase. Little Red Riding Hood cracked her little face and stuck out her tongue excitedly. She rushed out like a red firecracker with bared teeth and claws. The barrage was shocked. What is this operation? Chasing NPC? No, wouldn't ordinary people be scared and run away when they see that ghost-like NPC? Poor NPC, scared to flee by the player. Not to mention the NPC, the destructive power of the second hammer is too amazing. The door was demolished as soon as it was said? The demolition team. What exactly is he going to do by chasing the NPC? Damn, it's kidnapping. Little Red Riding Hood is worthy of being a high-risk NPC in the former White Tower. Soon, she came to Zhang Sun holding Xiaoyin hostage. The NPC sat on the ground with his legs bent, looking scared. Zhang Sun half squatted down, still carrying his hammer on his shoulder. "Don't be afraid," he said, "I won't do anything to you." After hearing his words, Xiaoyin became even more afraid. "I want to ask you if you know how to open that 3S branch line." Xiaoyin shook her head vigorously. "That's a pity." Zhang Sun showed a regretful expression, raised the hammer high, and Xiaoyin closed her eyes tightly. A gust of wind brushed past her ear. Xiaoyin, who was unharmed, raised her head in surprise, and she saw that Zhang Sun had reached the stairs on the first floor. "Let's go, why are you standing there? Hurry up and finish the story." Xiaoyin stood up quickly and followed Zhang Sun upstairs. Zhang Sun was very fast. Although he was always listless outside the dungeon, Zhang Sun's physical fitness was far superior to other players in the dungeon. He climbed the stairs so fast that after images appeared. In the live broadcast, the audience could only see the occasional moonlight reflected on the surface of the hammer. Is the second hammer a bit too fast? What kind of physical strength is this? Flying too low. Zhang Sun's style is not common among players. The dungeons in the White Tower are full of dangers, and most of them are horror dungeons. If you don't get scared to death, you are considered brave. He is not like that, tearing down other people's homes. Does Ikui not like solving puzzles? Is it really okay not to solve puzzles? Isn't the rule of the White Tower dungeon to solve puzzles plus kill monsters? The difficulty of solving puzzles in the first dungeon is not high, and it can't be seen. If so, players like Ikui who are partial to one subject will definitely lose their value. It can't be blamed on Ikui, after all, Master Ma, Doghead, outside the White Tower. For a while, the barrage was discussing whether Zhang Sun could solve puzzles. So can he? Cheng Jia asked outside the dungeon. The four of them were idle and watched the live broadcast around the bracelet screen. Li Shuang replied to him in a thin voice. "It's hard to tell. He doesn't seem to have encountered any links that require solving puzzles to pass." That's right, Xiao Jun also tended to this answer. He turned his head and looked at the other male team member who was silent. "Xiaowu, what do you think?" Xiaowu seemed to be more introverted than Li Shuang. He was startled when his name was suddenly called. I think, he should be good at it." "Oh? Why do you say that?" Cheng Jia is very outgoing. Even though it was the first time they met, he was still arm in arm with him. Xiao Wu's shoulders sank under the pressure, and he spoke in a lower voice. He said old people love children when looking at the photos in Little Red Riding Hood's copy. In the boss level, he judged the wolf and the grandmother in this way. I think he has the ability to solve puzzles." His voice became lower and lower, but he still mustered up the courage to add one sentence. "Just because he did it easily, it doesn't mean that this thing is easy." The four people outside the copy were also within the camera range, and Xiao Wu's remarks were recognized by many people. That's right, Zhang Sun is not blindly reckless, he has his own judgment. That 3 consecutive kills are really amazing, even a little beyond common sense. Zhang Sun's judgment at that moment was too fast. Is this really his first time to play Little Red Riding Hood's copy? I haven't heard of anyone opening Little Red Riding Hood's copy before. This is the first time, and the dungeons for the regional life and death battles are usually brand new. It could also be a coincidence, just guessing. Can you guess against 3 hammers? It's not that simple. Xiao Wu's words made the other 3 people think. Cheng Jia was the first to respond. I didn't expect you to know him so well. Xiao Wu, have you secretly watched the replay of Zhang Sun? Although Mink's attitude towards Zhang Sun is not as negative as Qinglan's, he does not encourage his teammates to imitate his behavior. To put it bluntly, Zhang Sun's reckless and lone wolf style is a scalpel if used well, but it will tear his own team apart if used poorly. Now the teams of large guilds are basically systematic, the difficulty of dungeons is getting higher and higher, and the level of monsters is getting higher and higher. If the teams don't cooperate well, it is not uncommon for the whole army to be wiped out. But Zhang Sun is too special. If the large guild wants to absorb him, it may have to make many personnel adjustments. Mingke needs Zhang Sun, but it doesn't need too many Zhang Suns, so there is no big fanfare to mobilize everyone to study. Xiao Wu was thinking about it silently. I just happened to catch the live broadcast, and I studied it several times after it ended. Hey, what's so good about that kind of thing? Just watch it once. Chung Jie waved his hand casually, and then remembered something. But Xiaowu, I don't think I've ever seen you before? Are you the substitute of the second team? Yes. I'm not famous, and my ability is not high. It's normal that Brother Cheng doesn't know me. Cheng Jie's personality is carefree, unlike many guild backbones who care about seniority. Except for occasionally speaking unpleasantly, generally speaking, he is a person who is easy to get along with. Don't be restrained. Why do you feel a little afraid of me? I don't care about seniors and juniors. Okay. Xiaowu agreed timidly. After Xiaowu agreed, he didn't know if it was Cheng Jie's illusion. He always felt that Xiao Jun looked at him a little strangely. What's wrong, brother? He couldn't hide his words and asked whatever he wanted. It's okay, Xiao Jun smiled. I just suddenly found that being stupid is pretty good. Innuendo? You're too suspicious. Cheng Jie looked puzzled. Xiao Jun has always been more cunning than him, and he can't get around him. If he talks too much, it will easily expose his IQ. With a head full of question marks, he returned his eyes to the live broadcast screen. This time, he was shocked. Fuck, what is Zhang Sun doing? Forcing the boss to jump off the building? The time goes back to 10 minutes ago. Zhang Sun successfully killed the brutal male teacher in the class, and then came to the utility room. The experience in the utility room was even more weird. Zhang Sun said Hong Hong, come on, and Little Red Riding Hood took out a kitchen knife from her bamboo basket decorated with bows, pushed the door open and rushed in. Zhang Sun closed the door outside, hugged his arms and waited against the wall. In less than 2 minutes, there was a polite knock on the door from inside. Brother, open the door. Zhang Sun turned around and opened the door. Little Red Riding Hood had cleaned herself up, her little face was pale, and she raised her left hand to hold it. The door of the storage room was half closed this time, and the thick liquid flowed along the gap. When the Raven camera flew away, it finally captured the scene inside, which was fleeting. The audience who saw that scene almost vomited. Oh my! Is Sister Hong too fierce? After all, it is a high-risk level. Last time, if it wasn't for Zhang Sun's triple kill, it would have wiped out the entire team. So scary. But this subordinate is so obedient? I saw some subordinates chasing their masters and biting them. Hui taught them well. How could he have the time to teach? Isn't it 2 days after the last dungeon? I heard that if the player's level is very high, he can suppress the subordinate and make it obedient. The question is, as a newcomer, how can Hui have such a high level? Zhang Sun took the shortest time to bring Little Red Riding Hood to the last level. As expected, the final boss, the high school girl surnamed Liang, appeared. Zhang Sun didn't jump down from the building this time like last time. Xiaoyin appeared beside him at some point, with her hands entangled, looking at the white shadow not far away with a little fear. That is Liang Kain who died not long ago. She said. Zhang Sun nodded, holding the hammer tightly in his right hand, and Little Red Riding Hood stood in front of him, ready for battle. As a result, Zhang Sun put away his weapon. What happened to Hui? What happened? He put away his weapon suddenly? Don't want to fight this time? I'm late. Why did Hui abandon the level last time? Mingke didn't say, but I guess he wants to brush the 3S branch line. What's the point of brushing that? Didn't he fail last time? I don't know, maybe he wants to find Xiao Tao. There is internal information that Tao Shuetching from the second team may still be alive. After Zhang Sun put away his weapon, the boss also showed up, a long-haired female high school student wearing a summer school uniform. Her face was terrifying, her expression was gloomy, and she looked at Zhang Sun and Xiaoyin with malice. Xiaoyin took 2 steps back, and Zhang Sun didn't say anything after seeing her out of the corner of his eye. Are you Liang classmate? Zhang Sun said, I want to talk to you. Zhang Sun's strategy is like this, he will try every method he can think of. If we say who knows the content of this dungeon best, it should be the NPC and the boss. This time he didn't want to kill the boss, he wanted to talk to her. Do you have any grievances? Zhang Sun suddenly said. What is Hui doing? I don't understand, is he trying to give the boss psychological counseling? I think he's just trying to get some information. Isn't the boss going to attack? What everyone didn't expect was that as soon as Zhang Sun finished speaking, the boss's expression changed and he suddenly burst into tears. Zhang Sun? It really works? Ha 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 ha, Erchui's expression is hilarious. Hui didn't expect that either. I think he's just trying to catch a mouse with a blind cat. Zhang Sun took a few steps forward, and Liang Keiyin sat on the ground with her legs bent, wiping her tears with her hands. From her mouth, Zhang Sun learned a truth. Liang Keiyin said that she was originally a student in class 25 of Huayin No. 4 middle school. Because of her outstanding academic performance and good looks, she was jealous and excluded by the girls in the class, and was also touched by a teacher named Su. She was very scared and told the class teacher about it. Not long after, teacher Su was fired. He seemed unable to bear the moral public opinion and chose to end his life. Liang Keiyin thought that everything could end here and she could finish high school safely. Unexpectedly, she was followed by the school security guard, who intended to abuse her. She fought desperately and finally both of them died. She said she was really sad that there was still a bad guy alive and well, and she couldn't be reconciled. Zhang Sun asked her who that person was. Liang Chuan's expression suddenly became fierce. He and the security guard surnamed Feng are in the same group. Liu Chu? Isn't this the security guard at the school gate? Damn, is this a hidden plot? So as long as the boss's worries are resolved, the hidden branch can be opened? It doesn't seem like it. The last time Xiao Jun and his team played this book, they didn't open a similar plot. So what should we do now? What should we do? Zhang Sun was also thinking about this problem. But he suddenly heard a sobbing sound. He turned around and saw Xiaoyin behind him shedding tears. What happened? She was moved to tears? Xiaoyin cried hard, her clean little face was covered with black turbid tears. You are lying. She pointed her finger at Liang Keiyin and shouted through gritted teeth. Liang Keiyin didn't seem to know Xiaoyin. Who are you? Why are you saying I'm lying? Could it be, you are one of those girls who excluded me back then? After Xiaoyin said the sentence lying, it seemed as if his soul was taken away from him, and he returned to his silent and numb state. Zhang Sun was stunned. What plot is this? Liang Keiyin is the soul with the deepest resentment entangled in Huayin 4. As long as she is not around, everything can be solved. This is the line of NPC Xiaoyin. As long as she reaches the boss level, she will say this sentence. It seems to be no different from before. Zhang Sun was a little confused. Liang Keiyin seemed to be greatly stimulated when she heard her words. What kind of injustice? I can't harm everyone, I don't believe it. She covered her face and looked in great pain. Before Zhang Sun could say anything, she seemed to be unable to bear it and shouted, trying to jump downstairs. Zhang Sun was shocked. Wait a minute. He ran a few steps quickly and held the boss's hand. Congratulations to the male and female guests for successfully holding hands. Ha 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 ha, don't laugh to death with your two hammers. How can you save the boss? Ha 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 ha. If the boss dies, the game will be over completely, and Erjue will not be able to curse him to death. Two hammers all for life. This scene is what Cheng Jie saw when he clicked on the screen. He misunderstood. Zhang Sun did not intend to kill the boss. On the contrary, he wanted to save her. Sister, before you prepare to jump, please say something. Zhang Sun used his arm strength and threw the boss back hard. Fortunately, he is quick. Otherwise, if the boss dies, how can we still play? Okay, stop jumping, I'll do it for you. With that said, he jumped up without any hesitation. When he was falling, he didn't know if it was Zhang Sun's illusion, but he seemed to see a dark figure standing behind the rooftop railing, watching him silently as he fell. Judging from the outline, she is a girl. Until the game scene dispersed, Zhang Sun still had a deep expression. Back? Xiao Jun and the others went up to meet them, and Cheng Jie's hand sank. Another bag of gold coins. After Zhang Sun threw the gold coins over, he packed them up and prepared to write the book for the third time today. While he was arranging his clothes, he was thinking about Xiaoyin's words. Putting aside the content of the words, as an NPC, is Xiaoyin too emotional? Brother Sun, do you want to take a break? Zhang Sun was bending down to put down his trouser legs when he heard someone talking to him. Are you, Xiao Wu? He didn't care much about the people he was traveling with. He had to rely on himself in the end. After thinking for a while, he remembered the name of the young man in front of him. Yes. Xiao Wu looked very introverted. With such a personality, he could take the initiative to greet unfamiliar people. It seems that he admired Zhang Sun very much. Zhang Sun shook his head. It doesn't matter, I'm not tired. He was telling the truth. As long as he was in the dungeon, he would have endless energy. On the contrary, he was prone to feeling sleepy in the real world. So he wanted to enter the dungeon as soon as possible. Zhang Sun, Xiao Jun also stepped forward. Do you have any clues? Facing Xiao Jun, Jang Sun rarely said a few more words. After all, the president was not there, and he, the vice president, was the boss. He was still waiting for the conditions for the Mingke exchange. This dungeon is not difficult. If there is any difficulty, it is to swipe out that hidden branch, Jang Sun said honestly. I'm really curious, which unlucky guy in your team had so much power that he actually led all of you into a ditch at once? Jang Sun has studied the video footage of Mingke Team 2 when they were doing the dungeon. But he couldn't figure out which operation triggered the branch plot. Jang Sun guessed that there was a mechanism hidden on the rooftop. When he simulated the dungeon, he did many experiments. It should be that stepping on a certain brick can enter that corridor. But this brick is random. Jang Sun tried repeatedly and didn't find a pattern. He felt strange. In his understanding, such a hidden branch should have fixed triggering conditions. But it seems that there is some force stopping him, similar to a protection mechanism to prevent players from falling into a more dangerous environment. This kind of protection has now become the biggest obstacle. I may have to try many times, Jang Sun said to the other 4 people. You don't have to stay here, leave if you have something to do. How can that be? Li Shuang said worriedly, at least leave someone with you. No, Jang Sun shook his head, it doesn't make much sense. The team member who triggered the branch before should not be here. If that person is here, maybe it can improve efficiency. Now I can only try it slowly by myself. After saying that, Jang Sun looked at Xiao Jun, the only one who can make a decision here. Xiao Jun thought about it. Letting you go to the dungeon alone is already forcing you. Leaving you alone in the tower is really unreasonable. Xiao Jun knew that Jang Sun's method was beneficial to their Mingke, but leaving the newcomer alone in the White Tower would leave other guilds with something to say, and would also make many players have a bad impression of Mingke, which would damage the image of the guild. As a vice guild, Xiao Jun had to consider these things. Jang Sun, you don't have to worry about us. If you need anything, we are here and can help you immediately. Okay, Jang Sun didn't want to waste words, then I'll go in. Jang Sun had a very good mentality at the beginning. After all, as a player with rich experience in repeated dungeons, the 1,000 times at the beginning didn't torture him, and now these 10 or dozens of times will not. However, he still overestimated himself. During the simulation, Jang Sun triggered the branch line on the 10th time he went to the dungeon, but the hidden boss was too strong at that time, and he failed to pass the level. It took about 20 times to brush the hidden line for the 2nd time. By the time it was brushed out for the 3rd time, Jang Sun had already beaten the hidden boss to residual blood. But Jang Sun is a rigorous person. In order to thoroughly understand the boss's fighting style, he had to pass the hidden level 20 times before stopping the simulation. But when he went to the dungeon in reality, for some reason, this hidden branch line was not brushed out. It was already the 29th time, and Jang Sun didn't even see the shadow of the hidden boss. This is unscientific. 29 times? Damn, Ekhui is really patient. What's the fastest record now? 12 minutes and 38 seconds. So fast? What's the record in the current A-level dungeon rankings? More than half an hour, Ekhui has broken this record long ago. Awesome, Jiang Shen. So strong even when playing alone? The key is that he doesn't look impatient at all. If it were me, I would have to tear down the tower. Jiang Sun's expression was calm. He played monsters over and over again. After each play, he would throw the gold coins rewarded by the White Tower on the ground. After half a day, the gold coins on the first floor of the White Tower had covered a corner of the wall. After the 56th play, Jung Sun still didn't play the hidden boss. I just finished eating, and Ekhui is still playing? I'm still playing, more than 50 times. Damn, is he still human? Not to mention the physical strength, others would go crazy, right? I think Ekhui is also half crazy now. After coming out of the dungeon this time, Jing Sun did not rush to start the next one, but sat in the corner full of gold coins. Xiao Jun handed him an energy drink and food. How is it, can your body still hold on? Jing Sun did not nod or shake his head, and did not react at all. Because he was close, Xiao Jun could see his eyeballs shaking slightly, as if he was thinking about something quickly. He was like a high-speed machine, with no other thoughts except to clear the level. Xiao Jun stuffed the unpacked energy bar into his hand, and he took a half bite and held it in his mouth without chewing. Zhang Sun? Xiao Jun called him. Zhang Sun seemed to have finally connected with the outside world. His eyes were focused. After taking a big bite of the energy bar, he pounded the ground heavily. The gold coins piled up like a mountain behind him slid down. The barrage began to laugh. Ekhui finally got anxious. Ha 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 ha, pounding the ground against a mountain of gold, so funny. Some people are rich, but not happy, dog head, equi I have never suffered such grievances in my life. I am tired just watching, let alone beating it myself. I will educate my son when I go back, and let Uncle Equi use his energy in playing games to study. The audience teased, but Xiao Jun and others were still worried about Zhang Sun's situation. Several people surrounded Zhang Sun, who was sitting in the corner. What's wrong? Don't you really need us to do it for you? Cheng Jia bent down and asked. Why don't we give it a try, Li Shuang suggested, maybe we can get it out after changing people. Zhang Sun clearly disagreed. Even if it's out, you can't get through the 3S branch. Hey Yu Cheng Jia was about to refute, but seeing Zhang Sun's sincere expression, he held back his words. Where do you think the problem lies? Xiao Jun was calmer. There is a force blocking me, Zhang Sun said. From a probability point of view, I have met the number of times, and it's time to get out of this line. As for the blocking, whether it is an NPC or a boss, I don't know, and I don't know what its purpose is. How could this happen? Li Shuang was slightly stunned. According to the setting of the White Tower dungeon, there should not be such a deliberate obstruction of the player's will. Zhang Sun also felt a headache, and he pressed his temples. Are they NPCs in the dungeon? Xiao Jun said, Li Yuechu and Xiaoyin are NPCs that won't attack people. Teacher Su, Feng Baoan, and Liang are bosses. The identity of the hidden boss is unclear. These are the only NPCs in the dungeon. I've tried everything, but it doesn't work, Zhang Sun said. These NPCs, whether talking, threatening, or killing them directly, didn't open the hidden line. I didn't touch Liang, she's the boss of Scene 3. Once she's killed, the dungeon will be closed forever. Several people fell into deep thought. They were trapped in a huge mystery, and no matter which way they went, it was a dead end. In the end, Zhang Sun came up with a solution. Well, let's refer to some of your suggestions. Starting from the next time I enter the dungeon, I'll bring one person with me every time. If a hidden line appears, remember to protect yourself. Zhang Sun didn't hide anything and explained the danger to the others. I can only make sure the boss is killed, but I can't guarantee whether you will be killed by the boss. Think it over before following. Everyone who chooses to become a player of the White Tower has already thought about the issue of life and death since the day of registration. Even a player with a weak personality like Li Shuang is prepared for this. Don't worry, Xiao Jun said, since the four of us are here, we have already thought of all the consequences. Okay, Zhang Sun nodded, I'll just say the order, and you follow me one by one. You don't have to do anything when you meet the boss, just follow me. The first person to follow Zhang Sun to the dungeon was Li Shuang. Li Shuang didn't have much experience, and she was afraid that she would talk nonsense and interfere with Zhang Sun's work. She followed Zhang Sun anxiously all the way, not even daring to breathe, but she almost screamed in the utility room, but covered her mouth in time. One round ended. When she came out of the dungeon, Li Shuang's legs softened and she sat on the ground. She survived. Zhang Sun didn't give her any extra eyes and directly called the next one. The second one was Cheng Jia. Although Cheng Jia was straightforward, he was not bad. Before setting off, Zhang Sun told no one to take action, and he really held back. On the contrary, it was Zhang Sun who stared at him after passing the level. What are you looking at? Cheng Jia asked unhappily. Nothing, I thought you were possessed. Zhang Sun showed a relieved expression. Do you feel uncomfortable if you don't say a few words to me? More or less. The third one is Xiao Jun. This time Zhang Sun slowed down. Before opening the dungeon, he whispered to Xiao Jun for a few words, and others couldn't hear clearly. What are Equi and Vice President Xiao talking about? Discussing strategies. Xiao Jun is still quite capable. He often played A-level dungeons alone in the past 2 years. After taking over the position of Vice President, he had no choice. The President is useless, and the Vice President is responsible for everything. Who is the President of Mingke? He has never shown up. Tao Xueji, Tao Xueqing's brother. The president of Mingke was the eldest brother Tao Xueshan. After he died, the second son of the Tao family took over. This second Tao is mysterious. There are no photos and no real person. It's open, Zhang Sun and the others are going to play. Like the previous 2 times, Zhang Sun led the rhythm, but Xiao Jun disappeared as soon as he entered the teaching building. After Zhang Sun reached the rooftop for a while, Vice President Xiao appeared. Is there? Zhang Sun asked. Yes. Xiao Jun affirmed. That's fine. Ignoring the NPC Xiaoyin and the boss Liang Keyin, the two jumped off the rooftop. Arrived at the first floor of the White Tower. This time Zhang Sun didn't rush to open the next time, but waited for Xiao Jun to open his bracelet. The bracelet has a photo function, and Xiao Jun enlarged the photo he took. This is the roster of Class 5. Liang Chuain's name is on it, but none of the girls have the word "in" in their names. Then, he slid his finger and turned to the next picture. But I found their class photo. There's a girl in it who looks exactly like Xiao Yin. Xiao Jun clicked the screen again and slid to the third photo. Their names are on the back of the photo. Xiao Yin's real name is Li Yueying. Everyone else was shocked. Li Yueying? Cheng Jia raised his eyebrows. The security guard is called Li Yuechu. Brother and sister? Xiao Jun nodded. It's very likely. Zhang Sun looked at the evidence quietly. His expression showed that he had already guessed part of the truth. As expected, he said after a while, I went to look for the roster and photos, but what I saw was different from what Xiao Jun took. I didn't see Li Yueying's appearance. You mean, Li Shuang also understood a little, that NPC is interfering with you? Yes, Zhang Sun confirmed this and mentioned another thing, what happened to Teacher Su? He was wronged, Xiao Jun said. I found a torn statement in his office, which roughly means that Liang Kaiyin liked him, but he didn't want to have feelings with his students beyond the teacher-student relationship, so he refused. Liang Kaiyin hated him and framed him. He couldn't stand the dirty words of others, so he committed suicide. Ah! Li Shuang cried softly, how could it be like this, such a poor teacher? What's the matter with Feng Baoan and Li Baoan? Xiao Wu asked beside him. Feng Baoan is not wronged, he did do evil, but the victim is Xiaoying. Liang Kaiyin is confusing right and wrong. Zhang Sun spoke expressionlessly and looked at Xiao Jun again. Xiao Jun confirmed Zhang Sun's statement. Yes, I found the notice issued by the school. The real victim is Li. Then the appearance of Li Baoan is not difficult to explain, Cheng Jie said solemnly, he came for his sister. Maybe Feng Baoan's death is related to him. All the clues were sorted out, and a tragic story was presented to everyone. Li Yueying was envied because she was too outstanding, and was bullied by a small gang headed by Liang Kaiyin. This poor girl was bullied and killed by the devil like bad guys. In order to avenge her sister, Li Yuechu retaliated against Feng Baoan and Liang Kaiyin successively. As for Teacher Su, he was an extra tragedy. The truth came out. Everyone did not speak for a long time, silent like stone sculptures, only Zhang Sun, who had prepared for the last chance to enter the book. Before leaving, he asked Xiao Wu, do you still want to come? In fact, there is no need. I already know who to find. Xiao Wu did not hesitate. Please let me go with you. Okay. The two figures faded and disappeared on the first floor of the White Tower. This time Zhang Sun had a clear goal and his speed did not slow down. After so many rebrushing, he could still maintain such physical strength. In the eyes of outsiders, he was already at the monster level. When they saw Li Yuechu again, their moods were different, especially Xiao Wu. When saying goodbye, Xiao Wu said to the security guard Lao Li seriously, Lao Li, don't feel guilty anymore. This sentence seemed to be beyond the scope of NPC Lao Li's analysis. He did not respond, but just smiled honestly. When he walked out of the security room, Zhang Sun asked Xiao Wu why he said that to Lao Li. Xiao Wu was a little embarrassed. I guessed it randomly. Not protecting his sister well should be the most painful thing for him. Revenge cannot make up for this pain. Zhang Sun, who was walking in front, slowed down his pace and continued to move forward as if nothing had happened. They are NPCs, without emotions. Those truths are all scripts. I know. Xiao Wu came back from his emotions and explained in a panic, I think too much. It's okay, Zhang Sun conjured up a hammer and was about to fight the boss in the teaching building. It's an immersive gameplay, nothing to blame. The first time Xiaoyin appeared was at the door of the teaching building. But this time Zhang Sun didn't let Little Red Riding Hood chase him. Xiao Wu was still a little surprised. Brother, don't you need to chase him? Well, it's not time yet. Zhang Sun ignored him and solved the first two bosses according to his original plan and went to the rooftop. Before pushing open the door to the rooftop, he suddenly said, Xiao Wu, your real name is not this, right? Xiao Wu was startled. I may reveal your identity later so that I can save her. In order not to offend, I will ask your opinion first. Zhang Sun put one hand on the door handle of the rooftop, and the door opened with just a slight push. He was waiting. After half a minute, a voice sounded in the silence. Okay, I'm fine, sorry for the trouble. What does Zhang Sun mean? I don't know, a code? Speaking of which, this Xiao Wu looks unfamiliar, I've never seen him before. Why would Xiao Jun bring him? Mingke is really short of people? Who knows, Maybe he was just temporarily caught to make up the numbers. Let's see if Ikui can do it. If not, I'm going crazy. Does Zhang Sun have any clue? Why does he look so weak? Is he new here? You can say that Ikui has no brains, but you can never say that he has no strength. Urchui, thank you for speaking for me. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Sun pushed open the door to the rooftop. It was quiet and moonless outside, and the cold wind blew gusts of wind, giving people goosebumps. As usual, when they stepped onto the rooftop, Xiaoyin appeared. Xiaoyin finished his lines, and it was the boss' turn to appear. Seeing the hazy white shadow, Zhang Sun released Little Red Riding Hood. Sister Hong, go and keep an eye on her. As a boss, Liang Kaiyin was frightened by the little girl next to him before he could make any move. The girl's face was split into 4 pieces, which was extremely scary. She was holding a bloody kitchen knife in her hand. Liang Kaiyin took 2 steps back and looked at Zhang Sun not far away for help. There was a trace of pity on the boss's face. But Zhang Sun was unmoved, and he turned his face up. Don't move, follow the order, and I will deal with you last. The boss intended to resist, and the kitchen knife in Little Red Riding Hood's hand reflected and cut off one of its arms. The bosses and NPCs in the White Tower are also divided into levels. Sister Hong, who comes from a copy of S level or above, is naturally suppressed by those below S level. Liang Kaiyin held the broken arm, feeling extremely aggrieved, and did not dare to move. After finishing this, Zhang Sun looked at Xiaoyin, who was silent. I want to enter the hidden branch. Xiaoyin did not move. I know who the hidden boss is, Zhang Sun continued, it's you, right? Xiaoyin, who had remained silent all the time, suddenly raised his head, like a conditioned reflex, but buried his head deeply again. You and the boss hidden in the corridor should be the inside and outside of each other. The first time someone went down the dungeon, you failed to control it well, and as a result, the team fell into the hidden branch line, 2 people died, and 1 was missing. Later, in order to avoid creating more tragedies, you tried your best to stop others from accidentally touching the hidden line. Zhang Sun didn't care whether Xiaoyin responded or not, and talked to himself. I was wrong, he said. I thought everything in the dungeon was set, NPCs were NPCs, bosses were bosses, and they just had to execute fixed commands. I never thought that there would be NPCs with the consciousness of protecting players. NPCs will protect players? How is it possible? No way, no matter how much the NPCs in the White Tower look like real people, they are all set. Akui has gone crazy because he has brushed the dungeon too many times. If NPCs are given consciousness, the entire worldview of the White Tower will be overturned. This should only be a necessary condition to trigger the hidden branch? For example, convince NPC Xiaoyin or something like that. Xiaoyin's hands hanging by her side were clenched into fists, and her body was trembling slightly. Players, please repel the boss Liang Kaiyin. Zhang Sun glanced at Xiaowu next to him with his peripheral vision, and then quietly retracted his gaze. There is still a girl trapped in the corridor, and her brother is looking for her. Xiaowu raised his eyes in surprise. He thought Zhang Sun would directly expose his identity. Before entering the rooftop, they also tacitly discussed it. He was ready to take on the responsibility that he should have taken on a long time ago. But Zhang Sun didn't. I can solve it, Zhang Sun said calmly, as if he was discussing the weather. As long as you let me in, I can solve it. Xiaoyin raised her pale face, and there was a faint flash of water in her black eyes. She did not reply to Zhang Sun's words, but her right foot gently stepped back half a step. The world was spinning. The colorful blocks of color almost filled the entire field of vision, and shrill laughter came from all around. Zhang Sun was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally arrived. Xiao Wu was behind him to the right, with sweat oozing from the tip of his nose. Zhang Sun glanced back and saw that the person was standing intact, and he was a little surprised. The noise in this space, as well as the colors and patterns on these walls, are a fierce attack on the player's vision and hearing. Ordinary people would have fainted long ago, but Xiao Wu was still awake. It seems that his strength should not be underestimated. Protect yourself, Zhang Sun raised his voice in the noise. I'm going. Okay. After getting Xiao Wu's response, Zhang Sun conjured up his inflatable hammer and held it in both hands. The hidden boss was on the ground 10 steps away from him. It stuck out half of its head, buried its body under the surging patterns, narrowed its eyes into a long and narrow shape, and laughed strangely. It sank into the ground. It started. When the boss appeared again, it was on the left side of Zhang Sun, and was swung away by a swift hammer, and then attacked from above. Zhang Sun slid back and dodged lightly. He and the boss looked at each other. The battle suddenly accelerated, as if someone pressed the accelerator key, and the attack and defense switched several times in an instant. Only the sound of bangs and cracks came from the corridor and the sound of glass exploding after the photos hanging on the wall fell. It was dazzling. Damn! This is too fast. I'm going blind. Is this the speed that humans can have? Ekhui had played this level 70 or 80 times before, and he still has this explosive power now? This is not just a matter of explosive power. I suggest that the association check whether Zhang Sun is a human being. It's too scary. In the 20 hidden levels simulated before, Zhang Sun has mastered the essentials of fighting. In addition to being fast, nothing else. Although this monster is good at hiding, it only appears in those big eye patterns, a bit like whack-a-mole. Zhang Sun's reaction speed has been trained to be close to that of monsters in countless simulations. In just 3 minutes, he can completely end the battle. Bang! The boss suddenly changed the target of attack and launched an offensive against Xiaowu not far away. Zhang Sun saw it at a glance, but the distance was a bit far. His eyebrows frowned fiercely, pulled out the inflatable hammer that was deeply dug into the ground, and quickly caught up. Clang! A flash of white light passed by, and the boss was bounced away by the force, screaming and melting into the wall. A 3-foot-long sword stood on the ground, and the sword body was erected, revealing Xiaowu's calm face. It's Juk. Juk's sword? Isn't that the weapon used by the late President Tao? Didn't they say that it was passed on to the next president? Then who is this kid? It's Tao Xueji, the president of Mingke. Xiaowu, that is, Tao Xueji, stood up with Juk in one hand. Without much communication, the two people understood the next division of labor after their eyes met. Zhang Sun was responsible for the first half of the corridor, and Tao Xueji was responsible for the second half. With helpers, the efficiency was greatly improved, and the boss's health bar dropped rapidly. The boss is going to be violent, hold on. The two leaned back to back, and Zhang Sun exhorted. The eye patterns around it suddenly moved faster, the noise became louder and louder, the boss body lit up with purple light, and its body became extremely huge. It opened its mouth wide, ready to shout. Zhang Sun jumped up from the ground, stuffed a hammer into its mouth, and flipped the hammer switch with his finger to switch the mode. Bang! With a huge explosion, everything was over. Smoke and dust spread all over the scene, and fine wisps of sand fell from the top. Is it done? Probably so. This hidden boss is really scary. Just hearing it shout makes me tremble with fear. I didn't dare to open my eyes at all, because I was afraid that when I opened my eyes, I would see Erjue's corpse. Is Erjue still alive? It should be alive. Zhang Sun lay on the ground for a long time. It was so long that the audience in the live broadcast room thought he was dead. Then he put his hands on the ground and stood up. Cough. He coughed twice and waved the dust in front of him with his arms. It looked like he was choked. Zhang Sun got up from the ground and turned around to look for Tao Xueji. Tao Xueji was pressed under 2 stone slabs. Fortunately, the slabs overlapped to form a triangle and did not directly press on him. Zhang Sun pulled the person out. I'm dead? Tao Xueji opened her eyes wide and couldn't believe it. Well, dead. Zhang Sun is so annoying and deliberately scares people. His words made Tao Xueji excited. He quickly got up and felt his heartbeat and body temperature. Okay, still alive. Well, brother Sun, my sister, second brother. A huge painting with colorful colors fell from the wall, and a gray figure emerged from behind. Even though she was covered in dust, her beauty could still be seen. Tao Xueqing didn't cry. She smiled as brightly as the spring sun with gray hair and face. I knew you were going to save me. Instead, Tao Xueji's eyes turned red and he helped his sister up from the ground. I'm late. Tao Xueqing shook her head and patted her second brother's arm to tell him not to mind. She opened her almond-shaped eyes and looked at Zhang Sun with a smile. Thank you too, brother Zhang. I know that you suffered a lot in order to enter this hidden line. Zhang Sun nodded, not modest at all. That's right. If your brother hadn't given me the money, I would have run away. But he was curious. Do you know what's going on outside? Tao Xueqing nodded, then suddenly lowered her voice and held the camera behind her back. I was hidden. When she said this, Zhang Sun understood. There is only one person who can hide her. The hidden level is successfully cleared, and the surrounding scene changes back to the rooftop. Liang Kaiyin was still being threatened by Sister Hong. Judging from her embarrassed appearance, she was probably being tormented by Little Red Riding Hood. Why don't you give me a good time, she said through gritted teeth. Xiaoyin disappeared. Zhang Zhou looked around and didn't see her figure. Looking at the hateful-looking classmate Liang, Zhang Sun couldn't bring himself to kill her. His mission was over and he was too lazy to lift a finger. Sister Hong, thank you. The boss screamed and ended his sinful life. This time it's the real end. Little Red Riding Hood returned to Zhang Sun and put her hand into the adult's warm palm. Zhang Sun held her hand with one hand and put the other in his pocket, looking up at the raven-black sky gradually dissipating into silvery white spots. A shadow appeared silently beside him. Zhang Sun did not look back. He knew who it was. Thank you. Xiaoyin's whole body exuded a faint halo, and her face returned to rosy, no different from when she was alive. Li Yueying was originally such a delicate and gentle child. If this hadn't happened, she would have had a good, long life. During the short period of time when the game scene faded, the outside world could not hear their voices. Zhang Sun did not look back, still looking at those stars. You don't have to thank me, he said. If I hadn't been so stubborn in treating you as emotionless avatars, this would have ended long ago. Xiaoyin shook his head. That's not your fault, I was blocking it. Her gaze was cast into the distance, as if looking at a past event. I died in humiliation, but I didn't want to hurt innocent people. It was enough for me to rot here with Liang Kaiyin, but I didn't expect to transform into such a monster. Maybe that's how I am, ugly and strange. It doesn't matter if it's ugly, or it doesn't matter if it's weird, Zhang Sun shrugged. Does it mean it's normal if it looks normal? I think everyone is the same, everyone is weird. The girl was a little surprised. It was the first time she heard someone say this. Do you think I look like a normal person? I'm weird too. Zhang Sun is this kind of Zhang Sun, he doesn't care about other people's evaluations, and no one can stay in his heart. Only money will do. He seemed to be looking far away. Xiaoyin smiled. Then goodbye, strange man, we will meet again if we are destined. The light spots dispersed and everything returned to silence. After the light was restored again, it was the bright lights in the White Tower. Xiao Jun, Cheng Jia and Li Shuang gathered around, all seemed a little anxious, and Cheng Jia kept pacing in place. Coming! Tao Xueji supported her weak sister, and Tao Xueqing waved to the other three. Li Shuang cried. Xueqing was her friend, and she signed up to participate in this life betting game for the sake of her friends. Cheng Jia and Xiao Jun visibly relaxed, and they stepped forward to greet them, paying attention to the physical conditions of the Tao brothers and sisters. The last one to come out was Zhang Sun. As soon as he landed, he fell to the ground, startling the other people. Cheng Jia was the closest and supported him. Zhang Sun? Zhang Sun! Wake up! The barrage also became anxious. What happened to Zhang Shen? Is he injured? Call an ambulance quickly. Why are you just watching and not doing anything? Exhausted? After so many times, even an Iron Man would collapse. The camera was aimed at Zhang Sun's face. There were beads of sweat on his forehead and his lips were pale. He looked terrible. Don't make noise. The surrounding noise was too noisy. Finally, Zhang Sun couldn't stand it anymore. He closed his eyes and frowned and scolded. I'm tired. Xiao Jun looked at his face and concluded. The others were relieved. The copy was successfully passed. According to convention, the next step is the reward link. Because the last players in the copy were only Zhang Sun, Tao Xueqing, and Tao Xueji, the rewards belonged to the three of them. Tao Xueji's gift box was the smallest, but he didn't care. Being able to save his relatives was more important than anything else. Tao Xueqing's was slightly larger than the second brother's, and Zhang Sun's reward was still the largest one. After receiving the reward, the player can leave the White Tower on his own. I'll call a car to pick you up. Cheng Jia took the initiative to take on the task, but what about Zhang Sun? Should we call an ambulance? Ah, there's also his reward, which should be taken away with him. Li Shuang reminded. No need. Someone suddenly interrupted, and everyone looked over. The biggest gift box had been opened, and a player's head was buried in the big box, with half of his body exposed. I'll go by myself. Akui ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter, I want to take my reward myself. Only rewards can summon Akui to wake up. The difficulty of this dungeon is not low, and there should be very generous rewards, right? No need to guess, Akui will open it anyway. Zhang Sun flipped around in it, and there were really a lot of rewards this time. 10 packs of Guli Guai Guai, its name is Guli Guai Guai, which can be used for both NPCs and players. Large capacity stamina bottles *20. Disposable defense shields *3. Teacher's pointer *1. Security guards enameled bowl *1. What is all this mess? The medicine and energy bottle in front are easy to understand, the shield is a shield. What are the two junks in the back? Those two are treasures. Anything used by the NPC in the dungeon can be used as a weapon. I remember a player got a spittoon before, and the spittoon can be enlarged or reduced, and it can hit monsters in the game accurately. It doesn't look as good as the dungeon of Little Red Riding Hood. Didn't you collect the subordinates last time? You can't collect them this time, those bosses look very weak, unless they are hidden bosses. Zhang Sun threw all the miscellaneous things on it outside. He thought the box was empty, so he was ready to leave with the reward. As a result, his leg accidentally swept it, and the gift box flipped over, and a painting fell out. The painting was a half-length portrait of Li Yueying drawn in pencil. Zhang Sun, there's another one behind you, Cheng Jia reminded Zhang Sun, then walked forward and looked down curiously. What is this? Zhang Sun, who was holding a lot of things in his arms, also turned around. The two squatted down face to face. Picture frame? What's it for? Cheng Jia asked. I don't know. Zhang Sun stretched out a hand and tapped the glass of the picture frame with his index finger. Dang dang. With a whoosh, a huge flower thing came out of the portrait, and the two onlookers were brushed by the strong wind and leaned back uncontrollably. Ouch. The things in Zhang Sun's arms were scattered all over the floor. He covered his forehead and was about to see what it was when he heard a loud and ugly sound. Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun was startled. Cheng Jia saw the things in front of him clearly. Damn, isn't this a hidden boss? Zhang Sun's ears repeatedly played Li Yueying's words, we will meet again if we are destined to meet. We will meet again if we are destined to meet. I didn't say I would meet your dark side. Zhang Sun still hasn't figured out where the eyes, nose and mouth of this big bunch of flowers are. He can only tell from the white sheets it's wearing that it looks like a stingray. Seeing Zhang Sun didn't say anything, the flower thing started crying. Woo woo, Zhang Sun, I'm Xiaoyin. Don't you recognize me? You are. Zhang Sun's head was buzzing with its crying. Are you the one in the corridor? No, I'm not that ugly thing. It had the nerve to say it to others. I'm a gift from the White Tower, specially customized for you. Copycat? I'm a high-end product. I'm angry. Zhang Sun understood that the boss who was originally harmful in the copy was destroyed by him. This new reward should be a version copied by the White Tower according to the data. I don't know if there was a problem with the character setting, and such a stupid flower thing was created. Xiaohua. I'm Xiaoyin. Zhang Sun resisted linking this thing with Li. Xiaohua, are you the last reward? Yes. From today on, I am your subordinate and you are my master. If you need anything, you can always find me. And my name is Xiaoyin. Okay, Xiaohua, I got it, Xiaohua. Zhang Sun turned the protesting flowers into data and stored them in the bracelet, and stuffed a lot of rewards into it. After doing all this, he finally couldn't hold on and fell asleep completely. Zhang Sun woke up in his spacious and bright room. The warm sunlight poured into the room from the half-open window, and it was so warm that he seemed to be still in a dream. He spread his palms, stared at his fingers in a daze, and began to be dazed. The door was knocked twice, and after no response, the person outside pushed the door in. It was Tao Xueqing. Brother Zhang is awake? She was surprised at first, and then became very happy. Tao Xueqing was wearing a goose yellow long skirt, and a Songke team uniform on the outside, which was her own. She had a tray in her hand, on which were placed breakfast and warm water, as well as a small bottle of vitamins. Zhang Sun looked at the layout of the room. This should be a clinic specially for patients to rest, but it was decorated more warmly. Tao Xueqing moved the chair beside the bed with her calves and put the tray in her hand on the cabinet at the head of the bed. Eat something first. His stomach was empty, and he rarely felt hungry. Zhang Sun was not polite, picked up the bowl of porridge, and ate it slowly. How long have I slept? 1 day and 1 night. Tao Xueqing picked up an apple and peeled it slowly. After you fainted in the White Tower, we called a car to send you back to the guild, and you have been sleeping since then. Cheng Jia and brother Xiao both came to see you, but you were not awake at that time. My brother is now socializing, and when he is free, he will also come to visit brother Zhang. When Zhang Sun heard that so many people were coming to visit, his head was big. I'm fine, don't come so many people, I'm not a tourist attraction, there's no need for everyone to visit. Tao Xueqing couldn't help laughing. Neither of them spoke, and the clock on the wall made a rhythmic sound. Tao Xueqing peeled the apple, cut it in the middle, put it all on a clean plate, and handed it to Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun drank half a bowl of porridge, and suddenly thought about what he had just said. Your brother went to socialize? With his personality, can he go to socialize? Tao Xueqing was a little surprised. Brother Zhang and my second brother should have known each other for a short time? How do you know each other? I guessed. You and your sister are both introverted. Hasn't Xiaojun always been in charge of Mingke? That's right. Brother Xiao has helped us a lot. He is half a relative. I didn't expect that Vice President Xiao, who looks so cunning, would have such human feelings. Tao Xueqing smiled slightly when she heard Zhang Sun's complaints. At this point, she remembered something and her expression became melancholy again. Second brother was not like this before. The second brother was also in the dungeon where the eldest brother got into trouble. He was young at that time and suffered a great blow. After that, he had some shadows. She didn't finish the rest of the words. It seemed that she didn't want to continue such a sad topic. She tilted her head and smiled. But now everything is fine. Second brother said that he also has to take responsibility and protect me and the guild. Although Tao Xueqing is introverted, she is an optimistic person, otherwise she would not have survived in such an isolated and helpless situation. Zhang Sun nodded without any expression. That's great. By the way, Tao Xueqing remembered what Xiao Jun had told her before. Brother Xiao asked me to ask you, have you made up your mind not to join our guild? Well, Zhang Sun's attitude did not change. This is the condition we agreed on at the beginning. Tao Xueqing showed a regretful expression, but she had the ability to judge people. She knew that although Zhang Sun looked indifferent, it was actually difficult for others to shake his decision. Okay, then I'll talk to him later. But Brother Zhang, can I ask what your conditions are? You helped Mingke so much this time. Brother Xiao and my brother both said that it's no problem to leave you a vice guild position. Mingke came with sincerity at the beginning, and the Silver Plus contract explained everything. At that time, Xiao Jun just had the mentality of gambling and signed Zhang Sun to brush the Huayin copy. And now, Zhang Sun has successfully completed the task. Tao Xueqing was brought out intact, and the team members were not hurt. It can be said to be the best result. Mingke should offer Zhang Sun a more generous reward. Zhang Sun smiled after hearing what Tao Xueqing said. The position of vice president? So generous. We are serious. Tao Xueqing was a little upset when she saw Zhang Sun didn't believe her, and emphasized to him word by word, Mingke will keep his word. Zhang Sun waved his hand. I believe in your sincerity, but that's not what I want. What does Brother Zhang want? Zhang Sun kept it a secret. Where is Vice President Xiao? Why didn't he come to see me, the great contributor, the first time? It's really neglectful. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the clinic was pushed open rudely from the outside. The vice president is busy. How can he care about you, an idle person? Hearing this carefree voice, it was Chang Jia. After seeing Chang Jia's face, Zhang Sun pinched the quilt with both hands and covered himself in it. I suddenly felt that I was seriously ill, as if I saw something dirty, and I was really uncomfortable. Tao Xueqing smiled secretly, and Chang Jia made a gesture helplessly, asking her to stand up. He opened the quilt. Get up, why are you pretending to be sick? Go out and get some sun. Ahem, this is how Mingke treats patients. I'm going to post a message on the forum to expose you. Zhang Sun deliberately shook his hands and took the player's bracelet out of his coat pocket. Chang Jia, stop messing with him. Two more people came in from the door one after the other. They were Vice President Xiao and President Tao Xueqing, whom Zhang Sun was clamoring to see. There were also 3 or 2 Mingke players outside the door, looking around, all wanting to see the demeanor of this bad zone god of war. Zhang Sun was surrounded by several people. I have a dizzying disease. Don't all crowd in here and feel like vomiting. The Tao brothers and sisters were simple-minded and wanted to leave as soon as Zhang Sun said he felt uncomfortable. Chang Jia felt his fists itch when he heard him talk. It was Vice President Xiao who had to put the quilt back on him. Just bear with it, for the sake of money. Are we going to negotiate terms? Zhang Sun was no longer sick now and sat up. Come on. Aren't you sick? Chang Jia's temples twitched. I'm cured, Dr. Xiao, and I've been able to rejuvenate myself. Zhang Sun said seriously. Chang Jia walked to the door of the room, drove away the gossiping team members outside the door, closed the door tightly, leaned against the door panel, folded his arms and listened. Vice President Xiao had a black folder in his hand. After opening it, he handed it to Zhang Sun. Although you don't want the Silver Plus contract, you have done our guild a big favor, and you still have to pay what you deserve. This is a reward in addition to the conditions you opened. Take a look. Zhang Sun took it. Ming Ke was very generous with his money. In addition to money, there were also props and weapons needed in the game. Moreover, Ming Ke did not take any of the gold coin rewards that Zhang Sun earned through clearing levels, and gave them all to him. I'm very satisfied. After Zhang Sun signed his name, he closed the folder. Now let's talk about my conditions? Although they were blasted away, after a while, several Song Sparrow players gathered outside the door and leaned on the wall to listen. 10 minutes later, Cheng Jie's voice came from inside. What conditions are these? We don't agree. Zhang Sun wants to open a guild of his own. He proposed that Ming Ke be responsible for the whole process. Opening a guild is not an easy task, and Zhang Sun has thought about it according to the new member guide. First, a large amount of money is needed to register the guild name. Secondly, a series of materials must be provided to the player association to prove that the guild has the ability to continue operating. Although there are few conditions, none of them is easy to meet. Because the conditions are difficult to meet, players who usually want to open a guild will first set up a studio, which is equivalent to a small guild. Its operating model is close to that of a formal guild, so as to smoothly transition after meeting the conditions. But Zhang Sun doesn't want to be so troublesome. There is a shortcut. As long as the top 20 guilds are willing to guarantee, then the player can be given the qualification to open a guild. Ming Ke happened to be ranked 18th in the latest points statistics. Meet the requirements. Usually large guilds are unwilling to make such guarantees, which are thankless and will cause trouble for themselves. But Ming Ke now owes Zhang Sun a huge favor. The person he rescued is the president's sister. Zhang Sun said that he would not make a decision that would embarrass Ming Ke. Tao Xueji and Xiao Jun looked at each other, and the latter spoke. You proposed a condition that we did not expect at all. No one would have thought that Zhang Sun would open his own guild. For a top player like him, there is no lack of favor from big guilds. Moreover, Zhang Sun's performance in the second dungeon was obvious to all. Many guilds will pursue him at all costs and hand contracts to his desk. Zhang Sun does not have enough points now to be on the list, but his strength will obviously rank at the top of the single-player rankings. Xiao Jun initially thought that Zhang Sun rejected Ming Ke because he had a higher goal in mind. For example, he wanted to directly enter a powerful guild. But now it seems that he would rather open his own guild than join someone else's. If it were someone else, it might be that he was ambitious and wanted to fight on his own. But Xiao Jun guessed that according to Zhang Sun's personality, he simply did not want to be controlled by others. It's not that there aren't individual players, but there are many dungeons that need to be participated in the name of the guild, and there are some all-star games co-organized by major guilds, which also require players to belong to a guild. If you don't join a guild, then as an individual player, under the current circumstances, you are very limited. Zhang Sun took all the factors into consideration, so he wanted to open a guild by himself. Xiao Jun had a lot to say, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know where to start, resulting in silence for a long time. Tao Xueji and Tao Xueqing are introverted, and they don't know what to say when they encounter such a situation. The only one who can speak is Cheng Jie. What kind of demon is this? Zhang Sun, if you don't think highly of us Ming Ke, you can join someone else. You want to open a guild now and let our people go through the formalities. Isn't it a hassle for us? If the money can't be handled, then I can make it myself, just run a few more dungeons. Zhang Sun's thoughts are clear, but I want Ming's guarantee. The clinic was silent. Zhang Sun had nothing else to say. He waited for Ming's reply. It was Xiao Jun who responded to him. Your request was a little sudden for us, and I am not very familiar with the procedures of the office meeting. All of this requires time to prepare. Let's do this. You have a good rest first, and I will give you an answer tomorrow. Zhang Sun did not force them to give a result today. Okay. One night passed. Zhang Sun covered his head and slept in the clinic, ate when he woke up, and spent this time in a carefree manner. During this time, Tao Xueqing sat for a while and talked with him for a while, chatting about some things about the White Tower, the association, and the guild. Zhang Sun needed to supplement this knowledge. Cheng Jie stayed with him for a longer time, but Zhang Sun was annoyed when he saw him, and he couldn't drive him away, so he could only cover himself with a quilt and pretend that he couldn't hear people talking. After Xiao Jun said he would give him an answer, he didn't let him wait too long. At 8 o'clock the next morning, he just got up and someone knocked on the door. Let's go, great hero. The person who came was Su Herong, who hadn't seen him for a few days. Our vice president wants to see you. Su Herong took the sleepy Zhang Sun through the players' training room. A transparent glass wall separated Zhang Sun. As he passed by, yawning, several players stopped chatting and looked at him. Su Herong also caught a glimpse of it, her red lips curled up. You are now the big star of our guild. Well, as expected. Not modest. Just telling the truth. Su Herong walked in front, her high heels stepping on the smooth dark floor tiles, making a crisp sound. I heard the vice president talk about your conditions. Really don't join our guild? Ming-Ke is still humane, you won't be treated badly if you stay here. Zhang Sun put his hand on the back of his neck and moved it twice. His body was stiff after a long sleep. More than one group of people have advised me. Thank you for your kindness. Well, since you insist on not coming, there is nothing we can do. But our vice president is smart and should not easily agree to your conditions. Zhang Sun's expression was indifferent. Yeah, I have a hunch. Just as Su Herong said, Xiao Jun would not let Zhang Sun go so easily. They came to Xiao Jun's office. After bringing the person in, Su Herong left, leaving only the two of them. Xiao Jun asked Zhang Sun to sit down. We Ming-Ke agreed to your terms, Zhang Sun. This is a plan we came up with overnight, take a look. The new guild needs to have an operational plan, which must be reviewed and evaluated by professionals from the association. Xiao Jun spent a long time last night with his manager and assistant to produce such a thick pile of paper. Zhang Sun held it in his hand and flipped through it, hearing Xiao Jun's explanation in his ears. It takes about 2 weeks to apply to open a guild. During this period, Zhang Sun, you'd better not enter a particularly difficult and time-consuming instance. This will make it easier for our people to contact you at any time. Good. Zhang Sun readily agreed and took 2 difficult exams in succession. He also wanted to take a short vacation for himself. I won't go into too much detail with you now. As long as you follow the process, you'll be fine. If I talk too much, you'll get annoyed. Xiao Jun had already figured out the person's character to 89%, but Zhang Sun, there is one thing I want to say. Let me remind you. Ming-Ke only provides guarantee and does not help you with operations. These operation plans only seem feasible. If you really want the guild to operate for a long time, you must have investors and sponsors, otherwise you will not be able to raise the wages of the players. Not coming out. Zhang Sun nodded repeatedly and agreed, but he didn't seem to listen much. Xiao Jun sighed lightly. He thought that Zhang Sun had no background and no backing, so he chose to start a guild alone. It was probably just a sudden whim and 3 minutes of enthusiasm. When the heat subsides, you lose money, and you suffer, you will naturally choose to join the guild. Zhang Sun turned to the last page of the plan and looked up. I have no objections. Now tell me your request. What? You have a request, right? Zhang Sun's eyes were clear and black, just say it. Really, I can't hide anything from you. Xiao Jun was a little helpless. Outsiders said that Zhang Sun was a reckless man who only downloaded dungeons and didn't care about anything else. But it seemed to Xiao Jun that he knew everything in his heart. Since both parties are honest, Xiao Jun will speak clearly. I hope you can sign a rental contract with our guild. In addition, I also invite you to attend tomorrow's press conference. White Tower Forum. Is Ming-Ke going to officially announce Zhang Sun? Come in and discuss quickly, as the title says. Link Ming-Ke Guild will hold a press conference in 2 days. Google search TWKN second floor. I came too early, I don't know what to say, wait for the great god to come in and discuss. This news is not written clearly, Ming-Ke only said that there will be a meeting. At the end, the participants are marked, and Zhang Sun's name is included. Ekhui is at the end? It doesn't look like an official announcement. If you want to announce new players, you must put him first? I guess they didn't agree. This time, Huayin Benekhui performed too well, and Ming-Ke is a bit of a waste of his talent. You still don't want the Silver Plus contract? Zhang Sun, don't be stupid. His style is too prominent, it is difficult to integrate into the team system of other guilds, and it is easy to become useless. Zhang Sun wants you to teach him how to do things? Less teaching him. What's going crazy upstairs? No way, Zhang Sun is still a newcomer, how can he have such fans? Reversely play the role of a black. We will know in 2 days. I hope Ekhui will not suffer any loss. Fighting with such a large guild, it is easy to be deceived and lose all the coffin. If Ming-Ke fails to take down Zhang Sun, should other guilds start to think about it? I haven't heard that any guild has private contact with Ekhui. The main reason is that Ming-Ke looks like a sure thing, and other guilds are not easy to make a move. I think Ekhui is Mink's man, not me standing upside down to brush the book. At 9 a.m. 2 days later, the press conference was held as scheduled. Mink's press conference was made with great fanfare, and dozens of media were invited to enter. Such a big show is not only because of Zhang Sun, but also to allow the president to meet the outside world formally. Zhang Sun and his friends are now in the lounge, and the stylist is helping them. The girl in charge of makeup is carrying a makeup box, at a loss. After finally changing into a suit, Zhang Sun lay on the table like a boneless worm. I should have said no. He was barely breathing. At 5 o'clock in the morning, his door was knocked, and several strangers dragged him out, and began to change clothes and fix his hair. Zhang Sun never gets enough sleep in reality. If there is no dungeon mission, he wants to get up at 12 noon every day. After more than 2 hours of tossing and turning, he finally took a breath, but he was asked to put on simple makeup again. Zhang Sun refused to let him go. If he continued to toss and turn, he would fall apart before the press conference officially started. You guild members are so tired. He pressed his face against the table and refused to lift it up no matter who came. We are all players, why do you make yourself look like a star? Xiao Jun adjusted his tie in front of the mirror and replied to him at the same time. The guild needs an image, and it also needs to properly manage fans, which is good for operations. He straightened up and said to the helpless makeup artist, if he doesn't want to, forget it. There were 5 people attending the press conference: Tao Xueji, Xiao Jun, Zhang Sun, Su Herong, and Chang Jia. At 8:50, they walked into the venue, flashlights lit up one after another, and Zhang Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. This press conference was live broadcast, and all players could watch it through bracelets and other electronic devices. The press conference was divided into 3 processes in total. At the beginning, Xiao Jun briefly explained the situation of their next book and praised Zhang Sun. Then Tao Xueji, the president of Mingke, introduced himself, briefly stated the future development of Mingke, and praised Zhang Sun again. The last part was questions from the media. Almost all the questions were directed at Zhang Sun. Mr. Zhang plans to stay in Mingke? Are you satisfied with Mink's Silver Plus contract? Your performance is so good, have you considered other guilds? Assistant Su Herong coughed twice. Please keep order, please raise your hand if you have any questions, we will give you ample opportunities to ask questions. She glanced at Zhang Sun across the 2 of them, and the latter nodded and turned on the microphone. All the cameras were focused on this dazzling new star. Excuse me, Mr. Zhang, you refreshed the Huayin dungeon 76 times in total this time. Do you think it is worth spending a lot of energy on the same dungeon? A tall male reporter asked. Zhang Sun nodded. It is worth it. After all, I got a lot of gold coins by failing. Then Mr. Zhang, do you think the reward is more important? If someone offers a high price, will you enter the dungeon at all costs? Staying alive is more important. Losing your life means losing everything. Your first battle in Mingke was such a difficult dungeon. Do you think this arrangement is reasonable for a newcomer? They offered a price I couldn't refuse. So do you still think that in the White Tower game, money and rewards are more important than anything else? I said, everything is based on staying alive. After a round of talking, the reporters looked at each other. Why do you seem to have been talking nonsense for a long time? At the same time, the barrage area was also brushing frantically. Ha 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 ha, what kind of contemporary nonsense master is Akui? Akui is right. The survival rule in the White Tower is to stay alive and make money. What a chat genius. It's like he didn't answer at all. I wonder if anyone will say that Akui is the master ma outside the White Tower. He is obviously much smarter than the Monkey King. Akui, if possible, please don't compare me with the Monkey King. Thank you. The reporters asked a few more questions, but Zhang Sun was not interested. After answering the questions, he lost interest and didn't want to talk anymore. Xiao Jun took over the conversation at the right time and helped Zhang Sun out of the dilemma. Regarding the whereabouts of the newcomer Zhang Sun, Xiao Jun has been keeping it a mystery and has not given too many answers. Until the end of the press conference, when all reporters thought that this old fox was going to completely bypass this question, Xiao Jun suddenly responded positively. Regarding Zhang Sun's whereabouts, we will jointly explain it next. The reporters instantly became alert, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room suddenly increased by tens of thousands. Here it comes. Finally mentioned the key issue? It's too strenuous to listen to Xiao Jun, this old-fashioned man, talking about everything from Area 0001 to Area 0999. Why am I getting nervous? Will I stay in Mingke? You're not really going to other guilds, are you? Here at the brother who brushes the dungeon upside down. Zhang Sun can make a name for himself wherever he goes, support his decision. Yes, newcomer, just past 2 dungeons, the future is bright, don't restrict him too much. Go to Wanshur, they have a rich family background and are powerful. Come to our Jioding, newcomers are treated well. Ba, go to anyone but Joji. What happened to our Joding? Are they eating your rice? Is Wano clamoring again? Shui Shui gang. Consider Shui Shui gang. The forum and the live broadcast room were all discussing Zhang Sun's whereabouts crazily. Someone opened a voting post, which has been pushed to the top of the forum. Xiao Jun briefly introduced the situation and turned his head to look at Zhang Sun. You said? He asked with his mouth. I'll do it. Zhang Sun bent the microphone in front of him with a casual smile. Thank you for the support of all the reporters and spectators. Don't make blind guesses. You can't guess it. I will open my own guild and name it Xuanhui. At the same time, my guild will maintain a friendly cooperative relationship with Mingke Guild. Xuanhui Guild will rent the player, Zhang Sun, to Mingke Guild. The number of rentals is 3 copies, a level, 1 year. Zhang Sun is going to open his own guild. As soon as the news came out, all major platforms exploded. As a newcomer who has attracted much attention recently, Zhang Sun's whereabouts after he has cleared 2-3s difficulty dungeons in succession are a matter of concern to many players and guilds. Most people speculate that he will join the top 10 wealthy families in the rankings, it's just a matter of which one. But no one expected that Zhang Sun actually declared at the press conference that he would not join any of them. Akui is going to open a new guild. Is there any great god who can interpret the impact of this on other guilds? Newcomer Zhang Sun is setting up his own guild. Is this a self-destructive approach? Why do people say that Zhang Shun is going to die if he opens a guild? Is there anyone who supports Zhang Shun? There are a lot of discussions online, and major media are also looking for opportunities to interview Zhang Sun himself. But since the explosive news was thrown out, Zhang Sun seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. He did not go to the dungeon, and no one had photographed his whereabouts. The reporter asked the Mingke Guild, not knowing whether the Vice Guild had sealed it in advance. No one could say where Zhang Sun was going. While the outside world was in chaos, Mingke was training and doing the missions in an orderly manner. Where did you dig up this garbage again? Cheng Jie finished the afternoon training and pushed open the door of the room. He saw a figure squatting with his back to him. In front of him was a tattered blanket spread out, covered with large and small pieces of soil and stones. These seemingly ordinary things are actually a kind of mineral in the White Tower. After the outer soil layer is removed, there are various precious minerals inside. The person who is digging this pile of garbage is Zhang Sun. Unlike what the outside world guessed, Zhang Sun did not move out of the Mingke Guild immediately. This is normal, he doesn't have a house in this world. Xiao Jun reminded him to buy a property as the address of the guild. It doesn't need to be too big, but there must be such a thing. Zhang Sun thought about it and thought it made sense, but buying a house would cost a lot of money, especially if it was to be registered as the address of the guild, which would be even more expensive. Mingke cannot pay this money. If he does, Mingke will be a shareholder of Xuanhui. If the guild is not well managed in the future, Zhang Sun will be responsible to Mingke. Including the registered capital, Zhang Sun needs to pay it out of his own pocket. Previously, the gold coins he had earned from the Huayin copy were all exchanged for the currency of this world, which was barely enough for the minimum registered capital of the guild. Now Zhang Sun wants a small house to live in and also serve as the address of the guild. He is making money from this. There are many types of copies in the White Tower, and the material copy is one of them. It can be repeatedly brushed, and the ores mined can be exchanged for props, and of course, money. Such copies are not too difficult, but they are more time-consuming. It happened that Xiao Jun did not let him play the difficult copy these days, so he soaked in the material copy every day and mined. Mining also has its fun. You don't have to worry about being bitten off your head by a monster in the next second. It's easy and stress-relieving. Zhang Sun doesn't want to be harassed by the media or be discovered by others, so he can only go to a very remote material copy. Fortunately, there is a teleportation point inside the Songke, which is much more convenient. Xiao Jun gave him permission, and Zhang Sun could choose the appropriate material book to go there. Everything is good, but it is not good for Cheng Jie's room. Now his room looks like a mine. The material book just now is in the desert area, and the dust is a bit big. Please open the window. Zhang Sun did not look up and continued to fiddle with his treasures. Cheng Jie cursed and felt that the air in the room was choking. He walked to the window and opened it halfway. Then he turned around, squatted, and faced Zhang Sun to help him peel the soil. After a few days of getting along, although the two still bickered with each other, they could already get along. After chatting about some random things, Zhang Sun suddenly remembered something. Do you know Huazian? Huazian? Cheng Jia stopped digging and raised his eyebrows. He's from the Qinglan Guild. Why are you asking about him? I met him when I went mining today. I didn't know him, but he recognized me. Is it okay? Don't you want others to know your whereabouts now? Well, he said he wouldn't tell anyone. You believe that? You're kidding. I mined with him for a while, and he gave me everything he dug. He must be a good person. Zhang Sun put some of the cleaned ore into a sack and asked someone to take it to the trading market to sell tomorrow. That Huazian looks a bit like you. Cheng Jia was using an old toothbrush to clean the dirt in the gap. He found that Zhang Sun was right. This thing really relieved stress. About a year ago, his first battle was a great success. At that time, all the major guilds released the news that they wanted to sign him. Later, Qinglan got him with a bronze sign. Oh. But his debut in Qinglan was not very outstanding. At that time, he was placed in the first team. The deputy captain of the first team almost lost an arm to save him. Oh. Because of this incident, Huazian was punished and sent to the second team. After that, everything went wrong. After a few mistakes, he slipped to the third team. I heard that he hasn't played for a long time? Oh. Cheng Jia talked for a long time, and Zhang Sun on the opposite side said oh 3 times. He was very angry. I've talked so much that my mouth is dry. You are just perfunctory? Well. Zhang Sun turned on the flashlight of the bracelet to shine on the ore. I don't know what's going on. I can't talk. Cheng Jia held his forehead. I want you to be careful. This Huazian gets into trouble every time he fights. Qinglan's fans call him Huazian. It is said that their guild has put people out for rent, but no one wants him. Other guilds think he is unlucky and don't want to bring bad luck to themselves. What age are we? We have to believe in science. You should talk to those guild leaders about this. Anyway, Qinglan is not rented by anyone at half price. So cheap? It's not a matter of whether it's cheap or not, you. Cheng Jia paused and keenly caught something. Aren't you trying to have some evil intentions again? I'm telling you, even if you rent someone, you have to choose a good one. Besides, aren't you the only player who wants to play in a single game? If you need to play in a double game, Mr. Chang, I can help you. Cheng Jia was willing to lower his status, but all he got in exchange was Zhang Sun's cold words: you are expensive, but I have no money. These words seemed to praise him, but also seemed to criticize him. Cheng Jia was stuck there for a long time, unable to come back. Zhang Sun actually didn't think much about it. He and Huazian met each other and didn't think about the follow-up. But the next day, when he arrived at the extremely remote sandy mine site, he saw Huazian again. The sand area is very windy and sandy, so each player must wrap a gray cloth around his head to cover his mouth and nose. Zhang Sun, who was covered from head to toe, saw Huazian, who was also fully armed. The latter's eyes lit up and he walked over quickly. Hello Zhang Xin, we meet again. If the first time was a coincidence, the second time was a bit hard to explain. The material book that Zhang Sun chose was located in a very remote place. He didn't want to see anyone, so of course he carefully selected it. Normal people would not go to such a remote place to mine. Although he was puzzled, he didn't say anything and nodded, which was considered a greeting. Like last time, they didn't communicate much, and each dug their own. The material book has a fixed time, and 4 hours is the upper limit. Zhang Sun finished digging the mine this time and put it on his shoulder. When he turned around, a sack full of ore was waiting behind him. This was the mine dug by Huazian. He wrote a note for Zhang Sun, but he disappeared. Zhang Sun didn't hesitate and took 2 bags of ore back to Minke. Did you pick up money? When Cheng Jia went back to the room to get something during training, Zhang Sun happened to be there. He saw Zhang Sun's face full of joy and couldn't help asking. I guess so, I met a kind person. Cheng Jia was puzzled. The next 3 days were like this. The two met at the mine, mined in silence, and Huazian left the mine to Zhang Sun. Unknowingly, Zhang Sun had saved a lot of money from selling the mine. On the 4th day, the mining area. Huazian stood at the bottom of the mine, holding a pick in his hand, concentrating on mining. Don't you need training? A voice sounded from above his head. Huazian looked up and saw Zhang Sun squatting on a small flat mine surface, with the pick in his hand hanging casually, drawing several traces on the ground. Huazian hesitated, I took a leave of absence these days to rest. Oh. Huazian's excuse was untenable, but Zhang Sun did not ask. He knocked the pick into the ground with force, held it with one hand, slid down from a high place, landed 5 steps away from Huazian, and began to chisel. If you need my help, just tell me. After all, I took away a lot of your ore. No, I don't need those Wazian touched the back of his head, I just came here to relieve stress. He didn't say where the pressure came from, but Cheng Jie kept talking to him these days, and Zhang Sun also understood his situation. Okay, Zhang Sun threw a piece of golden ore into the sack, my promise is valid for a long time. If you want to find someone to help, you can do it at any time. The two miners kept digging for a week in tacit understanding, and Zhang Sun was called out to sign several times during this period. Xiao Jun was reliable and handled all the procedures very well, so Zhang Sun didn't need to worry about it. During this period, the focus of the line shifted to other places, which guild signed new people, which guild issued a high difficulty book, and the advent of the White Tower brought threats to human survival, but also brought a lot of opportunities. Amid the turmoil in the outside world, Zhang Sun lived a peaceful life alone in the mining area. The only bad thing was that his good mining friend Huazian hadn't shown up for 2 consecutive days, and he lost half of his income out of thin air. This made Zhang Sun feel a little bit sorry. Xiao Jun called him in the afternoon and said that in 2 or 3 days, all the procedures would be completed. Zhang Sun planned to mine for 2 more days, and then continue to mine other books and return to the rhythm of the previous days. The portal was designed as a tall chimney. Not long after Zhang Sun climbed out of it, another one emerged 10 meters away from him. It was Huazian, who hadn't seen for a long time. Hi, Xiaohua. Zhang Sun took the initiative to say hello. Huazian looked not very good, more sad than before, and didn't know what happened. But when he heard Zhang Sun's voice, he still forced a smile. Long time no see. 2 days, not long. Zhang Sun was happy. Huazian's arrival meant that he had doubled the amount of ore tonight. But Huazian was always worried. Zhang Sun saw it, but he didn't ask, he wouldn't comfort people. Anyway, as long as the other party trusts him enough, he will tell them. The two of them, like before, tacitly dug their own things. In the rhythmic sound of knocking, Huazian finally opened his heart. I may have to leave Qinglan. The composition of the guild includes decision-making, senior level, management, team, and ordinary players. Huazian was initially included in the team, but now he has not performed well. Qinglan doesn't want to support idle people, so he gave him an ultimatum. Either take the initiative to terminate the contract and be an ordinary player in the guild, or just leave. My rental contract has been suspended for more than a month, and no team is willing to rent it. One is that almost all guilds are not short of people during this period, and the other is that they also think, renting me is a waste of money and has no effect. Zhang Sun did not respond. Huazian continued to talk to himself. He needed to talk to someone too much, even if the other party was not a good person to talk to. I didn't expect it to end like this. Back then, Huazian was full of vigor and ambition, and came to Qinglan Guild with lofty goals and hopes. Unfortunately, for various reasons, he was unable to display his talents, and eventually fell to this point. It would be a lie to say that he didn't regret it. But what else can he do? It's not like he didn't try. The iron pickaxe hit the ore, making a clanging sound. Zhang Sun spoke. Then there's no way, we can only find another way out. It's better not to persuade. Huazian felt uncomfortable after hearing this, but when he saw Zhang Sun's calm profile, for some reason, those distracting thoughts briefly left him. I envy you. That's normal, it means you have a good eye. Huazian couldn't help laughing. Do you talk like this to everyone? I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Well, those who care will care no matter what they say. For those who don't care, it's useless no matter how nice they say it. That's what I say, whether others want to hear it or not. Zhang Xuanzhong lives his whole life and doesn't want to live a miserable life. He doesn't care what others think. That's great. Huazian was even more envious, forget it. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening. They had been digging for an hour. Huazian's bracelet rang twice, as if someone from the guild was contacting him. After taking a look at the news, Huazian's good mood all night was instantly ruined, and his shoulders dropped. Zhang Sun, he was corrected and called by his name, I have to go. Oh, then walk slowly, see you another day. Zhang Sun didn't even raise his head, concentrating on digging a particularly deep mine. When he finally dug it out and looked up, Huazian was already gone. Xiaohua forgot and didn't leave any ore for him. This is not okay. Seeing that the teleportation chimney was about to disappear, Zhang Sun climbed in through the entrance with a bag of minerals on his back. Huazian came out of the teleportation port and was blocked by people from the team. He claimed to be on sick leave and did not want to participate in training, but his teammates reported him to the captain of the third team. Now, for some reason, this incident has alarmed the first team. In short, when Huazian returned to Qinglan, there was a circle of people sitting on the sofa in the transfer room. There is the captain Sugwon of one team, the deputy captain Mangija, and the captain and deputy captain of the third team. The moment the captain of the third team saw Hwazian appear, he became furious and scolded him sharply. Hwazian, you are absent from training for no reason, and you even ran out to play. The third team has disgraced you. The transmission room did not have incandescent lamps installed, only a few dim wall lamps on the wall. Everyone's face was even more gloomy. Hwazian's face was pale, his mouth was tightly pursed, and he listened to the captain of the third team's scolding without saying a word. You don't pay attention to the training at ordinary times, and you sneak out to play? You said you were not feeling well, and then what? You are not tired of playing? If your teammates were not afraid that you would act alone and report the situation to me, I would still be kept in the dark by you. The captain was so angry that he spoke without thinking, and the deputy captain of the third team also followed suit, belittling Hwazian. Xiaohua, don't blame us for scolding you. You have been eating white rice since you came to Qinglan, and I haven't seen you do anything for the team. The captain and deputy captain of the first team, Sugwon and Mangija, did not say anything. Sugwon looked at Hwazian silently, but Mangija still had a smile on his face. Xiao Lu, stop talking. Zian is young and playful. He should correct his mistakes when he knows they are wrong. Captain Lu of the third team flattered him. Yes, Deputy Captain Meng is right. Hwazian, the deputy captain has spoken for you. Just admit your mistakes. Captain Lu is not a bad person. He is strict with Hwazian on weekdays, but he also gave him leave when the latter claimed to be sick. He didn't know what Hwazian had experienced in the first and second teams before, but judging from his usual performance, he was a talented one. He didn't know why he fell to the third team. He protected Hwazian openly and secretly, but this little Hua had low emotional intelligence and couldn't get along well with his teammates. Today, he was reported by his teammates, saying that he was sick for a fake reason and went to the material book to play for a few hours every day and didn't come back. Captain Lu cursed angrily, and somehow, it was heard by the deputy captain Mangija of the first team who passed by. Deputy Captain Meng not only heard it, but also called Captain Sugwon. Sugwon is a person who can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. He has a rigid and serious personality. He criticizes the team members without mercy, and never shows mercy when dealing with the team members with bad attitudes. This time, he stepped on the minefield of Team Su. Xiao Lu was anxious and angry. He really wanted to scold Hwazian for being unpromising. After this incident, he finally understood a little bit. This little Hoa must have offended Meng Yijia when he was in the first team. No wonder he couldn't stay in the first and second teams and slid to the third team. Originally, they played the good cop and criticized a few words severely. Hwazian admitted his mistakes. Maybe this matter could be passed by luck. But Xiao Hua, who has always been obedient, didn't know who brainwashed him, and he actually resisted. I'm not wrong, Hwazian spoke for himself for the first time, his voice still trembling. I did go to the hospital, and I handed the medical form to the captain. The evening is private time, no matter how I use it, it does not violate the team rules. You are still stubborn. Captain Lu was so angry that his brain was about to explode, and he really wanted to slap him. He didn't even know to crawl along when he handed the pole. Okay, Xiao Lu, Meng Yijia had seen enough of the drama played by the third team, and interrupted mercilessly, Xiao Wei is right. The team's hands are not that long. As long as the team members don't go out to race and drink, and don't do dangerous things, we have no reason to care. Then, he looked at Hwazian, who was standing upright, and smiled. Besides, Xiao Wu will soon have a new way out, so we shouldn't bring bad luck to him. Before leaving, you still scold him. When Xiao Wu becomes rich in the future, be careful that he will settle accounts with you. Meng Yijia's few words were light and picked Hwazian's most painful place, making him clench his fists. He knew exactly how he was kicked out of the first team. This happened a year ago. The newcomer Hwazian made his debut, and the senior management of Qinglan was very optimistic about him. They asked him to join the team and play an S-level dungeon called the 7th Hospital together. This dungeon is not easy, but the Qinglan team is all elite and well prepared. Brushing the S-level dungeon can basically ensure that all members are unharmed. At that time, Deputy Captain Meng took the initiative to take the newcomer to run the map. Meng Yijia had just been promoted to deputy captain not long ago. Sugwon thought he wanted to show himself and stabilize his position, so he gave him the task of taking Hwazian. The two entered the operating room, and the Raven camera was smashed by the monster. The video data was missing, and the people in the live broadcast room saw a dark scene. Not long after, the camera in the corridor showed that Hwazian escaped alone, and Meng Yijia's screams came from the operating room. The deputy captain was injured, and Su Guan used arrest to forcibly interrupt the dungeon. There are several ways to interrupt the dungeon. Either the automatic judgment fails when all players are killed, or a bug in the dungeon is found, or arrest is used. Like the last time Zhang Sun repeatedly brushed the Huayin dungeon by jumping off a building, it was not because he would not die by jumping off a building, but because he found a bug here when he was simulating. Of course, this bug has not been discovered for a long time because normal people will not jump off a building at all. Without using skill cards, death in the game will directly lead to real death. Rest is also one of the powerful skill cards. It can stop the ongoing dungeon and spit out all the players. However, the effectiveness of skill cards comes with a certain price. After Su Guan used rest to rescue everyone, each team member seemed to have been drained of strength and was in a coma for several days before waking up. Meng Yijia was the most seriously injured. He almost died of blood loss. This is already a very lucky situation. If it is serious, someone may die. The team spent so much effort to escape from the dungeon by chance. Everyone, including the audience watching, believed that Huo Ziyan left the deputy team behind and ran away, which caused Meng Yijia to be seriously injured. This kind of betrayal is very serious, but Qinglan took into consideration that he was a newcomer who didn't understand many things and needed to be taught slowly, so he was put in the second team. It is said that Huo Ziyan defended himself, but this is just a rumor. The facts are in front of us and cannot be argued. Only the parties involved know the truth. Now the two parties are facing each other, and the gap in status is irreconcilable. Meng Yijia appeared as a winner. Huo Ziyan, who was expected by the guild and favored by the top management last year, and could even become a backup force for the first team, was about to be kicked out of the Qinglan guild. If it were someone else, from a big guild, there would be some guilds ranked 30 or 40 willing to take over. But Huo Ziyan couldn't. He was stigmatized as a villain and made no contribution to the team. He was kicked out by Qinglan and the breakup was not decent enough. Other guilds would not sign him as long as they didn't want to offend Qinglan. So what if he was a genius? He still ended up being unwanted. Facing Meng Yijia's sarcasm, Huo Ziyan had no power to fight back. He was not good at defending himself. If not, he would have proved his innocence long ago. How could it be until today? The teleportation room became quiet, and only Huo Ziyan's heavy breathing could be heard. Su Guan, who had been silent, finally spoke. Who went to the material book with you? Huo Ziyan raised his head, a little surprised, wondering how Su Guan guessed it. You have been mining in the material book for more than a week, and only brought her back today. The environment in the sand area is not good. You can't go there just to relax. Who did you give the ore to? Meng Yijia didn't understand why Su Guan cared about this. They checked the records of the teleportation port, and there was only Huo Ziyan. If he is not from our team, there is no need to pursue it. Su Guan shook his head, very persistent. Tell me. It's Zhang Sun. Huo Ziyan hesitated and said the name. Zhang Sun. This name was like a bomb, thrown into everyone's heart. As long as they were involved in the White Tower game, no one would not notice this name. Su Guan seemed to have not expected that the players of his team could be related to Zhang Sun, and was slightly stunned. Zhang Sun. Meng Yijia gritted his teeth when he mentioned this name. Another so-called genius. Being involved with people who ignore rules and disciplines, no wonder you are getting more and more talking about me. A voice that shouldn't belong here sounded. Several people looked at the source of the sound. A head emerged from the chimney-shaped transmission port, and the man stretched out his arms and hung them on the outer wall to support his entire body. He squinted his eyes, and his sights patrolled the room, and finally fell on Huo Ziyan, who was isolated and helpless. He waved excitedly. Xiaohua, why are you standing there like an idiot? Come out and play. Zhang Sun was like a hanging salted fish, regardless of other people's expressions, he just waved to Huo Ziyan. Anyway, he is famous for not looking at facial expressions. No need to look either. He appeared so blatantly and with such a confident aura that the others didn't even think of asking him why he came to Qinglan. It was Meng Yijia who reacted first. Mr. Zhang, why are you here? Me? Xiaohua and I were halfway through digging, and he left without saying hello. I was unhappy, so I chased him to see what he was doing. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. He hooked the outer edge of the teleportation port with one hand, lowered his head, picked up something, and threw it out with a bang. It's a bag of ore. When his babies came out first, Zhang Sun held the edge with both hands and stood up. As an uninvited guest, Zhang Sun was more calm than everyone else here. He sat cross-legged on the ground, guarding the bag of minerals, and talking to others. I see you don't have anything serious to do. I thought you were called back for training. We are communicating with Xian about training. This is within Qinglan. Mr. Zhang Sun, if you want to visit, please make an appointment. Meng Yijia said grandly, but this method was of no use to Zhang Sun. If this method worked, then Xiao Jun would have made Zhang Sun obedient. It's late at night, what can't we talk about during the day? It also takes up other people's private time. This is a very serious matter, Mr. Zhang, please don't interfere. Then you tell me and I'll listen. Zhang Sun folded his arms and stopped leaving. He just wanted to listen. Meng Yijia was speechless and didn't know what to say for a moment. Captain Lu and the deputy team leader of the third team looked at each other, not knowing what to say to the sudden appearance of Mr. Zhang, who was dressed like a shabby miner. Su Guan waved his hand and asked them to leave first. The two of them closed the door and left as if they were fleeing. There were 4 people left in the room, and Meng Yijia came back to his senses. This Zhang Sun is really scary. If you are not careful, you will be taken away by him. Mr. Zhang, he said, Xian is still a member of our Qinglan and must abide by the rules of the guild. He makes excuses to miss training. This kind of thing will seriously disrupt order and is not allowed. Zhang Sun didn't hear much of their previous conversation. But he thinks quickly. Hua Xian was suppressed in Qinglan, and he had already seen this. Coupled with the strange speech attitude of the thin man in front of me, it is not difficult to guess who is suppressing him. I have nothing to do with your guild's affairs. Zhang Sun would not be taken into the pit. I came here to find Xiao Hua. I said, you can reprimand him first, and then I will go out with him to play. Why do you have to find Hua Xian? Su Guan, who had spoken very little from the beginning, spoke up. Zhang Sun didn't know him, but he could infer from his aura that he had a higher status than the other two. It doesn't have to be Xiao Hua. I'm going to dig, and Xiao Hua will help me. If you are willing, of course you can come together. He is very generous. Meng Yijia simply couldn't understand the logic of Zhang Sun's words. Team Su and I are Qinglan's captain and deputy. You want us to go mining in the sandy area? What, the mine wasn't dug by humans? Why can't we go there? You. Su Guan made a gesture to ask Meng Yijia to calm down. Zhang Sun, I know you. You announced at the press conference that you were going to open a guild with great fanfare, but it seems that you don't have much financial resources to support it. You have no news these days. You should be staying at Mingke. There is no other place to go. Mingke owes you a huge favor. They are helping you with all the procedures required to open a guild, and the reason why you have been unable to pay for more than a week is because you are short of money. Su Guan is indeed Qinglan's ace. He manages the team with lightning skills and his mind is very fast. He is a smart person. Zhang Sun's actions in the past few days were 80% to 90% correct. You took the initiative to contact Hua Xian because you were short of people and you wanted to rent him cheaply. Hua Xian was just about to explain that he met Zhang Sun by chance and that he took the initiative to get close to him. But Zhang Sun's right hand on his side gently pressed down, and he asked Hua Xian not to explain. I really need Xiao Hua. He has a good personality and doesn't take credit. He's not like some people who like to step on good people to climb up. Speaking of this, he deliberately glanced at Meng Yijia. Su Guan was present, and Meng Yijia did not dare to argue. He was afraid of being seen through by the former. You Qinglan hang people out, just in time, I have saved enough money. Zhang Sun raised his chin. I want to rent Hua Xian. I refuse. As soon as Su Guan's words came out, Zhang Sun's brows furrowed. This gentleman. My surname is Su. This Mr. Su, in modern society, we must pay attention to the spirit of contract. The captain has the right to say when it comes to renting out team players, but I refuse. Let me remind you, this is going back on your word. You and I are just having a verbal discussion and it has no legal effect. Zhang Sun suddenly felt troubled. He didn't expect the people from the Qinglan Guild to be so shameless. They obviously wanted to give up Hua Xian, but when someone wanted to rent him, they actually took Xiao. What's wrong with this? Then there's nothing we can do, Xiao Hua, just wait. Zhang Sun wasn't bothered. He was a novice on the messy terms of player rentals, so he had to find professionals for this matter. Let me remind you, Su Guan said from behind when Zhang Sun was carrying his bag of treasures back to the portal, even if you look for Xiao Jun, it won't help. Zhang Sun ignored him, didn't even turn his head, and pretended not to hear. He left with a proud attitude, but as soon as he returned to Mingke, he looked around for Xiao Jun in embarrassment. Su Herong told him that Xiao Jun was on a business trip and would call him if anything happened. Now Zhang Sun is talking to the busy deputy Xiao in the room, and Chang Jia is also there. It's very tricky. Xiao Jun's side was a little noisy at first, but then he moved to a quieter environment. In addition to the players' own wishes, the team coach and captain, as well as the guild's senior management, all have a hand in renting out players. Huahua Ziyan has been hung up, so at least the top management agrees. Qinglan is a bit special. The captain of the first team has a lot of say. Now Su Guan is not allowed to intervene. Cheng Jia was making sarcastic remarks beside him. Then it's over. Su Guan is famous for his stubborn temper. 10 donkeys can't pull him back. It's hard to change what he believes. Zhang Sun glanced at him and told him to stop interrupting. It's not impossible. Xiao Jun seemed to be in a good mood on the other side of the phone. If you are willing to join Mingke and give up on starting any guild of your own, it's okay for me to personally resolve this small matter. Then I don't want it, Zhang Sun responded weakly. I'll beat you until I die. Don't let me die. Hey, are we short of food for you, or are you short of food? Cheng Jia rolled up his sleeves. Even the guild has opened it for you, so don't push yourself too far. I'm a little curious, Xiao Jun asked. Why do you have to stick to Huazian? There are no players at the same level as him. Zhang Sun's reason was very straightforward, and he did not shy away from answering the real reason. Because it's cheap. Okay, Xiao Jun smiled, and the reason was very Zhang Sun. Although my reason tells me to advise you to give up as soon as possible, Qinglan's attitude is a bit bullying. The price is clearly marked, and the things that you and I are willing to do show it out. Why can't others rent the players? That's right. Zhang Sun nodded repeatedly. It's not for Mingke to interfere in this matter. As the deputy guild, of course I have to safeguard the interests of the guild. This is how Xiao Jun talks. If you put a big hat on him in advance, what he wants to say next is the key point. But you personally have a deep friendship with Shuiji and me. As a friend, I can't put my hands in my pockets and see you anxious. Zhang Sun was getting anxious. Stop beating around the bush, brother Xiao, he called me after asking for help. What bad tricks are you planning to use? It's not a bad move, it can only be said to be a small gift between friends. There was the sound of typing on the keyboard from Xiao Jun's side. I sent it to your bracelet mailbox, remember to receive it. The call was suddenly interrupted. It was probably because someone else was interrupting Xiao Jun's side and it was inconvenient to continue answering. Zhang Sun lit up the screen of his bracelet, and sure enough there was a new message. He put the documents in the mailbox on the wall. It was a simple map with several copies scattered on it, as if they were in different districts. These copies seem to have no connection. The only thing they have in common is that they are all marked with the celadon-colored Qinglan emblem. What is this? Zhang Sun was confused. Cheng Jia squinted his eyes and patted his thigh. Holy shit, isn't this the marking map of the Qinglan Guild? Brother Xiao is really partial. Zhang Sun was still confused. Cheng Jia, who didn't mind watching the excitement, was even more excited than the person involved. He pointed at one of the dungeon marks and poked it with his finger. Old Zhang, you're welcome, take your turn. Grab the damn one. The number of copies of the White Tower is uncertain, and no one has been able to calculate an accurate number so far. After clearing the level, the copy will be closed and disappear, and it can be opened unlimited times if it is not cleared. A batch of copies will be refreshed every once in a while, and the difficulty is not fixed. Major guilds need to brush copies to increase points, obtain advanced weapons and subordinates, and improve their rankings on the leaderboard. For mature guilds, it is rare to randomly open a copy. Usually they will collect a lot of relevant information, perform calculation simulations and comprehensive evaluations, and finally select the appropriate copy to enter to increase the success rate. The copies selected by the big guilds are generally marked on the spot. The copy is for all players, not exclusive to a specific guild. But when players see that they are marked by the big guilds, especially the top 20 guilds, they will also weigh it. Such copies are often quite difficult. If you are not good enough to enter, you can only add a reference material to the technical team of the big guild out of thin air. Whether people can come out is unknown. The mark is placed at a place on the scene that is not particularly conspicuous but can be seen by others. These marks are completely invisible on the online map, and large guilds cannot blatantly encircle their territory. But there is such a special map between the top 20 large guilds, which shows the emblem marked by a certain guild. Once marked, other guilds tacitly understand and will not touch other people's cakes. No one wants to offend others. Unless there is a deep conflict, like Wancher and Jioding, they will rob each other's marked copies. This thing is sent to the presidents and vice presidents of each guild. Now Xiao Jun has cut out the part of Qinglan and sent it to Zhang Sun. What he is thinking is obvious. Marked copies usually have good things. Although it is easy to die, Lao Zhang will definitely have no problem with your abnormal playing style. Cheng Jia was particularly excited. I am greedy after seeing it. Zhang Sun finally understood Cheng Jia's explanation that was inconsistent with the beginning and the end, and his eyes lit up. Why don't you come with me? No. Cheng Jia grabbed his thick hair tightly, his expression very painful. Brother Xiao can say anything else, but he strictly forbids team members to snatch the tag books of other guilds. He said it would break the rules. If I dare to go, he will peel off my skin and display it at the door of the guild. Thinking of Xiao Jun's smiling face, and listening to Cheng Jia's description, Zhang Sun shuddered. Vice President Xiao would do this. But snatching the tag book is not only a visible reward, but also a psychological satisfaction. There are frictions between their guilds, big and small. Who doesn't want to take advantage of their old rivals? Old Zhang. Cheng Jia suddenly looked at the bewildered Zhang Sun with a look that looked like the hope of the whole village. You must rob Qinglan, otherwise I will look down on you. Don't worry, it's not easy to learn good things and learn bad things. Zhang Sun has completely understood what he wants to do. I will definitely not disappoint the expectations of the Friends Association. The two thieves surrounded the map and happily discussed which copy to rob first. In Qinglan, Zhang Sun left without any negotiation, and Mangijia was very happy. Even the words to teach Huazian were much shorter. Su Guan didn't say much nonsense, and didn't intend to say much to Huazian. Originally, he was a bargaining chip to suppress Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun couldn't be allowed to stand out. Su Guan and Zhang Sun had no personal grudges, and he didn't like to bring personal feelings to official business. He just relied on his rich experience and keenly felt that Zhang Sun was a troublesome person. Once he got benefits from him, he would refuse to leave. The singing bird is a lesson from the past. It's lonely at the top. For a wealthy family like Qinglan to maintain its position, it must think more about everything and make fewer mistakes. Zhang Sun, who has caused constant disturbances since the first battle, is obviously an unstable factor. The farther away, the better. Everyone has different thoughts. Huazian, who is at the center of the storm, is the worst character tonight. He was scolded by the captain and vice-captain of the guild for more than an hour. When he went back, it was already past 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. The teammate who lived with him was the one who reported him. He turned over impatiently and cursed him a few ugly words when he heard the sound of him opening the door. Huazian's attitude towards him has become numb. He didn't turn on the light, washed up in the dark, lay on the narrow single bed, and browsed the news. Maybe Zhang Sun just had a sudden whim to rent him. Captain Su's refusal was beyond his expectation, but it wouldn't change anything. He will be abandoned by everyone after all. He took off his player bracelet and put it on the bedside, preparing to clear the messages on his phone and go to sleep. There were only 3 new messages, from the same person. Brother, is the training going well? I got 100 points in the test today, show it to brother. Picture, the neat and clean handwriting of his sister covered the test paper, and Huazian finally showed a sincere smile. Great. Brother will take you out to play on the weekend. Relax. Soon, the other side sent another message. It's okay, brother is busy with your things, the guild must be very busy. I will take good care of myself. Brother, take care of yourself too. His sister is very sensible and hardly needs Huazian to worry about her, but the more this happens, the more he doesn't know how to talk to his sister. He is about to leave Qinglan. Huazian typed text in the dialog box and deleted it, back and forth several times. Just when he was about to give up, his phone suddenly vibrated, prompting him with a new message. He tapped the screen with his finger to exit the current chat page. After seeing who sent him the message, Huazian sat up from the bed. It's Zhang Shen. Hello Xiaohua, I am Zhang Sun. Sorry for disturbing you late at night. The ellipses displayed on the page indicated that the other party was typing. Huazian waited slightly nervously, his palms sweating. Can you send me the internal training plan of Qinglan's first team? Huazian was confused and didn't know what Zhang Sun wanted this thing for. Internal plans are kept secret and no team members are allowed to reveal them. Huazian didn't know how to refuse people, but he had to refuse, so he had to bite the bullet and type. Before he could send it out, another message came over there. Xiaohua, it wasn't me just now, it was someone with a weak hand. Don't worry about it. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Sun waved the pillow in his hand and gave Cheng Jia a fatal blow on the back of his head. Don't be bad. Cheng Jia pretended that nothing happened, opened the book on the bedside and read it backwards. 3 minutes later, Hua Ziyan received the next message from Zhang Sun. I came to see you so late because I wanted you to be mentally prepared. In the next week, you may be slandered and scolded. Hold it, it's okay. This time Hua Ziyan really responded with a question mark. He didn't understand what was wrong with Zhang Sun, and he suddenly said such nonsense. Why would he be scolded? Hua Ziyan didn't sleep well because he was tortured by Zhang Sun's strange messages all night. When he got up with 2 dark circles under his eyes, Qinglan was already in a state of shock. He heard his roommate yelling curses. That Zhang Sun fucking pried our stronghold. Zhang Sun started the live broadcast at 5 a.m. He is currently located outside the White Tower number 3 in Area 179, one of the marked copies of the Qinglan Guild. Taiwan Novel Network. The screen shook twice, and Zhang Sun's face appeared in the middle of the live broadcast screen. Hey, can you hear me? Zhang Shen. Damn it, it's actually a second hammer? The dead ghost still remembers to come back. Where have you been these days? I almost didn't recognize who it was. I thought you accidentally died in some dungeon. Didn't you say you opened a guild? Why are you still doing it alone? No money to recruit people? Yeah, I know everyone misses me. The content of the barrage is diverse, and there are many negative references. When people are angry, right and wrong will come. Zhang Sun has many fans now, but there are also many people who can't stand him. Zhang Sun ignored him and treated it as a friendly greeting. Let's brush up today. It's not too difficult. Just watch and have fun. It has to be said that Zhang Sun is currently a popular player in Baita, with his own traffic. Just like last time, he refreshed his account in the early morning, which was very hellish, but in just 5 minutes, hundreds of thousands of people gathered in the live broadcast room. Laughing to death, Air Hammer said it's not up to the difficulty level. To educate newcomers in the live broadcast room, the man in front of you has passed 2 books since his debut, each of which is 3S level. The point is that he seems to be in good health, apart from being mentally ill. Air Jue can probably only stay healthy, and his mental state is worrying. Timely hospitalization is recommended here. I wonder what the difficulty level is today. Let me tell you that Air Hammer is one of the most unlucky players among players. Why do they always open 3S books? That time with Ming K does not count. It was equivalent to an open book exam. Come on, the second hammer is about to be opened. Wait a minute, is there a logo at the door? This time Zhang Sun did not open the book in a hurry like he did several times before, but deliberately lingered at the door for a while. Ordinary viewers just think that he hasn't been out for a long time and talks too much. But those who are careful will find the bright spots. Isn't that Qinglan's emblem? Oops, it's a marker book. What is a marker book? These are the copies that the top 20 guilds have investigated in advance and prepared in the near future. This kind of book should not be touched by ordinary players, it is easy to fold in. I remember marking this and other guilds also going around it, for fear of offending people. Ah? Doesn't Zhang Shen know? Air Hammer, hurry up and watch the barrage. So anxious. Run away, Hammer. The Qinglan family has a great cause and we can't afford to offend this little guild that just got started. The barrage followed in a panic, but Zhang Sun himself seemed completely unaware. He didn't look at the live broadcast room, but looked around, taking in the entire appearance of the tower, before he noticed the palm-sized Celadon emblem. What is it? He rubbed his hands but didn't wipe them off. Children's graffiti. With that said, he stood up and pushed open the door of the White Tower. Grass, Air Hammer, you need to be smarter. Air Jue's IQ is off again. Whose child would play near the White Tower? Is there any brother nearby who is offline to remind him? Is it a joke to offend the Grand Guild? The White Tower treats everything equally, but there are unspoken rules between guilds and players. Once you offend a high-ranking guild, the consequences will be disastrous. The big guild will put the person on its own blacklist, and other guilds will naturally not accept it if they see it, and no player managed by the guild will place a book with the people on the blacklist. Zhang Sun is a lone wolf and likes to play alone, but not everyone has the ability to play alone. There are many copies of the White Tower with no limit on the number of people, but it is best to have 4-7 people in a team. Some experts have calculated that the survival rate of a team is much higher than that of a single player. If you are squeezed out by the Grand Guild, you will really have no ability to survive in the White Tower's worldview. The barrage was worried about Zhang Sun, but Zhang Sun pretended not to see it. What are you talking about? You are scrolling so fast that I can't see clearly. No more talking, let's download the book, etc. You should turn it over. It's over, I've already expected Qinglan to put a bounty on Erjue. Aren't Qinglan's people coming forward yet? From now on, don't say Ermai is sound, because he is blind. Of course Zhang Sun was not blind and ignorant, so he insisted on entering the mark book. At least the people in the teleportation room last night seemed to have a clear understanding of Qinglan's people. He did it on purpose. Early in the morning, the team member on duty responsible for monitoring the mark book woke everyone up and said that a player wanted to open the book. Usually this happens when other guilds bring people to stir up trouble. The team members of this guild must quickly gather and rush to the White Tower site to defend their position. Maybe there will be a real person offline fast fight. The members of Qinglan's 3 teams were all ready, but when they pulled up their pants and got dressed, they saw that Mark Ben was alone. Zhang Sun. The monitoring room was extremely lively, with people from 3 floors inside and 3 outside, including Qinglan's backbone. Meng Yijia gritted his teeth and looked at the figure on the screen. Su Guan watched silently. After the camera zoomed in, Zhang Sun not only noticed it, but it was a coincidence. He curled his lips at the Qinglan people on the other side of the camera. One team member with a straight temper couldn't help it. Captain, this is a provocation. Yes, Captain, how dare one person pry into our Qinglan's mark book? Even if it's another guild looking for trouble, at least bring a dozen people. The distribution of these dozen people is like this: 5 go to the dungeon to fight, and the rest fight outside. The team members are young and energetic, and Qinglan, as a wealthy family, also gives them confidence and excessive self-confidence. What kind of behavior is Zhang Sun? Prying the marked book is stealing the house, and broadcasting live is to create momentum. It's equivalent to a thief beating gongs and drums to the door of your vault, ready to use a cannon to blow the door. No one can stand it. Now it's not just ordinary viewers in the live broadcast room, other guilds are also watching the fun. The top 20 guilds have a large group, which contains the leaders and backbones of the guild. Except for a few people who like to talk a lot and like to swipe the screen, most people in this group are lurking. At 5:30 in the morning, this group of night owls took action. Sin Miao, Li Shaoan, picture, Sin Miao, Li Shaoan I passed by while jogging in the morning. Is it your Qinglan's marked book? Why did the door open by itself? The others in the group were watching the show in the live broadcast room, and were worried that no one would take the lead. Now, the innocent captain of Senmio Team 1 threw a bomb, blowing out the others. Tourmaline, Huang He I didn't open it myself, someone else pried it open, live broadcast room link, Xiangbei, Du Wenshu who dares to pry open the marked book without a long eye? Joding, Yu Shuishan it's Zhang Sun, a newcomer who has been in the limelight recently. Wanshur, he Yuxing Zhang Sun? Hasn't he disappeared for several days? Where are the Mingke people? Come out and speak. At Mingke, Changjie, Mingke, Changjie? Mingke, Changjie, what do you want me to do? Wanshur, he Yuxing what else? Zhang Sun from your guild has gone to the base. Mingke, Changjie first, Zhang Sun is not a member of our guild. Mingke, Changjie second, he has gone to the base? I'll go and take a look. Changjie entered Zhang Sun's live broadcast room and swiped a yacht. Wanshur, he Yuxing? Wanshur, he Yuxing brother, don't be so ridiculous, open your eyes and see whose book Zhang Sun is using. Changjie was on the bed, crossing his legs and smiling. His fingers quickly typed text. Mingke, Changjie oops, sorry, I made a mistake. Mingke, Changjie this is Qinglan's marked book, he Yuxing, why are you so anxious, Wanshur? I'll call for help. Mingke, Changjie at Qinglan, Suguan at Qinglan, Mengijia Changjie poured the oil professionally, and for fear of not being able to see, he specially brought out Qinglan's main and deputy teammate. After half a minute, neither of them responded, and then others dared to show up one after another. There was a knock on the door, and Changjie had come in. With a creak, a little head poked his way through the door. It's Tao Xuecheng. Brother Chang, are you up? Brother Xiao asked me to show you the second team's training schedule. I've adjusted it. Okay, let me take a look. The two went out and sat down on the sofa in the corridor. Changjie asked Tao Xuecheng if she had watched Zhang Sun's live broadcast. Look. Tao Xuecheng got up early and happened to catch up. Did you open Qinglan's mark book? Do you want to talk to Brother Zhang? Changjie turned over the training sheet with one hand and spoke in a mysterious tone. Brother Zhang knows what's going on. Ah. Tao Xuecheng was extremely smart and immediately understood what was fishy in this. It must be Zhang Sun and Chang Jia who made good or bad decisions through consultation. Then, will Qinglan target brother Zhang? Chang Jia curled his lips and smiled disdainfully. Zhang Sun is such a prick, thank God he doesn't target others. What's more, he is deliberately targeting it now. Don't worry, Qinglan won't make any moves this time. It's not to blame for those who don't know. On the Qinglan Guild side, the voices of dissatisfaction among the team members became louder and louder. As long as Su Guan gave the order, they immediately rushed to Area 179. But Su Guan didn't do what they thought. All quiet. Captain Su's reputation in the team and guild was very high. He gave a moderate scolding and everyone shut up obediently. No one is allowed to move. Chang Jia was right. Qinglan was provoked to the head by Zhang Sun and did not dare to act rashly. The marker book is something that cannot be obtained on the table. The default unspoken rule between the guild and the players does not mean that it is reasonable. No one or any guild can treat the copy as their own private property. Even if someone told Zhang Sun that this was Qinglan's mark book, Zhang Sun would still have an excuse. Who stipulated that this person must be Qinglan? If it's between guilds, it's easier to handle. But Zhang Sun went alone, and Qinglan sent more than 20 people to reason with him, which was obviously bullying. A wealthy guild can't just win, it also involves the image of the guild itself. If the fan support rate decreases and players have a bad impression, it will seriously affect the operation of the guild. At that time, the higher-ups will come to question. Su Guan considered the overall situation, but the team members couldn't swallow this breath. Captain, are we going to tolerate him running wild on our territory? Yes, Captain, this makes our guild look so cowardly. That's right, that's right. The team members started talking again, and Mengijia took a deep breath. Calm down. Zhang Sun started the live broadcast, just waiting for you to get angry and rush out to settle the score with him. There are almost 1 million people in his live broadcast room now. Are you going to let these 1 million people spray our guild all over? After the deputy team explained this, the team members understood and stopped talking. This Zhang Sun is too thief. Someone whispered. Hua Ziyan stood in the outermost group of people. Apart from the main and deputy teams, he was the one who could best understand why Zhang Sun did what he did. No wonder Zhang Shen asked him to prepare for scolding. Regardless of whether Zhang Sun was renting people or simply wanted to cause some trouble for Su Guan, Hua Ziyan got some comfort. But, can we really escape unscathed? At this time, Zhang Sun had already entered the first floor of the White Tower and was preparing to download the book. Many celebrity players like to interact with fans in the live broadcast room before placing a subscription, but Zhang Sun doesn't like that. If it weren't for the person who was angry with Qinglan just now, he wouldn't have bothered to say a word. Now that his goal was achieved, Zhang Sun shut his mouth and cherished his words like gold. He had already simulated the copy he was going to download today. After discussing with Chang Jia, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Sun took the time to sleep, entered the dungeon in his dream, and simulated it dozens of times. This dungeon is S-level, so the puzzle-solving part is a bit difficult and very energy-consuming. Zhang Sun was annoyed when he solved the last combination lock. He threw the wooden box on the ground in despair, and dropped the inflatable hammer in his hand in anger. Click! The lock is unlocked. Zhang Sun sitting on the ground. Is this okay? As if opening the door to a new world, Zhang Sun's thoughts suddenly opened up. In the end, I simulated it 4 or 5 times and finally got everything done before I went out. At this time, Zhang Sun put his hand on the enter button, and his bracelet vibrated twice, reminding him that there was news. He cut off the screen in the live broadcast room and replaced it with a message interface. It was from Chang Jia. Lao Zhang, the people in Qinglan are watching your live broadcast. Don't just kill the boss, but also make some mockery and give them some color. Zhang Sun thought it made sense, so he came even though he was here. The action of clicking the button was very decisive, and the virtual square with a light halo gradually appeared around it. Zhang Sun's consciousness sank, and the scene suddenly changed. This is a huge maze, and its name is Alice's Corridor of Horror. It looks like long art corridors surrounding it, with abstract paintings hanging at regular intervals on the 2 walls. The colors used in each of these abstract paintings are very bold and intense, with twisted human bodies, deformed animals, as well as some mysterious patterns and words painted in blood. A casual glance will cause discomfort. If you stare at it for a long time, you will feel that there is a special magic that is dragging you into the world in the painting. As the dungeon opened, the audience in the live broadcast room saw the scene clearly. What is this? Art exhibition? A maze, right? Didn't you see that there are 3 paths to choose from at the entrance? What kind of art masterpiece is that above? It looks really disgusting. How do you go through the 3 paths? Is there only one correct one? Where is the NPC? Let's shake the difficulty of the dungeon first. Jang-sun walked to the right, where there was a long table covered with a blue velvet cloth. After uncovering it, it was a lottery machine. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. This time Jang-sun was too lazy to remove the wires, so he let it beep and bang. The weird and sharp machine's synthesized sound wandered in the empty corridor, forming an echo, making the surrounding scene seem even more empty and cold. The lottery machine slowly stopped, and an orange ball rolled down from the exit. The letter S was marked on it. 1. Only S level? I didn't see 3 balls rolling out, which was really a bit uncomfortable. Let Jang-sun lead you astray. S-level dungeons are not something that anyone can pass easily. Yeah, yesterday, an S-level dungeon was opened in Area 685, but didn't only 2 people survive? The General Association should ban newcomers from watching the second Hammer dungeon, they are all misleading. Don't mention it, I saw a newcomer on the forum a few days ago, asking if he could open a 3S dungeon with a dungeon number of 2. Do you really think you are a third hammer? What is a third hammer? Ha 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 ha. Qinglan's marked dungeon should have something, although the difficulty is S, but the second hammer is so straightforward, can it work? I don't think so. There are 3 forks at this entrance, like a 3-person dungeon. The discussion on the barrage was in full swing, and Jang-sun's side had also finished charging. Ahem, he tied the Raven camera that passed by and held it in his hand. Today's dungeon is S level, everyone saw it, the difficulty is not low. The people of Qinglan Guild were also watching Jang-sun's live broadcast, keeping a close eye on his every move. You know it's difficult, but why don't you get out of here quickly, one team member laughed. This dungeon will take at least 3 hours even if we send in our elite team. As soon as the team member finished speaking, Jang-sun's voice came from the speaker. We agreed not to go too hard this time. How about this, we can finish it in 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Jang-sun said this, and there was an uproar in the forum and the live broadcast room. Half an hour? How is that possible? Didn't Jang-sun compress the time to less than 13 minutes when he brushed the A level last time? But that was an A level dungeon. As long as you bring an S level, the difficulty of any dungeon will be doubled. This is the truth. Currently, the highest level of the White Tower dungeon is SSS, but the difficulty gap between 3S and 3S dungeons is still large. Some dungeons are 3S, because the upper limit is only 3S. Players suggested that the General Association divide the difficulty into higher levels, but the General Association has no say in this matter. The difficulty of the dungeon is drawn by a lottery machine, and it is meaningless for them to set it manually. The average time taken for a dungeon with an S level is about 23 hours. It takes more time for a large map, and less time for a small map. But no matter what, half an hour is the limit. Not only the Barrage and Forum, but also other guilds watching the show were a little surprised. In the Wanshur Guild, He Yuxing had just finished a round of training. With his long legs resting on the table, he was casually drinking water and watching the live broadcast. When Jang-sun said 30 minutes, he spurted out all the water. The teammate on the opposite side threw a sofa pillow at him and cursed him with disgust. He Yuxing slapped the pillow away and quickly tapped the bullet screen to confirm. Fuck, I thought I heard it wrong. Jang-sun really needs half an hour to brush the S-book? Who? Half an hour? Who is running out of a mental hospital and talking nonsense? Yuxing, watch less science fiction movies. Your spirit has exceeded the current level of human cognition by a lot. He Yuxing originally wanted to discuss with his teammates, but he ended up being laughed at. He was so annoyed. Get out, why is it so difficult to share some ideas with you? One of his teammates saw that he was annoyed and came over with a smile. Who is it? Who is this ignorant newbie who spent half an hour on the S level? He Yuxing dragged the virtual screen in front of him. Let's see which newbie it is. Fuck, the teammate was also stunned after seeing the handsome face in the center of the screen. Isn't this Jang-sun? The one who became a god with 2 hammers. Jang-sun has long been famous in major guilds, especially in the team. This kind of new potential stock is their future competitor, and they can't help but pay attention to it. What is he going to do? Grab Qinglan's annotated book? And it will take another 30 minutes to clear the level? The teammate was also shocked. Isn't this slapping Qinglan in the face? The people in Qinglan Guild were indeed livid. Especially the one who said 3 hours just now. He didn't dare to look up. Mengija forced himself not to show too deliberate expression, tried to watch the live broadcast calmly, and comforted the embarrassing team member. It doesn't matter, maybe he is just talking nonsense. Zhang Sun never talks nonsense. He kept his word, and afraid that others would not believe him, he stepped on the table to take down the clock on the wall. Set it to 12 o'clock, and wait until 12:30, I will complete the game. After saying that, he hung the adjusted clock in its original position. The second hand began to tick, but Zhang Sun was not in a hurry to start, but first gave a brief explanation. This book is S-level. If you solve puzzles plus kill monsters, follow the normal process, no matter what, it is impossible to compress it within half an hour. The barrage was full of question marks. Then what the hell are you talking about? You are playing tricks on us? Can you be a little patient? Zhang Sun said. Normal process? Yeah, just wait and see the two-hammer show. I don't want him to fall over, prying other people's marked books and bragging. People should be humble, otherwise if you fall from a high place one day, anyone can step on you. This time the barrage was lively, and Zhang Sun fans and Zhang Sun haters tore each other apart. But I was talking to the Raven camera and couldn't see the storms online. Because the conventional process doesn't work, we have to use some unconventional methods. A black vortex-shaped shadow appeared on each side of Zhang Sun's left and right feet. The shadows were like two lumps of mud, slowly stretching and taking shape. Finally, a short little girl appeared, and a strange flower thing half-circled Zhang Sun's body. It's Urchui's subordinate. Sister Hong? And what is that snot-like flower thing? Zhang Sun's new favorite, called Xiaohua. I remember if the original name was Xiaoyin. Little Red Riding Hood doesn't like to talk, she just likes to stick to Zhang Sun, and she wants to hold hands when she comes up. Xiaoyin talks a lot of nonsense. Zhang Sun. Long time no see Zhang Sun. Shall we go out to play? Xiaoyin's voice is between men and women, more like a talking beast. It has no face, and its body can't be seen clearly. The whole thing can only be described as indescribable. Zhang Sun asked it to be quiet, he had an important task to arrange. Do you see the two entrances? Zhang Sun pointed to the left and right, Sister Hong is on the left, Xiaohua is on the right. If you see obstacles, ignore them. If there are obstacles, you can deal with them. Little Red Riding Hood was running away with her little leather shoes clattering, and Xiaoyin was also drooling and wanted to fly away. Zhang Sun grabbed one with one hand. Don't worry, I'll go in first. He had simulated this dungeon and knew everything. The barrage was right, this was a 3-person dungeon. A 3-person dungeon does not mean that there are only 3 people, but at least 3 people are required to go to the dungeon, starting from the left, middle and right. The characteristics of Alice's copy are puzzle solving and escape. After entering from the 3 entrances, there is a looping corridor with several locked doors in the middle. Only by solving the puzzle in the painting, opening the password box in the corner, finding the correct key, and opening the door of the corresponding color can you finally pass the level. During this period, if the password is entered incorrectly, the boss in the corridor will be activated, a monster called Painted Corpse. This monster will chase and bite the player, and the fate of being caught by it can be imagined. All 3 entrances must have players enter, otherwise after 15 minutes, the painted corpses in the corridors corresponding to the other 2 entrances that no one has entered will flow into the corridor with people. 15 minutes is the time Zhang Sun calculated during the simulation. As long as this time point is grasped, there will be no problem. Zhang Sun took out a black whistle from the cloud space. This was bought before he set off. It has no special function, but it is very loud. He asked Sister Hong and Xiaohua to guard the left and right entrances respectively, and told them that they could only enter when the whistle sounded. After completing this step, Zhang Sun walked into the middle entrance alone. Soon, darkness engulfed his figure. The wall lamps in the corridor lit up one after another. Zhang Sun did not walk fast. The barrage urged him to hurry up. He dawdled until he reached the first password box. From the entrance to now, I have passed by 4 paintings, which should correspond to the 4-digit password. Zhang Sun fiddled with the box in his arms, and it seemed that he had no intention of solving the puzzle at all. There is a password on the painting? It's broken, I didn't even look at it. Why hasn't Ikhui solved the puzzle yet? It's really anxious to see it. Is it the color of the painting? Or is there any special pattern on it? It's impossible to solve the puzzle in half an hour. I was talking halfway just now. This time, some unconventional methods will be adopted in the copy. Zhang Sun put the box back to its original place, spread his right hand, and the inflatable hammer appeared in his hand. Everyone should change their thinking occasionally. You can get the key without solving the puzzle. Bang, he hit the box with a heavy hammer. I was shocked. What the hell? Can you solve the puzzle like this? What kind of puzzle is this? Ah, although I expected it, Ekui really did it. Is this a puzzle or a demolition? I seem to hear some sound. Damn, could it be that a monster has appeared? What you fear will come true. A hoarse roar came from the dark corridor, accompanied by the sound of something crawling rapidly. It really is. Damn, this thing is so ugly. Ekui, run. Jang Sun did not walk like the old man just now. He picked up the key and carried the hammer, and ran fast with his long legs. If he hadn't retracted his legs in time, the teeth of the painted corpse would have torn off the flesh of his calf. Players violently unpacking the box will trigger the monster in the copy, and the painted corpse in Alice's copy is an unsolvable monster and cannot be fought hard. Jang Sun knew this very well, so he ran after smashing it, leaving a residual image. There is a red door in front of him, which corresponds to the red key in his hand. Jang Sun unlocked and kicked the door in one go. After entering the door, he used his body to hold the door panel and locked the monster outside. After the iron door was opened with the correct key, it was automatically blocked when it was closed again, and the monster could not get in. The barrage breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I almost thought that Ekui was going to die. I said that Ekui would definitely fail if he played like this. Fortunately, he ran fast. This time, I'd better solve the puzzle honestly. Look at him, he doesn't look like he has a long memory. Damn, he raised the hammer again. Jang Sun really didn't learn his lesson. After he found the second password box, he hit it hard again. This time, the blue key was opened. The monster locked outside the door started to call again, the door lock opened automatically, and it rushed in. Jang Sun glanced at it and ran away. Here it comes again. I'm getting nervous. I wish the next one is the blue door. Why is there a fork in the road here? A ding-shaped intersection appeared in front of him. Jang Sun turned around and ran to the right without any hesitation. The painted corpse chased him closely. He didn't stop at the intersection, and shook off two paintings on the wall. He ran into the road on the right with his teeth and claws. The first-person perspective was shaky, and the tension and oppression were extremely strong. The audience who switched to Jang Sun's camera were on edge. Finally, a door appeared. Why is it a white door? Damn it! What should I do? The second hammer is the blue key. It's over, this one is cold. The other side is the blue door? I ran to the wrong one. This time Jang Sun looked normal. The high-speed running made him no change except for the rapid breathing. In front of the white door, he stopped and threw away the blue key in his hand. One hammer hit the door. This works? Okay, he went in. Damn, what's the point? The door is open, and the monster is let in. The barrage is right. Breaking the door by force means that the door can't stop the monster. Jang Sun continued to run for his life with the hammer in his hand. This puzzle game has completely turned into a battle royale, and the hearts of all the viewers in the live broadcast room were lifted up. The people of the General Association have posted a reminder in the live broadcast room, and viewers with heart disease should watch with caution. In the first 15 minutes, Jang Sun was unpacking boxes, taking keys not being able to open doors, and being chased and bitten by monsters. Every time he got a key, the barrage was wishing that the next door must be the corresponding color. In the end, no one paid attention to the puzzle, and they were all watching when Jang Sun would be bitten to death. The voting post on the forum was posted on the first page and never came down. However, the original body in the dungeon seemed to be at ease, and he had the energy to check the watch to see if the time was up. When he looked at the watch, the barrage remembered the 15 minutes. That's right. 15 minutes. Didn't you say that two subordinates would start in 15 minutes? I really don't understand Jang Sun. Why didn't he leave one to protect himself? Yes, otherwise how could he be so embarrassed? Speaking of the three paths in this maze, is there any correct path? We'll know when Sister Hong and the others come in later. So what should Jang Sun do now? The monster is still chasing him. Jang Sun was very skilled in opening boxes. He aimed at the password box in the corner and flew over with a hammer. The box opened with a sound, and a green key fell out of it. I don't even dare to wish that the next door is green. It's okay. Anyway, from the beginning, no matter whether it's right or not, the two hammers will directly kill the door with one hammer. It's numb. As if deliberately contradicting the barrage, the door this time is really green. Everything was as Jang Sun expected, and it was exactly the same as the route he simulated. Unexpectedly, he put away the inflatable hammer and used the key to open the door. Zhang Sun's movements were neat and decisive. He didn't seem to have consumed much energy after running for so long. The door closed heavily, blocking the monster outside, and it could only roar helplessly. Zhang Sun raised his wrist and looked at the time on the bracelet. 15 minutes had just arrived. He took a breath, pulled the whistle out of his collar, and held it in his mouth. The whistle sounded loud and long, echoing throughout the maze. The barrage was interested in discussing again. What is this whistle? I don't know, I haven't seen Zhang Sun get this thing in any dungeon reward. It's probably just an ordinary whistle. What's the use of that? I think Zhang Sun should stop messing around. Sister Hong and Xiao Hua can't hear it, right? Then it's all over? After Zhang Sun blew for 10 seconds, he pushed the tip of his tongue and the black whistle fell back on his neck. He didn't move immediately, but lowered his eyelids and pricked up his ears, as if listening to something. What's Urchu doing? What are you waiting for? I think I heard something. It's getting closer, is it a monster? It sounds like something collapsed, not something a monster can make. Shit. Quickly switch to the perspective of the other two corridors. Sister Hong and Xiao Hua are going to flatten this copy. The screen switches to the other two corridors, or they can no longer be called corridors. Little Red Riding Hood's hood fell on her back because of her rapid running. The small basket in her hand, which seemed to only add a little cuteness to the little girl, now became a weapon with great lethality. It didn't even look at the password box, and directly broke the door violently. It is worthy of being a high-risk NPC in the first 3S copy. The monsters behind it can't catch up with its speed at all. As for Xiaoying, it's even more so. This subordinate who was just taken away by Zhang Sun is the strongest weapon, like a torpedo, hitting the door and the wall, taking the shortest path to the master. After hearing the huge noise they made, Zhang Sun smiled with satisfaction, picked up the hammer and continued to hit the door at the original rhythm. The next 15 minutes were a nightmare for the audience, the monsters, and Alice's copy. At the last minute, Zhang Sun and his two subordinates met smoothly. In front of them was the last door to pass the level. The barrage sent out a series of question marks and a lot of wow, and Zhang Sun in the picture put his hand on the door handle and smiled. Sister Hong, let's sing to Alice to celebrate. Little Red Riding Hood took out an old-fashioned radio from her magic basket and turned it on, and the melodious piano sound came out. The beautiful piano sound, coupled with the bombed corridor and broken picture frames in front of her, everything looked very broken artistic. Alice's copy gives a total of 3 rewards. Portable door 1, can be enlarged or reduced at any time, easy to carry, looks like a rectangular shield, and can actually be used as a shield. Unlimited refill kettle 1, good for home travel, one of the must-haves for the poor. Downgrade card *1, the copy difficulty is reduced by 1 level, you must be so happy, noob. Zhang Sun got these 3 things. I don't know if it's because there are only S level, there are no subordinates to collect this time. But after thinking about it, the only monster he encountered in the copy was the ugly painted corpse, which was not very cute and boring, and could only bite people with its big mouth open. There was no idea of collecting. After completing the task, Zhang Sun changed the 2 subordinates and rewards back to data, saved them in the bracelet, and was about to leave the White Tower as if nothing had happened. The barrage hadn't reacted yet. It's over? A thrilling 30 minutes. I didn't expect it to be 30 minutes. Did Zhang Sun really finish Qinglan's marking book so smoothly? Compared to this incident, Urchui's strength is more terrifying. What is the origin of a Kui? S level, solo, 30 minutes. I can't speak anymore. Not only the ordinary viewers in the live broadcast room were shocked, but also the backbones of various guilds were in shock for a long time. In the Wanshur Guild, among the several team members gathered together, some people tisk twice. It's really scary, this newcomer. This is the first time I have seen such a violent way to pass the dungeon. Maybe it can cause a new trend? No one needs to solve puzzles in the future. Come on, you also have the physical strength and strength of Zhang Sun. The distance of the corridor is not short. You are chased by an unsolvable monster for half an hour. Can you do it? Why do you have to rush? Isn't there a puzzle-solving session? Yuxing, what do you think? Yuxing went from watching the fun at the beginning to a serious face now. I have to go find the captain. Why? Ask him if he can buy Zhang Sun. Isn't it difficult? Didn't Zhang Sun start his own guild? Then we can only get rid of him. Brother, wake up and don't be confused. Don't destroy something if you can't get it. Oh, you don't understand, He Yuxing kept his composure for less than 5 seconds before breaking his composure. If Zhang Sun wants to target us one day, it will be a big trouble. The Qinglan Guild really felt the trouble that He Yuxing was talking about. 20 minutes after the end of Alice's copy, no one spoke. The other team members were completely shocked by the powerful strength displayed by Zhang Sun. When they came to their senses, they looked at the captain and deputy captain with unfriendly faces and dared not say a word. The thief came to the door of the house and fired a cannon, and successfully stole the house and retreated unscathed. Meng Yijia almost bit his back teeth to pieces. This Zhang Sun is really too much. As soon as the deputy captain spoke, the others followed suit. Yes, you don't solve the puzzle, just rush in. How can you go to the dungeon like this? Lucky, the monsters in this dungeon are not high level. I think so too. More and more people echoed, and it seemed that they were getting more and more confident. In the end, their emotions were a little out of control and they started to scold Zhang Sun again. Hua Ziyan was outside the crowd and felt that what they said was wrong. He wanted to defend Zhang Sun, but then he remembered the other party's instructions. Someone knocked on the table twice, not hard, just enough for everyone to hear. It was Su Guan. Captain Su stood up, turned around, faced the excited team members, and spoke in a deep voice. It is arrogant to see others perform well in the dungeon and blindly regard it as luck. All players who survived the dungeon have their own abilities and skills. Instead of talking about others, it is better to seize the time to review. Have you watched the replay of the last dungeon? Su Guan gave an order, and all the team members hurriedly took action. Those who needed to practice physical fitness practiced physical fitness, and those who needed to watch replays watched replays. After the training room returned to its usual pace, Su Guan got up and left. Meng Yijia wanted to call him, but seeing the low pressure around Su Guan, she had to give up. Before walking out of the door, Su Guan took a deep look at Hua Ziyan and closed the door of the training room. This look made Hua Ziyan a little at a loss. After coming out of the White Tower, Zhang Sun bypassed all the media and fans and got into a black car without any emblem. When he opened the door and got in the car drove away immediately without stopping for a moment. The driver wearing a baseball cap was Chang Jia. Chang Jia was in a very good mood. Mingke and Qinglan had no big grudges, but they had many small conflicts, which was equivalent to venting his anger. But he still had to make a few sarcastic remarks about Zhang Sun. You are really so prominent now that even a famous star player like me has to drive for you. Zhang Sun took out his mobile phone and fiddled with it, and responded casually. When my brother has money, you will definitely get your share. Come on, don't make empty promises to me. Chang Jia turned the steering wheel. Who are you sending a message to? What are you going to do next? Do you have Su Guan's contact information? Send me one. Ask Brother Xiao. Su Guan usually doesn't add people as friends. Oh. In the evening, Zhang Sun asked Xiao Jun for Su Guan's contact information and sent a friend request. Su Guan had just finished training and took a shower when he saw the phone screen light up. He unlocked the screen and the friend request popped up. Zhang Sun, applied to add you as a friend. Su Guan sat on the edge of the bed, thought for 2 minutes, and clicked agree. Then he put his phone on the bedside and was about to find the bracelet to watch today's copy replay. 3 buzzes, there is a new message. It was sent by Zhang Sun. Hello, Captain Su, I am Zhang Sun. The first opening statement seemed normal. Then came the second one. Excuse me, I have something to consult. The tone was polite. Then came the third one. I want to rent the player Hua Ziyan from your guild. What do you think, Captain Su? After reading the 3 messages, there was a fourth one. If you don't agree, I will pry your 547 copy tomorrow. The Yen State map is too short, there are only 4 lines, and the dagger is revealed. The copy of Area 547 is Qinglan's next marked copy. If you are forced to speak for Zhang Sun and say that Alice was a coincidence, then this time 547 cannot be justified. Zhang Sun had various major guilds mark this map. It is not difficult to guess who sent him the map. Su Guan exited the chat page and looked for someone in his address book. He sent it to Xiao Jun. Did you give Zhang Sun the map? A concise sentence. The time was shortly after dinner, and he guessed it wouldn't take long to reply. But Xiao Jun replied instantly. How come? If you want to get that map, you can't wait in line to return to the guild. Xiao Jun denied it, but only a fool believed him. Su Guan thought about this matter from beginning to end for 8 or 9 minutes, including the copy of 547 and the attitude of the singing bird, before he sent a message back to Zhang Sun. Hua Ziyan will not rent it, and he will not give up the 547 book. Half a minute later, Jang Sun returned. There is only one expression. Smile. After Su took a look, he threw the phone on the bed and took a towel to wipe his hair. On the other side, in the Mingke Guild, after Jang Sun saw the news, he threw his chopsticks into the dinner plate. This Su Guan really doesn't eat oil or salt, and doesn't eat soft or hard food. Vice President Xiao was opposite him, and the two of them were in Mink's cafeteria. After dinner, there were not many people in the cafeteria, only 3 or 4 people lingering around, secretly listening to the conversation at their table. Su Guan will not let others step on his head and act recklessly. He is not the kind of person who gives up when faced with difficulties. Xiao Jun lowered his eyes, looked at the plate of rich and nutritious dinner in front of Jang Sun, and smiled. I'm calling, was the dinner delicious? Jang Sun ate an untouched meal brought by others for a long time. When he heard this, he felt no guilt. Instead, he took 2 big mouthfuls and chewed them. It smells very good. What tastes so delicious? Cheng Jia walked around to Jang Sun's table and took a meatball from the plate. It's very good. Cheng Jia, Xiao Jun's smile deepened. Help me get another one. Vice President, why is it me? Next time the copy will not take you. I'm going. Cheng Jia obediently went over to prepare food, and there were only 2 people left at the table by the window. I'm angry now. Isn't it time to stop? Xiao Jun took a sip of hot water from the disposable water cup. Who said I wanted to get angry? Jang Sun poked the meatballs with chopsticks, looking like he had lost his appetite again. Ha? Do you really want to rent Huazian? Of course. Jang Sun nodded vigorously. It's not just because it's cheap. You were perfunctory about that phone call yesterday. I've watched Huazian's video. Jang Sun put down his chopsticks, hooked his arms back on the back of his chair, and looked up at the colorful chandelier on the ceiling. He is very talented, but he has a bad mentality. What's going on? Woolen cloth? One of Qinglan's unsolved mysteries is why Huazian, who stunned everyone in his debut, failed to recover after his debut. Is it related to the deputy team of the first team? Xiao Jun was startled by Jang Sun's words. How do you know? Meng Yijia seems to treat Huazian very well. Well, everyone thinks so. After Jang Sun replied vaguely, he didn't continue the topic. At this time, Cheng Jia returned with a dinner plate that was exactly the same as the one on the table. I'm back, Cheng Jia said. The meatballs are gone, and the rest is the same as before. You're tired, sit down. Cheng Jia sat next to Xiao Jun, while Jang Sun held his chin and looked at the night scene outside the window. I want to buy a house. Ha? Cheng Jia pricked up his ears. Buy a house? Have you saved enough money? It's not enough, so I'm going to pick up where I can. Cheng Jia was thinking about Jang Sun's words when suddenly he punched the table. Xiao Jun, who was picking carrots, frowned. Brother Xiao, I'm sorry. Cheng Jia quickly apologized, and then immediately directed the conversation to Jang Sun. You're not going to rob somewhere, are you? I'm telling you, Lao Zhang, we need to wake up. It's okay to pry off Qinglan's base, but you can't take over his home. What are you thinking about? Jang Sun couldn't stand his thinking. Why do I need such a big place by myself? Is that the reason? It's okay, as long as you don't get dizzy. What kind of one do you want to buy? If you want to open a guild, I suggest you rent an office building. Office building? Jang Sun said, it's still too big. I can't use that much space. Then you have to think about the future. Once a guild opens, it has to buy players, assistants, etc. Where will those people live? They can't just stuff them in a drawer. I don't need so many people, I'm alone. You are alone. Cheng Jia typed these words, shocked, and hammered the table again. What? You alone? One-person guild? Why, it can't be done. It's not impossible. If you're playing alone, why should you start a guild? What should I do in a multiplayer version? What should I do in a large version? Renter, I'm busy getting the first contract right now. Besides, there are many books that individual players can't buy, so it's a loss. Jang Sun's plan had already been thought out when he was preparing to open the guild. He carefully read through the beginner's guide, learned about all the copy types in the White Tower, and borrowed the Songchua's library, which was dusty because no one had entered it all year round. He is trying to learn as much as possible about this world and the operation of the guild. Now it has been 7 or 8 years since the White Tower came. People have gone from fear at the beginning to adaptation and the establishment of the Players' General Association. The guilds supported by large consortiums have gradually got on the right track, organizing the loose players, selecting the best among them to form teams, and slowly taking on the current appearance. The White Tower dungeons are divided into ordinary dungeons, material dungeons, and district and server life and death dungeons. Ordinary dungeons are divided into different levels of difficulty, with the highest being SSS level. The material dungeons will drop material props, etc., and there is no limit on the number of entries. The district and server life and death dungeon is the first dungeon that Zhang Sun has downloaded. It is a variation of the ordinary dungeon, but it is a dungeon that determines the fate of the entire district. If you fail to pass it, everyone will disappear without a trace. Although the danger of the White Tower dungeon has never decreased, with the existence of the guild, this danger is accompanied by a business opportunity. The attractive rewards attract a large number of players to influx, and high-level team players enjoy a very high status and are widely sought after. In addition to the dungeons produced by the White Tower, the General Association will also regularly hold various competitions, use technology to create virtual dungeons, and invite various teams to participate. The most popular one among them is the All-Star Game held every quarter. The All-Star Game is attended by the top guilds, usually the top 20. If you win this event, you will get a lot of points and material rewards, and it will bring widespread attention to the guild. In short, there are many benefits. If you want to participate in the All-Star Game, you must first have a guild. Individual players have no chance. When Zhang Sun thought of similar competitions that individual players could not participate in, he felt that it was extremely necessary for the guild to hold this event. Zhang Sun briefly explained his thoughts, and Shang Jia thought he had just escaped from a mental hospital and had not adapted to modern society. Xiao Jun, who finally picked out all the annoying carrots, spoke. It's a good idea. But if you want to participate in those competitions led by big guilds, such as the All-Stars, you need a lot of points, a lot. How long will it take to save them? About 10 years. Then I may not live that long. So I advise you to disband Xuanhui immediately and join Mingke. Zhang Sun changed his sitting position, crossed his hands on his forehead, and looked thoughtful. Seeing him so distressed, Cheng Jia was affected and didn't even dare to breathe. After a while, Zhang Sun's hands fell down and rested on his chin, looking at Xiao Jun with a focused look, and spoke. Brother Xiao Jun, the vice president of Mingke who knows everything, can do everything, is wise and rational, what do you think? Cheng Jia was speechless beside him. So you were thinking about how to flatter me for so long? Zhang Sun gave him a look that said, why are you so childish? Making money is not shameful. Xiao Jun really fell for it and pointed him a clear way. The next All-Star will be in about 2 months. Even if you work yourself to death without taking a break, you won't get a ticket to the game. So, the General Association will also send its own people to participate in the All-Star Game. Because most of their staff are civilians and can't handle high-intensity dungeons, so this spot is vacant every year. Zhang Sun's eyes lit up, but he still had questions. Then, Brother Xiao, can players from guilds sign up to become staff members of the General Association? Of course. In order to balance the forces of all parties, many of the management and senior executives of large guilds have positions in the General Association. In a world with the White Tower, there are sacrifices anytime and anywhere, and the manpower is not as sufficient as you think. Then Brother Xiao, how can I recommend myself and join the General Association? The General Association is not like a guild. It has a large consortium to support it, and it can also make a lot of money through live broadcasts and dungeons. The popularity can be converted into funds, and you are now a popular person with your own traffic. If you apply, I think they are willing to accept it. Then But you still need a recommender. Xiao Jun smiled and gestured, while Zhang Sun had a bitter face. Okay, you say, let me help Mingke play a few more dungeons. I don't want much, count the marked maps I provided you last time, too, add them to the rental contract you gave Mingke. Okay. Zhang Sun gritted his teeth and agreed. After Xiao Jun got his promise, he just finished dinner, except for carrots. Have a good rest tonight and wait for good news. After Su Guan replied that Zhang Sun would not give up the 547 marked book, he called a team meeting overnight. The meeting room was brightly lit and silent. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, 547 book number 6 White Tower, place the book. Su Guan said to the 4 team members in the meeting room with his back to the whiteboard. There were 3 men and 1 woman among the 4 team members. The only female team member, Wang Shudong, was calm and had some concerns. Captain, is it too hasty? In the past, we had to prepare at least 3 days in advance for placing marked books. Yin Lixin, a male team member with a short haircut sitting opposite her, retorted Zhang Sun has climbed over our heads. Should we let him pry all the marked books of the guild? That's not what I meant. I mean, we shouldn't let Zhang Sun lead us astray. There is no time to hesitate. If we let him pry our books again this time, where will Qinglan's face be? The two of them talked back and forth, and seeing that their emotions were a little out of control, Su Guan knocked on the table with his backhand, signaling them to be quiet. Meng Yijia waited until they turned their heads away and didn't talk before speaking. Captain Su's decision was correct. Shut on, it's good to be well prepared, but Zhang Sun is narrow-minded and won't give up. He's already targeting our guild. As soon as Meng Yijia finished speaking, the only male team member who had not spoken from the beginning to now and was drowsy suddenly laughed. What do you think, Mingxian? Meng Yijia asked with a frown. Luo Mingxian is considered to be the most senior in the team, joining a year later than Su Guan. If it weren't for his casual personality and his dislike of worrying, Meng Yijia would not have been able to get the position of deputy captain. Meng Yijia had an opinion about him, but because Su Guan trusted him, he didn't show his emotions too obviously. He always suspected that Luo Mingxian had said bad things about him to Su Guan behind his back, but he had no evidence. Meng Yijia's deputy captain position was given by the top management, and Su Guan just didn't object to it. He trusted Luo Mingxian more. Because of this, Meng Yijia often felt uneasy. As for me, of course I will follow the captain and the vice-captain, Luo Mingxian said in a long voice. You were both right. Mingxian, Meng Yijia smiled, but it was obvious that she was dissatisfied with his answer. You are a veteran of the team, and your opinions and ideas are also very valuable for reference. Ah, it turns out that my words are so useful, Luo Mingxian simply stretched out on the table. I thought I was dispensable. You okay? Su Guan made a round. He didn't like to see the conflicts within the team. Mingxian doesn't want to speak, don't force him. Meng Yijia suffered a loss, leaned back on the chair, and said no more. Every time, as long as there was a quarrel, Su Guan mediated on the surface, but actually favored Luo Mingxian. Luo Mingxian's words also had a deep meaning. When Huazian heard Meng Yijia, he was the only one in the team who spoke for Huazian. Meng Yijia heard him and Su Guan quarreling through the door. Huazian is talented. Su Guan, are you blind? The dungeons that Team 1 is playing are all difficult ones. If they fail, they will die more miserably than anyone else. If someone drags their feet, the whole team will die without a burial place. Su Guan, are you just letting such a good seedling be buried? The whole quarrel was dominated by Luo Mingxian's unilateral abuse and reprimands. He dared to point his nose and scold like this, which shows that he has a really good relationship with Su Guan. It took a long time before Su Guan spoke, and his voice was a little tired. Enough, Mingxian. You can vent your emotions in front of me, but after you leave this door, don't say a word about this matter. Could Su Guan not understand the compromise? He just compromised to protect the other members of the team. At that time, the internal struggle among the top leaders of the guild was serious, and Meng Yijia was behind a faction. If Su Guan didn't play dumb and give in, he would push the members of Team 1, Team 2, and even some of Team 3 into the fire pit. In the worldview of Baida, it is too easy to make a person disappear silently. The accident ended with Huazian being demoted to the second team. Su Guan did not raise any objection to this, while Luo Mingxian's character became more unpredictable, but he would not openly resist Meng Yijia. Team 1 was harmonious on the surface. However, there have been changes in the top management recently, and Meng Yijia's mood has fluctuated greatly recently, which is also related to this incident. He cannot allow any accidents to happen, whether it is Huazian or Zhang Sun who is far away in Mingke. No one can shake his position. The action on the 547 copy has been very clear. Su Guan is a man of his word and will not change his mind easily. He called everyone to a meeting, which was more like a notification than a discussion. The rest is to discuss specific details and arrangements. The meeting lasted until 930 before it came to an end. Su Guan asked everyone to go back and rest early, not to play with mobile phones, and to conserve their energy. Before leaving, Wang Shudong asked hesitantly, Captain, Zhang Sun's personality doesn't look like a mean person. Why would he target our guild so much? Wang Shudong is delicate and perceptive, and has a certain understanding of Zhang Sun. He has carefully studied his 3 dungeon replays. Especially the second time. He and Mingke didn't have a deep relationship at that time, but he repeated a dungeon dozens of times, and it can be seen that he was a little impatient in the end. If Zhang Sun didn't have the idea of saving people in his heart, he could just stay where he was. He didn't need to risk his life again and again. Although his personality is weird, it can still be seen that Zhang Sun's character is not bad. When Wang Shudong asked, Meng Yijia just walked to the door and heard this question. He wanted to hear what Su Guan had to say, but Luo Mingxian spoke first. You mean Zhang Sun? He smiled and became energetic after the meeting. I won't be sleepy if you say this. Sister Shudong, you are right. He is a man who doesn't even help when he falls. He actually spent so much effort to toss him. I think it is our Qinglan who offended him. Hearing Luo Mingxian talking to outsiders, Yin Lixin was unwilling before Captain Su got angry. Brother Luo, how can it be our fault? He didn't have eyes and touched our guild's things. So what? We can also rob him. If you don't have the ability, don't talk. Yin Lixin was slapped on the back of his head and felt very aggrieved. Facing a friend of many years, Su Guan's attitude was not so tense. He glanced at Luo Mingxian. He wants to rent Huazian. That can't be allowed, Luo Mingxian said seriously for a second. We can't let Xiaohua go. The next sentence he said was, but Zhang Sun can be allowed to join. Wang Shudong couldn't help but covered her mouth and laughed. Su Guan looked at him helplessly. That's a nice thought. Let him join the first team and you vacate the position? Give him my position, and let me be the captain, Lao Su. Brother, you have been planning this for a long time. Yin Lixin blurted out a sentence, making everyone laugh. Even Su Guan had a smile in his eyes. Meng Yijia, who had heard the whole story, looked gloomy and left without saying a word. No matter how good the atmosphere was on the eve of departure, when they really arrived in front of the White Tower, everyone in the Qinglan team except Luo Mingxian looked very serious. One reason was that they had to face several less copies. The second reason was that they didn't know whether Zhang Sun would appear and how he would appear. The Qinglan Guild has a special live broadcast room with professional room management. It issues a notice 1 hour in advance. At this time, there are 2 million people in the room. After all, it is a wealthy family. It has accumulated a large number of fans over the years. Every time it goes to the dungeon, it is the focus of everyone's attention. Su Guan led the team into the White Tower and made some arrangements before the dungeon. There is a suspended spherical camera in the White Tower, which is filming around them. Is Qinglan going to the dungeon? So sudden. Qinglan has always been cautious. It usually plans a week in advance and announces 3 days in advance. This sudden dungeon should be stimulated by Zhang Sun. Not really? Zhang Sun might have hit the mark last time. He is not blind. The barrage has been brushed like that. He just pretended not to see it. What is the conflict between Qinglan and Aqui? Who knows? Aqui should not come this time. Qinglan people are here. You can't rob them in front of them. How can he have the face to come? He robbed them last time. Of course, there are many guild fans and team fans in Qinglan's live broadcast room. Most of them speak for their own family members, and most of them call Zhang Sun a thief. No matter how intense the discussion in the barrage is, it does not affect the discussion of the players. In the interval between Captain Su's assignments, the camera stopped to the left side of Luo Mingxian, and he blinked his left eye at the camera. Mingxian. Brother Xian, Brother Xian. Luo Mingxian has a large number of female fans because of his outstanding appearance. Yin Lixin was on his left and shuddered twice. Brother, don't be like this, brothers don't need this. Luo Mingxian was about to say something back to him, when suddenly, the door of the White Tower was pushed open from the outside and cold wind poured in. Ouch, a familiar voice that made Qinglan, from the team to the fans, itch with hatred appeared. Where are you? What a coincidence. The 5 people in the tower turned their heads together and saw Zhang Sun standing at the door with his back to the light. Yin Lixin gritted her teeth and asked, what are you doing here? Are you here to steal again? Of course not. Zhang Sun shook his head, looking harmless. Then what are you doing here? I'm with the team. Zhang Sun shook the work permit hanging around his neck, which had the words Team Reporter on it. At the same time, a black and gold spherical camera with the logo of the General Association flew to his side. You can work with your permit, and you will not be cheated. It's air hammer. Zhang Shun Hammer, my hammer. Enough of that, we are all brothers. Who are you disgusting? There are a few passers-by in Qinglan's live broadcast room, and they are considered half fans of Zhang Sun. After seeing him show up, he excitedly sent a few barrages. But this is Qinglan's territory after all, and soon, the guild fans came out to make trouble. You stole other people's things, and you still dare to come? What a big face. Thief. Thief. Captain Su, kick him out. Zhang Sun's fans are few in the live broadcast room, but 1 against 10, with amazing combat power. Wow, this is the quality of the rich guild fans, it's really eye-opening. What's wrong? You Qinglan are the masters of the universe? Why don't you say that the White Tower was built by your family? Stop talking there. If you have the ability, go and rob him. Now, the fans of the guild and Zhang Sun started fighting. Both sides greeted each other's household registration books cordially within the scope of the speech regulations in the live broadcast room. It must be said that the small group of Zhang Sun fans surrounded by the guild fans were really brave. They could even argue evenly. Seeing that the words of both sides were getting more and more intense, the house management stepped in and banned the speech of several users. It was a little quieter. In the White Tower, Zhang Sun was alone, confronting the 5 people on the opposite side. After he revealed his identity as a team reporter, everyone had a surprised expression. Yin Lexin whispered to Wang Shudong, "What is a team reporter?" Wang Shudong changed a brand of contact lenses, which was uncomfortable, and she looked like rolling her eyes at everyone. She patiently explained to people. The team reporter is a type of staff member of the General Association. They follow the major guilds to the base, follow up the reports, and occasionally act as commentators. Why haven't I seen it before? Because it's too dangerous. Many of the General Association are weak scholars. Who can risk their lives to go to the base with us rough people? Wang Shudong compared herself to a rough person, but her education level is not low. Besides, now there is live broadcasting, this position is useless. Wang Shudong was right. The team reporter was a position designed by the leaders of the General Association at the beginning. When this position was designed, no one thought too much. When it was made public, it was found that no one signed up, so it had to be vacant for years and would be abolished immediately after the reform. Xiao Jun, a know-it-all, thought of this position at the first time and immediately called his friends in the General Association to confirm whether the position was still there. After getting a positive answer, he smiled and said, "I know a new person and want to recommend him to you as a team reporter. He doesn't have high requirements, as long as your General Association reserves a spot for him when sending people to the field in major competitions." When his friend heard that was great. Anyway, no one from their General Association came to accompany the team, and no one went to major competitions. He asked which sucker was doing good deeds. When he heard Zhang Sun's name, he almost broke his thigh. Is this guaranteed? Okay, Lao Xiao, you must let Zhang Shen come. It seems that this person is also a hidden fan of Zhang Sun. Xiao Jun's friend is as reliable as him, and sent Zhang Sun his work permit and the special filming equipment for the General Association overnight. Let Xiao Zhang hang up the card first, and the procedures can be supplemented later. Our General Association has opened a live broadcast account for him, and he can connect as long as he turns on the camera. This friend changed the name from Zhang Shen to Xiao Zhang in one night, and his tone sounded proud and excited. Zhang Sun didn't expect to get everything done so quickly. When he got up in the morning, he saw an exquisite sky blue gift box placed at the head of the bed. What is this? A gift from the General Association. Xiao Jun happened to appear at the door and explained the origin of the gift box to Zhang Sun. Ah! So fast, Zhang Sun opened the gift in a familiar rough way, tearing the wrapping paper into strange shapes. I thought it would take at least 5 or 6 days. I contacted a friend who is your fan, and worked overtime overnight to get it done. I still have fans. Zhang Sun's finger hooked up the reporter's work permit, his eyes narrowed with a smile. It's really good to have fans, no wonder you all work so hard to manage it. This is nothing. In the future, your fame will become more and more, and maybe there will be local tyrant fans who will give money to your guild to help you operate it. So good? It depends on your ability. Zhang Sun got the identity of a team reporter so easily, and the process was much easier than he imagined. But there was one drawback, he didn't have time to simulate today's book. According to past practice, Zhang Sun would use his sleeping time to simulate the dungeon before the next dungeon. It was different back then. For an S-level dungeon, Zhang Sun only needed to simulate it 3 or 4 times to figure out the general direction. After another 8 or 9 times, he could basically figure out the routines of all the levels. Unless some bosses are more abnormal or the map is too large, he no longer needs to spend too much energy on simulation. The situation this time is different. He sent a message to Su Buan to go to Area 547, which was actually a feint. The real purpose was the next one. But after seeing the reporter's work permit, he changed his mind temporarily. Go to Area 547. So Zhang Sun appeared here. The General Association gave Zhang Sun the best microphone because he proposed that there would be a live commentary. Zhang Sun put on the equipment and raised his hand to flick the camera ball floating in the air. Hey, can everyone hear me clearly? Can you see my face? The General Association's live broadcast room synchronizes sound and picture. 2 hammers. Ekhui has made it big and even became the General Associate? It is indeed the second hammer. Ha ha ha, this must make Qinglan's popularity so bad. Ermai is going to explain the copy? Someone actually took up the consumable post of team reporter? That's two hammers. It's not certain who will consume whom. The association's live broadcast account instantly received an influx of 300,000 people, which was more lively than every live broadcast. Due to technical limitations, the live broadcast room almost collapsed. Fans of Zhang Sun seem to have found a home, and many passers-by are also curious about how he, as a high-level player, will perform in the dungeon and how he will explain. Reporters accompanying the team do not need to take action, they only need to protect themselves. So when Zhang Sun saw the danger, would he stand by and watch? He and Changlan are already half-enemies. Will they get in each other's way during the process of writing the novel? Because too many people are curious, more and more people are pouring into the live broadcast room, and the people of the General Association are going crazy with joy. If there is popularity, there will be sponsorship, and if there is sponsorship, there will be money. The Federation, which has been poor for thousands of years, has finally seen the light of day. Zhang Sun became a monk halfway, and he was still a decent reporter. Hello everyone in the live broadcast room, I am Xiao Zhang, the new team reporter. Welcome everyone to watch the Qinglan Guild Area 547 Tower 6 copy live broadcast by the General Association. I will accompany you throughout this live broadcast. Below is let's get to know the members of Qinglan's first team today. The first is Wang Shudong. Zhang Sun curled up his right hand, gestured with a void microphone, and handed it to the nearest Wang Shudong. Wang Shudong opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Yeah, what Team Wang said makes perfect sense. What does Team Yin Lexin think? Yin Lexin stared, wishing she could bite off a bite of his flesh. That's right, what Captain Yin said is so good. What do Captain Luo think? Luo Mingxian was smiling and was the only one who cooperated with Zhang Sun's nonsense interview. I agree with Captain Yin. Okay, very good. Now let's interview the captain and deputy team members again. Is deputy team leader Meng confident about this copy? Meng Yijia forced out an official smile. Of course, I trust my players, as long as outsiders don't interfere. That's right, then finally it's our Qinglan ace, Captain Su Guanxu. Captain Su, do you think all 5 of you can survive this time? Su Guan was not irritated by him and calmly asked 2 words provocation? How is that possible? Zhang Sun was still looking like he was just trying to heat up the atmosphere, but suddenly his face straightened and he smiled, the smile not reaching his eyes. I'm asking sincerely. He rarely had a cold face, and his carved smile and cold eyes made him look like a cold, high-risk NPC in the White Tower, a precision-operated bloodthirsty machine. The expression was fleeting. Without waiting for anyone present to react, Zhang Sun turned around and faced the camera ball. Okay. Everyone is in good spirits. Let's download the book now. I wish you all good luck. Bang! He punched the blue start key. The smell of burning filled the air. Everyone opened their eyes again and saw an abandoned door. Patterns were painted on the surface of the door, like the arms and legs of sea creatures. Looking up, a giant cartoon octopus stands on top of the gate. The paint on its body had become blurry due to years of wind and rain, and flowed down in strands. The eyes were gouged out, forming 2 empty holes, which looked weird and scary. This is a deserted paradise, empty, silent, and decaying. Qinglan's 5 people all looked bad. Judging from the oppressive feeling this dungeon gives, it is estimated that the difficulty will not be low. Everyone was nervous, but only one person, as if he was missing a muscle, praised him. Wow! What a big octopus! Zhang Sun clicked his tongue. Ha 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 ha. The atmosphere is gone. Erjue, are you greedy? The fish is so big that it cannot be stewed in one pot. Be serious. It's still in the copy. After Zhang Sun finished his praise, he saw the other 5 people looking back at him. Oh, let's pay attention to the player's status, right? What do you think of this octopus, team member Yin? Yin Lexin was so angry that she didn't say anything. What about Captain Luo? Zhang Sun found that Luo Mingxian was the only one who cooperated with him, and took the initiative to hand over the microphone. I think Bai Jua is pretty good. Luo Mingxian is indeed very generous. With Zhang Sun causing such a disturbance, I have to say that everyone else felt a little more relaxed. Su Guan looked at his team members one by one, as if confirming everyone's status. Lottery, and then we go in. Su Guan usually draws the number himself. After all, 3S is drawn, and only the captain can bear the blame. But this time Meng Yijia took the lead. I'll go. Su Guan said nothing and nodded in agreement. Meng Yijia went to the long table where the lottery machine was, as if he was afraid that Zhang Sun might suddenly do something strange, so he turned around and gave him a warning. Zhang Sun didn't look at him, but kept his mouth tightly closed. Luo Mingxian came over. Why don't you report it? There are reporters who have agreed to accompany the team. Zhang Sun stopped pretending to be serious and started talking. You think I'm stupid? What if it doesn't shake well and it's all on me? It's okay to take the blame once, he doesn't want to take the blame a second time. Luo Mingxian smiled and put his hands in his trouser pockets, waiting for the lottery results. After the tinkling music sounded, an orange ball fell out. Another one spit out. SS level. 2S? Come again? Speaking of which, aren't S-level dungeons too common? I've never seen so many before. It's a question of probability. The books that Qing Lan inspected were not too low in level. I prefer to believe that it is Zhang Sun's physical problem. This guy, Air Hammer, comes with an S when he opens the box. It feels like all the S-class people I've seen in this life are here with Zhang Shen. 2S is a well-deserved difficult book, and Meng Yijia's face is not good-looking. Team leader. Su Guan shook his head, no need to explain. You all have your weapons in your hands and are ready to fight at any time. Shudong, it's you who will solve the puzzle. Okay, I understand. Lixin, follow Shudong and cover her when solving the puzzle. Good. Yijia and Mingxian, adapt accordingly. When we encounter the boss, the three of us will attack first. No problem. Su Guan finally looked at Zhang Sun, subconsciously thinking that he was one of his team members. Yu Zhang Sun stood still. Captain Su, I have something to tell you. I'll help depending on my mood. Never mind. As expected of a wealthy team, their mentality and overall quality are top-notch. Facing an SS-level copy, he quickly adjusted his condition. They prepared to enter paradise through the gate. Squeak! There was no sound of wind or any push, and the door opened automatically. The five people felt a chill in their hearts. Zhang Sun pulled the camera ball over so that the audience in the live broadcast room could notice the scene. Look, he said, it is indeed an SS-level copy. The automatic sensor door is awesome. Based on the experience last time, no one ignored Zhang Sun this time, and the suspenseful atmosphere was disrupted by him. Several people thought that Zhang Sun would be able to return to normal after entering the house. Then they really thought wrong. They passed a corridor, and a puppet hanging on one side of the corridor suddenly waved its arms and started chuckling, scaring Wang Shudong so much that he almost screamed. Zhang Sun said from the side, the heat-sensitive automatic doll is great. After a while, they passed by a hand-painted wall. When Yin Lixin turned his head, the face on the wall suddenly shed blood and tears, changing from a smiling face to a crying face, which made his hair stand on end. As a result, he turned his head and saw Zhang Sun leaning very close to him, his face almost touching the wall. I can't understand postmodern art, but it's pretty cool. Yin Lixin resisted shaking her fist. What's even more outrageous is that they came to a small forest, and in the blink of an eye, it was covered with corpses hanging in the wind. Zhang Sun touched his chin and commented. Performance art, awesome, but not recommended. The audience in the live broadcast room of the General Association was laughing their heads off. Ha 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 ha, Airwe seems to have a serious illness. Is he here to download a book or to visit? Air Hammer, please wake up. This is not a walk in the park. A good horror movie almost becomes a comedy. He seems really worried about us imitating performance art. Air Jue is very worried about you. JPG, it's really strange. Not a single monster has appeared so far. I'm starting to get scared. What's that look in front of you? Isn't this all weird? Where? Just those corpses hanging in the woods. The barrage is right. The first level Qinglan and everyone have to pass is the forest of hanging corpses in front of them. Is there another way? Su Guan turned to ask Luo Mingxian and Meng Yijia. They had just observed a distance around the forest from two directions. Both shook their heads. We can only go through. Luo Mingxian said. Su Guan made the decision without hesitation. That's it. Everyone automatically clenched their weapons. Su Guan is a scepter. There is a gem at the end of the scepter. It is actually a button to switch modes. With a slight press, half of the scepter will turn into a sharp blade. Among the other three, Meng Yijia's weapon is a fishbone sword, and Yin Lixin's weapon is a scimitar. Wang Shudong has been carrying a brown cowhide box, which should be dual purpose. It can be used as a weapon and can also hold items. The last one, Luo Mingxian, was empty-handed, just like Zhang Sun. Where are your weapons? Zhang Sun asked. What about yours? Luo Mingxian asked him the question. It's not convenient to display my weapon, Luo Mingxian smiled, it will appear when it's time to appear. He was so confident and calm that Zhang Sun didn't bother to ask. He would know sooner or later anyway. Before entering the forest, Zhang Sun also interacted with the live broadcast room. Ahem, dear viewers, as you can see, we are now going to pass through this land of wax people. The barrage made fun of what a wax person is. The next process is quite exciting. Don't blink, everyone. Zhang Sun stepped aside, and the camera captured Su Guan rushing in first. Okay, Team Su will take the lead, followed by team members Luo and Team Meng, and Wang. Team member. Ha? Team member Yin, why don't you go in? Yin Lixin is waiting for Wang Shudong to advance. Because I want to be the queen. Okay, hurry up then. Okay audience friends, I'm going in now too. The situation in Corpse Grove was even more dire than they expected. After the first person entered, the whole forest seemed to be shaken awake, and all the corpses launched a fierce attack on them. Su Guan led the team members to fight hard, but among them, there was one person who walked freely, even able to explain with ease as if he were in an uninhabited land. As you can see, the monsters started to attack, and the team members fought back heroically. Team Wang beat one to death with a suitcase. Vice Captain Meng poked two of them through each other. Team Luo is like a gorgeous loach dodging amid the monsters' bombardment. Team Su. Captain Su has 1 kill, Team Su has 2 kills, Team Su has 3 kills. He is indeed an ace. Oh, our team memberine is still wandering in fugue. Team memberine, why are you unhappy when I interview you? Yin Lixin kicked away a monster and roared at Zhang Sun not far away. If you have the energy, come and help. That won't work. Zhang Sun hugged himself and tilted his head to avoid a flying corpse. I am a weak and helpless reporter accompanying the team. I can only protect myself. The whole team. Su Guan suddenly shouted from the front, 10 o'clock direction, move quickly. Su Guan found a shortcut and immediately informed everyone. The others were well trained and immediately followed the captain's lead. 2 minutes later, the exit was in sight. Su Guan slowed down a little, and after the covering Wang Shudong, Meng Yijia, and Luo Mingxian passed by, he turned back to look for Yin Lixin, only to see Zhang Sun also dawdling at the back of the team. Zhang Sun gave him a look, and Su Guan didn't know how he understood it, so he turned around and left. Zhang Sun took out a paper speaker from the cloud space. I don't know what kind of mess he had stuffed in the cloud space all day long. He was encouraging Yin Lixin. Hurry up, Captain Yin. If it's too late, we won't make it in time for the cafeteria to open. Yin Lu was extremely upset. He had to deal with corpses biting and flying around, and he had to avoid Zhang Sun's noise attacks. Just as he was about to turn around and retaliate, he was caught off guard when a corpse monster sprang out from the bottom left, opened its bloody mouth, and its sharp teeth were about to bite his head off. The Raven camera just happened to capture the monster's mouth, and the barrage was full of exclamations. Everyone thought Yin Li's heart was going to freeze, even himself. Captain Yin, what are you doing? Walk faster, don't drag me down. Zhang Sun kicked Yin Lixin 3 meters away. The moment he flew out, Yin Lixin's internal organs shook all over. He thought he was going to die. His face was covered with dirt, he spat it out, turned around and glared at the instigator. They had successfully escaped from the forest of hanging corpses. Zhang Sun was the last one, and walked over slowly. Yin Lixin lay on the ground. Even though his body was hit, his tone was still angry. You almost kicked me to death. Zhang Sun was not one to be wronged. He squatted down immediately. You young man, you don't know how to repay others for saving you? Why are you so annoying? Ha! Ha! He poked Yin Lixin's back with his index finger, one after another, making the other person scream. When the person was completely silent and did not resist, he let go and stood up. While they were arguing, Su Guan and Meng Yijia had already investigated the road ahead in advance. It's the center of the park. There are several large amusement park equipment. Su Guan pointed the scepter in his hand behind him. There are no monsters for the time being, but be extra careful when passing by. Hearing Su Guan preparing to set off, Yin Lixin jumped up. Captain, wait for me. Zhang Sun saw his agile figure and gestured to the audience. Did you see it, my friends? It's a medical miracle. Yin Lixin took the time to turn around and gestured to him. In front of us is the core area of the park, where various amusement facilities have become dense, but everything is dilapidated, revealing a stale and bleak atmosphere. What happened here? Wang Shudong couldn't help but murmured in confusion after seeing the desolate scene in front of her. A newspaper flew up in the wind. She tiptoed to grab it in her hand and read it. It was the city evening newspaper, which reported a terrorist incident in the city's largest amusement park. A middle-aged man in his 30s broke in with a knife, causing chaos and injuring several people. One of the girls, who was only 10 years old, died because of ineffective rescue. Since this vicious accident, strange things have happened in the park. Gradually, tourists stopped buying tickets to enter the park. The park lost its income and became deserted. So the boss is a middle-aged man or a victim girl? Luo Mingxian also came over to read the newspaper. Wang Shutong's fingers brushed over the photo in the center of the newspaper. It was blurred because of the age, and only some shadows could be vaguely seen. It's hard to say. According to past experience, they may all be transformed into bosses. She said. I don't know if it's because they have entered the park more deeply, but everyone feels cold. Let's go first, Su Guan pointed to the front. There is a lighted operating room over there, go and take a look. Among the gray and white equipment, the small house with light is really obvious, like a hint. You have to go. Luo Mingxian is more careful, and glanced at Zhang Sun when he set off. Zhang Sun, like everyone else, calmed down after arriving at the center of the park. He was observing. But Luo Mingxian found that, unlike the others, Zhang Sun glanced at the bright operating room and then looked elsewhere. Aren't you curious? Luo Mingxian deliberately fell behind a few steps and came to Zhang Sun's side. What are you curious about? Zhang Sun retracted his gaze. Is there something fishy about that operating room? Luo Mingxian nodded. There's nothing to see. The operating room is now like a huge, shiny light bulb, which is extremely conspicuous. At this point, Zhang Sun lowered his voice. Do you know what is the most terrifying thing at this time? Luo Mingxian understood a little. You mean, there will be changes around? It's a very simple truth. In the darkness, a light suddenly turns on, and people's eyes will be unconsciously attracted by it, and then relax their vigilance. At this time, the things hidden in the darkness are the most threatening. Wait and see, Zhang Sun said, the boss will not be happy to see us gather together. Someone will disappear soon. Zhang Ekui is indeed a well-known crow's mouth. Their entire team had just walked less than 10 meters and one person was missing. It was discovered by Wang Shudong. Captain Su, Captain Su. The girl's voice trembled a little. The deputy captain seems to be, missing. Wang Shudong walked in the middle of the team. She was careful and kept an eye on the people in front and behind the team. Just now, Meng Yijia was still talking to Yin Lixin, but he only said half a sentence. After Wang Shudong heard it, she was very surprised and looked back. Only Yin Lixin stared at the front with a tense expression, and replied to Meng Yijia, Deputy Captain, you are right, I also think that there is a ghost in the operation room. What's wrong with you, Wang Shudong? He kept looking ahead and didn't pay attention to Meng Yijia's condition at all. When Wang Shudong said that the deputy captain was missing, he turned his head sharply. The person who was walking next to him just now really disappeared. Damn! Where is Meng Yijia? Who knows? This place is foggy and the sight is not good enough. I didn't notice it at all. The perspective of the General Association is Zhang Sun's. Did anyone switch to Meng Yijia's perspective? The barrage in the live broadcast room of Qinglan Guild was also messed up. Damn, what about the deputy captain? The guy in the deputy captain's perspective, come out and say a few words. I am in the deputy captain's perspective. There was a freeze just now, and there was a slight electric sound, as if there was some interference. What about now? Speak up, brother in front. Did something happen to you too? It's still me. The deputy leader's perspective is now completely black, and there is no sound. The Raven camera may not have caught up, and the deputy leader's bracelet may also be damaged. How could this happen? It's so scary. I hope he's okay. Back to the center of the park, now that someone has disappeared out of thin air, they have to make a decision. Captain, what should we do? Wang Shudong asked, should we go find the deputy leader? Generally, when a team member is missing during the next game, they can't easily find him, as this will disperse and consume the team's combat power. This approach is cruel, but in order to save more lives, it is also a last resort. Despite this, it is very difficult for the captain to make a decision. Su Guan frowned, and the team members were waiting for his decision. General Association Live Room. Do you really want to give up Meng Yijia? What else? This park is very big, and he disappeared out of thin air again. Without a map and no direction, how to find him? The brother in front is right, this is a team, and every member is very precious, and can't be wasted like this. But it is too cruel to ask the captain to speak and give up the lives of the team members. Didn't you see Sugwon's sad face? No one wants to be roasted on the fire. Do you think the captain only needs to show off? He will be blamed at the critical moment. Alas, it's a pity. Sugwon is also a very responsible captain. This decision is too difficult for him in any way. The deputy captain lost his life. No matter what the reason, the guild's top leaders will punish the captain. Sugwon may not even be able to save the captain. The barrage analysis is correct. Sugwon's decision is very difficult. Now whether he chooses to look for it or not, as the captain, he is destined to bear the consequences. If he looks for it, if other team members get into trouble, he will be scolded and punished. If he doesn't look for it, if Mangijia gets into trouble, he will still be scolded and punished. He is in a dilemma. Wang Shudong and Yin Lexin are two younger team members, and they may not consider some aspects. But Luo Mingxian understands. Captain Su, he did not call him by his full name, but called him the captain, which also showed his determination. I will go to him. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility. I can sign a statement now. Writing a paper statement in the copy, stating that one's life and death have nothing to do with others, is a better way to relieve others of their responsibilities. What Luo Mingxian proposed is already a foolproof method. But Sugwon did not want to waste his friend's life in vain. He shook his head, and before he said no, he suddenly heard a sound from the ground. Everyone, including the barrage, was attracted by the sound and looked at the source. What are you looking at? Zhang Sun stood up neatly and patted the soil in his hands. In front of him was a door lying flat on the ground. Portable door, this is one of the rewards he got in the last copy. The door creaked open and opened to the ground. There were 2 or 3 steps in the dark doorway. I don't know how many layers are below. Zhang Sun took out another prop from the cloud space, the teacher's pointer. With a flick of his wrist, the pointer became more than 1 meter long and used it as a walking stick, so that he could feel the steps in advance to prevent himself from falling. After making these preparations, Zhang Sun turned his head and spoke to others. I'm going to do an interview with Deputy Captain Meng. Don't stop me. Let's go. General Association Live Room. Akui, is he going to save Deputy Captain Qinglan? Right. If he wants to save someone, just say so. Can you not be so awkward? Who knows, he may just be watching the joke. Oh, why is Zhongshan saving his enemy? Enemy? Does Mengijia have a grudge against our Chuchue? No, they are not very familiar with each other. If they are not familiar with each other, there is no grudge. Look at the behavior of those grandsons in Qinglan before. If you ask me, don't save them. It's a thankless task. Brothers, don't teach Zhongshan a lesson. He has a plan in his mind. We just need to wait and see his show. Zhang Sun has many fans on the General Association side, and there are many who worry about him and feel that it is not worth it. The style of Qinglan's live room is completely different. How is the deputy captain? It's really worrying. What did Captain Su say? Damn, Zhang Sun went down. Zhang Sun? Where is he going? That door can lead directly to the deputy captain? He didn't see that the situation was not right and wanted to run. I think so too. What he said about going to the deputy captain was just an excuse. Where are Captain Su and the others? Damn, Captain Su and the others are ready to leave. He really believed that bitch Zhang Sun. After Sugwon saw Zhang Sun's move, he exchanged glances with Luo Mingxian. They are old friends. There is no need to say much. The expressions they showed that they both trusted Zhang Sun. Let's go, Sugwon said. Luoxian and Shu Tong, you must follow closely this time. Mingxian, you stay behind and pay attention to the number of people. Okay. The 4 of them walked towards the operation room. Yin Luoxian couldn't help but say something more. Captain, can you really trust Zhang Sun? Don't worry, he must have results when he takes action, Luo Mingxian replied. Zhang Sun looks casual, but he is actually very ambitious. You can see it from his expression when he was arguing with himself when he brushed the Huayin book dozens of times before. This time their team was shorter, and Su Guan, who was walking in the front, could hear everyone's words clearly. I told Qinglan to watch less Zhang Sun's replays, but you all turned a deaf ear to my words? Except for Yin Lexin, the staunch follower of the captain, the other 2 showed guilty expressions. I didn't watch much, Captain. Wang Shudong defended herself in a low voice. Well, I watched it with the video while eating. Luo Mingxian rarely spoke with such confidence, but he quickly found fault with Su Guan again. "Old Su, you don't let us watch it, are you prejudiced against newcomers?" He thought Su Guan would bypass his question. After all, Su Guan has always been like this, and never responds to anything that is difficult to answer. As a result, he responded this time, and he was quite frank. "I won't let personal feelings interfere with my judgment." The reason why Qinglan's team members are prohibited from watching Zhang Sun's next video is that his performance makes everything seem too easy. Su Guan looked at Luo Mingxian, and then at the others. "You and I, we all know that everything with the White Tower is not easy. Think about the sacrifices in the past. When Zhang Sun goes to the dungeon, it does make people feel like I can do it myself. He seems to be able to simplify any difficult problem, solve it with all kinds of strange methods, and make it reasonable. It's like a player who skipped the novice tutorial, didn't find a fishing net and a fishing rod, and made a fish feast for himself by smashing it with stones." But before Zhang Sun appeared, the White Tower dungeon was not a show for people to show off. And now, Zhang Sun, who was mentioned by several people, is walking down the stairs, and the camera ball is floating above his head, following him closely like a well-behaved little pet, and even turning on the flashlight for lighting. Dear audience, Zhang Sun's voice echoed in the empty dark space, and there was a big echo. You are now watching a special program brought to you by the gold medal anchor of the General Association's live broadcast room for the next month, and the most handsome player in the 6th tower of the 547th area for 3 consecutive hours. Zhang Anchor, where is the deputy team going? In such an isolated and helpless situation, he still had the mood to tease the barrage, and the live broadcast room was half laughing and half scolding. "Stop talking nonsense, Akui. Hurry up and do your business. Otherwise, you can return to where you are. My problem of getting anxious with people has come back again. Don't save Akui, it's full of Piaozi. I'm really worried." Compared with the General Association, the doubts in Qinglan's live broadcast room have increased. In order to facilitate the audience on Qinglan's side to know Meng Yijiao's situation in time, the guild communicated with the operation of the General Association and added Zhang Sun's perspective. Now Qinglan's fans can see it without switching to the live broadcast room. Is this door breaking useful? Isn't it said that it can only be used as a shield? There is a traitor ahead. You watched Zhang Sun's live broadcast. Brother, wake up. The news about this door is everywhere in the forum and news now. No matter what, Qinglan people swear to never watch Zhang Sun's live broadcast. Then you can poke your eyes out now. Don't worry about the crazy man. It's good for Zhang Sun to know the situation first. The hiking stick in his hand made a tapping sound. Zhang Sun could explore 2 more steps with it. Soon, he found that the sound had changed and sounded much more solid than before. He had reached the bottom. This portable door, he flipped through the manual after the last copy and found that it was actually a gimmick to be a shield. Its real purpose was passage. As long as the user silently recites a destination in his mind, and then takes the door out of the cloud space. If the door is open, you can go. If the door is not open, you can't go. The functions and limitations of this prop are here. Zhang Sun just had the idea of giving it a try, but he didn't expect the door to actually open. He walked down the long stairs and walked for who knows how far before he stepped on the ground. The camera ball swung around in this space, illuminating the surrounding scene. Where is this? Looks like an abandoned tunnel? It should be one of the small trains that goes through the park. I saw there are railroad tracks. Damn it! There's someone there. What the barrage discovered, Zhang Sun naturally also discovered it. He took a few steps forward, followed by the camera ball, and the flashlight illuminated Meng Yijiao's face. Look what I found, Zhang Sun squatted down, a wild deputy Meng. After scanning the area with his eyes, he found no obvious trauma, so he pushed the person to wake him up. Why is it you? Deputy Meng slowly opened his eyes. Is it a surprise? Is it unexpected? Does it feel like a nightmare is coming? Zhang Sun stood up and took 2 steps back, leaving room for others to stand up. Meng Yijia climbed up with difficulty and observed the surrounding situation with Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun has reached the end of the tunnel. Not far away, there is a huge mechanism that fills the entire entrance of the tunnel. The shape of the mechanism is a clown's face, with 2 rows of staggered sharp steel teeth. It is both an exit and a fatal level. There was a rudder-shaped switch on the clown's nose and on his left hand. They tried it, and it took 2 people to operate it at the same time to open the door. It seems that the thing that threw you here wants to trap you to death. Zhang Sun's fingers brushed against the side of the clown's steel teeth, which were quite sharp. Although I opened the door, I was not sure whether it would work. If the waste gets stuck and the steel knife falls, the scene will be too beautiful to bear to look at. Zhang Sun said he had a way. He and Meng Yijia worked together to open the door and put the camera ball in. The camera ball flew in smoothly, but when it returned, something happened. The steel knife fell suddenly. Zhang Sun stood at the switch in front of the door. He reacted quickly and retracted his hand. The camera ball was broken. Tisk, that's a bit troublesome. Zhang Sun picked up the two pitiful remains. This thing is quite expensive. Damn it! This mechanism is too terrifying. Fortunately, no one went in. As long as everyone is fine, I really don't want to think about what will happen if someone goes in. So this institution can only be entered but not exited? It should be. Meng Yijia gave the same guess. It seems there is no turning back for us. Which one comes first, you or me? Zhang Sun still regrets its camera. It's useless. Can your bracelet still broadcast live? When Meng Yijia's bracelet fell, it was shut down due to the impact, and he had not turned it on yet. But he subconsciously covered his sleeves and lied. It can't be done anymore, it's broken. That's it. My bracelet was not fully charged before, and it was turned off just now. Now we have completely lost contact. Zhang Sun showed Meng Yijia his bracelet. He said he was going to die, but the expression on his face showed no fear. Meng Yijia was observing him. So what's our order now? He smiled, although Zhang Sun couldn't see it. You have to go out. Zhang Sun squatted in front of the door, staring at the sharp blades. I'll go first, he said. Meng Yijia deliberately showed humility and said that he could also be the first. Zhang Sun finally gave him a look and said nothing, just smiled briefly. He seems to have seen through everything, but he doesn't point it out. No need. Zhang Sun stood up straight and put his hand on the switch. Okay, let's get started. The two of them turned the switch at the same time and heard a crisp click, indicating that the switch was over. This sound can only be heard if two switches are operated at the same time, but not one in front of the other. Zhang Sun bent down, preparing to slip through the narrow gap. However, just when he was halfway through, suddenly, with a click, one of the switches suddenly fell, and the open gap was about to close. Zhang Sun's life hangs on a thread. At the critical moment, Zhang Sun thrust one end of the pointer in his hand into the ground, and a section of it caught the falling steel knife. It is worthy of the reward given by the White Tower, and he will not let go at the critical moment. With his strong skills and abnormal reaction speed, Zhang Sun passed smoothly. The pointer couldn't hold on for long, so while it was still effective, Meng Yijia bent over and got in. I'm sorry, Zhang Sun, Meng Yijia smiled apologetically after he came over successfully. I accidentally slipped my hand just now. They were standing outside. Although it was dark, they could see each other and the surroundings clearly. Zhang Sun had no expression and wasn't angry, but he didn't mean to make a joke either. You did it on purpose, he said. As long as the mechanism is stuck, it will not slide unless someone moves it in the opposite direction. How could you say that? Then I'm not a bad person. Meng Yijia still had an expression that said it has nothing to do with me. It's okay to lie to brothers, but don't lie to yourself. You and I just tried it ourselves on the other side. If you have eyes and memory, you should know. Because there were only two of them, Meng Yijia seemed to have stopped pretending. Even if you say that, so what? No one will believe you after exiting this door. If you don't believe it, we can give it a try. Did you heard Hua Ziyan like this before? Ziyan? That was a long time ago, my memory is not that good. Aren't you afraid that I will record this? Meng Yijia laughed, as if laughing at Zhang Sun's naivety. Zhangshan, can I call you that? I turned off my live broadcast, and your bracelet is out of battery. The camera ball broke right under our noses. What did you use to record it? I won't believe in unwarranted threats. You believe it if there is evidence? You? Meng Yijia realized something and raised his head suddenly. Could it be you? The people of the General Association are really good to me. They know that I am always reckless and break things, so they have double copies of everything. Zhang Sun held up the work certificate on his chest and took out a thumbnail-sized camera ball from the connection between the card and the long belt. After letting go, it automatically floated into the air. The camera ball is also. Through the backup camera ball, the audience in the live broadcast room saw everything. Fans in Qinglan Guild's live broadcast room didn't seem to believe it. What? What are they talking about? The agency was put down by the Deputy Council? How is it possible? Vice President Meng is such a nice person, I trust him. But Zhang Sun was almost cut in half. Fake, all fake. It must be Zhang Tiao who is acting. I also believe in the vice chairman's character. If his character is not good, those players who have worked with him will not trust him so much during interviews. The Federation's live broadcast room is already scolded. That mangija, I asterisk what the fuck? Hit me twice. I asterisk depend on. Did he really do it on purpose? How could there be such a asterisk person? The barrage was in Morse code, and the room manager was busy adding blocking words to silence it. Then someone sent one. Brothers, those idiots from Qinglan are having sex in the live broadcast room. Now it's good, the Federation's live broadcast room instantly lost 50,000 people. There were some signs before. Zhang Sun's fans, at best, said he had amazing individual combat capabilities, but at worst, he was a gangster. Qinglan's guild live broadcast room was instantly flooded, and even the seal could not be blocked. You didn't even think about opening the package and suggested exchanging money directly. You can't even see such an obvious frame-up? Qinglan is really a fan and has the same character as the main character. Take a piss and show your ugly face. What's wrong? Do you have to kill someone to prove that your brother is not innocent? After downloading the dungeon, let's meet in the bureau directly. Unless Zhang Sun is magnanimous about this matter, there's no way he can turn this around. This is not the first time that I have seen your vice president. Could it be that Hua Xian was framed by him? Fans from both parties were arguing endlessly, but the person involved on the screen was extremely silent. Cold sweat broke out on Meng Yijia's forehead. He forced himself to calm down and not to refute immediately. If he said too much, he would be wrong. Do you have evidence? He seemed to have finally dug an excuse out of the cracks and clutched at straws. This is just your unilateral speculation. If there is no evidence, it is framed. He firmly believed that there was no camera on the other side of the agency just now. As long as it was not captured from the front, there was no way to explain the matter. Zhang Sun smiled. The deputy team really didn't cry until he saw the coffin. Okay, don't waste time. Let's meet up with Su Guan as soon as possible. Meng Yijia was stunned by the fact that he was suddenly so talkative. Zhang Sun had already taken a few steps out and turned back. Let's go, Deputy Meng. This is Qinglan's responsibility. You can't let me, an outsider, take the lead. Meng Yijia didn't know what Zhang Sun was up to, but it was a good thing that he didn't take things seriously at this time. The two walked in silence, almost speechless. The atmosphere flowing between them was more terrifying than the dilapidated scene around them. Fortunately, they were lucky and quickly walked back to the center of the park and came to the operation room. The operation room was indeed a trap, and the boss ambushed inside was the middle-aged man reported in the newspaper. Zhang and Sun stood in an open field a certain distance away from the operation room. They could not intervene before they figured it out to prevent accidental injuries. The vicious boss transformed into a middle-aged man moves extremely fast. He can turn his body into a black shadow at any time and change his shape to make it easier to dodge. The scepter in Su Guan's hand was inserted into the ground, the earth shattered, and sand and stones suddenly rose. The boss was caught off guard and trapped in it. Then, a huge and deformed colorful inflatable head suddenly expanded, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed the boss. Wow! Zhang Sun looked at the suspended inflatable figure in the sky. It was colorful and roughly the size of a girl. At first he thought it was a prop, but then he discovered that the thing retracted back to Luo Mingxuan's shoulder and rubbed against his face. To have a certain sense of self is to be subordinate. It's called by Shui. Luo Mingxian really thought of it as half a human. How about it? It's pretty. Zhang Sun sneered. What an ugly thing, not as good as his little flower. He also competed with others. Su Guan and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw that Meng Yijia survived behind Zhang Sun. Su Guan said it would be good to come back. Meng Yijia's face turned pale and he forced a smile. There were replays of the live broadcast. He didn't know what Su Guan would think after seeing the previous paragraph after finishing the copy. He really wanted to strangle Zhang Sun to death. Meng Yijia glanced at Zhang Sun with deep resentment, and Zhang Sun looked back at him. Vice Captain Meng, I know I'm handsome. You don't need to confirm me with your eyes. Meng Yijia felt that he was simply unreasonable. After solving the boss in the center of the park, several people found that the surrounding scene had changed again. It was as if they were thrown into a rotating cup that was rotating at high speed, and everything was shaking. Yin Lixin was the first to spit it out, and Wang Shudong also pressed against the inner wall after adapting. The conditions of the others were not good, except Zhang Sun. He is still insisting on live broadcasting. Friends, have you seen this? Zhang Sun pinched the camera ball. The screen shook so much that the audience in the live broadcast room almost vomited. This thing is a brain shaker. Don't just sit around here. Damn it. Who will sit down? Air Hammer, please take care of yourself. Hey, that pink thing that flashes past in the middle is the boss. Let me go, I saw it too. Jang Sun keenly sensed the danger, lowered his head, and a blade of light passed over his head. It was a close call. I almost ruined my hair, he said leisurely. The members of Qinglan team beside him had already started fighting with the boss. Jang Sun grabbed the edge of the cup and took a few glances. This boss was probably a human-shaped doll, carved into the image of a girl, with 4 hands, each with a different weapon. Let's take a look at the performance of others. What is this for? Killing the master with random punches? Maybe because the perspective was too shaky, the people of Qinglan had not adapted to it for the time being, and they released a few empty moves. Later, the most experienced Su Guan and Luo Mingxian jumped up first. Su Guan cut off 2 and Luo Mingxian cut off 1. The remaining one was about to knock Wang Shudong out, and Jang Sun, who was closest, helped. The familiar pink inflatable hammer fell heavily, and half of the entire equipment was smashed. It was over. Several people fell back to the ground in a mess, in all kinds of postures. Jang Sun was the most normal one. He stood relaxed and waited for the copy scene to disperse. There were 2 figures in the white light, one tall and one short, holding hands. Both of them looked like girls. The taller one looked familiar, like the real Xiaoying, with an elegant smile. The shorter one, probably the poor girl in the park, with a round apple face, waved to Jang Sun. Goodbye. In the blink of an eye, the figures disappeared, leaving only the Qinglan team members scattered on the ground. Ian Lachine was still vomiting. I feel like I'm going to choke. Jang Sun patted his head lovingly, as if patting an unripe watermelon. If you want, I can help you realize your dream. No need to thank me, I'm just so helpful. Ian Lachine rolled his eyes. The copy is over, and now it's time to settle the rewards. Because everyone participated in the action of killing the boss, everyone has a reward. 3 people's gift boxes are the same size Su Guan, Luo Mingxian, and Jang Sun. Yeah, I still have some. Jang Sun smiled, but the Qinglan fans in the live broadcast room were about to explode. Why should Jang Sun get a reward? Jang Sun worked hard, so he should get one. But why is it the same size as Captain Su's Luo Ji's? Qinglan fans in front should have some shame. Without Jang Sun, your team would be lifted out now. The feast starts as soon as the Swana is played. Do you understand? Forget it. Some people are selectively blind. It doesn't make sense. Compared to other things, I am more curious about what Erchui's reward is. Equi, open it and take a look. Unlike usual, fans are looking forward to it, but this time Jang Sun did not open it in public. What are you looking at? He said confidently. Everyone here is an outsider. It's not convenient for me to open it. He was ready to leave with the gift box. Su Guan was thoughtful and asked him if he needed a car to pick him up. Humph, Jang Sun was still putting on airs. I have a full-time driver now. I don't care about yours. As soon as Jang Sun finished speaking, someone pushed the door from outside. Chang Jia, wearing sunglasses, yelled at the door. Where is Lao Zhang? You haven't come out for a long time. Did you get killed by Qinglan's people? Luo Mingxian was amused when he saw who it was. Chang Jia, a high-ranking player worth tens of millions of dollars, is not acting properly and is driving for others. Why are you so lazy after not seeing you for a few days? Chang Jia's face darkened. Don't talk nonsense, I am happy. Jang Sun is now our Mingke giant panda, and he still owes us several copies. Lao Zhang, what are you dawdling about? Hurry up. Jang Sun lowered his head to fiddle with his mobile phone, threw the gift box to Chang Jia to hold, ignored everyone, and got into the car directly. He is like this, he does what he wants and does whatever he wants. The live broadcast of the team reporter was not concluded, leaving millions of people hanging, and no one can say anything to him. Back in the car, Jang Sun was still sitting in the co-pilot seat, and Chang Jia kept talking while driving. You made a lot of noise in Qinglan, especially the incident with Meng Yijia, which was even on the hot list. This time, several hot terms were added in a row. Jang Sun's team reporter Meng Yijia and Jang Sun Meng Yijia and Huazi and Jang Sun's dungeon rewards because there were too many hot topics. Netizens were so busy that they were eating melons and posting comments everywhere, and they had no mood to do anything else. Among them, the most heated discussion was about Meng Yijia and Jang Sun. The part where Jang Sun was almost killed by the machine was cut into a separate video clip, and soon it was on the top 10 of the video station's daily list. The conversation between Zhang Sun and Mangijia was also interpreted by various experts. Even on a well-known gossip app, the story of Mangijia and Huazian last year was dug up. At that time, the wording of the report on this was very vague, and the final result was that Huazian was kicked out of the first team. All major platforms suddenly turned into a situation where fans and haters fought each other and passers-by ate melons. Zhang Sun's fans, especially female fans, were on the front line, scolding Qinglan fans and Mangijia fans for being worthless. Qinglan's fans are protective of their vice-captains and don't want to hear others scold them. They defend them mindlessly, regardless of whether they are right or wrong. There are a few poor old fans of Huazian in the middle. They post because they are heartbroken and comment because they feel sorry for Zian. Anyway, they describe Huazian as a punching bag who has suffered great injustice and cannot speak for himself. Cheng Jia exaggerated what he saw on the internet and told Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun didn't respond for a long time, and he was a little dissatisfied. "What are you doing? You don't even give me a response?" He took advantage of the red light to glance at Zhang Sun's mobile page. "Forum? What do you want to see?" "I'll find something." Zhang Sun forwarded the video and the post to Su Guan. "I'm afraid that Captain Su will turn a blind eye to the tragic situation of my near-death experience when reviewing the game, so I decided to send it to him personally." Cheng Jia laughed. "You are so mean, Mangijia must hate you to death." "No matter. You have been bullied to the point of being bullied, no one can have an easy life." When Zhang Sun sent the video, Su Guan was on the way back to Qinglan. The team members were tired, and each of them fell asleep on the seat with their uniforms. Su Guan did not rest. He was used to going through the experience of the dungeon in his mind first, so that he could review it better when he returned. So he saw Zhang Sun's message as soon as it was sent. He clicked on the video, and because the sound was not muted, the sound of the mechanism suddenly falling startled several sleeping team members. Su Guan said sorry softly. "Mute it, and then continue watching." Mangijia, who was sitting in the front row, heard the sound of the video, which was a little familiar. He did not sleep either, and kept reading the comments on the internet. There were many people attacking him and questioning Zhang Sun. The key to this matter is the Qinglan Guild, or how Su Guan views this matter. He turned his back to Su Guan and did not dare to look back casually. Except for the initial sound, the back row was always quiet. Su Guan said nothing, and this silence made people even more uneasy. When Mangijia finally mustered up the courage to look back, he found that Su Guan had closed his eyes and rested. According to convention, there was no meeting on the first night after returning from the dungeon, and the team members went back to their rooms to catch up on sleep. Mangijia wanted to talk to Su Guan alone, but after returning to Qinglan, Captain Su seemed to be extremely tired, waved his hand, and said nothing. Mangijia had to return to his room anxiously. But he felt unwilling, and when he thought of Huazian, the instigator, he was even more angry. He called the person out and scolded him for more than an hour. Huazian and his sister were sending messages well, and he was suddenly called to be scolded. He felt puzzled. But thinking of Zhang Sun's previous reminder, his mentality improved again. Just as he thought of the person, Zhang Sun sent a message over there. "Xiaohua, Xiaohua, Xiaohua. Sand District Mine, come quickly. Hurry up, Xiaohua." After getting to know Zhang Sun a little better, Huazian found that he was not like those arrogant high-level players, but rather had a childish and straightforward temperament. He laughed when he was happy and took revenge on the spot when he was unhappy. He packed up his things and prepared to go to the materials office. When he was about to leave, he ran into his roommate who had returned. The roommate said sarcastically, "Oh, are you going out again? You are a celebrity now, I have to be careful and don't offend you." Huazian didn't want to pay attention at first, but it seemed that under the influence of Zhang Sun, he also learned to despise those who bully the weak and fear the strong. "Then you should be more careful." He slammed the door. The roommate didn't expect that Huazian, who had always been a loser, would actually fight back. Before he could react, when he was ready to get angry, there was no one in the corridor. Huazian came to the mining office in the Sha district. The Sha district is like this, with a face-cutting wind blowing all year round. He and Zhang Sun had a fixed mining spot. They followed it and crawled into the bottom of the huge mine pit, only to find two people standing here. Seeing the other ragged figure clearly, Huazian was stunned. "Captain?" Su Guan did not rest. He replied to Zhang Sun and said he wanted to treat him to a meal. Zhang Sun was very polite, but he had helped Qinglan a lot. He should be thanked. "You decide the location." Su Guan was very sincere, but Zhang Sun's reply was very disdainful. There are many people who want to treat me to a meal. I don't need this. Su Guan thought that if he was not happy, then forget it. Maybe he didn't like to eat with people he didn't know well. But after a while, he replied again. But I need a miner. Will you come? Coordinates of the copy. So the captain of the honorable team of Qinglan Guild came to mine. Before Hua Zian arrived, Su Guan had been digging for more than half an hour. Zhang Sun has many faults and thieves. He can't do this or that. Su Guan dug up a piece and gave it to him. Either he thought it was too small or the quality was not good. The most outrageous thing was that he thought it didn't look good. Su Guan held a piece of ore in his hand. It was dusty and had a layer of sand on the outside. If you didn't peel it off, you wouldn't be able to see the ore inside. So you can tell the good from the bad based on their appearance? Su Guan asked Zhang Sun, but judging from his tone, he actually knew that Zhang Sun was making things difficult. I have a good eye. Zhang Sun raised his eyebrows. Dig quickly, you won't be allowed to go home if you don't dig enough. Hua Zian was very reserved and looked around. One is a friend and the other is the boss. He took the initiative and said, Captain, how about, let me help you? He thought that Su Guan had already had a hard time downloading the dungeon today, so he was asked to do this small job because he had good physical strength and experience. But Su Guan shook his head. It's okay, you do your thing. With a local sound, Zhang Sun knocked the pickaxe on the cut surface of the stone. No whispering. Xiaohua, you too, hurry up and start working. Zheng Bapi made people call him someone else. Well. The three of them bent down and focused on mining. Su Guan has never dug before, but now he finds that this thing is really a stress reliever. He was busy with responsibilities and had a strict schedule. He rarely rebelled. He carried everyone on his back and came to this dusty mining area to do the most basic work, while listening to the people around him pick and choose. Have you considered the suggestion I mentioned? Su Guan suddenly asked. Zhang Sun paused in his nonsense and pulled the scarf towards his nose. I'm offering a very high price, but you Qinglan can't take it. Mingke gave you a silver plus contract, and we can offer you silver. But you know, Qinglan and Mingke are not at the same level of wealth. The treatment we offer is definitely better than the upper limit you can imagine. Come on. Qinglan's fans and even people within your team want to kick me to the ground and stomp on me. If I join your guild, will I be ostracized to death? Teams have team rules. As long as you are strong enough, it is only a matter of time before you gain reputation. Zhang Sun smiled when he heard this, which could be judged from his eyes that curled up outside his scarf. He turned to look at Su Guan. Team Su, let me ask you, what will you do if I break the rules of the team? Su Guan's answer was completely without thinking. Of course it must be handled according to the rules. That's okay. Zhang Sun turned his head back and knocked the pickaxe in his hand. I want the rules to be under me, and everything must be centered on me and based on me. None of the current guilds can do this. Yes, I won't force it. So you start your own guild? Su Guan seemed to understand a little bit. You don't open a guild to make money, but just to not be controlled? This is absolutely true. Who can have trouble with money? But I hate being controlled even more. No wonder. What Su Guan thought of, Xiao Jun must have thought of it too. Mingke must have tried every means to keep Zhang Sun, but they had no choice but to sign a loan contract with him. Zhang Sun was short of money, so he could rent him to make money, but no guild could ever think of possessing him forever. You maintain a lease relationship with the Mingke guild. I hope Qinglan can also fight for this right. Su Guan begins to plan for Qinglan's future, and Zhang Sun will be a big help. If he cannot belong to Qinglan, at least he can cooperate with Qinglan. But Zhang Sun refused fiercely. I don't. If I hadn't turned on the recording at the beginning, I should have played your phrase I won't rent Huazian in your ears right now. Su Guan is also very shameless and cannot give in when talking about business. That was the time, but you have already written the book with us, and we have a certain understanding of each other. What's more, you pried off a marked book from Qinglan, and we also suffered a lot of losses. If you want to rent Huazian, I can agree. Hey, why do you sound so condescending? From now on, you are not allowed to mention a word about the guild. Mining. Your good mood has been ruined. Su Guan shut his mouth and dug without saying a word. After a while, he spoke again. Huazian is older than you. It's inappropriate for you to call him Xiaohua. Zhang Sun was about to explode. I'm happy, Xiao Su, can you take care of it? Friendly reminder, you don't have to accept it. When his name was mentioned, Huazian took the opportunity to quietly approach Zhang Sun. Zhengshan, if you have any difficulties, you don't have to rent me. Jang Sun's temper comes and goes quickly, and he doesn't like to transfer his emotions to innocent people. It's okay, Xiaohua, it's none of your business. What's more, Xiaosu also means that now, he's tough talking. Su Guan didn't speak, but he didn't refute either. This. Huazian looked around, but didn't understand what Captain Su meant, so he had to ask Jang Sun quietly. Have you discussed something? Yeah. Originally, this was an internal matter within Qinglan, but Qinglan is a fool from the top to the team, so he had to rely on me, a smart outsider, to help. Fool number 1 Team Su still didn't speak. Huazian was confused, but he heard that he shouldn't ask any more questions about this matter for the time being. I will listen to you and the captain. I can't do much, but if there is a need, I will definitely spare no effort. Huazian's serious promise touched Jang Sun, and he deliberately wiped his non-existent snot in tears. Xiaohua, you are still the best. When you become rich in the future, don't forget me, your old friend. Don't learn from some people who are ungrateful and ungrateful. Captain Su, the ungrateful wolf, had no temper at all and still didn't speak. Jang Sun's energy was not very sufficient today, and it was obvious that he was mining very slowly. In the past, he was just a ruthless digging machine and a killer of ore. Huazian saw him close his eyes several times, intentionally or unintentionally. Jang Sun, Jiangshen? He gently pushed Jang Sun, who was sleeping while standing, twice, and Jang Sun supported his eyelids with 2 fingers. Yeah, I heard it. If you're tired, go back and rest? Yeah. Jang Sun yawned, okay, I'm going back. Although he was sleepy, he didn't forget to take away the ore dug by Huazian and Su Guan. 3 big sacks of stones on his back made Jang Sun's back shrink. He took out the portal from the cloud space of his bracelet, and a chimney stood upright on the sand. He almost squeezed himself into the portal with 3 bags. After Jang Sun left, Su Guan threw the pickaxe into the cloud space casually and said to Huazian, I'll give you something in the equipment room later. Ah, okay. In the teleportation room of the Minke Guild, Jang Sun fell asleep again after leaving the copy, and almost fainted instantly. Cheng Jia, who found that he was not in the dormitory room, came here to try his luck, but he didn't expect that he was really there. Jang Sun, Jang Sun? Jang Sun's brows were furrowed, and he couldn't relax even in his sleep. Cheng Jia thought he was too tired to walk, so he decided to find a quilt and make a bed for him on the floor. The transport room was warm anyway. Before he left, he heard Jang Sun muttering in his sleep. 7th Hospital? Jang Sun came to the 7th Hospital in his dream. As expected, this was his next copy, but what surprised Jang Sun was that it didn't look like a copy at all. The small white building in front of him was bright and warm, the green ivy was full of vitality, the children were playing and fighting in front of the grass in the hospital, and the old man in hospital gown was sitting in a wheelchair, being slowly pushed by a young nurse. The picture had nothing to do with horror, terror, and weirdness. How could this be a copy? Jang Sun was standing outside the gate fence, and a red ball bounced on the ground and rolled out through the gap of the door and landed in Jang Sun's hand. A little girl with pigtails ran over and stretched out her little hand from between the fences. Brother, this is my ball, thank you. Jang Sun held the ball in one hand, and could even feel the residual warmth of the sun from the rough surface. He handed the ball over and planned to return it to the girl. At the moment when the little girl's soft fingertips touched the ball, the picture suddenly changed, like a film with wrong editing, and flashed twice. The warm afternoon was gone, everything around was bleak, and the creeper quickly withered and died, cutting the surface of the wall like a solidified blood vessel. The doctor and the patient were gone, and the children playing also disappeared. Only the girl in front of him stretched out a dry claw and grabbed Jang Sun's hand tightly. The facial features on her face were completely misplaced, growing in places where they shouldn't grow. Stranger, her mouth was embedded in the place where her left eye should be. You shouldn't come here. Leave. The word leave shook the whole space, and Jang Sun's hair was blown messy, but he didn't move. He vaguely remembered that he had heard this sentence. What's the matter? Jang Sun was still very calm at this time. Do you have to buy a ticket to enter this place? I don't know what switch was triggered. After he asked this question, the girl disappeared, leaving only a circle of purple marks on his wrist. Jang Sun rubbed it with his other hand, but it didn't rub off, it seemed real. He didn't care, nor was he afraid, doing what he should do. We have arrived at the place, what are we waiting for if we don't start the simulation? The next morning, Cheng Jie got up and knocked on the door of the transmission room. When he opened the door, he found Jang Sun had woken up and was packing up. Where are you going? To the next book, I'm ready. Forget it, Chung Jia pushed his pile of things aside, even an Iron Man can't train himself like this. It's not even 24 hours, you want to play the second book? What's wrong with that? I didn't do anything to you when I played Minkei 70 times. Then stand up and walk a few steps. Let's go. Jang Sun stood up with one hand on the ground, and he started to shake after taking 2 steps. He stopped and held his forehead. Your Mink's transmission room has a vibration mode? It's really advanced. What nonsense are you talking about? Counting the marking book you pried off earlier, look at how much sleep you have had these days. If you keep on making trouble, I think you can't live in our Minkei anymore, just go to the hospital. Jang Sun sat back on the ground, irritably scratching his hair into a bird's nest. I can't be idle. I feel anxious when I have nothing to do. Want to find something to do? What's so difficult? I'll take you to play. Cheng Jie said he wanted to take him to play. Jang Sun thought he was going to treat him as free labor and work for Minkei again. Unexpectedly, he took him to a place he had never been to before. This is the Blue Tower, Cheng Jie explained excitedly to him as they wore sunglasses and hats, covering their faces tightly. Unlike the White Tower, the Blue Tower is sponsored by major guilds and is a place for players to compete. Jang Sun stood in the stands on the second floor, listening to the cheers and the wide arena in the middle. It didn't feel like a serious place. What are the rules? He asked. There are no rules. Whoever falls off the arena loses. A match is now going on in the center of the arena. The 2 players, 1 man and 1 woman, have a huge difference in size. The male player is tall and strong, while the female player is very thin. People around are guessing that the male player will win the match. As a result, the female player almost broke the male player's neck with a stranglehold, and the referee came out to stop it. After all, it is sponsored by the guild, Cheng Jie said beside him. Try not to cause any deaths, otherwise it will be difficult to end. Oh, can anyone play? Of course. The biggest attraction here is the free play. No matter men, women, young or old, everyone can go up and show off a few moves. Cheng Jie was talking, and looked to the side, and was scared to the point that he almost exposed his identity. What are you doing? Jang Sun had 1 foot on the railing, ready to jump down. He was still puzzled when Cheng Jie pulled him. What? Didn't you say that anyone can play? Of course you can't, Cheng Jie lowered his voice and explained quickly. I asked you to come out to relax, not to play more tired. Then go down. Their fight is too boring, it makes people sleepy. Of course I can't. Team players can't fight in the Blue Tower. This is against the rules. Jang Sun was unhappy. You are not allowed to do this or that. It's boring. Let's go. Hey, wait a minute, Cheng Jie suddenly tried to stop him. This guy has unlimited repetitions. Jang Sun's ears pricked up and he returned to watch the fun. He saw a tall and thin young man standing in the middle of the ring. He was not very old and had a timid look on his face. He looked at a certain place below the stage from time to time. Jang Sun looked over and saw that the person standing there was also wearing a peaked cap. He was probably a team player who, like Cheng Jie, was deliberately hiding his identity. The young man in the ring seemed to be somewhat famous, and there was gradually talk around him. Isn't this Shen Guanyu of Inxue? The abandoned son? I heard that his father was a senior executive in Inxue, but he died of illness not long ago. Lost? No wonder he appears here. He's using unlimited retrieval? Doesn't this mean he'll be beaten to death? There must be a handle. Infinite returns, as the name suggests, means that a player has to face challengers one after another until no one is on the field anymore. Compared with ordinary competitions, players who adopt this competition format will receive a large number of rewards, and may even have the opportunity to obtain tickets to major guilds. But the disadvantages are also obvious. You can't give up the fight at the beginning, and you can't treat it passively until you are knocked off the stage by the challenger, or you just die of exhaustion on the stage. Cheng Jie naturally noticed who was on the stage. What the hell, Shen Guanyu? Why is he here? What, is he awesome? Jang Sun had no clue. Oh, he is Inshue's former prodigy. He has a very strong fighting ability and is almost invincible. How did he come here? And he has unlimited replays? He really wants to beat him to death. Cheng Jie said the same thing. Unlimited replies are easy to say for those with special abilities. The more powerful you are, the more you suffer. Many strong people don't believe in this evil and insist on opening infinite relapses. The end is quite miserable without exception. This is going to be difficult. Soon, the first challenger came on stage, a man as strong as a mountain.
The moment he stepped onto the ring, the entire stage trembled, and Shin Guanyu on the stage couldn't help but wince. Zhang Sun's eyebrows wrinkled. Can he really win?
One of Shin Guanyu's arms hangs naturally, and the other hand holds his elbow tightly, looking extremely nervous.
The booing around him became louder and louder.
He looked at the audience uneasily, and the sweat on his forehead was reflected by the hot light above his head. He looked very nervous, Zhang Sun said.
Shou Shang? No way.
I haven't paid attention to Inshue's news for a long time.
He should always be in the team. Chang Jia replied.
Zhang Sun clicked on his bracelet and checked the Silver Snow Guild's information. With a click of a finger, there was overwhelming news that Xin Yuan, one of Inshue's senior leaders, had been killed while inspecting the guild's new location. It seemed to have caused quite a stir at the time. Xin Yuan used to be Inshue's president, but later he took the initiative to give up his position to the current president, claiming to be ill. During the years under Xin Yuan's leadership, Inshue had always been a regular in the top 10 of the rankings. However, since the new president took over, not long after, Inshue's strength dropped significantly, and now she is barely hanging on around the 20th place, half dead. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. And this Xin Guanyu is Xin Yuan's only son. Just like Cheng Jie said, he became famous at a young age. He debuted at the age of 11 and already led a team alone at the age of 15.
His talent is evident.
A highlight clip of Xin Guanyu was attached in the middle of the post, and Zhang Sun clicked on one of them.
This is the 11-year-old Xin Guanyu.
His fighting system has not yet been formed, and many of his movements rely solely on physical reactions, but he has already demonstrated his fighting ability that even a layman can see. He truly lives up to his reputation as a child prodigy. However, after Xin Yuan's death, Xin Guanyu had not placed a book for 3 months in a row, and now he appeared in Blue Tower again. It seemed that he had become a victim of an internal struggle among the guild's top brass.
Pitiful.
After a simple understanding and the confusion in his heart, Zhang Sun hung on the railing of the second-floor stand like a boneless yawn in boredom.
What, you're sleepy again?
Cheng Jia tilted his head. With your character, I thought you would intervene.
This is an internal matter within the guild. Didn't you see that there is someone down there who was dressed strangely? He must be a player from Inshue. Xin Guanyu is here to monitor. I don't want to get into trouble. But there's nothing wrong with watching the show.
Cheng Jia complained that you don't want to cause trouble, but you can say this from your mouth. But Zhang Sun was too lazy to move, so he didn't change the territory. The two of them continued to watch. Shouts erupted from the audience one after another, and Xin Guanyu on the stage was like a herbivore surrounded by beasts. His eyes swept around helplessly, and finally landed on the tall and strong player in front of him. The contestants said a few words, which were definitely not very pleasant to listen to.
Xin Guanyu's face turned pale.
The two people behind Zhang Sun were discussing in low voices.
Is that possible? He looks like he has thin arms and legs. I can't see it. Don't die too bloody. I can't stand that scene. It's disgusting.
Not just him, almost everyone in the audience shouted the other player's name, and the victory seemed to have been booked in advance. The referee wearing a black and white plaid mask raised the flag and the game began. The challenger bumped his fists, his facial features contorted with a sinister smile. He stepped back, his body like a cannonball made of human flesh, heading straight for Xin Guanyu.
Boom! A loud sound of physical collision exploded from the ring. After the audience saw clearly what was going on, their mouths opened wide in surprise.
No one could see clearly what had just happened, but the challenger was already lying down outside the ring in a very inelegant manner. Xin Guanyu's body stretched, his legs spread apart, and his hands hanging down on both sides of his body. Soon, he retracted his legs and hands, returning to his original cautious stance.
It was Xin Guanyu who won. The audience went from confused chattering to huge cheers.
Cheng Jia was also surprised. He knew that Xin Guanyu was a child prodigy, but he didn't expect that after years of training, his fighting skills would actually improve to a higher level. He turned around, preparing to wake Zhang Sun up quickly and let him watch something exciting. But he found that Zhang Sun was not sleeping. Instead, he folded his hands on the railing and quietly observed the performance of the players on the stage.
The second challenger has already stood on the stage.
She is the female player who just won with the strangulation technique. The female player lasted about 5 minutes longer than the previous one, but unfortunately, the ending was the same.
2 consecutive wins.
The sound in the auditorium became more and more deafening.
He used boxing.
Zhang Sun suddenly came closer and said something, and Chang Jia was stunned for a moment.
Boxing skills? Well, it looks like it's a family tradition. I've never seen it before.
In order to push his combat skills to the limit, Zhang Sun once studied the existing mainstream combat methods in the world while simulating dungeons. He asked Little Red Riding Hood to threaten the boss not to move, while he practiced on his own beside him.
After practicing, he would take on the boss in actual combat.
The one used by Xingguanyu is different from the one taught by major guilds to their own players now. It pays more attention to rhythm than strength. He can disrupt the opponent's rhythm, and he can also involve the opponent in his rhythm.
Once it succeeds, it can only be said that there is no way to fight back.
This kind of rhythm, Zhang Sun guessed, is probably not limited to the boxing system. If Xingguanyu is holding a sword or other prop weapon, he can also have the same effect.
Challengers came one after another, and the atmosphere at the scene was getting more and more exciting. Xingguanyu simply became more courageous as he fought.
The surrounding voices had changed, and they were all leaning towards Xingguanyu.
This kid is really fierce. Which number is this? The 10th? Will he be the first person to successfully defend the ring with infinite returns?
The blue tower in this area has only been around for a year or two, and no one has successfully defended the ring yet. The blue towers are distributed in several areas with large permanent populations, and this one is relatively young.
9 styles. Amid the noisy voices discussing the outcome, one seemed out of place.
Zhang Sun counted on his fingers to confirm.
Yes, it's the 9 styles. What? Chang Jia didn't understand what was wrong with him again.
His boxing skills. Zhang Sun, who understood the 9 styles boxing skills purely by staring, smiled contentedly.
Not bad.
Although some of the moves are a bit complicated, I was able to figure them out. Awesome, Chang Jia gave him a friendly gesture. Your talent is a true genius. I really want to push you down from here and kill you. Look, you have a twisted mentality. I suggest you see the team's psychologist to treat your red-eye disease. Originally, Zhang Sun learned a new set of boxing skills, and felt that this trip was worth it, so he planned to call Chang Jia back.
He glanced at Xingguanyu on the stage.
No matter how talented he was in fighting, he couldn't stand the round-robin battle. He had already started wiping his sweat with his sleeves, and his breathing became uneven. It was estimated that after 2 or 3 rounds, he would be exhausted to death and fall down.
Zhang Sun suddenly lost interest in the drama of the genius's fall.
Just as he was about to turn around and leave, the cheers that broke out around him made his ears ring for 3 seconds.
Damn, isn't this the little Zhang Sun? Zhang Zunbangson standing next to him? Really? The one who started brushing SS books recently? About 2 or 3 brushes? Let's quickly catch up with Zhang Sun's own record. It seems that there are also top-ranked guilds who want to recruit him. He himself is very popular. If he is not in the top 20, he will not be considered at all.
Zhang Sun has a sharp ear, and all the topics about this little Zhang Sun fell into his ears. He turned to look at Chang Jia, who was still watching the game happily without realizing it. Zhang Sun poked him in the ribs, and Chang Jia exaggeratedly dodged it and screamed. Fortunately, at the last moment, he realized that he could not reveal his identity and quickly blocked his mouth. What's wrong? He asked Zhang Sun, who suddenly fell ill. Zhang Sun still had something to ask him.
What's going on with little Zhang Sun? Chang Jia suddenly became hesitant, not at all like his straightforward character.
Zhang Sun directly turned his fingers into hand knives and gestured at Chang Jia's ribs.
I'll do it. I'll do it all.
Chang Jia quickly surrendered and used the fastest tone to explain to Zhang Sun, who was not feeling right. It turns out that this little Zhang Sun has only recently become famous among players. His real name is Jiang Feiguang.
He is similar to Zhang Sun.
Both of them became famous in one battle from a bad area. Later, they successively challenged high-difficulty versions.
Their best record was to clear the SS version without any damage.
Although he is similar to Zhang Sun, after careful observation, he will find that Jiang Feiguang is actually imitating Zhang Sun. This imitation is not only limited to rejecting the guild's invitation, opening a lease agreement, but also repeatedly playing the same game with the bug,
etc. There is a lot of controversy about Jiang Feiguang. Some people think he is hyping up.
Those difficult books he wrote were not original books. The so-called original copy is the copy that is opened by the player for the first time. Because the success rate of difficult dungeons is very low, batches of players will also leave behind various internal image data of the dungeons after their unfortunate failures. The copy that Zhang Feiguang participated in has been exposed on the forum for a long time. If you are willing, you can be fully prepared. But there is also another voice saying that since there is information, why is only Zhang Feiguang successful in clearing the level? This shows that he still has talent and ability. It wouldn't be a big deal if there was just a new person who became popular. Every year, a number of talents, big and small, emerge from each region's servers. But what makes Zhang Sun's fans, including some passers-by, angry is that Zhang Feiguang says he doesn't like others comparing him to Zhang Sun, but he always compares himself to Zhang Sun. Such double-standard behavior made Zhang Xuanfan disgusted. When confronting people online, Zhang Feiguang spent money to buy a unified narrative, insisting that Zhang Sun's fans bully the small ones and could not tolerate newcomers. He also used Zhang Sun's excuse for prying off Qinglan's markbook, and joined forces with Qinglan's fans to scold Zhang Sun. Follow. Over time, many passers-by who did not understand the cause and effect of the incident were also confused, thinking that Zhang Sun was really suppressing newcomers. But Zhang Sun has only made his debut for 2 months. If this big hat is removed, it is purely an unfair accusation. Ming Ke has quietly intervened in this matter several times and didn't dare to do it openly. However, President Ertao and Brother Shao both feel that they should take action and cannot let others throw dirty water. But they don't want to bother you with such trivial matters. You were still writing the book at the time, so you couldn't be distracted. Cheng Jia tried his best and wished he had 8 more mouths. But Zhang Sun looked diagonally downwards and didn't speak at all. Listen to people's advice. You really can't take this matter to heart. We are all at the forefront of the storm, and we will be splashed with dirty water from time to time. The guild has experience in dealing with this kind of public opinion. You don't worry about it at all. To be honest, there are too many newcomers using your name to build momentum. Zhang Sun number 1, Zhang Sun number 2. They are like mushrooms after the rain. Cheng Jia is a straight-tempered and a bit bad-tempered person. From the classic example of him encouraging Zhang Sun to pry the marked notebook, we can see that his character is not the kind that is easy to talk to. But there was a reason why he so earnestly advised Zhang Sun to be patient. They, the aces and star players of various guilds, cannot be swayed by negative public opinion, otherwise it will seriously affect their lives and even affect their performance in the dungeon. Cheng Jia himself also suffered several big losses and suffered several serious falls before he regained his temper. At most, you can open a small account to curse and anonymously post black posts on the forum. Zhang Sun seemed to have finally listened to a word or two and no longer deliberately looked away. He raised his head and looked at Cheng Jia seriously. Cheng Jia felt his back hair tingle at his gaze. What's wrong? You're right. Zhang Sun nodded suddenly, not sure which sentence he was affirming. Which sentence? This kind of thing cannot happen openly. Before Cheng Jia could react, he felt a pull on his neck, almost strangling him to death. His neck was empty, and he looked down to find that the scarf was gone. And the person in front of him suddenly climbed over the railing with one hand, jumped to the stairs, stomped downstairs, wrapped his scarf in his hair and ran towards the middle of the ring. Fuck! Cheng Jia cursed and wanted to stop Zhang Sun, but was afraid it would be too obvious. I want to call someone, but I don't know who to call. In one moment, there were 800 fake moves in the stands. Just for a moment, Zhang Sun was already standing upright on the ring. The referee was stunned, and the audience was also dumbfounded. Shen Guanyu and Zhang Feiguang both looked at this character who appeared out of nowhere with some surprise. He was wearing black casual pants and a long-sleeved t-shirt he picked up from an unknown fast food restaurant. It said second order of French fries is half price. Her hair was wrapped in a soft scarf, and the logo looked expensive. The sunglasses don't fit the shape of my face. They were probably borrowed from someone else. They are the same brand as the scarf. He held a black peaked cap in his hand and was trying hard to buckle it on top of the stacked scarves. What's even scarier is that he is wearing a black mask. From head to toe, except for the hands, there is no exposed skin. This, sir, the referee said hesitantly. Zhang Sun nodded. He paused, took out a small paper knife from his pocket, and cut a slit in the middle of the mask so that he could catch his breath while making some big movements. I want to challenge, he said. His voice sounded muffled. I wonder if it was because he was wearing too many clothes. No one really recognized him as Zhang Sun. He was wrapped so tightly that he just thought he was a player from some team sneaking out for fun. Cheng Jia was already squatting on the ground and scratching his hair, his face filled with regret. Suddenly thinking of something, he changed his posture and clasped his hands together. Pray that Zhang Sun will not make the scene too big.
The referee is indeed experienced and responded quickly. But another contestant John stood on the stage first. Is there a rule that says 3 people are not allowed to stand in the ring? In principle, it's 1-on-1.
If 2 versus 1, it's unfair to the defender.
Of course, if the defender allows multiple versus 1, that's okay.
Zhang Sun nodded, understood, and turned to look at Shin Guanyu.
Do you agree?
Shin Guanyu is not a decisive character. He was confused by the scene in front of him.
Zhang Feiguang next to him spoke first, pretending to be generous. Since this friend also chooses to come on stage, I will give him the opportunity to challenge first.
No, there's no need for you to give in.
I'm not happy to owe you.
Zhang Sun interrupted him. I'll kill you first. He pointed one finger at Zhang Feiguang, then turned to the helpless Shin Guanyu, then I'll challenge him. Finally, he looked at the referee who was standing stupidly.
Is this okay? Okay, please give me a message. It doesn't break the rules. That's fine.
Zhang Sun, who was wrapped up tightly, nodded, turned on his toes, and faced Zhang Feiguang, who had an unkind expression. Raise the flag, he said to the referee. Zhang Sun stood there, with a sense of righteousness.
The referee turned his head to Zhang Feiguang and asked him what he thought.
Zhang Feiguang originally felt puzzled. He came to challenge Shin Guanyu, obtain the status of the defender, and then successfully defend the ring to make his popularity further. Unexpectedly, this uninvited guest who appeared in the middle of the game disrupted his plan.
And the clothes he wore. What a bad taste.
He didn't want to waste time and energy, and planned to tell the referee that he refused this arrangement. But the weird man with his head covered on the opposite side spoke.
Aren't you known as Little Zhang Sun?
If it was Zhang Sun himself, he would not refuse such a request. Zhang Feiguang didn't care about anything else, but he cared about comparing with Zhang Sun. He was in a twisted mentality. He didn't like Zhang Sun, but he was subconsciously walking on the path he had walked. So he couldn't stand it the most when others said that he was not as good as Zhang Sun. But Zhang Feiguang still had some brains and knew that he couldn't get carried away.
He replied cautiously. I just do myself.
I despise the title of Little Zhang Sun.
You want to refuse? Then you are really not as good as Zhang Sun. Everyone is right.
The masked man's mind was quick, and this sentence really angered Zhang Feiguang.
Okay, I agree, he said with a gloomy face, but it's not because of Zhang Sun, but because of your aggressive attitude.
Oh, if you insist on justifying yourself in this way, it's okay. The masked man's words were really unpleasant, and Zhang Feiguang felt that this tone of speech was a bit familiar.
Are you a fan of Zhang Sun? Zhang Feiguang asked. I guess so. No wonder, Zhang Feiguang smiled knowingly. Are you standing up for your idol? I think you'd better not. Your body is your own.
There's no need to sacrifice so much for others. You talk a lot of nonsense. The masked man was impatient. Zhang Sun doesn't bother his fans when it comes to fighting.
He does it all by himself. I'm standing here because I want to get the bonus. Bonus? What's wrong? You can't stand poor people. I just like money.
After the unlimited return to defend the ring successfully, there will be a large cash reward, which will be directly transferred to the winner's account. What the masked man said makes sense. Because there are also spectators below the ring, they are close and naturally heard the conversation between the two.
Is this person a fan of Zhang Sun? It sounds like he's going to make people angry to death. He must be a fan of his.
Zhang Sun's fans are really talented.
Everyone can brag, but I don't think he has any real skills. Let's see how Zhang Feiguang performs.
He has performed well in the last 2 games.
Zhang Feiguang heard the discussion from the audience.
Compared with this mysterious man who didn't even dare to show his true face, the audience obviously supported him more. He was confident and signaled the referee. Please raise the flag. After confirming the wishes of both parties, the referee waved his hand to let Shin Guanyu go to one side of the ring. Because there has never been such a precedent for such a challenge, he didn't dare to let him go directly.
The square flag was raised high and fell. The game started. Zhang Feiguang didn't move.
He said, since you don't have much experience, I'll let you 3. Before he could say the word move, a shadow flashed in front of his eyes, and then he suffered a heavy blow in the abdomen. Zhang Feiguang didn't have time to react, and he was hit by his opponent's punch, almost vomiting his internal organs. The opponent had quickly pushed to a safe distance, preparing for the next attack. The audience burst into cheers. Amid the cheers of thousands of people, Zhang Feiguang heard his opponent's disdainful voice.
Are you still giving in? Zhang Feiguan wiped the corner of his mouth and stood up straight. He clenched his teeth. Stop talking nonsense. The two rushed to the center of the ring like arrows from a string and collided. Another blow. This time the two sides exchanged positions, with their backs to each other. Suddenly, Zhang Feiguan knelt on one knee on the ground. It was his opponent who played an effective move. I didn't expect that this passerby who rushed to the field temporarily and dressed very well with his own ideas would have such strong strength. Which team's player is this? Did he sneak out to play? I can't tell which guild's combat system he uses, only 2 moves. Looks like a player who focuses on strength? Wanshur? It can't be Wanshur, they manage players very strictly. The following battle became smooth, it was simply a performance of Zhang Feiguan being beaten unilaterally. The masked man covered himself tightly, but his vision did not become narrow. He could quickly predict Zhang Feiguan's movements and counter his moves. Zhang Feiguan had no power to fight back. And I don't know if it was intentional, the audience gradually found that this masked player seemed to be holding back. He doesn't look like he wants to fight quickly? Such a beautiful fighting skill should have kicked Zhang Feiguan off the stage a long time ago, right? Zhang Feiguan is too embarrassed, it feels so pitiful to see. Does he have a grudge against Zhang Feiguan? Zhang Feiguan is also very aggrieved now, he can't go up or down, he will be beaten by others when he goes up, and he will be dragged back by force when he goes down. This fight was too dirty. Finally, the masked man seemed to have vented enough anger, and kicked Zhang Feiguan off the stage casually, ending the fight. The referee raised the flag to signal. Zhang Feiguan lost, and the unknown challenger won. The audience applauded and whistled to celebrate the victory of the person on the stage. Only Cheng Jia, who was in the second floor stands, was out of place. He was relieved to see the battle was over. Zhang Sun was tormenting Zhang Feiguan, and anyone with eyes could see it. He could only pray that he didn't make too much trouble. Fortunately, he was still alive. As long as he was alive, that was enough. Zhang Sun vented his emotions and returned to normal, preparing to compete with Xing Guanyu and then pretend to be dead and leave the stage. As a result, he turned around and suddenly there were 2 rows of people behind him. Zhang Sun? You want to challenge Xing Guanyu? Line up and wait until I finish fighting. A medium-sized male player standing in the front shook his head. No, we want to challenge you. Question mark. Zhang Sun looked at the referee, can it be like this? He questioned, but the players who came on stage later also had something to say. Like you, we also want to challenge Xing Guanyu, but before that, we have to defeat you. Use magic to defeat magic? Zhang Sun can be said to have experienced what it means to shoot oneself in the foot. He rubbed his hair helplessly, but unfortunately only rubbed the thick scarf. Come on then. The male contestant who had just spoken stepped forward. No, Zhang Sun shook his finger and slid from left to right in the air, you guys go together. The male contestant was slightly stunned and looked at the person next to him. Together, I'm in a hurry and don't have time to play with you. The audience began to stir. This kid is so arrogant. There are 1 or 2, 8 contestants standing on the stage. Too arrogant. What's so confident about defeating only one Zhang Feiguan? Just now you were still praising Zhang Feiguan. You heard it wrong, it must not be me. This novel way of playing confused the referee. He pressed the Bluetooth headset and talked to the person on the opposite side who was in charge. After repeated confirmation, he nodded to Zhang Sun. No problem, both players, please get ready. The second round of the masked man was more decisive than the first round. This time he didn't seem to intend to torture anyone, and ended everything with the most decisive moves. Compared with the round-robin battle, this simultaneous attack tests the player's acumen and ability to mobilize their bodies. The brain must be able to predict and command the limbs to keep up in time. It was simply dazzling. The 8 players had all kinds of physical skills, which made people's eyes overwhelmed. In such a situation where it was difficult to see clearly, the masked player in the center of the ring actually took them one by one. Awesome! This is not something a human can do. Which guild is this talent from? I really need to know his identity. I hope readers will remember our domain name TaiwanNovelNetwork. Circle them. Could it be a newcomer who came here to practice? Newcomer? Impossible. This level is comparable to Zhang Sun. I have never seen Urchu without a weapon. His items are too destructive. A hit will cause a cloud of smoke. You can't see anything clearly. Don't guess blindly. Didn't Zhang Sun just finish a dungeon? He should be resting. The audience was talking about it, and the battle on the stage was coming to an end.
The masked man slapped the last contestant off the stage. No more? He looked around, as if a little confused, and finally nodded, no more. But he seemed to think things were too simple. Soon, another 6 people came on stage. He was about to talk to Shin Guanyu, but found that there were more people on the stage. You want to challenge too? He sounded impatient, but he still obeyed the rules. Come on. The progress bar of these 6 people was 1 generation shorter than the previous 8. The masked contestant gave each of them 3 moves and sent them all off the stage. When the third group of people came up, the contestant looked speechless to the extreme. Speechless, he still beat people away quickly. 5 groups of people came and went. Finally, no one came on the stage again. 36 people. He just fought a total of 36 people? Although there are some unqualified people among these people, more than 30 is still too scary. And he will challenge Shin Guanyu next. Shin Guanyu took advantage of this time to rest. He looked at the masked contestant standing in the center of the ring, and the other party was also looking at him. Finally it's your turn, he said with a bit of anticipation. I wanted to play dead and let you win, but since we're here, it doesn't hurt to have a fight. Shin Guanyu was a little confused by his incoherent words, but the other party didn't give him a chance to ask questions and was already urging the referee. Raise the flag, I'm going back to eat after the fight, I'm starving. The referee realized it later and raised the flag. The last round begins. The masked contestant in this round performed differently from the previous one. After Shin Guanyu used his unique boxing skills, he successfully disassembled the moves and then gave Shin Guanyu the same punch. He actually imitated Shin Guanyu's boxing skills. The audience exclaimed, and Shin Guanyu himself was a little confused. This is a set of boxing skills passed down from generation to generation in their family. It is not passed on to others, and only the Shin family can inherit it. There is no other way to learn it. Could it be, he just watched him use a few moves and learned the whole set of boxing skills? Shin Guanyu's heart was shaken. After all, he was young and his mind had not yet reached a certain level. The masked man smelled an opportunity. He seized the moment when Shin Guanyu was distracted and hit him in the face with his right fist. Shin Guanyu dodged urgently and luckily avoided the blow. Fortunately, he was experienced and adjusted his mind in time to re-enter the battle. Compared with the previous ones, the fight between the two was completely different. The fluency and viewing of the master's moves increased exponentially. The voices around gradually became lower, and everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the result to fall. They used exactly the same set of skills, even laymen could see it. Shin Guanyu himself was sweating profusely. The last time he fought against someone who knew the Shin family boxing was his father Shin Yuan. And now he has to face another self, or in other words, a self who quickly digested the basic moves of boxing and became more and more comfortable with it. The talent of the masked contestant is unimaginable. It was only a matter of time before he lost. Shin Guanyu knew this very well, even though the current situation was that he and the masked man were tied. Sure enough, after 3 minutes, Shin Guanyu had already shown signs of decline. 2 minutes later, Shin Guanyu was hit in the chest by a punch, and his body leaned back and fell from the ring. Ahem, he supported himself with one leg and held the edge of the ring with the other hand. I lost. Since the body of the defender Shin Guanyu left the ring, the other party was judged to have won. The masked contestant won again. The crowd burst into waves of cheers. According to the rules, the defender now became a masked contestant, and others were still eligible to challenge. But I don't know if it was affected by the previous round of competition, but everyone else lost their confidence. Winning or not is a matter of time, but being handsome or not is a matter of life. They thought they couldn't contribute as wonderful performance as the last round, and they were kicked off the stage, which could only be said to be self-humiliating. 10 minutes later, no one came on stage to challenge. The defense was successful. The first defender of the blue tower in this server area to be listed. The huge golden ball above his head exploded, and colorful streamers fell from the sky, falling on the winner in the center of the ring, like a king's cloak. The people in the ring enjoyed the fruits of victory, and the people under the ring had different expressions. The people from the Silver Snow Guild who were hidden in the crowd left quietly. Shin Guanyu looked at the direction he left, hesitated, and did not follow him immediately. He turned around and raised his head to look at the masked man, who happened to be looking over here as well. My name is Shin Guanyu, he said, thank you for your help. I hope to see you next time. Then, without waiting for the masked man's reply, he followed the direction the silver snowman left, seemingly in a hurry. Zhang Sun was suddenly thanked?
Brother, don't thank me by mistake. I really just wanted to beat Jiang Feiguang before I came on stage. He thought to himself, and when he looked back, he was unlucky to see Jiang Feiguang in the audience. The other party's eyes were very malicious and calculated. Zhang Sun felt a chill behind him for no reason. He raised his legs to get down from the ring, and the steps happened to be in Jiang Feiguang's direction. Jiang Feiguang suddenly got angry and grabbed his scarf. It can only be said that this happened at the right time and place. The fight just now was very fierce. No matter how tight the scarf was, it could only hang loosely on the head after the battle. The peaked cap flew off and fell to the ground on its belly. The suspended camera ball has been following the winner, and its other end is connected to the 4 large screens above the ring. The familiar Juanxiu profile appeared on the screen, and the entire blue tower fell silent. There was only one person in the stands on the second floor calling someone at the top of his lungs. Hey, hey, hey! Brother Xiao, it's me. Yes, I didn't take him running around. Don't worry. We went to the amusement park and rode on the rocking car. I have already grasped the relationship between these relatives. You ask Lao Zhang? Lao Zhang is very good. You said he is on the hot search? How can we be so low-key? Cheng Jia, who was on the phone to frantically assure Xiao Jun that he didn't take Zhang Sun around blindly, accidentally turned around and his eyes almost fell off. Brother Xiao, he had already thought of 10,000 ways to die, you just misunderstood. I am not with Zhang Sun. I will go to the Blue Tower to catch him now. Zhang Sun's face is familiar to many people and is often seen in live broadcast rooms. But when the real person appeared offline, the audience was still excited. Is it Zhang Sun himself? Is it really Zhang Shun? Damn it, that master who defeated more than 30 players and successfully defended the ring was actually a second hammer? The audience was surprised, delighted, and in disbelief. There were some people mixed in among them, with different expressions. The instigator, Jiang Feiguang, originally just wanted to recognize his opponent's face clearly so that he could prepare for the next avenge. The other person had his head covered and his face was mysterious, which made him unhappy. So he had a plan in mind. He wanted to expose this man's true face. He originally thought it was a secret fan of Zhang Sun, but Jiang Feiguang never expected that the person he had been fighting with in the ring for a long time was the person who lingered in his mind like a nightmare. He gritted his back teeth tightly, thinking that this was going to be bad. Originally, most opinions on the internet believed that Zhang Sun was better than him, but the two did not have a direct chance to compete. It's good now, he's giving people heads himself. As a newcomer who had just debuted, he was not willing to be stepped on by Zhang Sun. So Jiang Feiguang quietly withdrew from the noisy crowd and went outside to make a call to his team. Xin Guanyu also saw this scene. Just as he was about to leave through the side door, he heard loud cheers coming from behind. A small group of spectators, probably Zhang Sun's fans, shouted his name rhythmically. Xin Guanyu was attracted by the voice and turned around, just in time to see the figure standing under the spotlight. The man was thin and slender, with a head of black hair that seemed to be of good texture, falling wantonly. His clothes were poor and messy. He was completely different from those celebrity contestants who paid a lot of money to hire stylists and carefully take care of their images. He seemed troubled by having his identity revealed in public. As the crowd cheered, he casually put his hands on the back of his neck and raised his dark eyes, which were dazzled by the high-hanging LED lights. He was destined to stand at the center of the stage, surrounded by applause and praise. The platform of the Blue Tower in front of me is too small and not large enough to carry it. Xin Guanyu grew up in the guild with his father. The guild needs to discover new people. He has seen their skills with his own eyes and listened to the professional evaluations given by his father and coach, so he is quite discerning in recognizing people. He knew that even if he had never received professional training, there was a huge difference between a genius and an ordinary person. His father once said that he was also one of the few talented players. Quick reaction, strong sense of understanding, and decision-making ability in the copy. But he hoped that his father could stand beside him at this time and see what a true and unique genius looked like. Unbridled and unrestrained, no matter how bright the light, he is not as eye-catching as himself. There was a helpless smile on Xin Guanyu's lips, which seemed to be mocking herself. He turned his back to the light and stepped gradually into the shadow until he was swallowed up by it. If Zhang Sun's identity is exposed, who else besides Jiang Feiguang will be really harmed? That must be Cheng Jia. Adhering to the good moral character of a dead Taoist friend will never die a poor Taoist, Cheng Jia pretended that the signal was not good, hung up on Xiao Jun, then grabbed his phone and ran away. Just kidding, Zhang Sun will forget about being put on the hot list tomorrow,
he doesn't want his name to appear at the same time. Unfortunately, Zhang Sun in the center of the ring had a sharp look, staring at the sneaky figure. He acted quickly and knew that he would not be able to escape later if he was surrounded by spectators and fans. While everyone was still immersed in shock, he decisively followed Chang Jia's escape route and slipped away. Chang Jia, who tried every means to hide his identity and run away, was slapped on the shoulder. When he turned around, cold sweat spread from his forehead to his back. "Why did you follow me here? It's not fun to run away without me. Take you? It's only because of you that we are in such a mess now. Come on, go this way, there are fewer people. Can't you all blame me? I was able to escape unscathed in my plan. It's all Jiang Feiguang's fault. Do you still have a fucking plan? Forget it, it's too late to say anything now. Fans are catching up over here. It has to be said that professional players are professional players. With their excellent physical fitness and skilled escape skills, the two of them, after some setbacks, finally shook off the crowd behind them and hurriedly opened the door and got into the car. Today was a special trip. Cheng Jia drove a car that was gathering dust in his garage. Now he was extremely happy for his wise decision. With a kick of the accelerator, the two of them drove away from this land of right and wrong and returned to the Singing Sparrow Guild. On the way, Cheng Jiaqian warned Zhang Sun not to tell the truth. When you meet Brother Xiao later, just tell him that you want to go to Blue Tower. Zhang Sun dug at the seatbelt with his fingers in boredom. Do you think Xiao Jun is stupid? He won't believe it. After all, the classic quote from Air Hammer, "What is XX?" To him, the existence of the Blue Tower must be beyond the scope of its scope. It doesn't matter. Brother Xiao will definitely not blame you for taking care of you. If it were me as the mastermind, you would go to the guild hall early tomorrow morning to look for my skin. I will definitely be displayed there. Zhang Sun laughed heartlessly. Still laughing. Brother's tombstone is about to be erected, but you are still in the mood to laugh. I have promised you in advance that whether I will take you out to play next time depends on your performance this time. When I came here, I thought the journey took a long time, but somehow it went much faster when I returned. The closer he got to the singing bird, the paler Cheng Jia's face turned. Sure enough, when they arrived, Vice President Xiao had been waiting for a long time. Xiao Jun stood at the door of Mingke to welcome them. Great, you still remember to come back. He smiled as he spoke, and Cheng Jia's neck shrank. Finished. Zhang Sun honestly followed what Cheng Jia taught in the car and replied to Xiao Jun in a serious manner. Brother Xiao, I dragged Cheng Jia out to play. Do you think I believe it? Zhang Sun shrugged and left Cheng Jia with a helpless look. Cheng Jia was already desperate, and he seemed to be talking there with a skin. Brother Xiao, I was wrong. When you are in doubt, admit your mistakes first, and think about where you are wrong slowly. Xiao Jun nodded. Your matter is not urgent, I will think about how to deal with it later. Zhang Sun, come with me first. Okay, the death penalty is changed to suspended death penalty. Zhang Sun listens to Xiao Jun most of the time outside the copy. After all, the other party has a contract with him for the next copy and cannot harm him. Xiao Jun took him to his office. After entering the room, he turned off all the lights, held the remote control in his hand, and asked Zhang Sun to look at the projection on the wall. The content on the projection was the Beta Forum. As expected, Zhang Sun was on several of the hottest topics. Zhang Sun Blue Tower, Zhang Sun Little, Zhang Sun Jiang Feiguang. Xiao Jun specifically clicked on the last topic and then clicked on latest. Is Zhang Sun targeting newcomer Jiang Feiguang maliciously? What do you think of the Blue Tower Arena? Zhang Sun vs Jiang Feiguang. As newcomers, the difference in character between Zhang Sun and Jiang Feiguang is too big. Jiang Feiguang has a team behind him, and now they are spreading negative news about you on a large scale on the entire internet. Xiao Jun randomly clicked on a post, which was full of foul language. He couldn't stand it and backed out. Our guild's internal public relations have solved it several times behind your back, but this matter has become a big deal, and I want to hear your thoughts. If you need us to continue to take action, it's fine, but this time we can't work in vain. Zhang Sun touched his chin and looked at the forum full of his and Jiang Feiguang's names. No, I'll come in person. The forum was abuzz with debates all night. As expected, wherever Zhang Sun is, there is traffic. He is naturally prone to blood and rain. The most popular post at the moment is, both are newcomers, but the difference in character between Zhang Sun and Jiang Feiguang is too big. As the title says, the author is a passerby and doesn't follow anyone. After watching a few replays of Zhang Sun and Jiang Feiguang's dungeons, is Zhang Sun just a reckless lone wolf? Does he not care about the life and death of his companions at all in order to get rewards? Front row, came early, waiting for the big guys to come in and analyze. Google search for TWK and leave your name in the front row, move your small stool, and be good. Wow, the author is a ruthless person. Jang Sun's crazy fans are crazy, the author wishes him good luck, horsemonkeypray.jpg, same as above, doghead saves life, the author remembers to close private messages, see you on the next account. No way, the OP is talking about companions in Paradise Dungeon. Who doesn't know that Jang Sun was a reporter accompanying the team? The cut of the corpse forest? What does this prove? Everyone in the team was busy with their own affairs at that time. Sugwon didn't help anyone either. Here it comes, Sun fans are getting anxious. Go back to the upstairs above, if you talk about Jang Sun, just talk about him, don't bring me Captain Sue, take him away. Am I the only one who cares when the forum becomes the same as the fan circle? Fan circle fans get out of the tower circle. Objectively speaking, Jang Sun saved the team member surnamed Dean from Qinglan in Paradise. It's so funny, there are millions of people watching in the live broadcast room, he is the closest, dare not save him? You guys are so weird, you say Jang Sun didn't save people, and you say Jang Sun saved people because the audience was watching. There is no law that requires players to save each other. Even if they are in the same team, don't they have to consider the overall situation and can't sacrifice for anyone casually? So Xiao Jiang is very righteous. In the previous A copy, he took the initiative to carry the injured player out of the copy. Is Zhang Feiguang really not putting on a show? That player simply dived from the ground, and the fall was fake. Someone analyzed it frame by frame before. Sun fans, stop quibbling. Your brother saved people, but our Xiao Jian put on a show? The copy is so dangerous, who would risk life and death in it to put on a show? I don't understand when character became the standard for judging whether a player is qualified. Baida has always spoken with strength, and will not let someone off just because he has good character and looks handsome. Here it comes again, Sun fans are always the same. You need emotional intelligence to have strength, you need to have strength to decipher, and you need to have strength to have character. Then what else? You are talking here without strength, Maho speechless. The discussion on the forum was very intense, and Jang Sun, who was at the center of the incident, had just taken a shower and was lying on the bed, browsing his phone leisurely to see how he was scolded online. The door opened, and Chang Jia walked in listlessly. Hey, you're back? Although Chang Jia was not really skinned, his face looked almost the same. How did Vice President Shao punish you? 3 months salary and bonus, and 2 weeks of suspension. It's lighter than I thought. Chang Jia seemed to be listening to a ghost. Can you make some human noises out of your mouth? I'm so miserable, and you're still here browsing your phone. I can't help it, I have to see how others scold me. Who scolded you? Let me see. Chang Jia suddenly regained his energy and squeezed next to Zhang Sun. Here, I'll go blow dry my hair. Zhang Sun was busy with his own things in an orderly manner. When he came out of the bathroom with his hair pulled out, he found Chang Jia leaning against the bed, holding his phone, typing with his fingers clacking. What are you doing? Opening a small account to help you curse people and vent some of my anger that I have nowhere to dissipate. Chang Jia had mentioned before that he used a small account to curse people when he was young and frivolous. Judging from the speed of his reply and the momentum of his debate, this experience is true. The reaction speed he developed in the dungeon is still very useful for dealing with trolls. Jang Sun asked him if he had any quick skills. Chang Jia said, what kind of skills do you need? Just go crazy. Now he is going crazy in the forum. How did Zhang Shen get the reward to offend you? Isn't it right for people to get rewards for their hard work? Wow, there are still idiots who leave opportunities for others now? Could it be that your Xiao Jiang broke his brain in a dungeon and put others before himself? Those who are morally blackmailing you better go to the 3S dungeon to see if you are still in the mood to say such nonsense as why didn't Zhang Sun save people? Calling you dogs is insulting dogs. Could it be that Zhang Feiguang couldn't beat Zhang Sun in the Blue Tower, so he asked his team to open a black post to save face? Everyone can make money. Next time, invite me to join the group. Zhang Sun is just capable. What does Zhang Feiguang have? He has good looks and good character, he has skills and good character, he has strength and good character? It's so funny, I'm afraid Zhang fans will have to float up and say my brother has good character if they fall into the river. It seems that Vice President Shao will punish him and not be able to play, which has indeed caused great harm to his spirit. Chang Jie's rage is so fierce that other Sun fans can't stand it. Let's discuss normally, don't bring bad things to a Kui. Yes, then the opponent will say that our Sun fans are of low quality. I think what this brother said is reasonable and well-founded.
What is there to be afraid of? Zhang Sun is innocent. Should he swallow his anger and let others throw dirty water?
While Chang Jia was replying, Zhang Sun also watched for a while. I have to say, compared to you, my quality is indeed lower.
That's not right, you're scolding me in a roundabout way, right?
Chang Jia scolded happily, put the phone aside with satisfaction, and looked back at Zhang Sun.
But what are you going to do? Zhang Feiguang's team is now confusing right and wrong.
Although you don't care much about things outside these dungeons, we can't let them ruin our reputation. Zhang Sun took the phone, clicked on the chat software, and sent a message to someone who was not sure, and he was sending it quite seriously. Cheng Jia thought he had gone to ask for help, but when he glanced at the chat page, Su Guan's name was clearly on the top.
Are you desperate to seek medical treatment?
Xinglan can't help you with this, you might as well come to ask us Ming Ke for help.
Not talking about this matter.
This is not a big deal, but I still plan to solve it before the next dungeon.
Oh, how do you want to solve it?
Zhang Sun smiled mysteriously. Of course, it's to dispel rumors. After Zhang Feiguang handed the task of posting the black post to the team, he enjoyed the results with peace of mind, watching Zhang Sun being scolded online. A night passed, and Zhang Sun still didn't respond. Zhang Feiguang didn't believe that the other party was so calm. Maybe he had already opened a small account to defend himself. He thought this was not enough, and planned to add more oil. He sent the link of the next copy live broadcast room that the team had just sent him to his social account, with the text: no matter how turbulent the outside world is, come to Xiao Zhang's live broadcast room and the years will be peaceful. Hug, simple words, the fragrance of tea overflowed. Zhang Sun's fans almost broke their phones when they saw it.
Zhang Sun has his own personal account, and he still didn't respond online.
But offline, before going to bed, he memorized the copy coordinates posted by Zhang Feiguang, and the fluorescent blue light of the mobile phone hit his face, making his smile gloomy. The next morning, Zhang Feiguang slept enough and took a car to the designated copy of District 806 with full energy. The dungeon team had prepared a strategy for him in advance, and the level was A. He needed this A to make a transition. Unlike Zhang Sun's desperate playstyle, he still paid attention to the rhythm of the next dungeon. Zhang Feiguang was confident, thinking about how much popularity this wave would increase, and clicked on the live broadcast room to greet everyone.
Hello, everyone.
However, the barrage was not as harmonious as he imagined, and his fans were anxious, asking him to be careful.
Be careful of what?
On the other side, Zhang Sun's personal live broadcast room was restarted after being silent for several days. After last night's turmoil, even though it had been deserted for a long time, the number of people in Erchui's live broadcast room was still full.
Zhang Sun's condition was also good.
He had arrived at the 806 area dungeon and leaned casually against the inner wall of the White Tower. Hello everyone in the live broadcast room, hello to Xiao Zhang's fans, hello to Xiao Zhang's fans, I am Zhang Sun.
I believe everyone was busy last night, watching a good show on the internet. As a party to the incident, I have not responded, which seems to be impolite. Everyone knows that I can do it without saying it, so I came to the 806 area copy specially.
Regarding the rumors that Zhang Feiguang and I are not in harmony, I am here today to confirm it. Zhang Xin smiled, and Little Red Riding Hood and Xiaoyin, who were released at some point, showed their big white teeth on the left and right.
Oh my god, Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun actually confronted Zhang Feiguang head-on? I laughed so hard. The way to defeat rumors is to make them true? Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my hammer.
Erchui, don't say I suppress newcomers, I just want to provoke all of you. Zhang Sun's fans were laughing in his live broadcast room, while Zhang Feiguang's live broadcast room was worried.
Xiao Jiang, don't be tough.
Zhang Sun is so cunning, he must have bad intentions.
Xiao Jiang, why don't we change the dungeon?
There are thousands of dungeons, if it doesn't work, we can change.
What are you doing? You are scared before the fight? Xiao Jiang, don't be afraid.
Zhang fans, come and see how panicked you are. In the end, a fan of Zhang Sun mixed in.
Zhang Feiguang finally figured out what happened inside through the mouths of the audience.
Unexpectedly, Zhang Sun actually came in person. He was a little panicked for a while. After all, he had seen Zhang Sun's strength with his own eyes and had fought with him. That man's fighting style was unpredictable, and his physical skills were superior.
He was not an easy opponent to deal with.
Moreover, he had studied the other party's dungeon records. Zhang Sun entered the dungeon, and it can only be said that he was a horse that could not be tied and ran out of the stall.
No one could predict how he would perform in the next second.
If there was a safety bottom line outside the dungeon under the constraints of the law, then life and death would depend on fate inside the dungeon.
Zhang Feiguan could not help but hesitate.
He had already walked to the gate of the White Tower, and Zhang Sun leaned against the door, waiting boredly.
It can be said to be a very black humor, the farthest distance in the world.
Zhang Sun was bored waiting in the tower and yawned. He took out a blue ball from the cloud space and held it in his hand. Hong Hong and Xiaoying, who were still arguing, saw the blue ball and their eyes immediately straightened, like domestic puppies, and their eyes followed Zhang Sun's hand closely. Zhang Sun threw the ball casually, and two shadows, one red and one white, rushed out. Little Red Riding Hood doesn't like to say anything, but Xiaoying barked very appropriately. The audience in the live broadcast room almost laughed.
How can you raise a high-risk subordinate into your own pet?
Teach me, I also want to have a pet exclusive to the White Tower. The ball is ready, where can I get the pet, dog head? Zhang Sun was neither anxious nor panicked, but Zhang Feiguang outside the door couldn't wait any longer. He was now being roasted on the fire, and it was not right to go in or not to go in. If he went in, he would have to face Zhang Sun, who was unfathomable and a weirdo. If he didn't go in, his long-established personality would collapse, and Zhang Sun's fans would definitely take the opportunity to add insult to injury, saying that he was as timid as a mouse and didn't have the courage to confront Zhang Sun head-on. Considering the previous sunk costs, Zhang Feiguan gritted his teeth and decided to push open the door of the White Tower. As luck would have it, the ball in Zhang Sun's hand was thrown in the direction of the gate. The two subordinates, Little Red Riding Hood and Xiaoyin, rushed straight to the living person at the door. Zhang Feiguang screamed and took a step back. At this time, Zhang Sun blew a whistle and asked his subordinates to come back obediently.
He really became a dog training master.
The little girl in the red cloak and the indescribable thing covered with white sheets stood on the left and right, guarding the master. Zhang Sun smiled slightly, and it was impossible to tell from this smile whether he had done it on purpose just now.
Oh, Xiao Jiang is here, he greeted people. Sorry, I was playing with the children at home and didn't notice you.
Even if Zhang Feiguan gritted his teeth in hatred, he couldn't turn his face away in front of the camera and so many viewers in the live broadcast room.
Mr. Zhang, we meet again.
Yes,
what a coincidence.
Zhang Sun smiled, as if the person who said, confirmed the rumor just now was not him. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room was constantly rising, and the forums and major platforms were already heated up.
The traffic that Zhang Feiguan was so concerned about finally came, thanks to Zhang Sun.
But Zhang Sun didn't care about that.
He walked to the blue button and was ready to open the dungeon. Okay, everyone is here, let's go to the dungeon.
Wait, Zhang Feiguang stopped him. Mr. Zhang, call me Zhang Sun.
Okay, Zhang Sun. You won't wait for others? At least 3 people should be gathered to go to the dungeon.
Who stipulated that?
Zhang Sun raised his eyebrows in surprise. I used to play alone. Besides, there are already 4 people here?
Where? Zhang Feiguang looked around and found that Zhang Sun also counted his 2 subordinates. Don't worry, they are more useful than people at critical moments. Zhang Sun's tone was relaxed, and Zhang Feiguang felt weak in his heart.
How could he be worried about the boss in the dungeon?
He was worried about Zhang Sun himself.
Without another witness, what if he plays dirty tricks in the copy and really wants to kill himself?
Seeing Zhang Sun touching the button again, Zhang Feiguang was anxious, and couldn't think of any good excuse to stop him. At this time, the door of the White Tower was pushed open from the outside again. A tall young man appeared at the door and looked at the 2 people in the tower.
Hey, there are really companions? 2? Not bad. His eyes first swept over Zhang Feiguang and nodded as a greeting.
Then, he saw Zhang Sun and his eyes were fixed.
Oh my god, brother Zhang? It's you? Long time no see.
Zhang Sun looked over when he heard the voice, and it was indeed a familiar face that he hadn't seen for a long time.
Zhang Feiguang felt even colder.
It's over, they are still in cahoots.
Zhang Sun has a very good memory.
He can never forget the clues and names in the copy, including NPC's face, after reading them once. He doesn't pay attention to many things in the world outside the dungeon, and neither does many people, but this doesn't mean that he is blind. If he said he was face blind, he would be lying.
What's more, the first dungeon left a deep impression on him.
After all, it was his first connection with the White Tower world. He naturally remembers the faces of the players who played with him. So when Zhongyu appeared at the gate, he immediately remembered who the other party was. The boy in a sweatshirt who was called Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Child with him at the beginning. After not seeing each other for a while, Zhongyu's personality has not changed much.
He is very carefree and enthusiastic. He took the initiative to say hello to Zhang Sun. Brother Zhang. Long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you by such a coincidence. Zhang Sun nodded. What are you doing here? Zhongyu was still telling the truth. Brother Zhang, don't you like to challenge the difficult initial version?
This version only has an A, and it has been completely ruined by online guides.
For you it's not difficult at all.
Zhongyu probably didn't mean to offend him, but his few simple words really disparaged Zhang Feiguang next to him.
No difficulty. Non-initial version.
The controversy about Zhang Feiguang is so great precisely because of these two issues.
Xiaozhan's face has changed color.
Zhang Sun smiled and originally wanted to push away Zhongyu's hand on his shoulder, but now he decided to let him go. When there is no difficulty, teammates are the biggest difficulty.
Old hermaphrodite makes me laugh to death. Hammer. Please stop saying a few words.
What should I do if I make brother Xiaozhang cry in anger? As expected of me, Zhang Xin, it is better to torture others than to internally consume yourself.
Laughing to death, what color is the bottom of the pot, and what color is Zhang Feiguang's face?
Zhongyu was careless and patted his chest to assure himself.
Don't worry, brother.
Although I don't know anything, I won't cause any trouble for you. Why am I suddenly blocked for no apparent reason? The two of them sang and talked about crosstalk beside each other, and Zhang Feiguang was embarrassed to be left dry. So he took the initiative to chat.
Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. Once we enter the dungeon, we will each do our best and do our best.
Zhang Sun's extraordinarily dark eyes stared at him quietly for a while. Without saying anything, he smiled, then turned to look at the teleport button again.
3 people, there are enough this time, let's go. He pressed the teleport button and ignored it. As a result, another person suddenly broke in outside.
He seemed to have traveled a long way before he managed to catch up. He was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but then Zhang Sun tried to teleport without even saying hello.
Wait,
he shouted twice and hurriedly stepped on the last teleportation light to enter.
The audience in the live broadcast room expressed doubts.
Who?
Mysterious.
I didn't see clearly, but I saw a big dark thing passing by.
Where is the camera outside the White Tower? I didn't take the photo. I don't know if I concealed my identity intentionally. Could it be a player from some team who sneaked out to play? Definitely not a wealthy player. How strict is the wealthy family?
If you do something like this, you will not be punished to death.
Maybe, I will dare if I see a few thorns. Picture what? Picture the remoteness of this more than 800-year-old district? Or is it a worthless reward for having the picture ripped apart?
If there is no valuable reward, then Zhang Sun is the most valuable one. Positive color. Agreed.
How much can I learn from Zhang Xin on my next trip? It's me and I'm willing to die. Pass it on, the man upstairs is willing to die for Zhang Sun.
What Zhang Sun, Zhang Feiguang, and Zhongyu are going to face this time is a movie theater scene.
They are now in the last row of a movie theater auditorium. The big screen has not yet been turned on and there is no one in the movie theater. The lottery machine is right at the entrance gate.
Although we already know the difficulty of the dungeon, the lottery is a necessary part of it.
If it is not carried out, the dungeon cannot be officially opened at all.
Zhang Sun is always the first no matter what he does and never hides behind others.
It's the same this time. Anyway, there is no suspense.
He took one foot out and stepped on something soft before it even landed.
Accompanied by a "oh."
The three of them lowered their heads one after another. A large living person lay at Zhang Sun's feet, half dead. Usually, the time to open a dungeon is after all players are ready, because the transmission times of different White Towers are inconsistent. If you forcefully enter the dungeon without being physically or mentally prepared, symptoms such as dizziness, nausea, and tinnitus will occur. This symptom is divided into constitutions, which may be strong or weak. The person standing in front of me probably belongs to the group who reacted strongly.
He was accidentally injured by Zhang Sun.
Although the kick was not solid, the damage to him at this time was not small.
He coughed for a long time and stood up.
Only then did Zhang Sun realize that the person in front of him was similar to the one he wore in Lan Tower. Wearing a black peaked cap on his head, a black mask on his face, and a pair of exaggerated sunglasses on his nose. The clothes are even more colorful black, from head to toe they are as black as Grandma's house.
Zhang Sun frowned.
You can change your shirt to green next time, it looks really weird. The people in black said that you still have the nerve to point out others with your poor aesthetics. He disguised himself from head to toe. It was probably that he was a core player of a strong team, or, to find out about Jang Soon's strength. The other two were only surprised by the fourth player who suddenly broke in, but they had no extra opinions. Jang Faegwon was even more glad that a normal person finally came. His normality meant that he was not in the same group as Jang Soon. That was normal. Jongyu frowned, as if he saw something fishy. It was not until he saw the edge of the bird wing tattoo accidentally exposed on the inside of his wrist when the man in black bent down to tie his shoelaces that he could not help but exclaimed he. Yushing, who was almost called out by his name, shuddered all over, did not tie his shoelaces, and stepped on Jongyu with his back leg. Jongyu cried out in pain, and the second half of his name was naturally swallowed up. Jang Sun glanced at the two people, ignored them, and continued to go to the lottery machine. Yushing stood in the shadows, strangled Jongyu's neck, and said with gritted teeth, "Boy, don't talk nonsense, I have a mission this time." Jongyu pricked up his ears. "What mission?" Yushing glanced at Jang Sun's back. "You're here to chase stars? Do you like Zhangshin, too?" Yushing couldn't help but kick him again. "I'm here to spy on the enemy." Jongyu shook his head and disagreed. Liking Zhangshin is like liking something shameful. Every man loves it, but it can't be put on the table. How did you manage to belittle him and step on me at the same time? Talent, brother, don't praise me. Today is really lively. The small A book actually brings together the eternal Yushing, the most powerful newcomer Jang Soon, the controversial Jiang Faegwon, and the sunny and cheerful classmate Xiao Zhong. At this time, Jang Sun has finished the lottery. The sound of the old projector sizzled, and the countdown of 3, 2, 1 appeared on the big screen. With a snap, everything around dimmed, only the screen lit up, and the black and white picture appeared. They squinted their eyes to see clearly what the movie was showing. The characters on the screen also narrowed their eyes and leaned their heads forward, looking at them outside the camera. They were actually synchronized with the movie. Fuck! That movie is full of players. What? Can you play it like this? What's so surprising? Hasn't the cinema version been thoroughly revealed by the strategy posts on the forum? This is just the beginning, the rest is even more exciting. No spoilers. Take care of the new players, Jochodon spoilers. Don't the live broadcast room have rules? Just see how Zhang Shun and the others perform. With Zhang Shun here, there won't be any problems. The cinema version is an A version, which is relatively difficult, but not as scary as an S version. As for why this version is famous, in addition to being dangerous, it is also very interesting. According to players who have posted strategy guides online, there are not many scenes in the cinema version, probably only 2-3. The question is whether it is 2 or 3. There was a quarrel about this online. The cause was that an old man posted a post on the forum titled, "Just survived the A-level cinema version, everyone can come in and ask anything." At that time, the cinema version was not well known, and netizens were more curious about how the OP survived the A version. The OP roughly described the scenes of the cinema version and the attacks used by the boss in it. Netizens followed the discussion below, and it was normal at first. But when it reached about 30 floors, a reply appeared very abruptly. The OP is definitely bragging. Doesn't the cinema version have 3 scenes? 3D hall, 2D hall, and a VIP hall. This caused a stir. 1/3 of the people supported the OP, 1/3 supported the mysterious netizen, and the remaining 1/3 moved small stools to watch the fun. The OP also replied to the post. "No replay, no truth. I have a replay clip, can you show it to me?" The OP posted a replay of his own copy. Half an hour later, the saboteur netizen appeared again, first posting a video, and then replying. The computer was stuck, and it was exported. No words to say this time, right? The netizen clicked on the 3-minute new video, and sure enough, at the beginning, a VIP room indicator sign that had never been seen before appeared in front of everyone. There was an uproar. What's going on? There is actually a 3rd scene? At first, some people thought that it was a hidden branch opened by this unlucky netizen. But hidden branches either have special plots or extremely difficult monsters, but this VIP room has neither. It is like an ordinary game scene, quietly waiting for players to enter. This matter caused heated discussions on the forum. Some said that the host was cheating, and some said that the mysterious netizen edited the video. The debate was endless and even went out of the circle. There were topics on all social platforms on the internet. Later, in order to find out the truth, many bloggers and players went to unveil the thin veil of the theater version. As a result, some people really only open 2 scenes, and some open 3. Not only did they not find out the reason, but made this copy even more confusing. As for the reason why so many people entered the A copy but there were almost no casualties, it was the clearance condition of this copy seems to be to find the correct clearance exit. If it is not found, it will be spit out by the copy after a certain time limit. Players don't even know when and how they are teleported to the real world. The movie theater copy is getting more and more weird, and there are many different opinions, but no one has ever cleared it. It can only be said that Zhang Feiguang's team found this copy for him, which is simply perfect. It is both topical and not so dangerous. Even if it is not cleared, it doesn't matter, it just adds a touch of suspense to the movie theater copy. And there is no money spent in vain, everyone in Zhang Feiguang's team is very worthy of his salary. They have begun to lead the rhythm in Zhang Sun's live broadcast room. Although the movie theater copy is more complicated, Zhang Shun will definitely have no problem. If Zhang Shun can't solve this copy, I think it will be an unsolvable copy, and no one else will have a chance. Yes, Zhang Shun is so powerful, he will definitely pass it. At first, Zhang Sun's fans in the live broadcast room echoed and blew 2 hammers. But soon, some viewers who have been in the circle for a long time noticed something wrong. Brothers, don't be led by the rhythm. Isn't this flattering air hammer? Damn! This is a unified rhetoric. Where did the water army come from to do team building? Everyone, don't be led into a trap. I just found out but didn't dare to say it, it's really frustrating. MD, it must be Zhang Feiguang's team that is doing it. The end of the universe is Zhang Feiguang, right? I said Yusin fans should not be too outrageous. Can you blame Xiao Jian for everything? What is in front of you? The room manager quickly blocked it, it's really unlucky. The barrage was unknowingly quarreled again, and the fans and haters fought. Zhang Sun's room manager was borrowed by him from the General Association, and the beautiful sister has been banned to numbness. Fortunately, Zhang Sun didn't find a public relations team for himself, otherwise, with his character of rushing to stir up trouble, he would be blacklisted by the industry. Zhang Sun entered the dungeon. Unless it was necessary, he didn't like to watch the live broadcast room, nor did he pay attention to where the camera was. Zhong Yu is a complete newcomer, following his only brother around like a daze, and he also doesn't care about fans and live broadcast rooms. Zhang Feiguang only cares about these things, and he also pays attention to management. But the biggest enemy is right in front of him, and just being on guard against the other party has exhausted him. As for He Yuxing, the managers of the teams will spend a lot of money to hire professional operation teams to build personalities for their players, and will even patiently and meticulously teach them how to increase fans, how to interact with fans, etc. In this increasingly commercialized context, it has become a compulsory course for every star player. The only difference is how they personally view this matter and whether they are willing to do it. He Yuxing is the kind of ace player who is close to fans. He is not arrogant and not cold. The mobile camera in the copy will change with the change of the scene. The outdoor scene is usually a raven, while the indoor scene becomes a suspended light ball. He Yuxing noticed the camera and subconsciously wanted to say hello to his fans. But he suddenly remembered his colorful black and forced himself to hold back. No, what if the main and deputy teams find out that he is not training and runs to the next level area in the 800+ area, and he is unfortunately caught by the camera, and the media and the rival guild take the opportunity to hype it up? He will have to be hung upside down in the hall and beaten. It makes people tremble just thinking about it. He shuddered, and tightened his mask with his fingers, wishing he could cover his entire head. Zhang Feiguang and He Yuxing had different thoughts. Zhong Yu was a simple and cheerful person. Only Zhang Sun really cared about how to pass the level. Zhang Sun first observed them on the screen for a while, and the him on the screen was also observing. He changed a few movements, raising his hands, standing on tiptoe, and waving his arms, and the people on the screen followed him. Zhang Sun slowly lowered his arms. Ha! He suddenly made a puzzled sound, attracting others to look in his direction. What's wrong? As soon as Zhang Sun opened his mouth, the other 3 looked over to see if he had any new discoveries. Zhong Yu came right to the side. Zhang Sun was not looking at the lit screen, but turned his head behind him. The touch here does not feel like a wall. He flicked his wrist, the flashlight lit up, and the straight white light shone on the wall behind him. Everyone's eyes followed the white light of the flashlight. Everyone was surprised to find that the so-called wall was actually a white screen. Oh my god, can movies be shown there? No wonder many people say that entering the cinema is like a maze. Who wouldn't be confused?
Could it be that the walls around are all screens?
Yeah, then the 2 or 3 scenes that were previously debated on the internet make sense.
I don't think it's that simple. Now only one is lit up enough to make me dizzy. If all 4 sides are lit up, wouldn't it be a turn? By the way, has no one discovered that the walls inside are all screens before?
The main thing is that as soon as the dungeon opens, a shadow exactly like your own appears on the screen, which would shock anyone. The discussion in the bullet screen area was heated, but the 3 people in the dungeon were very disappointed. They were worried about what would happen after the screen lit up. Jang Sun, who was at the head of the team, was not very surprised. In his opinion, this dungeon had many mysterious places and was not as exciting as his previous dungeons that had reached S.
There are 2 main elements of the dungeon: puzzles and bosses.
Even if these 2 points are put on a forum where people can argue over posting dumplings, no one will refute them. The difference between dungeons is nothing more than the strength of the boss, the difficulty of the puzzle, and whether the emphasis is on puzzles or bosses. If you ask Jang Sun about his preference, he still prefers dungeons that focus on bosses. After all, the boss can be pushed smoothly, and it is really hard to get stuck in puzzles. It is hard not to recall some experiences of vomiting when brushing hidden branches. Jang Sun turned the flashlight, and the light swayed and adjusted accordingly. The screen was very high, almost reaching the ceiling and touching the floor line. He turned halfway and continued to look at the other 2 walls. As expected, they were all white projection screens. Regarding this theater script, Jang Sun checked the highly praised guides on the forum before going to bed last night, and also simulated it 4 or 5 times. To be honest, he passed it in 1 try. This clearance speed surprised him very much. Originally, he didn't expect to have any results the first time. After all, he had just entered the dungeon, so he had to test the bottom and feel the way. After entering the dungeon, he only held the hammer in his hand, and a hymn also appeared on the screen. At first glance, it was a bit surprising, but after getting used to it, it didn't seem to matter. Jang Sun walked forward, and the shadow walked too. He pushed open the door marked Safe Passage, and the shadow also pushed open the door. Then, he found that the space outside the door had become the theater just now. But the situation on the shadow's side was different at this time. In his place, the place that should have been the audience seats turned into a circular area surrounded by curtains, forming a maze.
There is only one exit.
Jang Sun can clearly outline a shortcut to the exit outside the screen. The shadow is driven by him and synchronized with his movements. Jang Sun shuttled between the seats and the audience, and the shadow followed him up and down. It is a bit like a physical game, a very wonderful feeling. There was no boss encountered in the middle, and there were almost no obstacles. Jang Sun walked to the rightmost seat in the 6th row, and then the shadow also reached the exit door. He made a movement of turning the door handle, and the shadow imitated it. He took a step, and the shadow crossed the threshold. Then the next second he returned to the initial state of the simulation, and he passed the level without knowing it. It was so smooth that he was at a loss. After passing the level, Jang Sun looked down at his hands and wondered why he passed the level. He did pass the level successfully, with a prompt sound, which was different from those inexplicably transmitted on the internet. If it was so smooth, how could there be such a big noise on the internet? There are still secrets that have not been discovered. In the next few times, Jang Sun was looking for the secret of passing the level. He slowed down the speed of passing the level, and soon, he unveiled the mystery of the theater. However, he did not care that even the 4 walls were screens. It seems that if the number of simulations is reduced for faster graphics, many details will be overlooked. Jang Sun thought that this new discovery was harmless, but the other 3 did not think so.
Even here is a screen. Zhang Feiguang tentatively reached out to hold it. Does it mean that this wall will also play the film later?
As soon as Zhang Feiguang spoke, his fans brushed. Xiaojiang is so awesome, our Xiaojiang is awesome, wow, my Xiaojiang. It's really unfair to go to the level with Jang Sun, who has a serious illness. Zhang Feiguang's personality has always been a simple, strong and positive energy next door brother style, plus the team's makeup is awesome. Even if the appearance is relatively ordinary, it can create a sense of atmosphere, which has attracted a large number of sister fans for him. If the only thing that Jang Sun can't attack Zhang Feiguang is that he doesn't have a powerful team, Jang Sun naturally disdains this kind of thing. If he joined another guild, the guild would find ways to make him cooperate regardless of whether he was willing or not. But his guild was his own, and even though it was a little run down, he still had the final say. Jang Sun knows nothing about things other than dungeons, especially fan management, but He Yuxing knows it. He saw through the tricks of Zhang Feiguang and his team at a glance.
This is a trick to blame Zhang Sun. What else can they compare except that they are both newcomers?
I heard from teammates that this newcomer Jiang Feiguang insisted that Zhang Sun, who is also a newcomer, suppressed him.
He Yuxing laughed when he heard it. Everyone was a newcomer.
When he first debuted, he had experienced some disgusting things because of his high talent.
He can empathize with others. Some people seem to wear masks, but they actually take them off. He Yuxing was dressed in colorful black and spoke very impolitely. Anyone with a brain can see what this little trick is for, right? If the projection screen in the cinema is not used to show movies, what is it for? Cover you?
Jiang Feiguang was inexplicably scolded, and he didn't know why this old man in black had such a big opinion of him.
My friend.
He pondered for a while, guessed what the other party meant, and came up with a reasonable explanation. You are not a fan of Zhang Sun, are you?
He Yuxing was about to collapse and hit his head against the wall. Why does everyone think he is a fan of Zhang Sun?
Zhongyu was so happy beside him, but he didn't dare to laugh too loudly. He was a newcomer in Wanshur, and He Yuxing was considered his great senior, so he had to give him some face outside. It can only be said that this temporary team was not ordinary scattered. In the first 10 minutes, only Zhang Sun, who was the least interested in solving puzzles, was solving puzzles.
The only screen that was lit up kept playing their every move. Black and white and silent, it looked very weird.
But what was even weirder was what Zhang Sun said next. We will walk hand in hand later.
Hand in hand? Did I hear that correctly?
Air Hammer, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Zhang Sun must have a reason for saying this. Maho scratched his head. Zhang Sun puts results first. This lazy idiot definitely skipped a large section of the reasoning process and uploaded the answers directly.
What my friend said makes sense. Akui is indeed like this.
He is too lazy to write the steps and gives the answers directly.
Those who don't know think he copied other people's test papers.
It's so weird that those 4 grown men are holding hands. The person who said this did not have this consciousness. He was just providing solutions and it was up to him to listen or not. The reason why he didn't choose to be reckless was because they entered the theater book as a team of 4 people.
During the simulation, he was alone.
If the other 3 people follow his advice, of course, they can clear the level in one go. If he didn't listen, after exiting the dungeon, he would knock out the other 3 and then do it again himself. Be prepared with both hands. Zhang Sun has a good virtue.
As long as he enters with money, he will never come out empty-handed. Hammer sees, Hammer wants, Hammer gets. He will definitely get the reward from the theater book.
Although Zhang Sun's tone was normal, his words fell to the ground like thunder. Jiang Feiguang's expression changed immediately. It was hard for him not to think that Zhang Sun was teasing him.
He Yuxing almost jumped up. 2 men holding hands, what kind of words?
Zhang Sun still had time to correct him.
It's not 2, it's 4 of us. Is there a difference? Are you not good at math? What matters is not quantity, but quality. Forget it if you don't want to.
Zhang Sun was too lazy to wait, so he waited until the game was reopened.
Classmate Xiao Zhong was very happy. I am willing, I want to stand next to Zhang Shen.
He Yuxing was speechless. He pulled the person aside and muttered through gritted teeth. Are you the undercover agent sent by Zhang Sun to Wanshur? Damn it, our guild spent so much money to cultivate a traitor. Zhongyu is still aggrieved. I want to get involved, but I don't see the recruitment website.
I can't submit my resume.
He Yuxing had nothing to say. Of the last 3 people, only Zhongyu stood firmly on Zhang Sun's side, while the other 2 were awkward.
Zhang Sun sighed. Xiao Zhong, forget it. Just your cooperation is useless.
Brother, I'm sorry. As a clear college student, Zhongyu apologizes first when he encounters problems.
What are you apologizing for?
Zhang Sun patiently taught him how to deal with others.
Don't reflect on yourself, torture others. Classmate Xiao Zhong nodded vigorously.
Brother, I learned it.
He Yuxing's jaw almost dropped in shock.
Although he agrees with this, but Xiao Zhong, if you learn everything, it might harm you.
Because 2 people disagreed, this episode could only pass perfunctorily.
As the 4 people were talking, suddenly, the curtain beside them also lit up, and 4 identical black figures also appeared inside. Like the front screen, 8 shadows now appeared. The barrage is a bit confusing.
There aren't so many shadows in the replays online, right?
The most I remember is the number of people corresponding to the team.
These 2 hammers don't come with any buffs, right? The physique is poisonous. Why does it reveal an S physique right out of the box? Damn it, I'm starting to feel dizzy now.
The barrage was in confusion, and the players in the dungeon were also confused. The piece of cloth in front was at least some distance away from them, but now the piece of cloth was almost touching the person's back, and the black shadow imitated them one by one, and it didn't look like a mirror, it was just a dark patch, which looked weird and scary. Sizzling, the running sound of the projector sounded again, and new content appeared on both the front and rear curtains.
Black and white, find your friend, looking for friends? Do we really want to hold hands? What do these two sentences mean? What kind of friends are you looking for? Don't know. A bit of an ominous feeling. Damn it, isn't this the basis for dividing camps? Make the sound of two hammers. What is the camp book? Popular science is here. Although there are no clear regulations, there are usually 2-3 camps in an ordinary copy, such as player camp, NPC camp, boss camp, etc. This is the default division method. And if a camp copy appears, it means that the copy adopts an unconventional method of dividing camps. There may be situations where individual players and NPCs are in the same camp, or even players and the boss are in the same camp. Excerpted from Bida Encyclopedia. Damn, you are so perverted. The player and the boss are in the same camp, so how to play? Similar to the real-life version of Werewolf? Who is the undercover is more appropriate. When a certain player enters the dungeon, he will get a different script from others and have different clearance conditions. In other words, one of these 4 people is a traitor? Blind guess Zhang Sun. I know Jiang Feiguan's fans are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. This traitor is not a villain who can't be ignored. Others can't handle this kind of villain. Laughing to death, who else doesn't know that Air Hammer is the biggest villain in the entire White Tower Circle? Brothers, based on my experience of downloading 3S dungeons 800 times on Cyber, I don't think this is a faction dungeon. Faction dungeons are about players fighting with each other, but after looking at the status of the people present, none of them seem to be like this. Stop guessing, let's see what Akui says. Although the audience in the live broadcast room was looking forward to it, Akui didn't say anything. Jiang Feiguan was the first to express his opinion, and he showed off his pure English pronunciation. This should be a faction dungeon. Black and white should refer to 2 forces. Find your friends means that we have to find players in the same faction as us. 2v2. He Yuxing didn't say anything, and Zhang Sun didn't say anything either. Zhongyu saw that no one else said anything, so he just made a random guess. Maybe they just want us to keep an eye on our own people and not be fooled by the shadows above? After all, you see, they are exactly the same as us. I think Xiao Jiang is right, this is a faction dungeon, and the players have been divided into 2 factions. Xiao Zhong's idea is a bit simple. If that's the case, it can't be considered an A-level copy. Although I hate Jiang Feiguan, I have to say that he occasionally has some brains. The previous words are too harsh. Our Xiao Jiang is smart. He Yuxing didn't say anything about Zhongyu's guess, but he heard Zhang Sun laugh. It wasn't the kind of ridicule, but the kind of satisfied laugh of it turns out that there is a smart person among these 3 idiots. He Yuxing was angry at his own speculation. What? Is he not as good as Xiao Zhong, a clear and innocent college student? During the discussion, Zhang Sun never said a word. Wanting to play badly is one aspect, but later, he came up with another way to pass the level. Can't guarantee the life and death of others, but can guarantee the level. He released his hammer in front of everyone. Manual dividing line. To be honest, I was worried when I decided to restart this discontinued book, because the performance of this book was particularly terrible when it debuted, but I still wanted to finish the story. I didn't expect to get so much support from so many friends. I have read everyone's comments. Thank you very much. I will also try my best to respond to everyone's expectations. This is a light-hearted and joyful article. I was very happy when I wrote it, and I hope everyone can enjoy reading it. Let's go to the end together. Fuck. Why did Ikui suddenly take out his real body? What do you mean by Urchui's real body? Ha 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 ha, so funny. Why did Ikui suddenly take out his tough guy's crying hammer? What tough guy's crying hammer? What a weird name. It's the pink squeaking inflatable hammer that tough guys will like to cry when they see it. Ha 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 ha, don't laugh at me, what a crappy name, ha 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 ha, will there be a battle wheel? But in the previous strategy on the forum, I didn't see any place that needed to fight. Don't mention the battle wheel, I don't think I've seen any 2 monsters. Fuck, what do you mean there are no monsters? Aren't all the monsters on the screen monsters? Those have no combat capabilities, and no one has ever seen them run out of the screen. The discussion in the barrage area was in full swing.
Although some people were trying to fish in troubled waters, some viewers were still telling the truth. Indeed, no one found any trace of monsters in the theater.
This is a strange thing in itself. How is it possible that there are no monsters in the A copy?
It is difficult to be rated by solving puzzles alone. However, this is the fact. Looking at all the replays of the theater copy, no player encountered monsters. They were just inexplicably teleported outside the copy and could not pass the level. When they found that Jang Sun had released the hammer, the other people also had different expressions. Zhong Yu was the first to react. Seeing Jang Sun put out his weapon, he also took out his own.
A magnificent spear.
Jiang Feiguan didn't understand, but Jang Sun had a weapon, so in order to protect himself, he had to take out his handy thing. Jiang Feiguan used a long sickle. There were many flashy decorations on it, and it was the type that valued appearance over practicality.
The rest of He Yuxing didn't take anything. Isn't this nonsense?
If he showed his signature weapon, what's the difference between holding a loudspeaker and shouting in everyone's ears? He Yuxing of the Eternal World came all the way to the next day copy. How could the noble and arrogant He Shao play this non-initial dungeon without S?
It was so embarrassing.
Zhang Sun didn't care what other people were thinking, he just went his own way. Since you all don't agree to hold hands, we have to walk around first. Jing Sun wanted to speed up the process. There is a safe exit over there, why don't we go and have a look first? Jang Sun pointed to the green glowing sign.
Zhang Feiguan was the first to disagree. It looks like a trap.
According to past experience, this kind of trap is usually set up to trap players, and if it goes wrong, the whole army will be wiped out.
Zhang Feiguan's fans followed him and talked nonsense. Yes, Xiao Jiang is right.
Zhang Sun must have relied on others to brush the dungeon before, even if he stepped on such an obvious trap. I'm not afraid of the difficulty of the dungeon, but I'm afraid of my teammates being pigs.
I've already mentioned Xiao Zhang's concerns.
Zhang Feiguan's doubts made Zhang Sun shrug.
You can stay, I'm going there.
You?
Zhang Feiguan didn't expect that Zhang Sun didn't even argue with him.
Zhang Sun didn't care, he raised his foot and was about to walk towards the emergency exit.
As a firm Zhang faction student, Xiao Zhong naturally had to follow Zhang Sun.
But what Zhang Feiguan didn't expect was that the mysterious man in black who hid his identity actually followed Zhang Sun's footsteps and left. Now he was the only one left, and it was not right to leave or not to leave. He had no choice but to walk to the audience, turned around, and found nothing, and slowly followed Zhang Sun and the other two in front of him. The theater was very dark, and he didn't dare to stay for too long. Zhang Sun led the three to the emergency exit and pushed open the heavy metal door. Just like the process he simulated, they went out of the exit and returned to the theater again. The scene was almost exactly the same as before, and there was no difference at all without a closer look. In the barrage area, the audience who had not seen any copy records were going crazy.
Damn, ghost wall? Am I blind? How can it be exactly the same as the scene just now? I got a takeaway. What? Are you still in the first scene? The progress is too slow.
The guy who got the takeaway, you should eat first and then watch the replay, otherwise I'm afraid you won't be able to eat.
Is there really someone who doesn't do homework?
One of the characteristics of this theater script is the loop.
What's wrong with not doing homework? Not everyone has time to replay every video. What's so arguing about this? I really don't understand. Isn't it just two people arguing? You really don't care about the order of the barrage, can't you just shut up and watch it honestly? Oh, you are noble again.
Where there are people, there are quarrels, especially in the copy with Zhang Sun, there are even more people. While the barrage quarreled again, Zhang Sun looked at the same room and sighed deeply.
It shouldn't be like this here.
He muttered in a low voice, which was read by careful fans. Stop arguing, Zhang Shen really wants to have an idea.
What do you mean it shouldn't be like this? Huh? Is there a secret here? Damn, really?
The 2D hall originally marked here has now become 3D.
Ah. Is there any difference?
The shadows on the plane haven't moved. Look at Zhang Shen, he must have thought of something.
Zhang Sun's words also attracted the attention of the other three. Zhong Yu still asked out of curiosity. Brother, what do you mean by this?
The man in black remained silent. He was observing Zhang Sun, including capturing his micro-expressions. Zhang Sun had no choice but to do it. I didn't want to do this because it was too shocking, although I promised it was safe.
Zhong Yu was anxious.
Brother, don't keep me in suspense.
Just tell me what you have to say. We can also help you with our own strength.
Zhang Feiguang also took the opportunity to say, "Yes, brother Zhang, if you have any difficulties, just tell us directly, and we will fully cooperate." Originally, Zhang Sun didn't say anything after Zhang Yu's heartfelt words. But when Zhang Feiguang spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up. "You said it." "I?" Zhang Feiguang hesitated and didn't know how to react. It wasn't until Zhang Sun walked towards him with an inflatable hammer and his eyes were bright that Zhang Feiguang realized what the other party was going to do. You can't." Zhang Feiguang took 2 steps back, Zhang Sun approached, and the hammer in his hand fell heavily. When Zhang Sun dropped the hammer, no one realized what happened. Including the well-informed He Yuxing and the carefree Zhang Yu, they were all stunned. "Brother Zhang, fuck Zhang Sun." Taiwan Novel Network. The two hurriedly went up to stop him, thinking that Zhang Sun suddenly got sick and did something impulsive. Although he and Zhang Feiguang didn't get along, this was in public after all. So many cameras were filming. If you want to do it, you can do it in private. The audience in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. They knew that Zhang Sun had always been seriously ill, but they didn't expect him to be so crazy. Although there are some personal grudges, it won't take the lives of others. Although you can't see it, the barrage is also urging Zhang Sun to calm down. "Hui, don't be impulsive. Hui. If you want to take revenge, you should hide it from someone." I left the live broadcast room, so Zhang Shen's hammer didn't fall. Zhang Feiguang's live broadcast room was also in chaos. Why is no one in charge? My little Jiang. Why did a mental patient like Zhang Sun let him go to the dungeon? What on earth do the people of the General Association do? Family members, I found the reporting phone number of the General Association, click on my avatar quickly. The inside and outside of the dungeon were in chaos, but Zhang Sun's hammer didn't hesitate at all. Bang, smoke and dust rose, and even the ground was about to break. A black figure appeared on the screen, raising the hammer and carrying it on his shoulder, and another little man lay weakly on the ground. He Yuxing didn't stop him, and squatted down with gritted teeth to check on Zhang Feiguang's situation. If there was a bloody incident between players, all the people participating in the dungeon would be taken away by the General Association for investigation. It was so troublesome. Seeing that he couldn't stop Zhang Sun, Zhang Yu had already gone to see Zhang Feiguang first. "Ha!" He made a surprised sound. "Why is Zhang Feiguang flattened?" Zhang Sun grabbed a camera light and threw it near Zhang Feiguang's corpse. The camera light dutifully took a 360-degree all-round shot, clearly presenting the figure on the ground to all the viewers in the live broadcast room. It was a flat black figure, with its limbs twisted in different ways, lying on the ground in an extremely unsightly manner. Anyone could see that this was not a normal person. Zhang Yu touched his chin, squinted his eyes, looked at the floor, and then looked at the screen. "It's the shadow on the screen. Sure enough, there are monsters in this book." In fact, the boss appeared at the beginning. After the screen lit up, the silhouette that imitated their every move on it was the boss of this movie. They have no attack ability, but they are very confusing. After the player opens the door of the safe exit for the first time, they will randomly replace a player in the team. If the player opens it for the second time, another player will be replaced. Until all players are successfully replaced. Silhouettes can imitate every move of players, including the tone of speech. But they will keep taking other normal players around in circles, confusing people until they inexplicably leave the dungeon and still don't understand the situation. And the conditions for passing this dungeon are also very simple, just like Zhang Sun simulated, be a lone wolf and brush the dungeon alone. As long as the number of people in the dungeon is 1, the dungeon does not recognize the existence of a team, and the silhouette on the screen will not be triggered to replace. Of course, hand in hand as Zhang Sun said before is also fine. Silhouettes need a time to replace, and often look for single players. The dark environment around is just to prepare for replacement. They can silently put players into the screen and impersonate themselves. However, if the replacement is successful, the replaced player in the team can be correctly found and eliminated, and the original player can also be replaced. These 3 clearance methods seem simple, but each one is difficult to achieve. First of all, no one except Zhang Sun and several other star players has ever done such a thing as clearing the dungeon alone. Even if it is the ace of the team, they will not clear the dungeon alone unless necessary. The White Tower dungeon is ever-changing, and no one can exhaust its rules. Every ace is cultivated by the guild at great expense, and is a key protected object. They cannot be casually thrown in for such a reckless behavior. Secondly, it is difficult for several grown men to accept such a thing as holding hands at first glance. The last method is even more difficult.
Even if you have a premonition that your teammate has been replaced, how can you guarantee that the silhouette who is impersonating you will be the one who was hit with a hammer? The three methods actually have their own difficulties. Zhang Sun and his two subordinates tried several times in the simulation and figured out the conditions for the operation of this theater dungeon. He didn't want to go to the last step. But things have been pushed to this point, there is no way. After being flattened, the black shadow was flat on the ground. Zhongyu stretched out his hand to hold it, but it suddenly retreated as if it was stressed and shrank into the shadow. Zhang Sun stretched out his hand and asked the two people present who had a knife. He Yuxing handed him a thin and sharp dagger. He took 2 steps forward and cut the screen with the dagger towards Zhang Feiguang on the screen. A person fell from the space behind the screen and lay on the ground. It was Zhang Feiguang who was replaced. Zhang Feiguang kept coughing, recalling what had just happened. He only remembered that he didn't want to follow Zhang Sun's footsteps, and shuttled between the seats in the auditorium for a while, trying to find some clues. Suddenly, his consciousness was empty, and everything in front of him went black. The next moment he appeared in a pure white space, unable to speak or hear any sound. It was like someone put a TV in front of him, and the screen showed Zhang Sun and 2 other people. And him. He shouted for help, but it was meaningless. There was no exit anywhere, only 3 other black figures, mechanically imitating the movements of the people in the TV. Seeing him stop, the 3 silhouettes turned their heads together. The movements of their hands and legs did not stop, but he could feel that they were watching him. Zhang Feiguang's cold sweat fell. He thought he was going to be trapped here forever, when Zhang Sun suddenly turned around and hit his silhouette with a hammer. And Zhang Feiguang, who was trapped in the curtain, was also hit by Zhang Sun's silhouette and fainted. When he opened his eyes again, he had already reached the outside world. He gasped for air and looked up at the other 3. Zhongyu kindly helped him up, and the mysterious man with his head covered had an unknown expression. Zhang Sun turned his back to him, the weapon in his hand disappeared, and he stood by the door of the emergency exit and said calmly, "Now you know why I want you to hold hands." Although reluctant, the 4 people finally walked out in a row. Holding hands was still too awkward, so Zhang Sun suggested that they walk holding each other's weapons. Zhang Sun walked in front, with his hands behind his back, holding the hammer head of the inflatable hammer, and Zhongyu held the other end. Then came Yi Yuxing and Zhang Feiguang in this order. Zhongyu was curious. "Brother, your hammer is usually quite light to carry? It's inflatable. Oh, then when you usually want to use it, do you have to pull out the air plug in advance to blow it up?" "No." The next process was very smooth. They arrived at the maze that Zhang Sun had seen in the previous simulation. The 4 of them circled around the audience's seats with difficulty, and finally came to the emergency exit again. This green pass card appeared repeatedly, which was really scary. When they heard the prompt sound of successful clearance, except Zhang Sun, the other 3 breathed a sigh of relief. The barrage area also felt relieved. Finally, it's out. This kind of looping copy is the most disgusting. Akui really scared me to death. When he hit Zhang Feiguang with a hammer, I was thinking about which institute to send him food. But how did Akui know that Zhang Feiguang had changed people? He should not be familiar with Zhang Feiguang. Zhang Shen naturally has Zhang Shen's way, don't meddle in the affairs of God. Look, the rewards are out. This time everyone has a clearance reward. Unexpectedly, Zhang Sun's gift box is the smallest one. It is only as big as 2 feet together. Zhongyu is impatient, he opened the gift box. A yellow skill card fell out. Enhancement card? What is this? Zhongyu turned it over to see the content on the card. This skill card can double the player's combat power in some dungeon boss battles. It is a relatively practical card. Zhang Feiguang and He Yuxing did not open it in public. They both looked in the direction of Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun did not hide it this time, mainly because he was curious. He half squatted down and unwrapped the ribbon and wrapping paper of the box. "Ha!" Zhang Sun made a puzzled sound, holding the box with one hand, and shook it upside down. Nothing fell out. The barrage began to get anxious. "Oh my god, this copy is so troublesome, and they don't give anything?" Furious, "I've always been the second hammer who got free stuff from others. How come someone got free stuff from the second hammer today? Is this a joke of the White Tower? Rewarding a box of air is too insulting. Wait. Look at what's on Zhang Shen's shoulder." Zhang Sun originally thought that this reward was a joke, nothing. He felt a little regretful, but he was not angry. When he was about to leave, he felt itchy on his left shoulder and reached out to touch it. Something shrank suddenly and slipped to his right shoulder again.
Zhang Sun frowned and patted Zhong Yu, who was squatting on the ground.
Xiao Zhong, what do you see on my shoulder? Let me see.
Zhong Yu stood up when he heard what his brother had to say.
Fuck, brother, did you deliberately design the hole in your clothes? Fuck, this hole can be changed.
Zhang Sun was getting more and more confused as he talked.
What's the connection? Finally, He Yuxing couldn't stand it anymore and said something beside him.
It's the silhouette in the dungeon, which you brought out.
It should be a subordinate reward. A subordinate again.
As the former NPC of the White Tower, the subordinate is not only powerful in itself, but also has a variety of dazzling special abilities.
It is the highest grade in the dungeon reward.
It is precious precisely because the probability of dropping is extremely low.
This time, you can't blame others for being jealous. How can a newcomer collect 3 subordinates in less than 2 months after his debut? Is he collecting subordinates or collecting cabbages?
Zhang Sun's rewards every time he goes to the dungeon are the most eye-catching. Almost all platforms and even major guilds are staring at what treasures are in his gift box. When the third subordinate appeared, Zhang Sun was on the hot list again.
Report.
The third subordinate of the newcomer Zhang Sun appeared. It is recommended that the General Coordination Office investigate Zhang Sun to see if he is a White Tower NPC who has infiltrated the players. I am jealous, I am really jealous. Both are new players with different fates. I have the following evidence to prove that Zhang Sun is a White Tower NPC. Forums and various social platforms were hotly discussed. Some people were concerned about what special abilities the new subordinate had, and some were concerned about whether Zhang Sun was a human. As for the fact that he had downloaded the movie to cause trouble for Zhang Feiguang, it seemed to be completely forgotten by the internet. Zhang Sun did not have any special reaction to his new subordinate, but the dark shadow seemed to stick to him and was timid. He would hide when touched by someone's finger.
Zhang Sun named it Dahei. I hope it can be a little braver.
He simply packed up his things and planned to leave the White Tower.
Zhang Feiguang blocked his way. Zhang Sun, thank you for saving me in the dungeon.
Although he didn't have a brilliant performance in the dungeon, and could even be described as embarrassed. But Zhang Feiguang thought about it and thought, why not make good use of this opportunity to create a persona that doesn't hold grudges? He and Zhang Sun can laugh and forget their grudges, which is a win-win situation. The opportunity is a good opportunity, provided that Zhang Sun cooperates. In response to Zhang Feiguang's thank you, Zhang Sun quietly looked at him for a moment and suddenly smiled.
I'm not trying to save you. Then you. Zhang Feiguang suddenly realized something, and his hair stood on end. Isn't your hammer just a try? Zhang Sun smiled silently, neither admitting nor denying.
He stretched out his index finger, brought it close to his shoulder, and lowered his head.
Dahei, we have to leave.
I'll take you to meet Sister Hong and Xiaohua another day. He turned to leave, but Zhang Feiguang stopped him again.
Etc. I know the rumors your team spread on the internet. I don't want to pay attention to it and I won't respond.
Zhang Sun had already turned his back to him. After hearing the voice, he turned his head again. But I really like this book, and time is up.
Plenty.
If you are willing to be associated with my name online in this way, I hope you don't mind.
I will be included in every book you download from now on.
Zhang Sun's lips were very thin, and his words were as ruthless as a razor's edge.
I hope you have better luck surviving next time.
He opened his palm and waved goodbye. After leaving, Zhang Sun no longer paid attention to Zhang Feiguang's expression, nor did he care about his subsequent actions. Anyway, he is a man of his word. Perhaps the threat really worked, as the number of online posts about Zhang Feiguang and Zhang Sun dropped sharply. Of course, Zhang Sun, who has his own traffic, is still high on the hot list, not falling down every day.
Zhang Sun went back in a black car assigned to him by Ming Ke.
The driver was a strange middle-aged uncle. After all, Chang Jie is a regular player of Ming Ke.
You can't always drive for him as an outsider. It will have a bad influence if word spreads.
Now that Chang Jie was banned from the Vice Guild, he was so idle in the guild that he had no choice but to watch Zhang Sun's live broadcast to relieve his boredom. As soon as the live broadcast room here closed, Chang Jie's call came over there.
Hey, Lao Zhang, have you just come out? Are you going to take you out to eat hot pot? Just go and treat yourself.
Okay, I'm treating you.
I didn't expect you to actually threaten that kid Zhang Feiguang in person.
I saw that his face turned green at the end. It was a green that can be recognized by the mosaic of the network card. Zhang Sun was sitting in the passenger seat, tightening and loosening the seatbelt with his fingers. He put the phone to his ear and tilted his head to look at the sunset outside the window. He doesn't matter, but he's annoying me a little. Giving him a warning will keep him quiet for a while. Chung Jia laughed. It's a pity that he is so cowardly. His fans and I scolded him quite happily. Just because he is cowardly doesn't mean his fans are cowardly as well. You can find a fan whose avatar is his and you can continue to scold him. Come on, brother, I'm busy and don't have time to pay attention to idle people. What time will you arrive? I'll reserve a seat in advance, otherwise I'll have to wait for 2 hours this weekend. Just as Zhang Sun was about to go back, his cell phone suddenly prompted him with a new call. You make the reservation first. Once you've made the reservation, send me the time and place. I'll call you. Who? Su Guan. Su Guan from Qinglan? Hey, Lao Zhang, you are eating our food and living in our house now, and 3/4 of your people are from our songbirds. You can't eat the steak. Zhang Sun coldly hung up Chung Jia's voice chat and answered Su Guan's call instead. Tell me something. Are you busy? I have an appointment with someone for dinner. Didn't you say that you don't want to eat with others? The person I'm following today is not a human being. Su Guan seemed to laugh, but he couldn't hear it clearly. We have decided before, and I want to ask you what you think. My idea is that I have no idea. Anyway, wasn't Xiaowo left to waste by you in the third team? When I want to take him down, you can just say that he has something to do. No problem, Huazian. I'm asking you if you want to come to Qinglan to prepare for a few days. No, I'm allergic to your vice team. Zhang Sun's finger wrote 7 on the car window and then erased it. Let me rest for 2 days. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon the day after tomorrow, I will ask Xiaohua to come directly. Just pretend you don't know anything. It's best for you to make a plan the day after tomorrow and prepare an alibi for yourself. Let's talk it over first, Captain Su. I've done you such a great favor, but it's not enough to just rent Xiaohua. You have to remember my kindness for a longer time. Come back alive, you can do whatever you want. Zhang Sun accepted Chung Jia's appointment and came to a hot pot restaurant. The store was packed with people on weekends, so luckily we had reserved our seats in advance. The two wore masks and did not want to attract too much attention. But because he is tall, he inevitably attracts a lot of attention. Search TWKAN on Google. Zhang Sun covered his head with the hood of his sweatshirt. They strode through the store and finally arrived at the reserved private room. Cheng Jia hooked his index finger, took off the mask, and let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, I wasn't recognized, otherwise I would have lost another layer of skin if I was discovered by the deputy director. Brother Xiao will be so lenient? Aren't I grounded now? The deputy asked me to have less contact with you. People outside now won't think that you are coming to sing the bird, but they will wonder if I am going to be poached for circulation. That's not possible, Zhang Sun declined politely. You are too expensive, and my little guild can't afford it. Although it was impossible, Chung Jia was very dissatisfied at being rejected so bluntly. You can't just download the dungeon now. If you are popular enough, what will the guild do? Zhang Sun had been fiddling with his phone with his head down since he walked in. He seemed very busy. What about that? You should sponsor projects such as youth training camps. You don't have the money yet. But if you bring your own traffic, it's okay to sign with a few GG merchants, right? It's so troublesome. How about I hire a boss for myself? Everyone hires directly from the boss, so you can hire the boss directly from here, right? You still say huh? I said what are you busy with? I haven't seen you raise your head since you walked in. I'm browsing the forum, looking for a guide. You, the 10,000-year-old reckless man Zhang Ikhui, still need some strategies? I'll help you find any strategies. Don't peek, this is our guild's secret. Then you can pay for this meal yourself. Su Guan didn't let me say I was going to the 7th hospital. Cheng Jia originally despised Zhang Sun's behavior of being unable to keep any secrets, but when he thought about it, something was wrong. You want to go to the 7th hospital? Hasn't that hospital been banned by Qinglan? What does it mean to be closed? Seeing that Zhang Sun was puzzled, Cheng Jia had to patiently explain to him, a pure white tower novice who only knew how to brush the S version. Sealing the copy means that this copy is not only very difficult, but also had a very tragic accident, which had a considerable impact on the entire guild. Then the guild will declare that it will no longer download the copy, which is equivalent to sealing it. If the big guild doesn't play, why can't ordinary players play? Listen, what you said is just like why not eat minced meat? Do you think everyone is like you, and they are surrounded by countless S-books when they debut? This book is not sealed easily, it is a guild the conclusion given by the internal professional team after evaluation. Other guilds and individual players will refer to this result and will not touch this book lightly. After all, there are tens of thousands of copies of the White Tower. If it doesn't work, we'll just change it. It's not like the life and death version of the district service, which is something that must be played. There is no need to fight on a difficulty version with an extremely high risk factor. Speaking of this, Chang Jia thought of another thing. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the fact that Xue Qing was trapped, the copy of Huayin that Brother Xiao specially invited you to come to us would have been sealed by Ming Ke. When he said this, Zhang Sun probably understood the extent of the so-called accident. That time, Ming Ke was almost psychologically affected by Xiao Yin in the corridor. If Zhang Sun had not been invited, and if they failed to clear the level a second time, the consequences would have been disastrous. In the White Tower era, tall buildings were easy to rise and easy to collapse. Even a guild like Ming Ke, which has broken into the top 20, will break up if it is not managed well. Chang Jia's original intention was to persuade Zhang Sun to think carefully, but Zhang Sun was rebellious. After careful consideration, he decided to be a reckless man. Chang Jia was completely speechless. Next time I advise you, who doesn't like oil and salt, I'll dive into the hot pot base. Zhang Sun raised his phone and pointed the camera at him. Then you must call me and I will start the live broadcast. While talking, the waiter brought the pot and dishes. After that, the two chatted for a while about the 7th hospital, and Chang Jia told Zhang Sun the inside story he knew. Qing Lan's book of the 7th Academy was interrupted because of what happened to Deputy Team Meng Yijia. You know this. But even if Meng Yijia is fine, that book is very evil. Where is the evil? Zhang Sun asked in confusion, when Chang Jia suddenly lowered his shoulders and came closer. It is said that during the live broadcast, what the audience saw and what the team members experienced were completely out of sync. Zhang Sun, who was picking out the chili peppers in the spicy pot one by one. There are countless versions of this story. The 7th hospital is an abandoned hospital. Before the arrival of the White Tower, it was already a very famous place for supernatural events. At that time, many bloggers went there alone. The image materials are relatively old, but they can be found in the mobile library. Check it out. Later, the White Tower appeared, and of course it became a high-difficulty dungeon. With an endless stream of weird stories and weird rumors as a background, the 7th Courtyard has just appeared and is already a very popular copy among players. Before Qing Lan made any move, there were already guilds and individual players exploring the path. Every copy that remains is bizarre enough. So far, no one or team has explored the complete map of the 7th hospital. No one knows how many unknown secrets this eerie hospital hides. As for what Chang Jia said about the live broadcast room and the team screen being out of sync, this is the most unsolvable thing that happened in Qinglan's next dungeon. According to Chang Jia's description, after Qinglan opened the dungeon, it connected to the live broadcast room as usual, and the audience saw the hospital's gate, corridor, and small garden for patients to rest, which were all normal. But when they officially walked into the main entrance of the hospital, the live broadcast screen was intermittent, and there were often freezes and black screens. Qinglan's operators made various attempts, but they couldn't ensure the smoothness of the live broadcast. The audience had to keep switching the perspectives of different team members to try to watch the live broadcast in full. The problem occurred in the process of switching perspectives. At that time, Su Guan led the team. They were going to the 2nd floor, the elevator could not be used, and the stairs on both sides were blocked by heavy chains, and they needed to find the key. The entire corridor was divided into 2 clinics on the left and right. In order to save time, they were divided into 2 small teams, each opening the door of the clinic at hand to search for useful clues. Although there were 2 teams, in order to ensure that the personnel were complete as much as possible, they advanced at the same time. The 2 teams entered the clinics in their respective directions together, walked out together, met and exchanged information, and then set off to the 2 clinics in front. The door frames of the clinics were marked with numbers. From 201 onwards, odd numbers were on the left and even numbers were on the right. After the team members confirmed this, they decided to act. Originally, half of the people went to 201 and half went to 202. This was the arrangement. What happened? Chang Jia kept it a secret and refused to say anything, so Zhang Sun threw the selected peppers into his bowl one by one. Hey, I'll tell you, don't mess it up. The result was that the team members thought they went into 2 clinics, but the audience found that they only went into 201. The red soup hot pot in the center of the square table was steaming, and people outside the private room were noisy. Taiwan Novel Network. Chang Jia's words chilled the lively atmosphere. A201? Zhang Sun frowned. Is there only room 201,
Or did they only enter the odd-numbered side? There is only 201. No matter what the team members who entered the instance say, go to 202 or go to 205, in the eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room, they are all going to 201. Is the layout inside the same? If the layout is different, it means they are still different rooms. The most outrageous part is here. Listening to the descriptions of the team members, they did see different rooms, with different furnishings and hospital beds. But to the audience, they were just entering the same room repeatedly. Zhang Sun said nothing. He held the chopsticks in his left hand and ignored the meat halfway through, as if he was thinking about something. Chang Jia took a sip of boiled water. In order to protect their body functions, star players like them would not drink unless they could on special days, and they would even drink less fruit juice drinks. Then did Qinglan's team find themselves spinning in circles? Didn't it mean that Hua Zian and Meng Yijia went to the operating room later? Zhang Sun asked. It can't be considered that they discovered it. Later, there was a particularly loud shattering sound during the live broadcast. It seemed that the glass door or mirror was broken. Now the audience noticed that the picture had changed. They could see that the team had advanced to 220 and found the key to the third floor was obtained. If it weren't for this sound, Qinglan's operation seemed to be unable to contact the people in the copy, no matter how they sent the barrage. That is to say, Zhang Sun put the chopsticks on the plate in front of him, but did not move at all. Only the live broadcast was disturbed, but what the people in the copy saw was still the real scene? He originally thought that there was a space folding, or a loop like his last movie theater, which was caused by not taking the correct way to clear the level. Now it seems that there is a magnetic field or something else affecting the live broadcast. If the actual scene does not change. No, it can't be said so simply. Chang Jia shook his head. The abnormality in the live broadcast room is that on the one hand, this person has never survived except for Su Guan. Zhang Sun didn't take it seriously. Isn't this normal? If you fail to clear the level with the S dungeon, the whole army will basically be wiped out, unless you use other means to force the exit. The kind you mentioned is usually killed by the boss or other mechanisms. At least there is a corpse. But this player who has not cleared the level has disappeared. Disappear? Cheng Jie said that those players who visited the 7th courtyard silently disappeared during the live broadcast. Often the camera follows a person around a corner, but when the camera turns away, there is only an empty corridor. Compared to screaming and bleeding, this silent disappearance is the most terrifying thing. Because you have no idea what kind of thing you are on the opposite side of. If you can't see your enemy clearly, how can you fight against it? Zhang Sun listened carefully the whole time and occasionally asked one or two questions. After Chang Jia had revealed almost everything he knew, like squeezing out toothpaste, he started to think. He had dreamed of the 7th hospital once and simulated it once. He usually doesn't go all out the first time, focusing on fumbling around with the map and sketching the background of the instance. Each copy of the White Tower has its own story background, especially those of S and above. They have relatively clear timelines and storylines. As long as you dig carefully, you can sort out the experiences of the NPCs and even the bosses here. Zhang Sun mainly played through the level, which was because he went through the plot too many times during the simulation, and it was really boring to watch. During the simulation process, he will still devote his energy to paying attention to these details. Only by understanding the background of the copy can many clues be found. That time, he turned on the simulation mode as usual and only released Little Red Riding Hood. Xiaoyin is too destructive and random, and likes to run into things. In contrast, Sister Hong is very restrained. They stood at the gate of the 7th hospital wall. Zhang Sun wanted to go in, but Little Red Riding Hood held his hand. The force of the stop was very light, but Zhang Sun noticed it. This is not right. Little Red Riding Hood is a slave who talks little and is obedient. If Zhang Sun didn't give instructions, she would be like an ordinary well-behaved little girl, standing right next to him, not running around, not touching things, and not chasing Zhang Sun and talking nonsense. But this time she acted blockingly. Perhaps as an NPC in front of the White Tower, she sensed that there was something terrible in this copy and was unwilling to let Zhang Sun take the risk. If you think about it differently, the monster that can make Little Red Riding Hood feel troublesome is also very scary. Zhang Sun remembered that he felt strange at the time, but he still touched the little girl's head and held her cold hand. The rusty fence gate creaked in front of them, opening a gap for them to pass through. There was a desolate and dilapidated atmosphere inside. A cold wind blew by, and a few maple leaves fell from the trees, rolling twice on the desolate garden path. Most of the dungeons in the White Tower are horror hunting,
and Zhang Sun has also experienced some of the more terrifying ones. Just because he was brushing the levels like drinking water doesn't mean that these dungeons themselves are not full of horror. Zhang Sun didn't care about these things in the past. Since he had passed the Little Red Riding Hood level 1,000 times, his mental state has been unusually beautiful. There are not many things that can scare him. But when he stood in front of the building of the 7th hospital covered with withered creepers, what arose from his heart was not fear, but a kind of loneliness that could not be suppressed. It was really empty here. Even though there were dilapidated buildings and withered plants around, he still felt empty. He took Little Red Riding Hood and slowly walked into the main entrance of the hospital. The inside was in a dilapidated state, with medical records and prescriptions scattered everywhere. The computer screen at the registration desk was still on, but there was no one on the seat. Zhang Sun walked over and there was a stack of medical records there. He didn't know if they were left here deliberately. He flipped through them casually, not expecting to find any clues. These medical records included men and women of different ages, and most of them were mental illnesses. He couldn't read the flamboyant handwriting on the medical record, so he could only judge from the printed part. Originally, he just flipped through it twice. But Zhang Sun flipped through it and went back to another page. He, who was always calm and numb, suddenly opened his eyes wide because he saw his name on it. Recalling this, Zhang Sun raised his head and asked Cheng Jia, "Have you ever encountered a situation where you found information related to yourself in a copy?" Cheng Jia's chopsticks moved nimbly, and he picked out more chili peppers in the bowl with an impatient look. Hearing Zhang Sun ask this, the annoyance on Cheng Jia's face faded and turned into surprise. "Information about yourself? What are you referring to?" "If something is dropped in the dungeon and picked up before the dungeon is refreshed, I have heard of such a thing." Zhang Sun shook his head. "It's not that my own things fell into the copy. It means that in the scene of the copy, such as some text clues, or photos, documents, etc., my name, birthday, etc. appeared." Cheng Jia's mouth opened wider. How could such a situation happen? "Have you ever encountered it, Lao Zhen?" "I say this is a bit scary. Generally, the text clues in the dungeon are related to the background of the NPC or boss. How can it be related to the player? Is the player an NPC or a boss? Don't let this mess up." Before he could throw out the small piece of chili pepper on his chopsticks, he put it back into the rice bowl and stirred it unconsciously. This time the whole bowl of rice was ruined. Zhang Sun naturally understood that this situation was outrageous. But he did have doubts. Usually, if the background of the dungeon requires the player to perform a certain degree of role-playing, the name and identity of the role-playing character will also be given. Like the previous Huayin Ben, Li Baobao accepted him as a new security guard. Zhang Sun now wonders if every player's name and date of birth on the page of the medical record will change after entering the 7th hospital. But the description of the condition below is also confusing. Although the characters scratched out like chicken claws were particularly abstract, Zhang Sun could roughly decipher 2 or 3 sentences after carefully identifying them. No obvious abnormality in behavior, no violence. Low empathy, obvious reaction, recommend further hospitalization for observation. In short, it means that his condition is relatively serious. The specific name of the disease is not yet certain, but he has a serious illness anyway. The records are highly detailed and clearly the result of observations over a long period of time. Does 7th hospital require the player to play a patient with a long-term serious illness? Zhang Sun fell into his own thoughts and stopped talking. As soon as he calmed down, Cheng Jia felt unsure. "Old Zhang, why don't you wait a few days before downloading the book? I think you are a bit hallucinating now. Can you distinguish between the real world and the copy scene?" How to say this? When Zhang Sun asked, Cheng Jia answered all questions with a serious expression. "You also know how powerful this dungeon is. The scene itself is terrifying, and the NPCs and bosses are even scary. So next to every major guild is the best mental hospital in the region. If you need it, I can help you contact the most experienced doctor there. My teammates who have gone to see him before have agreed." Zhang Sun knew that he couldn't find out anything more from him, so he had to give up. The first simulation of the 7th Academy had no results. He was interrupted by the outside world halfway through his exploration. "After I go back tonight, I can explore it again." The two of them hurried back to Minkai before Xiao Jun came back from the meeting. After returning, Zhang Sun immediately washed up and prepared for bed. Before going to bed, he told Cheng Jia that he would have a long sleep in the next 2 days. If it's time to eat, there's no need to wake him up. When he wakes up hungry, he will go out of the house to find food by himself. Cheng Jie said, "Do you want to rest or practice?" But he still agreed and left him 2 days alone. Zhang Sun completed the simulation of the 7th hospital within these 2 days. At 3 o'clock in the morning on the 3rd day, Zhang Sun was lying on his bed, his hands folded under the duvet, and his eyes slowly opened. Cheng Jie opposite was in a deep sleep and could barely hear his breathing. Zhang Sun did not turn on the desk lamp on his side, but stared at the ceiling above his head. Very strange. He passed the level, but he didn't. What Zhang Sun meant by clearing the level was that he had solved the final boss, and he also understood the secrets of the operating room and the strange 201. He was successful in this escape, but he knew clearly that he had not explored all the scenes. This isn't right. The scenes in the copy are basically useful. Either there is something strange, or there is a clue. If a useless scene appears in a copy, then the copy is vulnerable. Although the White Tower looks like a tower, it is more like a precision calculation machine. In principle, this error will not occur. But in the 7th hospital, Zhang Sun clearly felt that he failed to enter at least 3/4 of the place. And in addition to the boss that needed to be solved, he saw other things several times during the process of recommending the book. Zhang Sun didn't know how to define it. Using NPC or boss was not accurate. They didn't show immediate aggression, they just appeared as if intentionally trying to get his attention. Zhang Sun couldn't figure out their purpose. During the simulation, he intentionally explored more areas. But those areas are either not open or the keys cannot be found. He tried to force the door open with a hammer, to no avail. It seemed like some force was preventing him from exploring. He simulated it repeatedly, and could only find those few clues step by step, find those few keys, and then solve the final boss and pass the level. Zhang Sun wiped his face and sighed silently. Very tricky. Fortunately, these floating things in unexplored areas do not affect his clearance, so it is no problem to take Hua Zian to the dungeon today. Thinking of this, he turned over and got out of bed, shaking Cheng Jie awake. Cheng Jie with messy hair. I am really an unlucky person, living in the same room with you. I can't sleep because I only chat with you for $5. Cheng Jie jumped up and rushed to Zhang Sun with his instinct of wanting to kill people early. Are you doing this on purpose? You have slept enough, so you are messing with others. If you want to practice, that's fine. It just so happens that I have been paralyzed for 2 days, and my bones are rusty. After the two of them fluttered around, no one wanted to sleep. When Xiao Jun passed by early in the morning, he saw Zhang Sun, who was in high spirits, and Cheng Jie, who was full of black air, standing at the door of the double dormitory. Vice President Xiao raised his eyebrows. The opposite of usual? Zhang Sun, you are in good spirits today. Cheng Jie, stayed up late to play games? Cheng Jie yawned. No, offline Mortal Kombat. Xiao Jun turned his gaze to Zhang Sun again, and Zhang Sun showed 2 rows of white teeth. He is sleepwalking. Brother Xiao, don't listen to his nonsense. Cheng Jie had to conduct daily training within Mingke in the morning. Zhang Sun called Hua Zian and asked him to go to Area 079 at 1 p.m. They met there. Hua Zian didn't know that Zhang Sun was going to take him to the 7th Academy, otherwise he might not have agreed so decisively. He thought Zhang Sun was just a good person, and seeing that he was in a low mood recently, he took him to play. At 12 o'clock noon, Zhang Sun had a meal in the cafeteria of Mingke and said goodbye to his enthusiastic fans. With his own strength, Zhang Sun has harvested a large number of fans within Mingke. There is no way, strength is supreme. Xiao Jun was already helping him look for a house. Probably because he was afraid that he would stay any longer, Mingke changed his appearance and became Sunui. Xinglan also made a move. The official account of the guild released a live broadcast notice 1 day in advance. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Su Guan had already led a team to the marked copy of District 104. This included Meng Yijia. It seems that Su Guan not only found an alibi for himself, but also helped Zhang Sun eliminate an interference. Reliable enough. Everything was ready. Zhang Sun turned on his little genius watch. Once again, without any notice, he opened the live broadcast room and started the live broadcast. Good afternoon, friends in the live broadcast room, I am Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun sat in the back seat of the car. The sunlight outside the window flashed, turning his eyes amber. Today I will open a 2-player copy. This copy must be familiar to everyone. District 079, the 7th Hospital. Zhang Sun is going to the 7th Hospital. The 7th Hospital is reopened after a year. The player who participated in this game is the most popular newcomer Zhang Sun. Zheng Yihui opened the S game again. Isn't the 7th Hospital closed?
Can Qinglan let Zhang Sun go?
Anyone who knows, please come and discuss. Unlike in the past when he opened the live broadcast room after arriving at the White Tower, this time Zhang Sun opened the live broadcast room on the way to Area 079 to meet the audience. Compared with the previous live broadcast without any notice, this time there was a small warm-up. And this short warm-up was enough for him to have more than a dozen hot posts on the forum. Other platforms also took turns to be on the hot list. In the White Tower era, everything related to the White Tower brought huge traffic, and Zhang Sun is now the top traffic. In the past, there were also newcomers who caused heated discussions when they debuted, but no one was like Zhang Sun, who has always maintained a very high level of discussion. Zhang Sun never watered down his game. The dungeons that have passed through his hands are all high quality, high difficulty, and very popular among players. From the initial server-to-server life and death battle to the recent, very interesting theater dungeon, each of his dungeons is very interesting. Of course, this is not Zhang Sun's original intention. He did not deliberately look for some gimmicky dungeons. In other words, many times people came to him with those high-difficulty dungeons. He naturally accepted everyone who came. This time, the dungeon of the 7th hospital was not a dungeon that Zhang Sun took the initiative to discover. But his attitude towards it was much more cautious. Because this time he was going to take Hua Zian to the dungeon. He wanted to restore a truth. This was not only to repay the mines that Xiaohua gave him for free, but more importantly, he had an agreement with Su Guan, and he was still waiting to get a benefit from Qinglan. There is no gain without early rise. Zhang Sun's expression was very relaxed, without any tension or anxiety. It seemed that he was going to go sightseeing, not the next dungeon that had once tossed the powerful guild to a crippled leg. He was even in the mood to chat with the barrage. God Zhang. Ekhui really wants to play the 7th hospital? Damn, the 7th hospital. Erchui's book was previously banned by Qinglan, don't be reckless. What's the matter, can Ekhui be afraid of Qinglan's people? Let's take a break from the previous part, who said Ekhui is afraid of Qinglan. Do you know what banning a book means? You are talking about Ekhui here. So what does banning a book mean? Zhang Sun replied to some irrelevant topics, such as what to eat for lunch. He did not answer questions about his relationship with Qinglan, his relationship with Mingke, whether he had a personal grudge with Su Guan, and what conditions he agreed to Xiao Jun. What's even funnier is that someone actually asked him if he and Chang Jia had any shameful dealings. What kind of shameful contacts can there be? You can say Chang Jia is shameful, but you can't say our dealings are shameful. Chang Jia, who was taking a lunch break in the restroom, was browsing Zhang Sun's live broadcast room and happened to hear him say this. He was so angry that he posted a big account in the barrage area. Chang Jia, I have become a disgraceful person after not seeing you for 2 hours? Zhang Sun pretended that he had not seen anything. Chang Jia gave him a yacht and pinned his comment to the top of his live broadcast room. After chatting with fans and friends for a while, he was finally about to reach Area 079. In another half an hour, he could reach his target, the White Tower. Zhang Sun saw that the atmosphere was almost set, there were hot posts on the forum, and the hot words on the hot list had been on the list for several rounds. Taking advantage of this unprecedented popularity, he threw another heavy news to the screen of his mobile phone. There is another friend who went to the dungeon of Area 079 with me today. I guess some of you remember him. Hua Zian, Xiaohua, he will also go to the dungeon of the 7th hospital. Hua Zian of Qinglan. The comment area exploded again. Damn, is it Hua Zian? The Hua Zian who messed up everything when he debuted? Frog Fun, I remember it. Some time ago, Ekhui and Mangi Jiao were on the hot search, and it seems that this name was mentioned. Popular science. Hua Zian was a rising star that attracted much attention a year ago, and was later taken down by Qinglan Guild with a bronze pick. But an accident happened in Qinglan's debut, and Hua Zian left the deputy team and ran away alone, causing Mangi Jia to be seriously injured. Popular science is over. This time it is right. Why did Ekhui have to bring him along? He was in the 7th courtyard dungeon, and this must have been a psychological shadow for a lifetime? I am more worried that Ekhui was threatened. Why bring a burden? Ekhui is also very powerful when he is alone. Can Qinglan's people go to the dungeon on their own? I remember that Hua Zian was not in the 2nd team. That was 800 years ago. Now Hua Zian is on loan, and Qinglan can't wait to get rid of him as soon as possible. I understand. Ekhui is not going to rent Hua Zian for a cheap price and make him a laborer and thug, right? After looking around, you are the most reliable. With Erchui's freeloading nature, this is probably his plan. There was a lot of discussion in the barrage area, saying all kinds of things. In the end, everyone magically agreed that Ikui wanted to get something for free. Zhang Sun feebly defended himself.
Are you my fans? Can you say a few words for me?
And you are using my freeloading to promote it everywhere.
One fan is worth 10 haters, right?
The fans in the live broadcast room laughed and said that Ikui was anxious. Don't worry about picking on your poor spirits next time to promote it to others.
Perhaps Zhang Sun's strong enough strength gave fans a shot of confidence.
Zhang Sun's fans in the barrage area were not panicked, but passers-by who clicked in accidentally were worried for him.
The 7th hospital, what a terrifying dungeon. Still in the mood to joke?
Half an hour later, Zhang Sun came to Tower 8 in District 079. The several white towers in District 079 are distributed more densely, and Tower 7 and Tower 8 are on both sides of the street.
Huo Ziyan stood on the side of Tower 7 and waved to Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun!
Zhang Sun found that he was standing in the wrong place, and hooked his hand with him again, asking him to come over.
Huo Ziyan was surprised at first, then hesitated.
Finally, he didn't know what he thought of, made up his mind, crossed the road and came to Zhang Sun.
Today, we are going to play the dungeon of Tower 8?
Yes. Zhang Sun looked relaxed.
Zhang Xin, you don't know.
I was in Tower 8 before.
I know.
Zhang Sun tightened his cuffs, responded casually, and was about to walk towards Tower 8. He remembered something in the middle of the battle and turned around and smiled. Xiaohua, my method of pushing the level is relatively rough, remember to protect yourself and don't worry about me.
Huo Ziyan was still hesitating.
Zhang Xin, I was in this level before, because of a mistake, I hurt.
Are you scared?
Zhang Sun interrupted him, not letting him immerse himself in the shadow of the past. I said, you can fight as hard as you want.
If you want to hurt me, you have to have the ability to do it. If you can do it, Xuanhui Guild President will let you be the leader.
Zhang Sun said that Huo Ziyan should be the president of Xuanhui Guild, but no one on or off the screen took it seriously.
Xiaohua, run away, ha, this man is thinking about how to get something for free again.
It's so funny, Ikui, if you are too lazy to run your own guild, you should pack up your bedding and find a rich guild to marry.
I think Ikui is really lazy and incompetent.
He asked Huo Ziyan to be the president, and he will probably sign a tyrannical contract with him that says, although you are the president, you can't control me at that time. The one in front, Ikui has to say this when he sees you, you are really good at judging people. Zhang Sun was talking nonsense, but his ease infected Huo Ziyan, and made him feel less tense.
I will do my best,
he assured Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun smiled with satisfaction. The two of them pushed open the door of White Tower number 8, one in front and one behind. Like other dungeons, there is a teleportation key to the dungeon.
The previous process was no longer procrastinated.
Zhang Sun punched the button, and when the two opened their eyes again, they were standing outside the gate of the 7th hospital. The two players present were not new to this dungeon. Although they were very happy outside, when they really entered the dungeon and saw the familiar tall walls and old hospital buildings, Huo Ziyan's face became solemn again. He had experienced more than a dozen dungeons, big and small. The 7th hospital was the most uncomfortable for him, no one else. No matter which player, from the moment they stepped on this abandoned land, a cold breath went straight from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads, making people shiver uncontrollably. The dungeon of the 7th hospital has always been in the top 5 on the horror coefficient ranking list. Only when you really step into this place will you feel it in person, and this ranking will only be higher. When the cold white hospital appeared on the screen, even the barrage was silent for a moment. The raven flew from a distance and stood at the tip of the iron fence door. Its eyes are cameras, dutifully recording everything that happens in the dungeon and broadcasting it to the audience outside the dungeon. Zhang Sun stretched out one hand, ready to push the door open. The door opened in half from the middle. The careful audience noticed something unusual.
Damn, did Erchui's hand not touch the door?
It seems so. The door opened by itself.
Ikui seemed to have expected it?
He looked very calm and withdrew his hand. Unlike the situation simulated in the dungeon, Zhang Sun did not release Little Red Riding Hood, but took out his hammer. He asked Huo Ziyan to take his weapon in his hand as well, as there might be a more intense fight later.
Huo Ziyan nodded and took out a transparent umbrella from the cloud space of the bracelet. Huo Ziyan's weapon is actually an umbrella? It looks so ordinary. The material looks like plastic. It can't be a children's umbrella. Have you ever paid attention to the newcomers in the White Tower? Huo Ziyan's umbrella was a reward from the explosive debut dungeon, so awesome. That umbrella is a top-level weapon,
which can defend and attack. It can be used as a sharp weapon or a shield. Umbrellas are also obtained by some people in the White Tower, but the threshold for use is relatively high and not very common. Let's see how Huazian performs. I always feel that this rising star who died halfway has great potential but is suppressed. The barrage was surprised by Huazian's weapon, but Zhang Sun's attitude was mediocre. Just take it. He didn't think there was anything worth discussing. After all, he had such a hammer, so it was hard to say why other people's children's umbrellas were not good. The whistling autumn wind was in his ears, and the garden outside the hospital was empty and cold. Zhang Sun and Huazian looked at each other, and got the signal of readiness in each other's eyes, and walked into the main entrance of the hospital together. This time, Zhang Ekui, who had always been able to push forward smoothly, did not act rashly. The barrage was affected by the cautious atmosphere between them, and no one could joke around casually. They dared not even breathe. After entering the main entrance of the hospital, the light instantly became dim as they entered the room. It was dusk, and the hospital was not completely dark. The fluorescent lights in the hall were broken, and the light tubes in the corridors on both sides were also flickering. The atmosphere was very well set. Zhang Sun was brave, and he was in a good mood today if he did not scare NPCs and bosses. He glanced at Huazian to the left and found that in addition to caution and seriousness, there was no extra fear on his face. Huazian did not fight or compete outside, and he was also an emotionally stable person in the dungeon. He would not vent negative emotions to his teammates casually, nor would he be discouraged because of the difficulty of the dungeon. It was a pity that if he had not been framed, he would have been a highly valued person even in the talented Qinglan Team 1. Zhang Sun followed the usual practice and shook the dungeon difficulty at the lottery machine at the entrance of the hospital. There was no suspense, and a yellow ball marked with S fell out. The voice of the lottery machine echoed in the empty first floor hall, which was particularly creepy. Let's look for clues in the hall now. Generally, there will be some basic background information here. Let's see if we can infer something through the clues here. Zhang Sun signaled Huazian and him to look separately, and not go anywhere else for the time being, just in this empty hall. They can still see each other's figures and will not get lost. Huazian nodded. There are 3 registration windows at the registration office on the first floor hall, and the payment and medicine collection area is on the side. Zhang Sun walked towards the registration window, and Huazian naturally went to the latter 2 places. Zhang Sun proposed to search here, not without reason. He wanted to see if there was any change in the information on the medical records. This matter involved him personally, so it was not convenient for him to go with Huazian. The Raven camera followed, and Zhang Sun could hear the sound of its wings flapping. He turned the paper quickly, thinking that if he found any information that was not favorable to him, then in order to avoid leakage, he would slip and knock down the Raven. Zhang Sun read 10 lines at a glance, and his hand turned the pages quickly. Not long after, he turned to the page where his name should have been written. He remembered the 35th page very clearly. However, the content on the paper made him hold his breath slightly. There was a change. All the information on the medical record page that belonged to him this time was erased with a black graffiti pen. Yes, erased. It doesn't mean that the text on it has been changed or disappeared, but it seems that someone deliberately covered it. Even the 1-inch photo in the upper right corner of the medical record was painted black. This was Zhang Sun's first visit to the 7th hospital in reality, and Huazian was the one who visited the hospital for the second time. The last time Zhang Sun saw this medical record was during the simulation. Even if there are some differences between the simulated copy and the real copy, they are extremely subtle. But this is already a clear change. In information, Zhang Sun is not a person who likes to make a fuss, but he is not slow either. After all, he has simulated thousands of times, and he knows what the simulation is like and what the real copy is like. If a crucial clue in the copy is changed, or a scene that must be passed, Zhang Sun may not be as confused as he is now. At the beginning of simulating the 7th hospital copy, he was very concerned about this page of medical records with his name and his photo. But the specific simulation link did not show what great use this page of medical records had. Useless information. Why go to the trouble of deleting it? This will only make it more obvious. The barrage followed the discussion. What is Ikui thinking? Dazed? This 7th hospital copy is indeed a copy with a horror factor of 5 stars. Just looking at it makes my scalp numb, let alone standing in it. Zhangshan, stop being dazed. This copy cannot be left for long. My intuition tells me that something will happen. The one in front, you have already entered the dungeon, what is intuition or not,
Which dungeon will not have problems? Why is this page of medical records blacked out? So strange.
There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. The other pages can be read normally, only this page has problems. It seems that this patient must have a serious illness. You have figured out nonsense literature. In fact, what I am more concerned about is that Ikui actually honestly found clues to solve the puzzle. Zhang Sun is very good at solving puzzles. Point the way to the last level of Little Red Riding Hood. Zhang Sun is not a reckless man with an empty head. Don't be led by the opponent's rhetoric. When will the fan circle get out of the tower circle? What's wrong with the fan circle? Where there are people, there are circles. Don't quarrel in front. Isn't it better to watch Zhang Shen's dungeon in peace? By the way, has the live broadcast screen of the 7th hospital dungeon ever been out of sync? Can Urchui's almost non-existent operation team handle it? Who said that the live broadcast is out of sync is an operation problem? Last time in Qinglan, forget it. You talk. I'm so anxious. Zhang Sun didn't make any movement for a long time. Not only the barrage, but even Hua Zian at the payment counter couldn't help but look at him twice. Zhang Sun? After being corrected by himself, Hua Zian is now slowly accepting calling him by his full name, and occasionally he still calls him Zhangshun. Is there anything unusual over there? Zhang Sun restored the medical record. Nothing, just a page of medical record data is missing. Oh. Hua Zian nodded. He keenly noticed that Zhang Sun didn't want to say more, so he didn't continue to ask. Perhaps because he was used to being suppressed in Qinglan, Hua Zian developed a not-so-good specialty, which is to read other people's faces. Zhang Sun looks rough, but he is actually very delicate. He just doesn't bother to care sometimes. But this time he said a lot. Xiaohua, don't be shy. There are only 2 of us in this dungeon, maybe 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 people. Anyway, you and I can trust each other. Zhang Sun's strength is there. Even if the black fans come, they have to believe him. But he said he believed in Hua Zian. Hua Zian himself was quite moved. Okay, Master Zhang. I have a discovery here, take a look. The barrage was also moved. Zhang Sun looked at the straight man, but he didn't expect that he was quite considerate of his teammates' emotions. Xiaohua's old fan of 1.5 years is here. Master Zhang is willing to take him to the dungeon, thank you so much. The child was fooled by Pua in Qinglan. Don't be moved too early. Ikui is probably preparing for free in the future. He said earlier that he took care of his teammates' emotions. Zhang Feiguang applied to speak on the microphone. Although the dungeon was bleak and miserable, the barrage area was very lively. And as Zhang Sun's fame grew, more guilds focused their attention on him. The Minkei Guild has a very close relationship with Zhang Sun, from the president to the ordinary players. It can only be said that the entire guild is not far from the surname Zhang. Qinglan Guild currently has a tense relationship with him. Guild fans and Zhang Sun fans are incompatible, but the biggest traitor is in the same team. With Su Guan's support, Zhang Sun, who was not afraid, became even more arrogant. Wanshi, as a wealthy family, is more tolerant of newcomers like Zhang Sun. After all, a wealthy guild has also taken in all kinds of weirdos. The players of the team occasionally mention Zhang Sun and exchange their views with each other. People like He Yuxing, who are particularly impatient, have already played with Zhang Sun in private and witnessed his strength, intelligence, and reaction speed. But Wanshi did not show a clear intention to pursue him. They have enough internal player reserves and do not need a newcomer like Zhang Sun for the time being. Wanshi's old rival Jioding is very interested in Zhang Sun, and there are rumors. But Jioding is particularly easy to get tired of the old and love the new. Their guild style has always been to use sweet words to dig up new players with potential, throw them into the second or third team for a month of trial, and sell them off if they are not suitable. The main goal is to be quick to achieve success, chew bubblegum to harvest new players, and spit them out if they are not good. It is not surprising that it has a bad reputation among new players. Everyone scolds Jioding as a scumbag who gets away with it for free. The remaining guilds do not have the strength and foundation of Wanshi Jioding Qinglan, and their attitude towards Zhang Sun is also ambiguous. Senmio's boss mentioned Zhang Sun's name in an interview. But the boss is a slick old man, who only cries poor and plays dumb. When the reporter asked him what he thought of Zhang Sun, he avoided the question again. Now these guilds, big and small, and individual players have opened small accounts to lurk in Zhang Sun's live broadcast room. They are the most qualified to speak, but unfortunately they are restricted by their status, so even if they see through it, they can't say it. Usually in the dungeon, the normal presentation may be nonsense, but the blackened ones must be clues. That page of medical records is enough to explain many problems.
And Zhang Sun's neglect also seems a bit deliberate. This episode is temporarily put aside. Zhang Sun is looking at the clues given to him by Huazian. It is more important to focus on this matter first. Zhang Sun on the screen has come to Huazian at the payment counter, looking at clues with him. What Huazian wants him to see is a stack of payment records, which is very thick and has dozens of pages. This payment record is handwritten, probably written down by the nurses of the hospital as a backup. Zhang Sun flipped through it from beginning to end. The time span is more than 10 years, but the names of the patients on it are very limited. This hospital is so large that there should not be only a few patients. Perhaps this payment record is not complete. Zhang Sun didn't think too much at the time and continued to flip through the pages. The more he flipped through the pages, the fewer names he saw. He discovered something strange. Other patients were marked by name, but only the patient in room 501 was registered by room name, which was very mysterious. And the payment record of this patient lasted until December 18, 2060. This date was the date they would be placing their orders today. Damn! Did you see the date on the bill? Isn't this today? Is there still someone living in this abandoned hospital? Don't scare me. I'm getting goosebumps. Trying to analyze rationally. If 501 is still paying, that person is still in the hospital, so he should be the final boss, right? In other words, you have to go to the 5th floor to pass the level? Who remembers which floor Qinglan went to last time? The 4th floor, or the 3rd floor, anyway, it must not be the 5th floor. A 5-story building. How big is the scene of this dungeon? Is there 5 floors in this building? Isn't it only 4 floors? Oh my gosh. What are you talking in your sleep upstairs? If there is 501, there must be 5 floors. Who said I was talking in my sleep? Haven't you seen the replay of Qinglan's dungeon? They went to the elevator room to check, and the elevator only has a button for the 4th floor. Aha, I'm really scared to death. Don't scare yourself. It's normal that there is no elevator. Maybe for safety reasons, the 5th floor can only be reached by stairs? In the 7th hospital, players can only take the stairs to go up and down. By the way, the elevator should be more convenient, right? If it is set that the 5th floor can only be reached by stairs, doesn't that mean that the people in the hospital want to prevent things from the 5th floor from coming down? No, I'm scared just by reading the text description. Let's hear what Akui has to say. Even if Zhang Sun didn't have time to read the problems that the barrage paid attention to, he naturally paid attention to them. There is a big problem with 501. But during the simulation, he could only reach the 4th floor at most. Inconsistent with the guesses of the audience in the live broadcast room, he did not find any passage to the 5th floor, stairs or elevators, nothing. And until the last simulation, he didn't find out what the relationship between this 501 and the clearance conditions was. The 7th hospital is like a huge onion, with secrets beyond secrets, and it can never be exhausted. He just peeled off the outermost layer. Of course, Zhang Sun still has to lead Huazian through the game. He and Huazian briefly exchanged ideas. Huazian said that he should pay more attention to this 501 later. Zhang Sun replied that there was no rush, and that a key was needed to go up each floor above the 2nd floor. They couldn't go directly to the 5th floor, and they needed to go step by step. Huazian nodded and said yes, but he was a little surprised. He was a half-fan of Zhang Sun. He followed all of the latter's live broadcasts as long as they were not in training time. Even if he didn't catch up, he would watch the replay later. He also understood Zhang Sun's personality to some extent. Zhang Sun was a person who would not solve puzzles if he could push it smoothly, and would not talk too much if he could take action. But in the 7th Academy, he was more cautious than usual. You should know that Zhang Sun had participated in a more difficult SSS level before, and he was in an extremely relaxed state at that time. Maybe it was because the map of this book was too big and it was not easy to use. Huazian thought so. There is no need to find a key to go from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor. This is probably because the White Tower intentionally lowered the difficulty so that players would not be stuck with the key as soon as they came up. On the left side of the registration office is the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Zhang Sun looked at the long steps. The electric light at the staircase was dim yellow. The light sources here are strange. The white places are all pale white. Occasionally, there will be a few old light bulbs, and there are even more places without light sources. I don't know what kind of monsters are lurking in those places where the light cannot be found. Huazian's spirit became tense. He vaguely heard Zhang Sun muttering in a low voice, "It's time to come." What?
Hua Zian turned his head. Zhang Sun, I didn't hear it clearly just now. Nothing, Zhang Sun shook his head. Xiaohua, I counted with my fingers, and an NPC will appear to show the way later. This place is very big, and it really won't work without an NPC. Hua Zian was a little confused. Okay, but I didn't meet any NPCs last time I went to the dungeon. It could be that the other party was secretly following your team, but you didn't notice him, Zhang Sun said, and suddenly lowered his voice, or, he has already mixed in with you, and you treat him as an extra team member. Ah. This made Hua Zian feel cold. Zhang Sun smiled. He was now so skilled in making up lies and telling jokes that it was difficult for people to tell the truth from the false. This time he still took the initiative to fight in the front. I'm in front, Xiaohua, follow closely. Okay. Hua Zian didn't compete to show off, but was very alert and followed Zhang Sun closely. They went up the steps step by step. The steps were made of cement, and some places had fallen off, revealing the white texture. But compared to the old wooden stairs, this one was at least stable and would not miss a step. Zhang Sun walked in front, not very fast, and Hua Zian followed behind cautiously. At first, there was a light bulb emitting dim light for lighting, but when they turned in another direction and continued to walk up the second half of the stairs, the light in that section was broken and there was no light at all. The two could only see the road with the light behind them. Zhang Sun walked very steadily, and Hua Zian still followed closely. It was a little hard to see under the feet, and when people are nervous, they tend to overlook some details. Hua Zian walked halfway and stood in the middle of the stairs, where a shadow happened to fall. He took a step a little off, and accidentally stepped on a soft thing. Hua Zian was shocked. It seems like there is something damn. What happened to Hua Zian? He almost flew off when he dodged that. What on earth is in the shadow? It looks like a stuffed toy. A child? No. It's a person. Someone is sitting there with legs hugged. Although the stairs are spacious, the space is limited after all. Hua Zian is still very close to the other person. He can't hear the breathing of the person at all, but can only hear his own heartbeat. The other person is sitting in the shadow, and a corner of his shoes accidentally exposed under the light, as if stung by the light, and quickly retracted. Or green Crocs with black socks. The person is a man, just over 20 years old, not tall, thin, and curled up on the steps, just a ball. No wonder the barrage mistook him for a child. Hua Zian is a little collapsed now. Is he a person? Why is he sitting here without talking? Did Zhang Sun notice him when he passed by just now? There is no answer to the first two questions for the time being, and Zhang Sun took the initiative to ask the third one. Oh, I felt that there was something next to me, and I thought it was a trash can. The terrifying atmosphere was disturbed by Zhang Sun's words. While they were talking, the person finally responded. He slowly turned his head, wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown. His eyes were dull, like a rusty machine. Seeing two strangers from outside, he moved his lips. The first sentence he said was Mia. In such an empty hospital, a person suddenly appeared, which shocked the barrage and Hua Zian. Maybe he is not a human either. Damn! What scared me? Wearing a hospital gown? Is it a patient? Family, my quilt has been moved, so I will leave first. I will wait for the replay tomorrow. When did he appear there? I remember that the stairs were empty when I looked at them for the first time. Xiaohua plays me. His expression is my current expression. This 7th hospital is too exciting. Is it really only S level? The moment the strange patient suddenly appeared, the barrage was silent for a moment, and then it took off, with the screen full of awe and scared to death. Hua Zian was also frightened, but turned to look at Zhang Sun. Where is the person? The person who had just stood a few steps higher than him suddenly disappeared. Hua Zian's heart skipped a beat, thinking that if Zhang Sun also disappeared, it would be really scary. His eyes glanced down inadvertently, and it turned out that Zhang Sun had squatted down, facing the patient who suddenly appeared. The patient who only said Mia also turned his head, and the two looked at each other lovingly. Zhang Sun spoke first. Are you human? The patient didn't speak. Good guy, Air Hammer silenced the mental patient with just one sentence. This young man in a hospital gown is the dungeon NPC? It could also be the final boss. The boss will appear so early? This is how the White Tower dungeon is, there are no written rules. Who said that the final boss can't wander around in the dungeon? Still wandering around, guess why he is called the final boss? So what? He is tired of being locked in a scene, and he is not allowed to go out and have some fun? You are an undercover agent of the White Tower. You are still letting the boss go out. Are you risking the lives of the players? The bullet comment area can cause a lot of noise over trivial matters, and the room manager sister is expressionlessly banning and blocking words. Jang Sun and the NPC are still looking at each other. The NPC is a sickly boy who looks like he is still in college. Except for his serious dark circles, there is nothing unusual about him. Hearing Jang Sun's question, he opened his mouth, closed it, and opened it again. It seems that he is repeatedly thinking about whether he is a human or not. No, I am not a human. The NPC finally clarified his attributes and gave an affirmative answer. The sharp umbrella of Hua Xian's children's umbrella has been revealed, waiting for his next move. At this time, the NPC said another sentence, serious and solemn. I am a sheep. Hua Xian was silent, and Jang Sun, who was already familiar with this NPC during the simulation, was silent again. No wonder he bowed as soon as he opened his mouth. This NPC does not seem to be very aggressive, and should be a pure guide. Hua Xian also squatted down. Why are you sitting here? Because I want to eat grass. There is no grass here. It doesn't matter whether there is grass here or not, the important thing is that I want to eat grass. If you don't go to a place with grass, it's futile to wait here. Who said there is no grass here? He suddenly opened and closed his mouth twice. I am eating grass. You are eating air. Hua Xian has not lost his temper until now, and is still talking to the other party peacefully. Nonsense, I eat grass. You are talking about air, but I am talking about grass. I can also say that I am eating meat. He bit the air twice again and suddenly stopped. Like a machine that was forcibly unplugged and powered off, his whole body was still, even thinking. After about 10 seconds, he turned his head stiffly and faced the direction of Jang Sun. I am a bear. Hua Xian was too tired to complain, but Jang Sun seemed to adapt well. Okay, then please, Mr. Bear, show us the way. I have a name, I'm Heezy Yuan. Okay, Mr. Bear. I said my name is Heezy Yuan, you should call me by my name. Then you also said you are a bear. Are you a bear or Heezy Yuan now? Heezy Yuan's CPU burned again. It was originally a good horror atmosphere, but Heezy Yuan and Jang Sun sang in unison, which actually disturbed a lot. The barrage began to laugh again. Ha ha ha, how can a Kui match his brainwaves? Don't ask, only Zhang Kui, whose mental state is extremely modeled, has this kind of strength. Does no one care why this NPC appeared? I remember that when Qinglan was brushing the copy before, there was no such person. Maybe it was refreshed randomly in the copy. The playback of the White Tower instance can only be used as a reference. Some instances with high difficulty will have slight deviations. Didn't some high-level players discuss this? The instance itself has various trigger conditions. Players only have one life. They can't just try it out to exhaust all possibilities, right? You'll die if you try. That's not right. This NPC was there in the last Qinglan instance. I can't put a link in the live broadcast room. It's easy to swallow it. Click my avatar to go to the homepage to see it. This careful netizen posted a cut on the homepage, which was exactly the last Qinglan instance. Same scene, on the stairs connecting the first and second floors, Su Guan led the team as the captain, and 4 team members followed behind him. There were 5 team members in total, but just after the 5th male team member climbed the last step, another figure suddenly stood up and followed behind him. The figure followed silently at the end of the team. Whenever a team member wanted to see its face, it turned its back on purpose. Almost all the lights on the second floor were broken, and the team members could only use flashlights for lighting. The range of the flashlight was limited, so the shadow followed silently, and no one noticed it. It only said one sentence after entering 201, and kept quiet at other times. The audience who saw this video cut were stunned. Such a person followed behind and turned around, and the others didn't notice it. Even if it had been a long time, it would make people's scalps numb when they think about it. But for some reason this time, this NPC didn't seem to intend to completely hide its traces. Not only the 2 players in the copy, but also the audience watching in the live broadcast room discovered its existence. It was completely different from the last time. Jang Sun was dealing with NPCs, and outside the dungeon, Qinglan Team 1 also had new moves. Su Guan and Jang Sun had communicated in advance, and he led a team to a dungeon as agreed. The level of this dungeon was A. Although the time was 2 days earlier than Su Guan expected, they had prepared in advance, so they would return safely. The dungeon map was very large, and it would take some time to explore. Su Guan was not in a hurry, and asked the team members to calm down and take their time. Since the last Paradise Dungeon, Meng Yijia's condition has not been very good. This time, they brought 2 newcomers to the team. When the newcomers asked for advice, Mangjia was called deputy captain twice before he came back to his senses.
Sorry, I was distracted. What do you want to ask?
When Mangjia replied gently, Su Guan was beside him, not talking much, with a calm look. Calculating the time, when they finished, Zhang Sun would also be 2/3 of the way through.
Zhang Sun wants to continue exploring the second floor. The space on the second floor is a bit complicated. He needs to find the key to the third floor. Hua Ziyan follows him.
He is familiar with this place, so he is not panicking. He Ziyuan stands behind him, saying nothing, and sinking into his own world. The patient He Ziyuan's brain is running at high speed.
I don't think this He Ziyuan looks like an NPC. Why doesn't he look very smart? What's wrong? Can't he be an NPC if he's not smart?
He first said he was a sheep, and then he said he was a bear.
I think this kid's words are a bit philosophical. Big brother in front, are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital too? I have an acquaintance to recommend to you. What is he thinking about?
He doesn't start a conversation and doesn't give any hints.
Does Ikui have to explore by himself in the end?
I think Urchui's mental state matches him quite well.
Wait, he seems to be about to open his mouth to speak.
Listen, is there finally a hint?
He Ziyuan did open his mouth, intending to speak.
But as soon as he opened his mouth, he slapped everyone in the face.
Actually, I'm a bear named He Ziyuan. Midline horizontal ellipsis. What the hell is a bear named He Ziyuan?
Hua Ziyan, who was so good-tempered, looked at him helplessly and continued to do his own things, not counting on him. Zhang Sun kicked open the door of 201 with a kind of grandpa, I'm here momentum, and for a moment, no one knew who was the monster in this copy.
Zhang Sun spoke.
It's nothing, my neighbors even named their golden retrievers Wei Zhaokai and Wei Jinbao.
With a name.
Xiaohe, come here. He Ziyuan was seriously struggling with whether he, a bear, should give himself a name that would bring him wealth. Hearing Zhang Sun naturally call him Xiaohe, he seemed to be touched and took the initiative to walk over. Zhang Sun waved to him. Before that, Zhang Sun and Hua Ziyan had been whispering to each other for a long time, seemingly discussing some conspiracy, and they were also hiding it from NPC He Ziyuan. The comments were full of discussion. Is there any brother who knows lip reading to see what Zhang Sun is up to? I'm so anxious, why can't I just open my mouth and not make any sound? If nothing unexpected happens, the next is the reserved program of the 7th Hospital, Ghost Wall. As viewers of the live broadcast room, we probably see 201, 201 and 201. I'm funny. Is it so thrilling? Let's see if Ikui can break the situation. He looks confident. With Urchui's temperament, he won't choose to drill through all 4 walls of 201, right? Good guy, physically breaking the ghost wall? I think Ikui, this stupid guy, can really do it. By the way, why did he suddenly call the NPC? He called Xiaohe too intimately. Damn, I really thought there were 3 players in the dungeon. Don't get me wrong, maybe there are really 3 players, or maybe there are 2 players. You are calling us Ikui in a roundabout way, right? Be careful, Ikui will restart your colorful life. Check the mental state of Sun Fan, I can't tell whether you are being sarcastic or responding sincerely. Thank you for your concern, Sun Fan's mental state is as good as steaming. At this time, they were already standing at the door of 201. Just like the last time Qinglan went to the dungeon, the light source on the 2nd floor was very limited. There was only a hanging wax white bulb at the end of the stairs. It was not bright, and the area that could be found was very limited. The 2 players turned on the flashlight for illumination. Zhang Sun waved his hand, and He Ziyuan took 2 steps forward stiffly. Xiaohe, Zhang Sun smiled harmlessly, you go in first. Midline horizontal ellipsis. This time, He Ziyuan was silent. Letting NPCs explore the way was also the first time in the White Tower dungeon. He Ziyuan's face was pale, without any blood. Except for occasionally immersing himself in his own world, he usually looked like a clear-headed college student. Zhang Sun told him to go first, so he moved forward a few steps. Damn, this NPC is so obedient? To be honest, when I meet a crazy player like Zhang Sun, I start to sympathize with the NPC. Empathizing with everything will only hurt you. The quiet dog bites the man, this NPC is so quiet, he must be holding back a big move. The barrage was all guessing whether He Ziyuan, as an NPC, would end up like Little Red Riding Hood before, turning black and changing his face in the boss level, and directly killing everyone who was breathing. As a result, he obeyed Zhang Sun's wishes and went in. As soon as he entered, he stood at the door and looked around blankly. Zhang Sun raised his right hand, holding a black flashlight between his fingers, and shook it to the right of Heziyuan. A beam of light reflected on his face. He squinted slightly, and found that there was a mirror on his right. The mirror was mostly intact, with a few cracks on the upper left corner, but it did not affect the clear human figure. Zhang Sun shone the light on Heziyuan's face this time. The white light of the flashlight spread upward from his jaw, and with his numb expression and pale skin, it was particularly terrifying when reflected in the mirror. The barrage area was already uncomfortable. Damn, it's really scary. What on earth is Iqui doing? Acting as a human-shaped reflector for NPCs? Who uses a reflector like this? Iqui, please make the next move quickly. If I don't pass the level, I will be scared at home. It's moving. Please post 2 fewer barrages. I can't even see Erchui's handsome face. Didn't you post several of them yourself in the front? I'm so funny. The NPC won't turn evil when he finds out that he's not a bear when he looks in the mirror. Ah, I really hate you netizens. Why am I scared and want to laugh now? Heziyuan stood in front of the mirror, staring at his face. Just when everyone thought he was going to transform on the spot, grow some tentacles or other configurations that would make people lose sanity, he suddenly grinned at the mirror. I'm pretty good looking, hee hee. Midline horizontal ellipsis. Oh, it would be nice if I could appreciate it all the time. In the midst of the speechless comments and Huazian's speechlessness, Zhang Sun, the only audience member who responded enthusiastically, suddenly spoke. Xiaohua, now. The slender umbrella suddenly stretched out from Heziyuan's left shoulder, and the sharp tip of the umbrella pressed against the existing cracks and poked them hard. Pa! It took less than 3 seconds for the mirror to crack and shatter completely. In the mirror, Heziyuan's face also shattered into several pieces. He stood in front of the mirror in disbelief, watching his handsome face become torn into pieces. Am I an egg? Why did Iqui smash that mirror? Damn, Huazian's move was too powerful. I didn't even react. Is there anyone who can speak up for Xiaohe? His mirror is broken, and he is torn apart. Slowly put yourself together, Xiaohe. Ha ha ha, this NPC Xiaohe is a little funny. He seems to have a richer language library than other NPCs, but he is a little bit neurotic. How can he be stupid and smart at the same time? If I remember correctly, he also said this when he was in Qinglan? Which sentence? It's the one where he praised himself for being handsome. Damn, this sentence won't trigger any keywords. NPCs rarely make actions that are not related to puzzle solving and plot. His action of looking in the mirror is a hint. Agree with the previous brother. Mirrors themselves have the meaning of symmetry and overlap, and many places with mirrors have distortions and deformations of space. Now it makes sense. No wonder Iqui asked Xiaohua to break the mirror. But Iqui is too sharp. Did he find out the clues when he was watching the Qinglan replay? I saw him discussing it with Huazian before entering the door. Thousands of words are summed up in one sentence. Zhang Shen is awesome. At this time, Zhang Sun in the copy didn't know that the barrage area was praising him in various ways. He just wanted to complete this copy smoothly. The barrage guess was not bad. He did know the existence of this mirror maze in advance. During the simulation, when Heziyuan appeared at the beginning, he followed him. After he had a conversation with the other party, he found nothing except that their mental states were worrying. This is not right. Since it is useless, such a big NPC is placed here. Is it just to verify the player's mental state? Those who can communicate normally with Heziyuan can be accepted by the 7th Academy? This doubt remained until entering 201. Zhang Sun first heard him praise himself in front of the mirror, and he was not convinced, so he smashed the mirror with a hammer. Just kidding, no one can praise themselves for being handsome in front of Zhang Sun. Then Xiaohe squatted on the ground with grievance. Zhang Sun waited for a while and found that this NPC had not turned evil, and there was no change in the scene. On the contrary, his next process of finding the key was extremely smooth. It seems that the accidental reckless behavior of breaking the mirror helped him to crack a link in the dungeon. Although this Heziyuan did not show strong aggressiveness, he should be the NPC responsible for confusing the players. With his existence, players may have to spend some effort to find useful things. Don't say that it helps players solve puzzles. This thing is to make it difficult for players. As for the so-called inconsistency between the audience and the team members in the previous Qinglan dungeon playback, Zhang Sun also figured it out. In fact, what the audience saw was correct. These team members did enter 201 repeatedly because of Heziyuan's existence. The team members inside didn't notice it, probably because in their eyes, the room numbers outside would change, but when they walked into the clinic, they came to 201 again. 201 is very large, and these clinics are in an abandoned state. Most of the medical equipment has been moved away, leaving only a few pieces in the corners, covered with tarpaulins. People are easily lost in the dark, and the tense and depressing atmosphere will make people ignore many details. Therefore, the team members didn't notice it at first. Later, someone in the team realized that they had been wandering around in the same room, so they tried to break the situation. If they hadn't discovered the abnormality of this clinic, I'm afraid they would never find the key, and it would even be difficult to get out of the dungeon. Back in the current dungeon, Zhang Sun used a flashlight to shine around to confirm what was in each place. Although he knew it in his heart, in order not to attract attention, he still pretended to walk around. If this dungeon tests people's physical reaction, for Zhang Sun, it also tests his acting skills. Zhang Sun didn't have much patience. After wandering around randomly, he regarded this routine as having gone through. Then he walked to the corner on the diagonal line and lifted the dust cloth covering it. There were no other medical equipment here, only a small knee-high locker with a total of 3 drawers. After opening the top, middle and bottom, they were all empty. After Hua Zian approached, he also shone a flashlight. Zhang Sun, none of these 3 are there. Do you want to look somewhere else? He vaguely remembered that he found it in a locker last time, but it was more than a year ago, and it was an unpleasant memory, so he deliberately forgot it. He couldn't remember many details now. This time Zhang Sun suddenly took him to download the 7th Academy book. If he had known earlier, he should have reviewed the last playback. Zhang Sun shook his head, indicating that he was not in a hurry. He reached into the second drawer with one hand and groped upwards. There were 2 clattering sounds, which were the sounds of keys. After Zhang Sun confirmed the location, he held the keychain in his hand and took it out. The glue that stuck the keys was not glue, but a sticky liquid, green in color, without any strange smell, but still looked disgusting. Zhang Sun looked at his glued hands, expressionless. He handed the keys to Hua Zian, then turned around and spoke to Yiziyuan, who was hugging him in depression in the opposite corner. Xiao He. I'm not Xiao He, Yiziyuan's voice sounded very low. It's likely that the hammer brought 2 more dark clouds to his heart that was already full of shadows. I'm a mushroom. Okay, Xiao He Gu. Can you take us to the 3rd floor? We're going to have a look above. Not going, sad. Don't be sad, there are mirrors on the 3rd floor for you to look at. Zhang Sun patted Yiziyuan's back, and the green water on his hand rubbed onto her hospital gown. The barrage started laughing. 2 hammers. Air hammer, stop bullying other NPCs. You just asked for directions, why did you bring a hand wipe with you? Xiao He ha 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 ha, don't be sad now, there will be something even more sad when you look back soon. It's such a good horror movie that it almost turned into a comedy with these 2 actors. Zhang Sun wiped his hands and finally let Yiziyuan go. Hua Zian over there made a new discovery. Zhang Sun, come here, there is something here. What is it? Zhang Sun walked back obediently, this time with a small mushroom behind him. Yiziyuan walked without making any sound, and he didn't make any breathing sound either. He was quiet. He was probably an obedient young man. But in this dark environment, his silence seemed particularly eerie, because he didn't know when he came over, behind him, catching people off guard and startling them. Zhang Sun could rely on his intuition to sense that someone was following him closely. He didn't care. Xiaohua, what did you find? What Hua Zian found was a photo. This photo is quite old, the camera paper has turned yellow, and the edges are curled. Unfortunately, the place where the date is marked is contaminated. There are 2 people, one tall and one short, a man and a woman, who look like a father and daughter. The tall man is wearing a white coat and a pair of frameless glasses. He is gentle and refined. He should be a doctor in the 7th hospital. He is holding the girl's hand. The girl is about 7 or 8 years old, with 2 pigtails and a purple dress. Judging from the age of the 2 and the poses for taking photos, they look a bit like father and daughter, but it is also possible that they are simply a doctor and a patient. However, this photo was placed in a drawer alone. Even if it is a patient, it should have a special meaning to the doctor. These are not the main points. The main point is that the girl's hand is held, but her expression is very nervous. Her smile is not from the heart, but forced out. She seems to be afraid of something. The expression of the girl in the photo is not right? Are these 2 people a father and a daughter? Looks a bit like,
I can't say they look alike, the photo is so blurry, how can you tell they look alike? Could the little girl have seen something and got scared? Is there a possibility that she was threatened by the doctor? It's hard to say. I also said that the girl herself has a big problem. Who said she must be human? No matter whether she was a human before, she has the possibility of becoming a boss in this dungeon. Brothers, don't guess. They are all in the photo. One of them must be the boss, or both of them are, the king bomb. Damn! I get goosebumps when you say that. At this time, in the restroom of the Wancher Guild, other people gathered together in 2s and 3s to rest. They just played a simulated dungeon. The difficulty of this dungeon is S, and it is more of a test of physical fitness. The team members who participated in the dungeon broke for 2 hours. They just had lunch and are now chatting to relieve fatigue. Yushing, who usually talks the most, was quiet for a rare moment. He occupied a double sofa, holding his phone in both hands, with a custom-made white headset on his head, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, and his eyes fixed on the screen. He was wearing headphones and couldn't control his volume. So when everyone was gossiping in a low voice, he slapped his thigh and cursed loudly. Guess what? How can this be an ordinary photo? Isn't this a big and small king? A curious team member came up. Yushing, are you watching Zhang Sun's live broadcast again? I say you should find some other entertainment. Are you tired of doing dungeons offline during the day and online at night? Besides, why don't you watch someone else? There are so many beautiful women doing dungeons live, but you only watch Zhang Sun. Are you a little crazy? What's so good about Zhang Sun? Although he is very strong, it's fun to push through, and he looks okay. Fuck. You are also a fan of Zhang Sun. We are all fucking traitors now. Stop making noises, the teammates chattered, and Yushing finally couldn't stand it and glared at them. The teammates were laughing, and they were not serious. After squeezing people enough, they started to talk about useful things again. Which dungeon did Zhang Sun play this time? Is it SSS level again? Is it the 7th hospital? Fuck, the 7th hospital dungeon? Isn't that the dungeon that Qinglan banned? How much hatred does Zhang Sun have for Qinglan? Why did he steal the dungeon that Qinglan banned again? Not only did he steal it, he also tricked Qinglan's players to play a 2-player dungeon. Who? Zhang Sun? 2-player dungeon? Isn't he always a lone wolf? I saw the comments saying that Zhang Sun intends to dig Huazi into their guild. I guess he's giving some benefits now so that they can discuss the transfer later. Can Su Guan let him go? He's a man of his word. Qinglan is now after such a bad relationship with Zhang Sun, even if Huazian is useless to the guild, Su Guan can still give Zhang Sun such a huge benefit? What benefit is Huazian? He is a discarded child of Qinglan, and he still has a serious psychological shadow. Besides, how do you know that Zhang Sun didn't deal with Su Guan? I think he is very capable. Fuck, if he can deal with Su Guan, then I will switch to their guild now. Forget it, they may not be willing to accept you. The teammates discussed it all at once, and Yushing was too lazy to listen. He kept frowning and looking at the photo and Zhang Sun's reaction. The fact that the 7th Academy book was banned by Qinglan at that time was a big deal. Wherever there was excitement, there was Yushing. Of course, he had also studied such a popular book. Although there was no way to download this book personally, based on the various versions of Qinglan replays circulating on the internet, he probably found out some clues in the truth. This photo is one of the most important clues. He estimated that this clue was directly related to the final level and the ending of the game. However, in the copy, Zhang Sun just glanced at it and left. Yushing couldn't stand it. Before, he didn't believe that Zhang Sun didn't like to solve puzzles. Now, this very important clue was in front of him, and Zhang Sun just glanced at it indifferently. This made Yushing anxious. No, I want to give him a reward. The teammates who were still discussing the relationship between Zhang Sun and Qinglan just now stopped talking. To whom? Zhang Sun? Fuck, Yushing, wake up. I was just kidding when I said you were a fan of Zhang Sun. Don't be easily shaken by the words of outsiders. Spread it. Wancher Wangpai spent a lot of money on the male anchor. I estimate that this news will be on 17 or 18 hot posts. You have a gossipy heart that doesn't care about the life and death of your teammates, Yushing said with a black line. I want to give Zhang Sun a hint. Don't be silly and miss the key clues. Oh, do you still need to worry about this, Mr. He? Isn't Zhang Sun awesome? He will definitely find it himself. The awesome Zhang Sun is now reasoning with the NPC Xiao Hegu. Xiao He, you have to know that as an important NPC in the 7th Academy, we can't survive without you. You have to lead us.
I don't know, sad, I'm just a mushroom. Okay, Zhang Sun showed a regretful look and took out his hammer, then I can only do this. Xiao He, be a good mushroom in your next life. Midline horizontal ellipsis NPC He Ziyuan suddenly stood up. I am a person again now, I will lead you.
Aren't we going to the third floor?
Wouldn't it be better if it was done earlier? Zhang Sun showed a satisfied smile. I almost got root again. It would be bad if it got out, as if I was a player who bullied NPCs in the dungeon all day long.
At the end of the second floor corridor, a suspended lamp hangs from the ceiling.
The outer ring shell is damaged and the light bulb flickers on and off. This place is blocked by an alloy sliding door, with an old copper lock hanging on the door, which requires players to use a key to open. This key is now in Zhang Sun's hands. At this time, 3 people stood by the door: Zhang Sun, Hua Ziyan, and He Ziyuan, who tried his best to reduce his sense of presence. The patient Xiao He was originally reluctant, but was forced to follow Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun also had his own little plan when he asked him to follow him. During the simulation process, he discovered that He Ziyuan was different from the NPCs he had encountered before. Whether it is Sister Hong, Xiaoyin or Dahe, when they are NPCs in the White Tower, they all have their own set of relatively fixed behaviors. Xiao Yin's time was a bit surprising. She, Li Yueying, showed a certain degree of self-awareness in the copy. But even so, Li Yueying tried her best to disguise herself as an NPC who could only execute fixed instructions. If Zhang Sun hadn't been sharp enough, no one would have discovered that she actually had the ability to think and judge until Hua Yin's book was cracked.
As for He Ziyuan in front of me,
Zhang Sun used the 10 characters of Divided Spirit, Free Soul to evaluate him.
He seems not to be limited by the setting.
As long as he is within the scope of the 7th hospital, he can wander around at will.
Unless that's a place he doesn't want to go.
In the first few simulations, after Zhang Sun solved the puzzle of 201, he let any Ziyuan escape. As a result, it was very difficult to walk forward. 1 or 2 monsters would jump out of almost every corner and room to harass him. Although these monsters are not difficult to deal with, he is annoyed when there are too many of them.
Until Zhang Sun kidnapped the NPC He Ziyuan. Those little monsters seemed to be suppressed by some force and never appeared again.
For convenience, Zhang Sun took him with him at all times during the subsequent simulation sessions. As long as you don't let him look in the mirror and be narcissistic. And now, back to a copy of reality. Zhang Sun weighed the keys up and down and glanced at He Ziyuan, who looked like a doormat. He Ziyuan was very sensitive to eyes, and he immediately noticed the malicious gaze on his side, like a needle pricking him. He turned around silently, walked to the wall, pressed tightly against it from head to toe, and spoke muffledly.
Actually, I am a clock that cannot understand human speech.
Zhang Sun put his hand on his shoulder, opened his palm, and held the key in his palm.
Then let me tell you a secret. I am a hammer, and I am very good at breaking clocks. Ha 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 ha, can air hammers stop being so funny? Ha 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 ha.
It's so funny, I've watched over 100 Dungeon Live broadcasts, and this is the first time I've seen someone threaten an NPC.
Make a hammer, an undefined hammer. Is the NPC He Ziyuan a little too smart? He can have so many free conversations with players, and yet the CPU doesn't burn out? And he can also execute the player's orders? Did you listen to the conversation between them as normal people? No, compared to Air Hammer, I feel He Ziyuan is more like a normal person. This NPC gives me the feeling of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. He won't become the boss at the last minute. Damn, don't use poisonous milk.
With a downcast face, He Ziyuan took the key from Zhang Sun's hand and stood in front of the alloy door to unlock it. Even her back looked sad. Hua Ziyan asked Zhang Sun quietly.
Is this really okay?
Xiaohua, you don't understand this, Zhang Sun asked Hua Ziyan to reassure him. Xiaohui was originally from the 7th Academy, and now he has joined our team.
This is the difference between us and the 7th Academy. A bridge of communication has been built between us. If anything happens, Xiaohui will be there.
He kept talking about the train, and finally nodded to confirm himself.
The next book focuses on one's human nature and sophistication. This time even Hua Ziyan was speechless.
He Ziyuan, who was forced to top up, turned back with a frustrated look, held the key with 2 fingers, stretched out her arm and gave it back to Zhang Sun.
All right. Zhang Sun smiled. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaohui.
He Ziyuan continued to press against the wall, with his ears, eyes and mouth closed. This alloy door is old and the slide rails at the bottom have become rusty. Hua Ziyan and Zhang Sun each dragged it aside, and then they worked together to pull it out of a gap that allowed people to pass through. Huazian originally wanted to take the lead, after all, he had an experience. Zhang Sun grabbed him. Xiaohe, you go first. He Ziyuan, who originally wanted to be invisible, was forced to become the leader of their temporary team. He seemed to have been drained of his soul, his steps were muddy, and he walked up the steps step by step like a wandering spirit. Huazian thought that since he couldn't take the lead, he could at least stay behind and act as a cover. Unexpectedly, Zhang Sun had already taken the initiative to stand behind him and urged him. What are you doing standing there, Xiaohua? Let's go quickly, don't delay the customs clearance. Huazian was pushed by him and had to stand in the middle of the team, which was an excellent position to save his life. In their stairwell leading to the third floor, photos of hospital doctors, nurses and patients interacting with each other hang on the walls. Some visit bedridden elderly people in the ward, while others play with child patients in the garden. The yellowed photos are all of happy scenes. If it were not in such a dark and gloomy environment, it would still look very warm. But some viewers with sharp eyes found clues. Damn! Those photos are moving. What? Photos. After someone passed by, the faces in those photos suddenly turned to them. The audience was not mistaken. It was fine when Ziyuan, the leader, walked by with her head down, but when Huazian passed by the first photo, the nurses and doctors surrounding the bed, and the sick old man on the bed, were originally looking at each other gently, but at this moment they suddenly turned their heads and looked at the players on the stairs. They still had smiles on their faces, but the smiles did not look warm at all at this time, but made people feel a creepy feeling of being stared at. Huazian's mind was completely focused on the steps under his feet and the back of Ziyuan in front of him, and he did not seem to notice the changes in the photos on the wall. When he passed by, the photos returned to their original state, quietly, waiting for the next person. Zhang Sun waited for Huazian to walk up 4 or 5 steps before he started. He casually held the hammer in one hand, looking forward without looking sideways. He passed by the nearest photo. Like Huazian's experience, the person in the photo did not change at first, but when Zhang Sun's body happened to brush against it, the face on it changed again. Just when the audience thought Zhang Sun had not noticed and would not react, Zhang Sun, who had already stepped up 2 steps, suddenly turned back and stared at the person in the photo. This scene was extremely weird. The players who should have been scared and ran away were staring at the faces in the photo with an attitude of "I'll catch you red-handed." And those faces who turned their heads did not have time to turn back. The weird atmosphere became awkward. Zhang Sun showed the same smile as in the photo. Fuck! What kind of trick is Ikhui doing? Erchui is watching you. I am dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha. I really want to smash Erchui's head open to see what is inside. Erchui gives people a sense of luckily I turned my head quickly, otherwise I wouldn't be able to catch you, you bastard. Ha 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 ha. This is too fucking embarrassing. It's as if I have seen the faces of the people in those photos turn into sweaty yellow bean faces. The footsteps suddenly stopped behind him. Huazian noticed it and turned his head. What's wrong, Zhang Sun? The leader Ziyuan took advantage of the time when the two of them were talking and tiptoed to sneak away again. Huazian didn't even turn his head, but his hand accurately grabbed the back of his collar. A poor patient shouted he was strangled by the throat of fate. From the speed of Huazian's action, it can be seen that he does have some skills. But he was more concerned about Zhang Sun's condition. The opponent was so strong, and he suddenly stopped. There must be something wrong. Zhang Sun was still looking at the face in the photo lovingly, and his lips moved. He was talking to Huazian. Xiaohua, 3, 2, 1 bang. As soon as Zhang Sun finished speaking, the people in the photo suddenly broke out of the frame. Huazian let go of his hand, and Ziyuan disappeared in an instant. Now there were only him and Zhang Sun on the stairs. The monsters in the photos rushed out like crazy. They looked extremely deformed, with only the head and face in the proportion of normal people, and their limbs were either extremely long or extremely short. Some were extremely strong, and some were particularly slender and thin. Rather than saying they were people, they were strange-looking insects with human faces. They entangled together, like a tide, rushing towards Zhang Sun and Huazian, their eyes narrowed with smiles opened a slit, and the dark eye holes seemed like an abyss. Zhang Sun was not polite, and swung his hammer to hit them in the face. The quiet staircase suddenly changed in an instant, and the shouts of monsters, the thumping of hammers, and the sound of old steps breaking, sounded one after another, forming a symphony of destruction and destruction. The monsters also rushed to Huazian and tried to surround the two. As a result, he used weapons to neatly solve them one by one. The originally dead atmosphere was completely disrupted, and the stairs collapsed one after another under the heavy load. Sure enough, where Zhang Sun was, there was demolition. The two cooperated tacitly and gradually fought their way out. Seeing that the entrance to the third floor was in front of him, Huo Ziyan swung his umbrella horizontally and blocked a wave of monsters. He reached out, and Zhang Sun took advantage of the situation and leaned back. After the two fell into the alloy sliding door on the third floor, Zhang Sun hooked his toes on the hollow part of the door, swung his long legs, and slammed the door shut. Huo Ziyan reacted very quickly, stood up and fastened the copper lock on the door with one hand, blocking all the monsters outside. The monsters grabbed the alloy door hard and kept shaking. Unfortunately, they were not like He Ziyuan, who could freely shuttle between various scenes, and could only stare at the people separated by the door unwillingly. In the end, their eyes were full of resentment, but they had to fade away like the tide and turned into photos on the wall again. The surroundings returned to silence. If it weren't for the mess outside the door, I'm afraid there would be no evidence to prove what kind of huge changes had just happened in less than 3 minutes. Zhang Sun also stood up and stood side by side with Huo Ziyan, and the two of them held their breath and watched outside the door. Until they confirmed that the monsters outside were really stopped by the door, their shoulders relaxed at the same time. The live broadcast room was almost scared to death. I didn't even dare to breathe just now, although I had a hunch. I didn't expect there would be so many monsters in those photos. Forget it, this time Mercury's reputation as a demolition contractor is not clear. Luckily, that staircase is quite dangerous. Even if it is not torn by monsters, the collapse of the stairs can still crush people to death. Let's not talk about Akui. That new player surnamed Huo is actually quite good. Huo Ziyan is not a new player. I didn't expect Huo Ziyan to have such strength. Not everyone can keep up with Zhang Sun's pace. Did Akui dig up a treasure? Didn't he take Huo Ziyan to the dungeon because he was very optimistic about him? Speaking of which, with Huo Ziyan's strength, how come he is getting worse and worse in Qinglan? It can't be related to the suppression of the deputy captain of the first team. Deputy captain of the first team? You mean Meng Yijia? Deputy Captain Meng was abandoned by Huo Ziyan at that time. Leaving teammates alone in a dungeon is a traitorous act. I've already said that our Xiaohuo was wronged. Meng Yijia has more tricks than the pomegranate seeds I spit out. I don't believe he didn't say anything to Xiaohuo in the operating room. There must be evidence. The replay of Qinglan is clearly in front of everyone. But that clip doesn't seem to include the sound? There are also freezes and black screens. Anyway, I believe in the character of Deputy Captain Meng. Damn, I've been patient for a long time. Where did Qinglan's dog come from? Can you get out of Zhang Shun's live broadcast room? Although the scene just now was chaotic, Huo Ziyan's performance was amazing enough. He doesn't seem to be like that Shang Zhongyang in the world that was once commented on the internet, who became mediocre after shining in the rookie battle. His personal strength has always been maintained at a high level. At least, with this kind of adaptability and cooperation level, it is no problem to be put into the Qinglan team to train. The last time he pulled Zhang Sun also showed that he is not a person who will abandon his teammates casually. This is not to say that the live broadcast room dared not do evil in the public eye. In the ever-changing critical scene just now, any emergency situation could happen. Of course, Zhang Sun's fans believed that he could escape unscathed by his own strength, but at that moment Huo Ziyan instinctively saved him. In such a short moment, there was no time to consider how much hope the other party had to escape, nor to think about whether he would be dragged down. Huo Ziyan dragged Zhang Sun to the third floor. Based on this alone, Zhang Sun's fans, including Zhang Sun himself, also believed that Huo Ziyan was a good person. Without looking back, such kindness is more courageous. Because of this rescue, Huo Ziyan became a hot post. Huo Ziyan saves Zhang Sun. Maybe many passers-by don't know who Huo Ziyan is, but most people have heard of Zhang Sun's name. A very strong and reckless man. Who can save him? Or in other words, can he still accept being saved? With such curiosity, tens of thousands of people poured into Zhang Sun's live broadcast room, and the number was still rising. The operations sister, who was temporarily pulled in by the General Association to save the situation, really wanted to ask the leader to give her a salary increase on the spot. Huo Ziyan didn't know the ups and downs outside. He was just annoyed that he let He Ziyuan run away. Zhang Sun patted his shoulder. It's okay, he thinks he is a clock now. Let's walk along the wall, maybe we will find him hanging himself somewhere. The other party's expression was too serious, and Huo Ziyan couldn't tell whether Zhang Sun was joking with him or talking seriously. Dong dong, a sound attracted the attention of the two. They turned their heads and a deep corridor extended in front of them. A red elastic ball bounced twice on the ground, rolled half a circle, and stopped. Like red eyes, staring at the two quietly. When the red elastic ball appeared, a series of children's playful sounds passed by my ears, echoing from near to far in the empty corridor, adding a bit of scary atmosphere to this weird scene. There is a window on one side of the corridor on the third floor. The pale moonlight shines through the broken glass window onto the ground, illuminating the shadow of the window. In the dark, a pair of feet wearing red leather shoes suddenly appeared. The barrage area was about to be shocked. Damn! There is a child in the shadow. Damn! This is too scary. Did Qinglan trigger this plot last time? I have no impression at all. No. Did Qinglan only reach the operating room on the third floor before and was forced to interrupt? I remember it was like this. Then why is Zhang Sun completely different from last time? There is He Ziyuan, an NPC who has never appeared, and now there is another scary child? You can't blame the audience in the live broadcast room for doubts. It was clearly the same dungeon of the 7th hospital, but when it came to Zhang Sun, it became completely different. Some viewers were confused, but some players with more dungeon experience said that dungeons of S level and above are like this. There are big changes, many side quests, and complicated plots. So it makes sense that NPCs and monsters that have never been seen before appeared. Is this dungeon of the 7th hospital really only S level? The monsters triggered by the corridor just now are very scary, and it feels like at least one more S should be added. Is it possible that the area currently open in this dungeon is only S level? What does this mean? The person who sent the barrage just now is probably the trumpet of a guild player. This player provided a new idea. The dungeon map of the 7th hospital is very large, and not all areas are open. This can also be judged in the previous Qinglan replay. At that time, they passed many forks, all of which were blocked. This time, Zhang Sun is the same. The route he took is not much different from the one Qinglan took before. Maybe the monsters and tasks on this route are set to S-level difficulty, but the areas outside this route are far more than S-level. Perhaps the appearance of Zhang Sun, the variable, caused the monsters in other areas to be alarmed and flocked here. Then how can Zhang Sun fight? Isn't this a large-scale dungeon? It will take more than 10 or 20 people to go to the dungeon, right? No matter what, I believe in Zhang Sun unconditionally. Let's solve this weird child in front of us first. Could this child be the one in the photo? The little girl in red leather shoes never spoke and stood quietly. She didn't move, and Zhang Sun and the others were embarrassed to move. Who knows what the other party wants to do? After a while, the child on the opposite side finally took action. The moonlight moved to one side, revealing the lower half of her face. There were no lips on her face, and her teeth were exposed. It seemed that she wanted to force a smile, but she couldn't, which made her look even more gloomy. Come, play with me. The children's laughter sounded again, and the red elastic ball suddenly bounced up high without any external force. It bounced and bounced until it landed in front of Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun lowered his head. Hua Zian never dared to relax, because he had seen this girl. Or rather, he was the only one in the Qinglan team who had seen her at that time. Zhang Sun, he said softly, this girl is not easy to deal with, so we should not act rashly. Zhang Sun nodded. Don't worry. Then he released Little Red Riding Hood. They didn't move casually, but Sister Hong could take over. Come on, Sister Hong. Zhang Sun straightened Little Red Riding Hood's hood and pointed at the red leather shoes opposite. The little playmate you've been thinking about is finally here. A glimmer of excitement suddenly flashed in Little Red Riding Hood's empty eyes. She was like a red firecracker. Zhang Sun gave an order, grabbed the elastic ball, and flew out. The girl on the opposite side was so scared that she fled in panic. I am dying of laughter. Ekui won't pay for the kids to play with, so he lets Sister Hong torture other kids, right? Ha, it's hard not to think of some brother, play with me. This little girl with a red hood is so powerful? Is she new here? Don't you know our Sister Hong? Let the S-level monster feel the power of the 3 S-level boss. The strange girl who suddenly appeared was called Little Red Riding Hood to deal with it, and Zhang Sun was relieved. There is one more thing next. Zhang Sun suddenly squatted down. Damn, how does Ikui want to show off again? Why don't you find clues while Sister Hong is walking the monsters? I am so anxious. Why did Zhang Sun suddenly become unhurried? I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Zhang Sun must have his ideas. Zhang Sun's brainless fan should stop smelling. I think he has an empty head and no ideas. The one in front, confess. Are you Qinglan's undercover, or are you a fan of Zheng Feiguang?
Xiao Jiang is lying down and taking the blame? Take our Xiao Jiang away, Jingsun fans, don't be too crazy. Friend, you have come to the wrong place. This is Zhang Sun's live broadcast room. Why are you, a fan of Yijiang Fei Guang, here? You are not secretly in love with Zhang Sun. Vicious unrequited love. At this time, Zhang Sun knelt on one knee on the ground, his right arm stretched out, and the other hand was placed near his wrist. Don't be a scoundrel, come down, I'll give you a chance to perform. The audience noticed that there was a circle of black shadow around his wrist. That shadow moved. This thing is none other than Dahei, the subordinate that Zhang Sun had collected in the cinema. Although Dahei was named Dahei, he was as timid as ever. It was like a plaster, clinging tightly to its master without moving. In fact, it would be best if Xiaoying came up with this scene. But that fancy thing would only destroy everything, and if he wasn't careful, it would destroy the place he needed. It just so happened that Zhang Sun also needed to practice Dahei's courage, so he let him go this time. Don't be afraid of Dahei. You are the NPC of the White Tower, and so is he. We are all colleagues, what's there to be shy about? Dahei cooed hard, fearing that Zhang Sun would throw it out. Then there's nothing I can do. If you don't take advantage of such a good opportunity, next time I can only put you and Xiaohua in the same room, let it make you more cheerful and teach you a lesson. If he becomes a human, Xiaoying is equivalent to a social gangster among humans, and Dahei is an extreme social phobic person. This is not a lesson, it's clearly a punishment. Dahei's struggling body froze, and he dared not lose his temper anymore. It fell from Zhang Sun's wrist with a snap, and rushed out like an arrow, fearing that Zhang Sun would call it back. Zhang Sun was very satisfied. Hua Ziyan didn't understand beside him. God Zhang, you let it go, is it? Zhang Sun grinned. Find our lovely little patient he. Without him, your matter will be difficult to handle, and I can't explain it. He's a Yuan, who finally escaped and was hiding far away to listen to the sound. I feel a little unwell, so I will update once today. 3 updates tomorrow. Thank you for your support. Dahei is extremely efficient. The faster it moves, the more it doesn't want to be locked in the same room with Xiaoying. In the end, He Yuan was tied up and brought to Zhang Sun. Xiaohua lay on the ground, not wanting to lift his face, completely rotten. Zhang Sun half squatted down and greeted him cordially. Oh, isn't this Xiaohua? I saw you lost just now, and I was worried. He Yuan turned his face angrily to the side without Zhang Sun. Little Red Riding Hood was nowhere to be found, and the little girl didn't know where she went. But Zhang Sun was not worried, Sister Hong could handle everything. He stretched out his finger, let Dahei climb up, and took it back. Then he patted Xiaohua's shoulder. Okay, don't play dead. You are indispensable for the next journey. He Yuan stood up from the ground reluctantly, without responding or refuting, and the main focus was a companion. Compared with the second floor, the distribution of rooms on the third floor is sparse, and most of them are empty, with nothing worth searching. If there is any highlight on the entire third floor, it is the operating room at the end of the corridor. This is also where Qinglan had an accident. To be precise, it was the turning point for Hua Ziyan and Meng Yijia. Qinglan is a top-ranked wealthy guild, and its every move is watched by many White Tower players. The time when they went to the 7th courtyard dungeon that year was also highly watched. That time was not only the first time for Meng Yijia to go to the dungeon as a deputy team member, but also the first time for Hua Ziyan, a newcomer who had shined since the first battle, to follow the team after joining Qinglan. After newcomers join the guild, they are usually placed in the third team for training for a period of time. Those who perform well and stably will be promoted to the second team. After a year or so of observation in the second team, those who are extremely outstanding will follow the first team as non-staff members to go to the dungeon. Due to the high risk of the White Tower dungeon, the mobility of team players is very large. Even the strongest team of each guild has to replenish personnel almost every few months. Therefore, when the first team goes to the dungeon, there will often be games with newcomers. Hua Ziyan appeared in the team of the 7th Academy that time, skipping the process of the previous 2 and 3 teams, which shows that Qinglan was very optimistic about his potential and talent at that time. It can be said that he couldn't wait to let him grow up as soon as possible and have a place in the first team in the future. And Hua Ziyan is also good looking. A little packaging will attract a lot of fans and have commercial value worth exploring. No matter from which aspect, Hua Ziyan is the most outstanding one among the newcomers who joined the guild in the same batch. At that time, Qinglan also spent a lot of money on publicity in this regard, just to promote him. But what happened later was very unsatisfactory. What was the truth in the operating room that year? Now people are just following the crowd.
Because that live broadcast was actually very stuck, even the audience present could not figure out the whole process. The current mainstream view is that Hua Ziyan left Meng Yijiao alone in the operating room and ran away. After all, it is a fact that Deputy Captain Meng was fatally injured. It can't be that he hurt himself so badly. A rising star that should have been rising just fell silent. Hua Ziyan defended himself, but it was powerless to change the situation. The one-sided public opinion on the internet made this newcomer without any power background unable to fight back, and even he himself suffered a long psychological blow. Now Hua Ziyan revisited the old place, saying that there was no grudge was deceiving himself. Since he went to the third floor, his aura has become much lower. Zhang Sun noticed it, but he didn't say anything to comfort him. He likes to do, not to say. He doesn't care about the intrigues and deceptions between the team players, but he needs Hua Ziyan. Before luring people into their circle, it is still important to wash away the dirty water. Xiao He once again pressed himself against the wall, trying to disguise himself as a clock. Zhang Sun gently pushed his back with a hammer and peeled him off the wall. He took 2 steps forward and found that the people behind him did not catch up, so he put the hammer on his shoulder and turned back. Let's go, Xiao Hua. Ah, okay. Hua Ziyan shook his head, trying not to dwell on the bad memories of the past, and followed Zhang Sun's steps closely. Zhang Sun's steps were relaxed, as if this was not a high-risk dungeon, but his own backyard. They quickly found the operating room, the door was nowhere to be found, and the entire space was open. The shadowless lamp on the operating table suddenly lit up the moment they entered the door, illuminating a piece of white cloth on the table. The white cloth was casually spread on it, flat, and at a glance, it was clear that there was nothing underneath. The moment the light came on, the audience in the live broadcast room were all startled. Zhang Sun and Hua Ziyan in the dungeon did not react much. Zhang Sun turned to look at his companions. Search here. The light is so bright, it's obvious that they are setting a trap. Hua Ziyan looked embarrassed. This scene is a bit weird. Zhang Sun, why don't you go search other places first and leave this to me? He had experienced it once before and didn't want Zhang Sun to take risks. Despite the psychological shadow, Hua Ziyan decided to leave the danger to himself. Before Zhang Sun spoke, the barrage had already started to discuss. What's wrong with Hua Ziyan? Suddenly let Zhang Sun run away? I don't know, is this place so dangerous? You didn't see it, Qinglan had an incident here before. Su Guan forced all the team members to leave. It looks ordinary, isn't it scary enough that the light turns on by itself? Is Hua Ziyan really reliable? Didn't he leave Qinglan's deputy team leader alone in the operating room, and then something happened? Didn't he say that he would stay by himself? I guess he wanted Zhang Sun to avoid danger. I don't think it's that simple, maybe he noticed something. Traitors are traitors, and it's hard to change one's nature even if it's easy to change a country. Run away, Ekui, I told you earlier that you could just do it alone. I guess you've already got the reward. Now, you've buried a mine for yourself. Zhang Sun knew Hua Ziyan's good intentions, but he made dumplings just for a dish of vinegar. Otherwise, there are so many dungeons for him to choose from, and there's no need to come to the 7th courtyard dungeon to suffer. Take a turn first. Xiao He, come here too. I'm a pot of flowers, I can't walk. Zhang Sun turned around and saw He Ziyuan squatting in the corner with his back to him. Before Zhang Sun took any action, Xiao He, who was arranging the potted plants, suddenly shouted. There's a ghost. This horror book's NPC is unique in being afraid of ghosts. Zhang Sun was speechless, and after a closer look, there was no ghost at all. Little Red Riding Hood put the kitchen knife that reflected the cold light back into the basket, and ran to Zhang Sun with a clatter. She seems to like making noises deliberately recently, probably because she thinks it's cuter. Did she run away? Sister Hong hung her head, and it seemed that she was very disappointed that she had not completed the task. It's okay, Zhang Sun patted her head, she will appear anyway. While speaking, Hua Ziyan made a new discovery. Zhang Sun, there is a picture book here. Zhang Sun walked over to see that Hua Ziyan was holding a picture book with a blue cover, which was full of children's paintings. Where did you find it? Just now, it suddenly appeared on the ground. The style of the operating room was out of tune with this picture book, and it appeared suddenly, as if it was deliberately trying to be discovered. Hua Ziyan held the cover of the book with one hand and turned the pages with the other hand. Zhang Sun pointed the flashlight at it. This picture book was not very thick, about a dozen pages, all of which were pictures drawn by children with crayons. The brushwork was very immature, and it was estimated that they were not very old. The color tone of the first page was relatively warm. From the clothes wearing white coats, it can be seen that they are doctors. There are 3 of them, and everyone has a smile on their face. This is the content of the left half of the page. The right half of the page is a father and daughter. The father is holding his daughter's hand. The father is also smiling, but the daughter looks very scared and holds a teddy bear tightly in her hand. On the second page, the father is not present. The daughter is sitting alone on a small stool in the ward, surrounded by a group of nurses in white clothes. The composition of this painting is that the daughter is sitting right above the picture, and the nurses are surrounding her in a semicircle, and everyone still has a bright smile on their face. Because of the composition and the nervous look on the girl's face, the color tone of this picture is bright, but it always gives people a sense of weirdness. The girl seems to be out of tune with them. Her lines are always drawn with black crayons, and she always keeps a small crying face with the corners of her mouth down. Later paintings are basically scenes of the girl's life in the 7th hospital, some playing in the garden, and some reading alone in the room. It looks like the girl is a patient receiving treatment here. She has no hospital gown and has been wearing a purple dress. It is the same little girl in the photo they saw on the 2nd floor. Huazian's fingers continue to turn the pages down, and then the style of the painting gradually becomes weird. The lines are getting more and more messy and sloppy, and the colors are gradually becoming weird. The blue sun, the red grass, the faces of the doctors and nurses are all very hideous, and the smiling mouths have become fangs. The little girl's father also appears, but his actions are very strange in the picture presentation. At first, he stood between the mutated doctors and nurses and the little girl, protecting the girl. In one page in the middle, he was lying in a pool of blood, and the little girl was crying beside him. Then on the next page, the girl hugged her teddy bear tightly, locking it in a small corner on the lower right of the drawing paper. In front of her, all the adults were painted black. They were threatening the girl with their fangs painted red, and their white coats were stained with blood. What's even more creepy is that the father of the girl who died on the previous page suddenly appeared on this page. He stood in the same camp with those terrifying people, intimidating and threatening the helpless little girl. I also saw this picture book last time, Huazian suddenly said, but before I could figure out what happened, something went wrong. Well, Zhang Sun responded, asking casually, Xiaohua, what exactly did you encounter in the operating room last time? Huazian hesitated. He had given the same explanation many times before, but no one believed him. He looked at Zhang Sun, whose face was half dark and half bright under the light leaking from the flashlight. He saw Zhang Sun's eyes. There was no extra emotion in those eyes, no doubt, denial or exploration, only attention to the facts themselves. Huazian was attracted by such a sight and couldn't help but tell the truth. He took a deep breath. I didn't find the abnormality in the operating room at that time, I saw it outside the operating room. Huazian said that after he and Meng Yijie entered the operating room, they were still calm at first, and they were looking for clues inside. Then Huazian heard heavy footsteps across the wall, coming from far away. It seemed to be a big thing. The footsteps of the big guy became weaker and weaker, and when it walked to the corridor corresponding to the operating room, it was completely inaudible. It did not leave, but stood outside the operating room. Realizing this, Huazian and Meng Yijie's spirits instantly tensed up. The unknown is fear. They did not dare to move at all, and the thing outside did not seem to have any signs of intrusion. This stalemate was not a solution. At that time, Huazian was still a very enterprising young man. Meng Yijie was the deputy team leader, and was very important to the entire team and even the guild, and could not be easily defeated in the dungeon. Moreover, Meng Yijie's ankle was slightly sprained at that time. He never said it, but Huazian saw it from his awkward walking posture. Although Huazian was also afraid, he was willing to stand up at this critical moment of life and death. So he took the initiative to tell Meng Yijie that he wanted to go and explore the situation. Meng Yijie had told him to be careful, and Huazian nodded, took his weapon, and quietly moved toward the door. It was empty outside, but the moonlight cast a huge shadow. The shadow was just a dozen meters away from him. In a flash, the shadow suddenly moved. Huazian saw a twisted, pieced-together monster, and he couldn't tell how many people's limbs it was made of. In a short glance, he saw 7 or 8 hands, 2 female faces, and 3 male faces. All the faces had their eyes closed, and only their noses were sniffing. The monster had already discovered their traces and came straight to Huazian. Huazian thought he had arrived just in time. He shouted to Meng Yijie, who was waiting in the operating room, and told him to run quickly, while he diverted the monster away and gave Meng Yijie a chance to survive. Although the monster was menacing, Huazian's physical skills were extremely good.
As long as you give him some more time, solving it won't be a problem. But while they were fighting, Meng Yijia's heartbreaking shouts came from the operating room. Something happened to Deputy Meng. Su Guan and other team members were looking for clues in the ward several rooms apart on the third floor. He also heard Meng Yijia's screams. The situation was very serious, and Meng Yijia was already shouting for Su Guan to use the rest symbol to forcibly stop the copy. Su Guan held a black card in his hand with a musical note pattern on it. He looked at the other team members present, who all had cold sweat on their foreheads, and nodded in unison. After that, Su Guan used the skill card to forcefully drag everyone out of the dungeon. I only know what I faced, Zian said honestly. At that time, all I thought about was to take the monster out of the operating room and not hurt the deputy team. But I didn't know what kind of monster would be born in the operating room. The sudden change caused Deputy Meng to be so seriously injured. Zian was not a traitor who abandoned his teammates. On the contrary, he did that out of protection and was even willing to sacrifice himself. But for some reason, the live broadcast at that time only showed him running alone, and the audience didn't see the combined monster at all. After Zhang Sun finished his explanation, his eyes panned to the left, staring at He Ziyuan who was sneaking away. It's not your fault, it's because of him. He Ziyuan is a very special NPC. As mentioned before, his role is to make things difficult for the players. As long as he is there, the players and even the audience behind the screen will be fooled. Zhang Sun also discovered this secret during the simulation. In addition to verifying the mental state of the players, the patient Xiao He is also a nuisance. He will not attack the players directly, but will cause a lot of interference. His ability seems to be hiding and confusing. He can make 201 so complicated, and it is not a problem for him to affect a mere Raven camera. He Ziyuan did not show obvious hostility towards the players, and Zhang Sun confirmed this during the simulation. He guessed that the disruptive behavior of the other party might not even be intentional. And it was because of his unintentional behavior that Hua Zian was suppressed for so long. But Zhang Sun did not want to blame these things on an NPC who thought he was a flower. Meng Yijia was still wrong. No matter what danger he encountered in the operating room, it was not Hua Zian who harmed him, but he put all the responsibility on a newcomer. This newcomer was still sacrificing himself to save him. Hua Zian briefly restored the truth of the incident at that time, but he no longer cared about how he was viewed by the outside world. He was just worried that there would be something particularly terrifying in the operating room. Zhang Xiaohua didn't control his mouth and called back to the original name. This operating room is very weird. Let's take this picture book and leave first. Xiaohua, Zhang Sun didn't follow his words. If the monster appears outside again now, what will you do? Hua Zian paused, and what happened that year was vivid, as if it was in front of him. The countless spitting and insults he experienced in the past year, the exclusion of teammates, the suppression of the guild, made him unable to sleep for a long time in the dark night many times. If it weren't for his sister who was in school, he would have given up long ago. Now Zhang Sun asked him, and put the choice in front of him again. He closed his eyes and opened them again. I will still rush out and lead the monster away. You have to know that Meng Yijia and I are not comparable. Of course, you are also not comparable. Let me face that monster, and my chances of winning are very high. How can this be possible? Hua Zian was a little anxious. If two people must sacrifice one, then the more valuable person must be left behind. Besides, I know my own level. If I am not confident, I will not face danger rashly. Being confident in your own strength, you tend to be the type of self-sacrificing, Zhang Sun concluded, nodded, and looked very satisfied. Very good, I understand. Hua Zian was a little confused, but Zhang Sun did not explain much, but took out his hammer. Xiaohua, sometimes it is not a choice between two, and one person must sacrifice. He weighed the hammer in his hand twice. We can cooperate. He looked at Hua Zian, who seemed to understand, and smiled. Of course, it can also be 1-on-2. But, forget it today. Outside the wall, the familiar footsteps came again. Hua Zian's face was stern. Zhang Sun raised his chin. Do what you think you should do. You don't have to worry about me. Didn't you say you could deal with that thing outside? I also want to see your strength. But, if you keep dawdling, I won't take you out to play next time, and I won't go mining with you. Then I'll go. When he heard that Zhang Sun wouldn't take him out to play, Hua Zian hurriedly said hello and walked out the door. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room could only see him alone. What riddles are Hua Zian and Ikui playing? Damn! Is what Hua Zian said just now true? That's too explosive. After all this time, it turned out that Mangijia directed and acted it himself?
It's not that he directed and acted it himself. It's probably because he couldn't defeat the monsters that appeared in the operating room, so he fled at the last minute.
And then put all the blame on the newcomers?
This is too dark.
Understandable.
After all, he had just been promoted to the deputy captain and hadn't even had time to get comfortable in the team.
He probably didn't want to be kicked out so quickly. Let's just say that Mangijia is not a pushover.
He bullied Urchu before.
Damn, I would have forgotten if the brother in front of me hadn't mentioned it.
Mangijia encrypted calls reappeared, and the housekeeper's sister was adding blocked words again. This matter caused heated discussions in Zhang Sun's live broadcast room, and naturally it was also hyped outside.
It turns out that Qinglan's newcomer Hua Zian did not abandon his teammates? Has anyone watched Zhang Sun's live broadcast room? Shocking news about Qinglan. Meng Yijia's crime of suppressing newcomers is confirmed.
Let's wait and see how Qinglan fans will wash it.